Wow. This dude was fishing, and lightning struck him and his fishing rod. And his fishing rod, like, exploded. And it, like, burnt off or, like, exploded 2 of his fingers. What the f... Oh, is something up, Merle? Oh, yeah, let me... Oh, my bad, dude. It doesn't show that there's a red thing next to your name. I didn't know, man. Sorry, brother. You're still muted, though. You're going to have to unmute at this point. Like, it's up to you now. Wow, this dude. Unreal. This guy's so fucking crazy. It's okay, Merle, man. No worries, brother. We can start over. Oh, nope. It says you're still... That's weird. Let me see. Maybe... Huh. I'm not sure why you're still... Oh, did it take your role away? Yeah, man. I think I can only mute you while you're in here. Like, if you leave... Can you... Here, just see if you can talk. Does this work? Can you unmute it manually? Like, mute and then unmute and see if it does it. Something. Hey, there you go.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, man. I don't know what the... I haven't really, like, educated myself on how all this shit works, but there you go.
Oof. Life's definitely a roller coaster ride sometimes.
Yeah. Hopefully Gio's listening and he can just fix your rolls, because I can't do rolls.
Yeah, I don't really need them.
It's okay. We all need Gio. We all need Gio. Oh, let's see. Okay. Isn't it pretty gross when you find a Band-Aid, like an old Band-Aid? Isn't that pretty gross?
Depends whose it is.
Dude, I just found an old Band-Aid and it was stuck to the bottom of my shoe and it like dragged it in from outside somewhere. So fucking gross. Yuck. Yeah.
Yeah, I can see in Australia there'll be like almost like like Occupy when people started camping outside Wall Street and shit. And I thought at first that was real, like people were actually doing something. I was like, wow, what? And then more and more people started to congregate, and the crowd got bigger and bigger, right? But I think here, it's not going to be like a psyop or something that's orchestrated for the left or something, political fucking charades. This will be like real, like people actually, they won't have an option. They'll have nowhere else to go, and the only thing they'll have left is to connect with other people in their situation and then join forces. I can really see it happening. But like everyone's like groaning about it, but it could be a positive thing because it's never happened before here. Not in a first world country where like we're nothing on America, but we're a first world country. Like this city, like it's got everything. The infrastructure's amazing. Anyway, it's just it started to affect me, and I've never been through anything like this before, so sometimes not being able to talk about it is hard.
Dude, I'm just so glad I'm not in Australia right now.
Yeah, it's mental.
It seems like every day, like someone from Australia comes in here and their attitude is different every day because it's so like up and down all over the place.
Yeah,
Mine's
I've been
been
okay
constant the whole time.
What?
Right.
I've been constant the whole time.
You're constipated? I mean, have you tried
Yeah.
soluble fiber and liquid?
Yeah, I'm
Yeah.
constipated. Thank you for that. Thank you for the advice.
No problem. Yeah, man, anytime. Like good gut health is super important. You should have regular bowels at least 2 to 3 times a day. Bowel movements.
God no. God no.
Yeah, I usually have one in the morning and one in the the evening. I guess 2 is 2 all right?
Yeah, 2 in the evening.
No, not 2 in the evening. Like 1 in the morning. And
2 in the evening, 2 in the morning. You know, like all over the place. Once in my pants.
yeah, I can hold a
2 days.
piss.
That's not bad.
Held onto your piss.
Oh man, look, I've regressed to shit and piss jokes now. Let's just not.
Okay.
YouTube love that.
It's human.
Yeah, YouTube loves that. Honestly, if we're trying to get new people on the server, we gotta throw shit and piss around because you know that attracts all the flies.
I can't imagine discovering flat Earth for the first time, like right now.
Oof.
Going through my life, and then that.
Yeah.
You're like, whoa, what?
I would probably be terrified because of everything happening at once. Like, whoa.
Yeah.
No.
Overload.
Yeah.
No, it's good you say that because that's how it's been for me. Kind of like most of it, I've rode as best I can. Like that's a big wave, and I've been dumped a couple of times, but I think I rode it pretty well for the most part. Just lately, it's just things got real.
Mm-hmm.
So I appreciate you being understanding because yesterday I just feel like if we I'd love to see the world come together. Like it's like a dream. But I think if it happened, it would even like send a signal to if that's all real, and I think it's real, the angels, the demons, the whole thing. If all the humans got together.
Oh yeah, like we'd win instantly. Even if just like a small portion of us like actually worked together towards one goal, like it would be game over. But that's why they work so hard to keep everybody like bickering and shit. So that we can never like focus on one thing.
Yeah. Just a massive meetup. We'd all be looking at each other too, like all the humans together.
You know what the next one thing is? So like they sold the moon landing by, 50,000 different employees or contractors work together to make all the parts necessary to get to the moon, right? So my uncle's father made the screws that were on the lunar lander or some shit. So then like, oh, you think my uncle's lying? Like, no. They got you involved with the lie so that you could take ownership of it. But now the new crowdsourced ownership lie, I think, is this crypto shit. And I know nobody wants to hear that, but that's exactly the method, except it's on a worldwide scale. Like they're getting everyone to use
mate.
all of their resources and intent for energy expenditure, calculating for something that they don't even know what they're trying to solve. And the work is being pretty much wasted into like an invisible currency. But not just one type, like a million different types of invisible currencies. So like they're harnessing everyone's intent the same way that they did with these other false things that happened. And this one is just going to, I guess once you buy into it, like I guess the deception comes whenever they release what they're going to do with all of it. Because it's like the bulls run right now. Everyone is the bull, and they're running towards the red cape, right? And then you're not going to know what the trick is until the conquistador pulls the red cape away, and then you're like, "Oh fuck, that's the trick," you know. It's funny too because they use these terms like, "Oh, it's bullish right now." No, it's not bullish. People are bullish. People.
Did you see the Hunger Games? Not the Hunger Games. Squid Game.
I watched the whole thing in like 5 hours because I fast forwarded through some parts because it was sometimes a little long, but yeah, I watched it.
That's pretty insightful, don't you reckon?
My commentary or just that show?
Both. The show, although it didn't go into much depth, really, I think it reveals an aspect of human nature that a lot of us don't want to acknowledge.
Yeah, so the point of the show, which they do highlight a few times, but not enough, I don't think, is that everyone agrees to play. They have to have your consent. Right? So then once you offer your consent, then you've already decided you're in. You can't just say I'm not doing this, you know? But guess what? Third rule is if everyone see, this is it. You're right, it is insightful. The third rule is if everyone decides not to play, then you don't have to. Like if we wanted to take over the world and all the elites, all we have to do is decide.
Well, they're telling us there's a way out.
There's a way out, and we still don't do it, and that's why they don't give a fuck, because we're stupid as a whole.
I think too, it's too shocking a thought sometimes to realize that they are giving us an option, and a lot of it is scare tactics. And like you were saying, I think you were saying it, that the TV is operated by the Freemasons. And I was like, that's an interesting thought, because if every aspect of reality is being controlled by the television, it is just like a frequency.
Mm-hmm.
It's not inside you. It's not you. It's them. It's being projected from wherever the signal's coming from, right? It's exciting.
That's a great movie.
Yesterday I felt doomed by it. But today I feel like, no, I can see it.
You should watch the
Kind of
movie The
exciting.
Signal.
The Signal.
Yeah, if you haven't already, you should watch that.
Right.
That's awesome.
Yeah, The Signal.
Right.
It's a flat Earth kind of a film. Yeah.
Is it?
Yeah, I mean it is and it isn't. It's it has the same kind of theme, like, but it's well, I don't want to ruin it for you. It's
Yeah, exactly. Don't do
you would
that.
never
Watch it.
expect that it's a flat Earth film. Only in retrospect can you put the pieces together, because the story itself doesn't do a good job at really like helping you understand along the way. So
It's a mind fuck.
Yeah.
yeah, at the end when the movie's over and you think about it, then only then can you like apply it and figure it out. It's not like Dark, or what's that movie called? Not Dark Star. It's
Dark City.
Dark City. It's like really obvious that it's I mean, if you know about flat Earth before going into it, you can see the story right in front of you. You're like, oh, okay, yeah. So the Signal's not exactly like that.
Yeah, I love it how they putting everybody to sleep is so elaborate in Dark City.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah,
whoa.
like they really put a lot of effort into making sure that everyone is.
It's like a big machine.
Yeah, it is a big machine.
Mm.
It's a machine that they've worked hard to maintain and uphold. It actually is a machine. They're
Proud of it.
producing a product.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because when it comes to, wow, I've never said this before. When it comes to flat Earth, was it just revealed? Was it a synchronicity of events? Is it a consequence? What if they somehow I'm not saying they slipped it to Mark Sargent and Jubei and Powerland, but there was an interesting kind of chain of events the way it all happened. And
We can just assume that they did. I mean, we already know that at least a couple of them are not in it for the right reasons. So that's all we need to know.
Yeah. I guess my real point is that we've kind of been granted access. Like, it's a very powerful key to have in your arsenal.
Well, and they're going to have a plan for us, because they didn't forget that we just had figured stuff out. They didn't forget that.
No. And it would be understandable that there would have been some monitoring of it, right?
Well, from what I can tell, and I've shared this with a couple other people, but maybe not yourself. This is what I saw. This is the meta of what happened and what took place. I was watching. So the people that are getting on television like regularly, those are the people I'm looking out for. Okay, so
Yeah.
I guess specifically, let's just focus on Mark Sargent, because that one's a easy confirmed, 1,000% hit. So it appeared that he was making like 3 to 4 hours of content a day, maybe two or three videos. Maybe one of them was promoting like a meetup or something. But he had so much content that, let's say you did realize that what he was talking about was true. You would go to your buddy, your mates or whatever, and say, hey, look at this guy. This is true. What would they do? They go to his channel, right? It looks like somebody went on their Windows PC and made some shitty ass videos, and they're all about 3 hours long, 4 hours sometimes. What the fuck is your mate gonna do? He's gonna say, "Oh, shut the fuck up. I'm not watching some stupid flat earth video for 4 hours. I don't got time for that shit," right? And guess what? There might be a lot of truth in that video, but it's going to be in the second hour. It's going to be maybe mentioned once in the 3.5 hour. And it's so sparse, it's just mostly entertainment, if at all. It's worthless. So what he was doing was he was flooding his content while also creating a portfolio, right? So you're not going to be able to share a video and actually convince any particular person it's true. You're not going to. No one's going to give a fuck that you know, because they're not going to waste that kind of time. But also, so he's wasting your time while new people are going to look at him and think this is stupid and I'm not watching that 4-hour video. But also, he's going around looking stupid in the public eye. Now, I'm looking at his whole portfolio and I'm thinking, okay, so he's just wasting everybody's time. And that seems to be all he cares about.
He got the biggest gigs. Like he spoke in England twice on their morning show. Like millions of people see that. Millions.
Yeah. So what would be the benefit of just wasting people's time? Well, here it is. Here's the benefit. They were waiting until they had full digital censorship lockdown. Because now, here's a great example. It doesn't matter what you know. It doesn't matter what you can prove. Because censorship is so strong now, and the machine learning is so strong now, that they can literally just filter you out of the feed. And not only that, but they can censor you. They can turn your account off. They can reprimand you. So it doesn't matter how much information you know. You literally can't share it. And that's what he was doing. He was given the job to delay the growth, to obscure the growth if necessary, until they locked down the internet. Now they've locked it down, and he doesn't mean shit. He literally does nothing now because his job is done. They've already succeeded that. The lockdown is digital, and that's the goal. So it doesn't matter what you know because you can't share it.
Yeah, they came out and told us that too, didn't they? In Congress when the YouTube executive, right?
Mm-hmm. Yep. They specifically said it. Absolutely. Yep. We're going to push more authoritative content. And then we're going to have little banners underneath the videos or whatever to warn people and tell them the official narrative.
Concept.
Yep.
Yeah, it's masterful, really.
Diabolical. But yeah, I mean, I was telling people this 4 years ago, that he's just wasting people's time until they lock down the internet, because that's like pretty much around the time they started to actually delete videos and channels. And I was like, oh, that's the game plan. They're just slowing us down until they've got it locked. Yeah, that's what's happening.
That's how I used to feel sometimes. Like Timmy would come in and shut down Dells, and I just didn't know how he was doing it, and they couldn't work it out. And Hitch was the one actually who showed me how to like snipe, and I was like, wow, because I thought it was some code thing, tech. But anyway, then we turned the tables, like Russian Beards and PMARS and him, like we had it like a fortress and we could protect it. But for a while we were just getting shut down and it just felt very operative.
Mm-hmm. Well, I don't think PMARS is an operative, by the way. I just think he's special.
No. No, I don't think P Mars is either. He just enjoyed being part of it because there was energy there, and
Yeah, he doesn't seem to get a lot of that energy, so he probably needed it.
yeah, it was exciting for a little while. It was like a phase. 2016 to about 2017.
Shit, man. It's been a while. This has been going on so long.
Mm.
Fuck, this is like a portion of my life.
Yeah.
This is going to be like the rest of my life. Like, what the fuck, man? Dude, I'm going to be a fucking flat earth loser for the rest of my goddamn life.
You're not going to be alone, mate. Don't worry.
Oh, man.
You might be isolated. You might be isolated in a cubicle somewhere, but you won't be alone.
You can just see so many people are oblivious. Like, working's sort of taught me that. And it's all around me. Like, today, these guys, and I wanted to get involved, but they had to make a pathway level. And they worked on it all day. But it's right in front of me, and they don't realize. They're just why are they making it level? They don't even think about it, but they were making sure it was spot on with spirit levels and bits of string and bits of wood, and measuring it and checking it, putting stakes in the ground, and in the end, it was sweet, really nice. Concrete it, bam,
Boom, bada bing.
Mm-hmm. I should have said something, but I don't know. Used to be more.
They're probably
conversation.
they're probably actually trying to make sure that they were putting a little bit of slope into it, so the water run off it.
Yeah. Yep, they had that. They had their drainage at the side.
Mm.
Hey, man, Merle, like, I mean, to me, you're just kind of a brother, man. We all go through shit, and seems like especially right now, Australia is just going through shit, man. I don't hold anything against you.
No, I appreciate. I mean, I'm kind of. I'm not alone, but sometimes it feels like it.
I know the feeling.
It's just like whoa. But when I think that's what I realize. Like, there's just times like it's just great to be in here and with people, even though it's through technology or whatever.
Yeah.
I know you guys understand. And there's a beauty to it too. I don't always, because I protect it, but for me, knowing there's something beautiful about that, and
Well,
I hold it.
I hope they don't take it away. You know.
Mm-hmm.
Same, mate.
Because it's helped me let go of all the stuff that goes on. Just stuff that goes on.
You need to have an escape.
No, I'm a realist, man. I've been like that for a while, even before FE. I'm starting to feel, because everyone's just taking drugs and doing art and music, and just after a while, you're with the same people and you're doing the same thing, and no one's really progressing or developing. And yeah, you just get stuck in cycles with people, and it's just the same stuff. So I actually came away from it. I stopped playing music altogether. I got to DJ a festival. Things were going well. I walked away from all of it, and then I started taking care of my mom, and then I started researching World War II. That was where it started.
No
the
shit.
rabbit hole.
And I was just like,
the greatest
really
story never told. Here we go.
what really happened? What really happened there?
Well,
I hope your mum got some attention.
Yeah, I mean, my grandparents, they're English or were English. Like my mum and my auntie came out with them on the boat from England to Australia. So after the war, so it's always been a thing, you know. My grandpa went to war and he hated fucking the war. Told me about it. He reckons he got like bombed out at sea too by American fucking planes. Like they didn't know they were English.
Fuck.
Everything was cool, but yeah, he said, and he used to go AWOL, and he'd have his like stripes ripped off him, and he'd get put in like the kitchen, but that was good because he became like a good cook. So yeah, I don't know. My grandpa was a G. I didn't really get along with him that well, but pretty innovative. He had like gardens and manure bed, like hot manure beds and sugar cane, and was growing all his own fruit and vegetables. Had chickens. So, and my mum ended up like she had to walk to school, and she ended up like Victorian pentathlon teenage. Like she beat Bob Skilton in a race at 16. She beat all these men. So she was pretty
Nice.
quick. Yeah, and she was going to train for the Olympics. And instead of doing that, she became a nurse and did that.
Fucking sliding doors, eh?
Well, I guess the whole thing really for me is like life, you know, and the people you come from, like my parents, you know, my grandparents, the whole story. And now I'm here, I've got it. Oh, I'm just trying to do my best with it. I don't always know what to do with it. Still figuring it out. I guess that's the good thing. You never stop figuring it out.
God no, mate. Fuck.
Anything could happen.
Run away. Yeah, run away from anyone who tells you they have figured it all out.
Yeah. I can't work the sky out for the life of me. Tried to for a while.
Hey, Merle, I figured it all out, man.
Have ya?
Yeah. About the sky, at
When
least.
the sky?
Yeah.
It's the personal atmospheric dome. It just fucks with you. You can't penetrate it enough to ever get any consistency. So that's the fucked bit.
I've got stars outside now, and one's sort of like blue and red and white. Doesn't look anything like the
Hang
sun.
on.
That's
I'll go
the
outside
American
and see
star.
if I can see the same one.
That's the American
There's
star.
blue. Yeah, red, white, and blue.
Yeah.
Captain America, fucking where?
They're close,
You follow that star, and you'll get all the way to America.
How far away do you
Just
reckon
hit.
they are? How far away do you reckon they are? Don't say the conventional answers. Use your
Well, I wouldn't ever
senses.
suggest light years. Fucking, they're just
No.
up there.
They're just up there.
Yeah, there they are.
Light
Just
year
fucking
sounds
up
like
there.
a time, anyways. Light years doesn't even
It
sound
is
like
a time.
distance.
It
You
is a
reckon
time.
they're
It's a
on
time
during
anything.
the day? Are they on during the day and we just can't see them, or do they turn on at night?
Who would know, mate? We can't see them through the day to verify that or not.
That's it. They're
There's
hiding.
lots of assuming.
They're hiding.
Oh, dear. I'm just standing on top of my car, and yet I'm definitely closer to them.
It's like a grid. It's like a little grid system. Big
I was out in
grid
the middle of
system.
nowhere earlier, and I got out to take a number one, and I was kind of scared because I was out in the middle of nowhere, but the stars were brighter than I've seen them in a long time. There's nothing around me.
Number one.
Yeah, I was taking number one.
We both knew what you meant.
Oh, we did, but I
I
didn't
didn't
hear
want you to
anything
think
else
I didn't
afterwards.
want you to think I was taking a shit.
That's the number 2.
How do you get your number ones and twos wrong, man? Fuck. Oh, shit.
I don't mean to get crude, but a lot of people don't realize this, but that number 2, you know, that when you're in that mode, that's probably the most vulnerable you could ever be in your life. Because you can't do that. You ever seen a dog do that and he's always staring at you? It's because he knows there's nothing he can do. There's nothing anybody can do if you got fucked up. If somebody's come at you in that moment. So there's nothing you can do.
Yeah, that's why veganism and being a vegetarian's bullshit. Because you got the fucking stinkiest back end you could imagine. And that just would not fucking work in a survival situation in real life.
No way.
You've got to be able to drop that shit and get going, mate.
Sure.
Wow.
Oh,
Yeah.
exactly. Have you ever smelt a vegetarian? Fuck me. You don't want them in your survival group. See ya.
Is it bad?
Oh, yeah. You can't have
Lentils,
all that fiber and carbs and
potatoes.
shit and expect not to be gassy and have stinky
I lost
shit.
my sense of smell. I lost it 6 years ago, so I never have
Poor
to deal with that
bastard.
at least. But,
What happened?
I fell on my head.
Did you?
Yeah.
I didn't know
Did you
that.
sever your nerve?
I guess so. I didn't even notice it for like 4 months afterwards. But dude, there's like a weirdo pulling a tire with a chain on his back. Anyway, yeah, I had a headache for like 6 months, and then I couldn't see for 2 weeks, and then eventually I realized I couldn't smell at all. I haven't been able to really gain my sense of smell back.
So do you think you're recovered now?
No. Like sometimes I was like if I was doing some work outside. I forget exactly what I was doing. Oh, that's right. I was fixing my girlfriend's treadmill, and it fell on my foot, really bad. And for a split second, when I had the sharp pain, I could smell everything again. So it's like weird. It comes back at very weird times. Also, one time I was at McDonald's at the drive-thru, and for some reason, this fucking asshole was doing this like sewage cleaning in the front of the drive-in thing. I was like, dude, what the fuck is he doing? Why is he doing it in the front of the drive-in? And I could smell it. I can't smell anything else, but I could smell this fucking idiot, cleaning the sewage shit in front of the McDonald's. I was pretty pissed about that.
Have you ever
I
seen
reckon you're fucking missing. Sorry, go on.
I was gonna ask Kosha if he's ever seen Coming to America.
Of course, man. I love that movie.
You know, he works for McDowell's, not
Yeah.
McDonald's.
Yeah, exactly.
And
Yeah, there's a new one too.
Where does he go to find his queen?
Queens, man, of course. Of
Oh,
course.
that's a great film, though. That's
Yeah,
one
that's
of
one
my
of my favorite
favorite.
movies.
Same.
Yeah.
Same.
They made a sequel. The sequel's okay. but it does obviously doesn't measure up to the original.
No. Because that's all, like Eddie Murphy, Arsenio Hall, and James Earl Jones. Darth
Oh yeah,
Vader
right.
and
Yeah, James Earl Jones.
Yeah,
his dad.
my son, my 12-year-old, my youngest, he recently showed me a YouTube clip of Eddie Murphy delirious,
Mm-hmm.
and he was
Oh my!
just blown away at the fucking at the fact that people were laughing to jokes that if they were said now, you'd be fucking taken off of social media and ruined. It was pretty funny.
Calling gay guys faggots and talking about sticking
Oh, just
Hot Wheels up his
everything,
ass.
everything. Yeah, it was so funny. The thing was, though, even the faggots were laughing in the audience. You know what I mean? Like, it wasn't offensive. It was just fucking funny, and no one took it as an offensive thing. It was just tongue in cheek.
Yeah, he's a certain kind of guy though. Like, not everyone can do that. He's just when he was younger, and you know, really on his game. He was probably one of the best comedians like of all time. Like this, he was fucking on fire for a while. Like same as Michael Jackson in music, I'd put Eddie Murphy in there with comedy. Beverly
Okay.
Hills
Eddie
Cop as
Murphy.
well. Yeah,
Eddie
he was
Murphy
just a
single-handedly
dude.
brought back. He brought back Saturday Night Live from the brink of extinction, all by himself.
There you
They
go.
I've
added him
never
on. They
watched
found
that
a bunch
show.
of people and added him on the show. Yeah, I mean,
Even
sometimes, but back when it was funny, especially. But they do funny stuff sometimes. Yeah, he brought that show back from the brinks of it was gonna fail. It was gonna be cut off TV.
I'm surprised he wasn't in Ghostbusters. He was in.
He was supposed to be, but he was doing Beverly Hills Cop instead. But he was supposed to be in Ghostbusters. They originally wrote that role for him.
It's classic. I can see it's so his role.
Yeah, but he would have stole the show. I think it would have been a
Yeah,
different movie.
pretty
I
much.
think.
Yeah. Wow. Ghostbusters.
Because think about Bill Murray is already like a class act. He's like the
He
cool
was
guy in the
young
movie.
then. He hadn't done like most of his films up until then. You know what I mean? He was still kind of underground.
Oh yeah, of course. Yeah. Well, he was a Saturday Night Live too.
He did
Yeah,
like a
man,
few
Dan
sort of
Aykroyd.
army movies where he was kind of like he was kind of like an oddball. That
Yeah,
was
in the
when
army
John.
now.
Yeah, and what was it? Stripes or something. Then
Oh yeah,
was it
Stripes.
Caddy?
Stripes in the army now. In the army now is with Pauly Shore. Yeah, Stripes.
I'm gone. Yeah. Fucking hell. I used to go to the video, like a video store, get all these movies on video. I was tapped in.
Video
Yeah, dude, I
store,
love.
fucking hell.
Yeah,
Oh,
I used to watch like so many movies, eh?
get like 10
You know
weeklies
what?
for $5.
Yeah, definitely.
You know, I'm gonna head home
And then not
soon. And
returning.
I'm gonna do trivia. I used to do trivia all the time, and everyone's been waiting to do it again. I'm gonna do trivia. I'm gonna do movie movie centric trivia. Curved wins every time though, so I wouldn't. I don't know if you've played Merle over there, but Curved
At
wins every single
Gems.
time.
At
Yeah,
Gems. Oh,
yeah. Nobody beats Curved.
that's a nice thing to do.
Yeah, Scott Beach will probably be there, and then everyone's been waiting to do it, but
Oh,
I
no.
don't have my computer at my girlfriend's house, so I got to go to my house.
What? And you guys play trivia?
Yeah, I used to do that all the time, dude. I used to host it all the time.
What?
Yeah, it was a whole thing.
Round or flat?
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I have even questions. I put like flat Earth questions. Actually, what I did was I ripped off Jeopardy. I took all the questions from Jeopardy that's ever been in Jeopardy, and I just took them all and cataloged them, and then I did like I can like search for different shits like Earth. There's Earth questions or science questions or movie questions, and just put them in different categories.
Oh man, you. I have had some good times in Gems. To be fair, you like this weird family.
Yeah, you missed it last night, man. It was Johnny versus Shroomy. That was
Who?
the craziest
God.
thing ever.
Oh no. Were they,
What was it about?
Eventually it became about Pokemon, but it started with Johnny was so wasted drunk, and then eventually he was saying that Shroomy was drunk, and he's like, nobody can understand you, and he's like, was basically getting on Shroomy's case, and then he asked Shroomy, he said, let me ask you a question. He's like, do you think you live on a spinning ball? And Shroomy said, yeah, and he said, okay, how do you know it? And then Shroomy said, because he could feel it. He's like, I can feel it. So, and then Johnny didn't have anything to say after that. Fuck, man, if you can feel it, then
what can you
proof
say? What can you say? He's so weird. He's an original.
I can feel it rounding my way.
Fucking Shroominati. Yeah, see, you'd only get a response like, have you spoken to Shroomy, Harry?
I know I have, but I'm trying to remember when. Because the moment Kosho said the name, I was like, yes, I think I have talked to this person, and I vaguely remembered thinking, is this person on shrooms? But I'm not sure if that's just me misremembering things.
Probably.
He's always in Gems, but his mic's never on.
Right. Maybe I've just seen his name. And
has anyone ever seen Shroomy?
Yeah.
Okay.
Pictures
I have.
Is he like consistently ridiculous, or is he like putting on a voice?
He's
Scottish.
He puts it on.
Okay.
But it's great. It's him as well. Like, it's like, some people
the guy says nah mean all the time.
Yeah.
Yes,
yeah,
I have
he's
talked
Scottish.
to him, and I did think he was on shrooms.
He's really smart. Like
Nice,
Gummy
cool,
Bears Young.
He's one of my good friends.
Yeah, Shroomi's really intelligent. That's
really
the side of him I like. Yeah, like he has his gangster side, but there's more to him than that.
Edinburgh gangster.
Yeah.
Like how intelligent?
It's just the kind of inquisitive nature he has. Like he's very interested in aliens. He's been through the whole, he's been in Gems for a lot of it. But he's seen it, he's heard all the arguments. So he knows what's going on because he listens.
Yeah, he's interested in lots of stuff, and he remembers the things that he's taught or he learns and shit. So
it sounds like you guys are like talking about some kind of like dog or something.
Yeah, it's like you're complimenting a toddler. Oh, he loved his dinosaurs. The other day,
he liked that. Yeah, he liked that.
No, there's something about
He loved to do tricks.
Dude, this one time I threw my lighter across the room and he fetched it. He's so smart. Such a smart dog. Good boy.
Really inquisitive dog.
Yeah. He knew not to eat my bag of crisps. What a smart dog.
I reckon some people they're on a different level. He's on a different level.
Yeah.
His level's better.
Really?
He should be like millionaire, millions of subscribers kind of shit. It's that good. But people just don't get it.
Is he like? He's like. No, I don't. I'm just gonna stop commenting on this dude. I don't know him that well. Good boy.
Maybe he doesn't speak it now.
I'm sorry. I don't see it. I really don't. But I'll take your word for it.
Maybe
Kosho.
he just doesn't seek the recognition.
Kosho, man, I keep coming up. Like I keep thinking, man, I should ask Kosho if I get unbanned. I keep thinking about like, well, I can't even think about a reason why I'd want to go back. So I can't even convincingly ask to unban me. I'm just like, I don't know if I want it.
Well, there's only 3.5 people on the permaban list. Well, that's not really a permaban list, but it's not up to me anyway. It's up to Jam. Maybe Scott, but mostly.
I'm on that list.
Yeah, it's you. I think right to hand and Don.
PMARS.
We should get like
P-Mars
tattoos.
Yeah, he's like halfway. Chepa's halfway. I think.
Chepa? Is he still even like around?
I see him every now and then.
Really?
They've got my IP
Wow.
on this account.
We should get a shirt or a tattoo that says 100% banned.
Man, I haven't heard from Chepa in
100% banned.
a long time. Yeah, I want to maybe like get a tattoo that says I do not comply or some shit. I don't know. I will probably never get this, but it's a nice idea. Yeah, don't worry about it, Kosho. Like, I can't even think about a reason why I would want to be unbanned, to be honest. Like, I keep thinking about it. Like, sometimes I go on the YouTube and I listen for like a minute or two. I'm like, oh, okay, that's nice. Like, different, but like, I just can't imagine like actually being there. Ugh. It's like stepping in dog shit or something.
Deliberately.
Yeah, and then like lifting your foot up and trying to smell it just to make sure.
Yeah. Just to make sure it's not cat shit.
But yeah, if you unban me, that's cool. But I don't know. I can't think of a good reason.
Well,
Sorry.
I couldn't do it anyway. I mean, you said it'd be a Jam. I haven't even banned anybody before, so.
Can you?
I think there was one person. I don't think I've banned anyone yet.
Can you ban someone?
Oh yeah, I could, yeah.
Really?
I think one time I kicked Chemo.
Bro, you need to be my
Chemo.
I had a
Out of
meet you over
Jam.
in before.
Wow.
I thought that
That's
was
good. Good on
undoable.
you.
He was kicking me and shit. He was kicking me and I was kicking him and stuff. So
Yeah, I think I was there for that. Yeah.
Dude,
You're
Kosho,
literally
you're a
covered.
double agent now. What the fuck?
Yeah, mod
Chemo
wars.
double crosses. Yeah,
Mod
double
wars
crosses
and
a bunch
Jam.
of the mods. Yeah, he hates. Yeah, whenever Jem's not around, Chemo just completely goes.
He starts muting
dictator.
drafts. Muting
Yeah.
drafts
Yeah.
straight away. Oh, that's hilarious.
No, I feel bad for Druss kind of though, because I mean, Chemo does fucking get him pretty good.
Yeah.
Because Chemo's smart. He knows exactly who he can fuck with and who he can fuck without anybody or without Gem getting on his case about. So he fucks with people that he knows that he can get away with.
I remember watching Chemo just like mute like a couple people all the time, and then and then they would
Trust
be
me.
like, "You muted me," and he's like, and he would just like kind of walk past it and just start talking about something else and never acknowledge it, like ever. Just pretend like, "Oh, that didn't happen." He would just like go on with his conversation.
I remember one day he did the triple mute. He's like, "You guys are so out of control. I've had to do a triple mute." I love Chemo. He's so like proper about the way he talks and shit. It could be his accent. I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's funny sometimes. He was getting
It's
out
like-
of Conspiracy Cat's case earlier.
Oh yeah.
What's that?
Well, supposedly he's like taunting him, saying that he's got like evidence that he said some shit, and he won't post the evidence because he said that the higher ups said that he's got to wait until the right time to post it, like on somebody's channel later today. So he's like,
Oh yeah, we get
hyping it up.
the inside scoop, bro. We can't just be letting shit out of the bag.
Yeah, but and then he's betting him money and stuff. I think he bet him $3,000 that he didn't say it.
Has anybody ever paid out on any of these many flat
Hell
Earth,
no.
globe Earth bets?
Scott Veach does.
I paid Veach before. I made a bet with Veach and paid him.
How
Nice,
much?
good work. Good on you, Jeremy.
How much?
$5.
Oh.
And George
But I mean,
paid.
that's what I
Well, no,
think
it's
they make bets for, because they keep making bets for like $300, and then they're clearly never going to pay up on $300.
Oh, they do it for thousands. I saw
Like
Brenda
100.
Welch on $1,000 bet once in Gems.
But that's the thing; everybody welches.
I would
What
bet
was-
my check, and they'd welch. They always
Pete,
would.
Pete
Well.
Shea owes me $100,000. He bet me $100,000, dude.
That Gary dude.
That,
the
and
Gary
every
dude,
crater on the
hold
moon
check.
is a reflection of Air Starkus.
Yeah.
Wow.
That Gary dude, the one with the wings on his picture, the I don't know, he comes in out every once in a while named Gary. He likes black holes and shit, but he bet me his like 2 checks that black holes are real, like a long time ago, and I was like, oh fuck.
Gary's cool.
Yeah, but he'll bet you his check on some just goopy shit. He'll be like, I bet you the check that tree is this, and you'd be like, what?
So you owe Pete Shea, Kosho, $100,000.
No,
Wow.
he owes him. I think, yeah.
When are you going to pay? When are you going to pay up, Kosho?
Yeah, when are you going to pay Pete Shea, Kosho?
So do you owe Pete or does Pete owe you?
Pete obviously owes me, but he said
Traders in the
later
moon
that
obviously are
was
Aristarchus, and the tar from
Kosho,
Aristarchus is Tartera.
you know Pete. When has Pete ever been wrong?
That's like some kind of meta joke.
It's unverifiable.
Listen, Pete is a flat Earth national treasure.
Yeah.
He did a good job the other day on being the baller.
I enjoy Pete. I really do enjoy Pete when he settles down. He's a funny dude.
When the conversations can like flow and it's not just a stream of consciousness of rhyming words, it's a good conversationalist.
Well, I wonder what kind of drugs he's on, because sometimes
Harry.
he's just like the brakes are just not attached to his vehicle.
I'm glad you've experienced Pete Shea, Harry. That's flat Earth. He was there at the start. So you've spoken to someone who's been around, the block with it. The old dodo.
I thought it was funny though that Lemon was getting berated yesterday by certain Bev, and Bev's I don't know, scissor circle or whatever. Anyway, he was getting berated by Bev, and Bev was even calling him a Glober and said he was going to be the next Ranty, and nobody was backing up Lemon. I was
Really?
kind of surprised. Yeah, actually everybody was backing up Bev, but I couldn't get on my mic, but I agreed with Lemon. I mean, Bev was being kind of
Dick.
A dick to him. Yeah, I mean, what's his name? Right here, Eggshells brought it up the other night. He said that he plays word games and all this stuff. That's all he was doing to Lemon. Like, he was doing it to Lemon, and Lemon was getting pissed. He's like, stop asking me so many fucking questions. And then Bev
That's awesome.
just doubled down on him and said that he was going to be the next Ransom.
Man, I guess I missed the whole show. It got kind of crazy yesterday. That's what I heard.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, it'll be okay.
I mean, I came in yesterday and it's made a point. And then he said, "Oh, you're being emotional. Why are you doing that? Oh, you're being emotional, trying to get a rise. It's just unnecessary."
Yeah, exactly.
Just
That's
call
what's
him a
kind of
hobbit.
weird.
Just
That's
call
his
him a hobbit.
focus.
Bro.
No, I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to sink to his level. I've done enough of that shit.
That's not
And-
Lord of the Rings, Bev.
You know what's his name? What's his name? Jazza was he was in Lord of the Rings.
Yeah. Yeah.
He was an extra.
Yeah. He's so
That's funny, man.
fucking. I know.
Or maybe it was the Hobbit. I think it was probably the Hobbit.
He played an orc. I know that part.
Hey, what's the temperature there, Coach Joe?
Outside it says 57, but
Bro, it's down to 41 out of nowhere. What the fuck?
well, yeah, dude. I mean, I don't know about you, but last 2 days it was some of the craziest wind I've ever seen, man. Because the weather was changing so fast.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
But I mean, it's only supposed to be like 50 tonight, 55. It's like 41. It's ridiculous.
We had crazy wind this morning.
Yeah, but it's Texas. But maybe it's the same in Australia. But
Well, when was yours?
the
'Cause
weather
ours was
fluctuates so
this
wildly.
morning. Like,
Well, no, for the past 3 days, like now the wind's gone, but yesterday, the day before,
Yeah, it was
yeah,
dangerous.
it was wildest wind.
they turned
My
the wind machines
trash can
on,
was halfway down the street. I had to go get it.
turned the
Sure,
fans
man. I
on.
mean,
The ice wall. Possibility.
it's just when the weather changes so fast, the temperature changes so fast. That's just what happens.
Yeah.
You get these wild winds.
They turned the fans on. The aircon.
Yeah, basically, but it's gonna be hot again like in 2 days. So
Yeah, I mean, it was
Eventually.
it was 90 today.
What if the sun's electric? What if it's electric?
When do they plug it in?
They don't need to.
that's what I don't get about Electric Universe people and all the surrounding stuff is, I mean, the sun is. I mean, in our model at least, all these things are electric. You know, like the sun is electric, and there's just other stuff too.
Mhm.
You know, so
Vibration, mate. Vibration.
It burns me. Why does it burn me? Like my face is burnt from being in the
It's made
sun.
of elven rope, that's why.
I burn in the sun. How's that possible?
Because it's elven rope.
Because we
the
are
ropes hitting you in the
have
face.
skin from near the thin bits of the earth, but we're living in the hot bits of the earth where the people are typically darker.
Right. But how can it burn me?
The radiation.
93 million miles away.
Well, I think it'd burn you a lot more if it was 3 miles away.
3. Yeah.
Harry.
Yeah. You probably don't believe in quasars, but if like a quasar, like it pulses in 2 directions or whatever, but if they just happen to pulse in our direction, it would like wipe up it would heat up the earth so fast, probably just destroy the whole earth. Be impossible.
Wow.
So there's radiation can be pretty deadly, sir. Pretty hot.
Love globe stories.
Radiation.
What about Marie Curie? That's what she died of. Was radiation.
Yeah.
She was so crazy because she didn't know exactly what was going on, but she would sleep with that shit under her pillow because it was so cool. Like it would like glow in the dark and stuff, and they just thought it was the coolest shit ever. So they would like sleep with it under their pillow and had it under her, her necklace and all this other stuff under her dress, like radium and all the other radioactive bullshits. It's crazy.
The Chinese thought if you drank mercury, you'd live forever. In fact, the exact opposite is true.
Well,
Why
what
would
gave
they
them
do
that
that?
idea?
Yeah.
I know there's a
Because, like,
mushroom. I know there's a mushroom you can eat that will, if you eat it, you won't have to eat anything else for the rest of your life. It'll keep you full.
I was trying to make that joke.
Serendipity.
I was trying to get that joke in about mercury, and I was like, something for the rest of your life. But yeah, you did it. You better.
There's quite a few mushrooms that do that. In fact, the worst one is hemlock, because if you drink hemlock, you can go to the best doctors in the world. You're still dead. There's nothing
But
that
How
mercury
kills
long
is
does
like
it take
liquid.
to kill you?
you.
Well, it took Galileo a month or something.
Hemlock, that'll kill you in well, depending on how much you take, but if you take enough, at least 5 to 8 hours.
Wait, was it Galileo who had hemlock or Socrates?
No, Socrates
Socrates.
was, yeah.
Socrates. Oh, I was getting this mixed up.
It's a very common plant in the UK, and people don't recognise it.
You know why they killed Socrates, or they gave him that hemlock? It's just because of the way he spelled his name. I thought his name was weird. Because it looks like it says Socrates. But he says
So
Socrates, so
don't
it's
buy.
weird.
Bill and Ted's excellent
Well, Ross
adventure.
wanting to educate us.
No, I'm not going to do it. I realised that he was baiting me, the person he is.
That's why I can't do that in front of Dress, because he'll ruin it.
I kept the tongue. I kept the tongue.
Well, at least you told me it was Socrates. Because I always get Socrates. I always get that punishment mixed up. What did they do at Galileo? Did they just give him a house arrest without any
Yeah, they
medicine?
gave him a house arrest and a really, really nice house. It was harsh.
They were worse than Alan Turing, huh? Alan Turing got it worse than all of them.
Yeah, well, he ended up committing suicide.
Yeah, but they chemically castrated him.
Yep.
What?
What chemical did they give you?
Don't know.
Yeah, because he was gay. He was like a smart. He was like
Lithium or something.
Probably some
He
form
won
of
the
bromide,
war.
I would have thought.
They say that Alan Turing was like not single-handedly, but he was like one of the main reasons why we won the war, or why we won it so quickly. But yeah,
He's single-handedly responsible for machine code. That's one of his major things. Everything that we do with computers today is based on the early work of Alan Turing.
I think Alan Turing plus meth is what was how we won the war. Because that morning, D-Day, for instance, we had the Enigma machine beat by then, and so we could, we were able to outmaneuver that shit. But Hitler was already not going to wake up anyways because he was, doing so much meth that he'd be up till like 6 a.m, and he would tell people not to wake him up. And so people were afraid to wake him up even on D-Day. That's kind of crazy.
You love your stories, don't you?
It's a true story. He was doing a lot of meth, dude. He would have parties.
I
Yeah, it's a
have
true
heard
story.
that the Germans were on a lot of meth back in the war, and the pilots on both sides were doing a lot of it as well.
Yeah, but that's still a thing.
The go pills.
That's still a thing. But no, but Hitler specifically, he was like given all sorts of meth type. I think just plain meth, and he would have parties where he'd invite all these people over, and he'd make them watch movies, and they'd be up there. They'd be there till 4 a.m, and they couldn't leave because he was just nonstop talking through the movie, movie after movie, and then just like I'm not even kidding. This is a true story.
I can
This
think of
honestly,
know.
nothing was
I
worse
believe
than
you.
having to watch a movie with a meth head who's also a dictator.
Yeah, exactly.
That
Who's a
would be
dictator that you
I'll
have
tell
to
you what
like
a good.
not disappoint.
I'll tell you what a good movie about meth was. It had Mickey Rourke in it. It was called Spun. Really good meth movie. John Leguizamo was in it.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, good
Good
movie.
meth movie.
Yeah, it was all about meth. Mickey Rourke's nickname was the Cook.
Contradiction.
All he did was cook meth. Fucking awesome. John Leguizamo was this meth head dealer. It was fucking great. There's a couple famous people in it.
You
Was
know
he
any
a
good meth
method
movies?
actor?
I'll give you that one, Tress.
Thanks.
I didn't hear it. What was it?
So was he a method actor?
Oh goodness. That's quite good.
Fuck yeah, now.
Doesn't get any better.
I mean, no, it does. It
I'm-
definitely gets better.
I'm
Not
over
for
it.
me.
I'm over it now. I'm over it now. I was impressed at first, but when he repeated it, I was done.
But I needed to hear it cut out on my end, just as speaking.
That was good though. You know, who's quick is Curved is always quick. Curved and Cordis and Waz, they get
Coitus.
they got a joke instantly. Yeah, Cordis, he doesn't eat. Yeah, Coitus. No, Cordis doesn't show up anymore, but he was always so quick. Yeah, he had like an instant joke for everything.
You know it. The math you're talking about is just speed.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's the same thing though.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. Just checking. Not crystal meth, which is quite different.
Oh yeah, well yeah, they weren't like smoking crystal
Weren't
meth
smoking
out of like
what?
a pipe and stuff like that. The doctor was giving it to him Michael Jackson style. Where the doctor was actually prescribing him that meth and shit. And they all thought it was a super drug, like it was making them powerful and shit.
They just found
Yeah, but
55 million methamphetamine tablets in Laos, making it Asia's largest drug bust.
Nice.
You said they found what?
55 million methamphetamine tablets.
They
I thought
just
that
give
stuff
them
was
out
all
to kids
homegrown.
here.
That's like $1 billion or so. I don't know how much meth tablets go for, but I'm guessing that's like hundreds of millions of dollars right there.
Well,
If you got
I didn't know the
ADHD or
tablets-
something like that, you get prescription for it here.
Yeah, well, ADHD is one of the only. This is true. It's one of the only psychological disorders that can actually be treated with medication. Like most medications, most psychological disorders probably should not be treated with medication. But they do it anyways, especially depressive ones like that. But ADHD is one of the only ones that it's a chronic sort of disorder, and it actually can be improved with Adderall and stuff like that. So I mean, I'm all for that. No, I mean honestly.
Oh,
That's
no
what the
doubt.
doctors say,
You
at
could
least.
do something with some chemical. Yeah, sure.
Yeah. But I mean, most of the other disorders, though, I don't think they should be treating them with, especially like I said, depressive ones and stuff like that. It's real dangerous, actually. SRIs or whatever. Real dangerous, actually. Playing the harmonica, Merle?
Guitar.
Oh, okay. You know Flight of the Conchords?
They're great. Fuck, they're funny.
I can play that one song, Most Beautiful Girl in the Room. I can play that on guitar. That's about the only song you can play. Yeah, I like Flight of the Conchords.
Anything I can play on the guitar is Wild Thing by the Trogs. 3 chords.
Well, I also learned "Hurt," the Johnny Cash one, because I don't play with the pick. I just play with my finger or whatever. But that song's that song's a good one.
I
You
love
play
that
like
song.
the finger pick.
I like the Nine Inch Nails version better, but I like the Johnny Hurt.
You like the Nine Inch Nails version better?
Oh yeah.
What the fuck? Have you heard that one song, Patience, by Guns N' Roses, and later Chris Cornell did it?
No.
You probably like the Guns N' Roses version better, huh?
No, I love the Johnny Cash version. I mean, don't get me wrong, it is one of the best covers ever. But you know, Trent Reznor is a god.
Slightly biased, maybe.
Possibly, yeah.
I don't know, man. I've never heard anybody say something as stupid as that.
Oh, come on, Kosho, don't you ever listen to yourself?
Touche.
Burn.
Touche. But really, Johnny Cash version is way better, man.
Depends on your taste, boys. Each to their own.
I can sing the Johnny Cash version better.
No doubt.
That's my cue.
But if you want a really good song by Nine Inch Nails, just look at the lyrics for Closer. Classic. God, it has been a busy week. That's an open string. Your guitar needs tuning really badly.
I was about to ask what pedal you're running that through, Mel.
For the metal.
Where's all that helium, DeMarc? Haven't heard about helium stories for a while.
It's up, up and away in my beautiful balloon.
Have you built your platform yet? Where you get to just walk off into space?
I can't contain it.
Yeah, it's pretty hard. Tends to want to just leak through everything.
Well, depending on what pressure you put it under.
No, pretty much any pressure. It's very, very small. So it kind of leaks through stuff. It's hard to see.
That's what I said, depending on what pressure you put it under.
I suppose if you had a vacuum of helium,
Yes.
then I'd agree.
See, but do we ever really have a vacuum?
Not a true one.
I think we have the reaction from one medium to the next. But is that a vacuum or just the reaction of?
We have a bit of a problem with perfection as fallible human beings.
If we could ever create a vacuum, I believe we'd have the 0 point energy that we're all after.
We do have a vacuum. We can create a vacuum. But it's not necessarily the vacuum that you're looking for. It's the vacuum nature gives you. Water and air, that's a perfect vacuum. When you go from one to the other, it's a vacuum. If you go from oil to water, they act like vacuums to each other. If you go from hot to cold, they act like vacuums to each other. High to low acts like vacuum. Current, ground, positive, they act like vacuums. Magnetism, in a way, the reaction.
You do realize that a perfect vacuum is there are no gaseous particles at all.
In your model, in your
No,
story, yeah.
Yeah, in his story, yeah. Not on the flat Earth
Just
story.
by the definition of how we were invoking it with helium. You know, I'm assuming we're talking about
Well, how could
gases
you
and
get
the
a
interaction
vacuum
with gas.
without a gas or a liquid or something being a differential from a next thing?
Because it's just nothing,
No. Listen to what I
or as
said.
near to nothing as we
No, it's
get.
not. A vacuum can't be nothing. It's a vacuum. Therefore, not nothing. So listen, when you go from one medium to a next, you get a reaction. That's not a vacuum. It's just a fucking reaction, man. Get it straight. When I take a
Jeez,
spoon that's empty, it has air in it. It's empty. I drop this big empty spoon into the water. What happens? The water goes and fills that space like a fucking perfect vacuum. It's not a perfect vacuum, but it's acting like that at the time being until it fills the available space. So if you can keep that reaction going like a dipper going down and out, down and out, down and out with the helium, you can get a reaction in it. If you can keep the helium a certain temperature while you're spinning it, you get a centrifuge, you get a temperature, and you can add voltage, and you get another reaction.
So a vacuum is a reaction.
Yes, sir. You heard it here first.
I certainly did.
Well, I think for myself, I don't have to like read other books to like be able to use my brain. You know what I mean? Once I got past a certain grade, I could be like, damn, all these things that I read, I can put that to the test with my own thoughts.
How did you learn to read?
Huh? Very
How did
carefully.
you learn to? Did you use books to do that?
Huh? My teacher showed me Sesame Street.
Good morning, Travis. Hello, Reconor. Morning to you as
Hey,
well.
what up? Sesame Street was a pretty good teacher. My teacher just turned on Sesame Street and went out of the class. That's all I ever noticed. When I was young, you know, until you get to the older classes. And I had this one cool old teacher that was, she was an old lady. She was pretty badass. She taught us shit she wasn't supposed to.
About the Holocaust.
No, about electricity and magnetism.
I know, I'm just playing.
Yeah, she was like a 60-year-old lady, and she brought in some electrical things,
Oh, cool.
some lights, and she had us working with some shit. And the teacher, the other people got mad at her. Told her she shouldn't have brought that
Doing the
shit.
devil's work.
That's pretty weird.
She's a witch.
Ain't gonna have none of that fangled science in my class. I do think they do teach kids badly, though. I have to say.
It's a problem of having a curriculum, though, isn't it? Like curriculum sort of, it doesn't really enable, it sort of hinders good teachers almost as much as it sort of creates a standard for bad teachers. Like by having to teach to a curriculum, you're kind of limited as a good teacher, but at least your teacher can't be too shit.
I went to a really weird. My primary school was a really weird school, and there was so much about critical thinking. You know, I learnt Latin and Greek when I was like 6. Badly, I don't speak much of it now, but you know, French as well. Languages were important. History was important. Critical thinking was important. And that was taught alongside your sort of normal ABCs and, you know, numbers and that kind of thing.
Nice.
Yeah, it was a good school. My middle school was much more standard curriculum. But I never forgot my lessons in early life. I smoked, but I did not inhale.
That's not bad, man. Not bad at all over the internet. Sounds pretty good.
Ah, thank you. All the way from Little Rock. Yeah, I can't do it for long. I can only do the one phrase. I liked it when Rene was about. I could do his voice pretty well.
I could picture the moist cigar, so it was pretty good.
You ain't a glow Boris. Look at this perfectly flat, stationary world. Said I need to hear his voice again because then I've got a bit more of the Latin twang in there. The only decent impression I can do is from a guy from sort of like the 1940s, 50s black and white cinema. So it's in things like the Maltese Falcon and Casablanca and that kind of thing. It's Peter Lorre. Said, "Stop it! You're hurting me." Ooh.
Must be about that time. Foolish decisions. Have you made any of those lately?
Oh yeah.
Well, they say a wise man learns from his mistakes, but a wiser man learns by watching other people's.
So what do you think about the reaction from one medium to the next? So you got a gas and another gas that wants to divide themselves, right? Put one object from one.
Always takes energy. Always takes energy.
I agree with that.
Yeah, but how can well when you say it's nothing for a vacuum, how can that doesn't even really, it's a conundrum in itself. Like how can it be nothing?
Well, it's the absence of something as the attribute we assign to it, isn't it?
How do you have a reaction from the absence? How you have a reaction from nothing?
Yeah, well, show me that reaction.
Show me that nothing.
Yeah, no, I'm saying, what do you mean by a reaction?
What do you mean by nothing?
Okay, fine. That's where we.
Okay, that's where we both stay. You know what I mean? That's where we have to stay. Like there is no nothing you can show me, so I can't show you that reaction.
Well, what we can do is we can approximate as near as we can get to a vacuum.
I can
very,
do.
very low pressure.
All I can do is show you.
But that's just air. That's
Air.
just a
Water.
space that's removed of air. That's not nothing. That's literally just air. That's all you're taking out in a vacuum here. So it's not nothing. You're assuming maybe that there's nothing else, but there is.
Exactly. It has to be something for you to get a reaction off of. Now do you understand, foolish? For you to get the thing that you call the action or attribute or reaction of vacuum effect, something has to be pulling or pushing on something else, therefore not being nothing. You can't have nothing pulling or pushing. It doesn't work that way. So if I have a little vacuum chamber, no, listen, if I have a little vacuum chamber, what's creating that vacuum chamber? The force on the outside of that motherfucker pulling the shit from the inside out. That's a reaction. There's something going on there. It's not nothing. What do you mean? And it also controls the potential. You get a voltage from that. So if scientists understood it a little better, maybe they'd be farther in space travel. They'd get through their jelly, but they can't get through their space jelly when they think it's nothing.
All those books were burnt, mate. All those books were burnt.
Well, when you talk about the way helium is, if it's helium up there, then what does that mean? It's jelly helium. It can go through things, in things, out of things, around things. It can be absorbed into everything at the same time as passing through and being freely going around, but at the same time as being absorbed and going in. Like, huh?
But
It's
you're
more
talking
like
about
lube helium.
Right. So if you punch it, it can go into your fist and still be around your fist, but inside your fist, in your nerves and in you.
no, it'd be
Yeah,
so
like
cold that
KY helium.
it'd be so cold, Demok, that my fist probably would shatter.
But
Not when I hit it, but there's, to the point where I've now basically
so yes, it would flow
had
through
so
you.
much heat come off my hand that I'd
Right.
have real problems. My blood would
Because the super
freeze.
high rate of vibration and the rate that the helium would be releasing in, out, around, and through you, it would release all your fucking radiant heat. Exactly.
No, it's not releasing my radiant heat. It's
Well, how do you call
transfer.
that nothing? How's that a
I don't
nothing?
call that nothing.
Okay, there we go.
That's not a vacuum, though, is it?
Well, it certainly must be. Where's helium going?
Helium's not going anywhere. We're transferring
Not
energy
going anywhere.
from my hand to something that has a lot less energy. Things
If I
go
put
from hot
helium
to
in the balloon,
cold.
it
That's what
goes.
we observe. Demok?
No, we observe helium go from where I'm at to up somewhere. Where does it go?
What the dome's made out of.
It's jelly helium. It's a helium dome. Could be.
Dome's made out of helium now.
Could be. It would make more sense. Helium, nitrogen, and argon, and hydrogen.
And I challenge anybody to prove
All
me
mixed.
wrong.
It's all mixed. It's those four. Might even be one more. Well,
That
those
would make Operation Fishbowl a bit more meaningful
those
if they
four
thought up there was hydrogen, helium.
those four make up element
And
115.
harvest it.
Helium, nitrogen,
Ignite it.
hydrogen, and argon. It's not enough. You can't ignite it. It's too much percent of helium. Helium, hydrogen, argon, and nitrogen, and one more thing. All those four things make up one more thing, one more element that's not on your chart.
Well, how can an element be made of other elements?
What? How can dirt be mixed to a mud ball? I don't know.
No. How can an element by definition
Well, I can
is
take sand and
one
dirt and
thing?
cement and mix those elements of sand and dirt and mud and cement, and they go together. I can mix them pretty good.
So you're just going to ignore the question. That's cool.
Well, you're just going to ignore what I said. That's cool.
No, I'm not ignoring what you said. I'm waiting for you
I
to
can
actually
mix
address
them
the point.
together, pour them in a
I'll
bucket.
complete one.
Pour them in a bucket where we have trouble mixing.
Yeah, puddles on the surface of an aeroplane.
Super glue a pebble on there.
Monkeys throwing shit.
Baking soda.
Yeah, well, the monkey throwing the shit will stick, and if he throws enough shit, it will become a castle.
I think the monkey throwing shit sticking would be depending on the fluidity of the shit itself. If it's very dry, it'll bounce.
Shit's gonna stick.
Not dry shit.
If it's too dry, the monkey's got some fucking issue.
Is it true though that it will become a castle?
It'll become something. It'll be a pile of shit so big if he keeps throwing it. You see what I'm saying? They just keep doing it. It'll be something. It'll build, right? I mean, clearly.
It's a pretty shitty castle.
True.
I
But
get you.
nonetheless.
I guess that's got to be the opposite of the Great Pyramid is the shit pyramid.
Sure.
Had a couple of jobs that would describe quite well.
Well, the Great Pyramid was obviously built by Khufu, and the shit pyramid is obviously made of poo-poo.
Oh, God.
Pyramid number 2.
I should have never
Like
laughed at your method actor joke.
It was a bad call. Anyway, just for the sheer enjoyment of everybody else, I've got to go because I've got meetings to do. Catch you later, guys.
See you later.
Yeah, you did good, dress.
Eat grass.
Play us a song, Mel. Come on.
Play us a song, you're the piano man.
Pull out some Jimi Hendrix, mate. We know
You know
you're
who's really
listening,
good at
Mel.
guitar? I think Mr. Reality's great, dude. He wrote a song for one of the, I gave him this evidence one time about like as crow flies evidence. Jeremy said that it would be damning for the flat Earth if this evidence came out. It came out, and Jeremy left for a day. But Mr. Reality, he actually wrote a song about it, and it was one of the greatest songs I think I've heard in a long time. Well, the greatest guitar. It was great. I mean, I was impressed a lot. I mean, I'll see if I can find it. Even Curve hates Mr. Reality, and even him, he said, "Wow." He's like, "I got to give you credit, man. That's good stuff."
Nice. Yeah, Jeremy, you still
Credit
here?
where credit's due, mate.
I wanted to hear about that, the flatline measurements and what his thoughts were about it.
I'm a little busy right now, but maybe in a little while. I still got to bring it to my people. I've been waiting for Brandon to come back on, and we're gonna get this shit all straightened out. I don't know why you
What's
guys don't
happened?
just bring it up. I don't know why you guys just don't bring it up all the time. Like that seems like a good piece of
Because
globe
only
proof.
Mr. Reality is the only person. Mr. Reality is the only person who's responded to it in an honest way. You did a pre-honest thing. That was pretty cool. What you did before it was shown to you, because you said it would definitely be damning for the flat Earth, and you know, it would turn people flat earthers into globers, and if it were true, and there'd be no argument for it. And then you disappeared for 2 days. I was like, oh, okay, but I don't know what happened.
What are we talking about?
If you get 4 places, right, far enough apart, and then you draw 6 lines between them, so every point is connected to every other point, it will geometrically add up. But
No, it's not true.
right, I guess it's not true.
How could it be?
I mean, distances are what distances are.
Yeah, cool
I'm a
story.
set distance from Newcastle, and Newcastle's a set distance from Melbourne. Melbourne's a set distance from Perth, and Newcastle's also a distance from Perth. That says something to me.
Does that give you a shape of a sphere?
Well, I know it seems you don't know what the measurement is, but are sure that it's wrong. So I guess there's not really much point
It
having a
seems you don't even know what you're talking about. You just said a whole bunch of dog shit about putting 6 points somewhere and then knowing the shape from the 6 points you put. Show us.
Yeah, well, you'll see that it
Show us
does
you
add
do
up.
it live. Can you show us you doing it? Put 6 points, and then we know the shape from the 6 points. You just put 6 points somewhere in the air. So you put 6 points on a piece of paper like a dot to dot.
Hey, Demo, take a breath for me, bro. I'm not trying to have an argument. I was just trying to describe what was doing.
Well, then describe it to us. Show us.
I did.
I haven't seen anything.
Cool. Yeah.
I haven't seen you put 6 dots anywhere and show us anything.
Cool. Yeah.
Thanks for the ignorance.
Thank you. Yep,
you made us all dumber.
Sweet story, bro. Fucking the flatulent.
So what's the premise?
He can put 6 dots and then you'll know the shape, no matter what. No matter where he puts the 6 dots at, you'll know whether it's a sphere, a decahedron, a dodeca, fucking teca malaka, a chicka chaka chodron, or a pyramid, or a cube, or an isosceles triangle. You'll know everything about everything from 6 dots.
4 dots. Not even getting it right, bro. No,
Doesn't matter to me. Hey, listen, it wasn't my argument. I don't care. It's
I
still
know,
dog
and you're
shit.
getting it wrong.
It's
You're
still
showing it wrong,
you're
but you don't
wrong.
understand it. You're so
You're
difficult.
we fucking tard.
Ah.
Have you shown
I
us
don't
anything?
understand it, but I know that it's wrong.
I haven't showed shit. I'm a dumbass fucking retard who keeps talking out his ass with no presentation.
I'm so glad you've said that. That's absolutely what I think you are. Yes.
No, that's what you are, fucking retard. Where's your 4 points at?
Hey, let's not do the personal attack thing, please.
So where are the 4 points at that we can all see the shape from that you showed us?
You can pick your own ones. You just need to
Oh, I
decide.
can pick it. We can all do this from you, and you can show us. But what now? You know all about the stuff that you're not doing. That's cool of you.
Yeah.
So this is the age-old geometric thing, is it, where the lines are longer on the sphere than they are on a plane? Yeah.
Yeah, you just try to map. You make a geometric shape out of it, and you'll be able to make a sort of 4-sided thing, and then you'll have one diagonal that will fit, and then when you get to that last diagonal, it won't fit. And one of the cool ways the things you can do about it is you can go back and start from a different city, and a different diagonal won't add up. So which is good because it would help you control for, or maybe that distance, that distance from, Sydney to Perth is slightly wrong. Well, you do it the other way round, and then you find the leg to Darwin or something is now out because you've started the maths, drawing that geometric shape from a different place, and then you just add in Earth curve and it snaps into place.
Right, and then other than like GPS verification, what have we got to verify these distances? Has something
So it could be that the distances are out. That would be possible. But that's like, if it's, there's never any way that you can. It's like presuppositionalism.
Not even a distance. Yeah, it's presupposition. It's not even a distance. It's elevation on a ball, isn't it? Because everything's under you. Everything's underneath your feet, so it would be elevation, right? It'd be diagonal elevation, right? Angular elevation on a sphere.
All right, you just let me know when you're done, and I'll answer White's
question.
question.
Well, you let me know when you made some sense with your 4 points that still haven't made any sense yet.
Look, I've got no faith it will make sense to you, Demox, so I'm not super interested in trying to.
Well, so why did you even bring up that you can take 4 dots and show us any shape?
When I come in here, I come here to talk to anybody.
Well, I was waiting for you to put 4 dots down and for everybody to draw their fucking shape.
Oh yeah, you can do it. But to answer your question, Whites, it's a sort of, it becomes a question of like, do you trust known? Known, I guess, is presupposing it. Do you trust distances? Like if we say, as the crow flies, Sydney is X distance from Melbourne. If you don't trust that, there's no point doing it.
Do you trust the distance across the street to your house, to the neighbor's house from your house?
But I think the many different ways you can interrogate that distance or challenge it, and the different
or make it up
you can do to test it could be enough to give you confidence that those distances are right. If you want to do that next step down to go, okay, do we trust these distances? But that's the other thing I was saying about that last diagonal, which is where the missing Earth is will move depending on how you do the maths, which doesn't quite make sense, right? You go, right, Sydney Melbourne works, and Melbourne to Perth doesn't, but then Darwin does, so which wouldn't make sense unless the Earth is changing its shape depending on you sitting on your chair doing maths.
So you can guesstimate a guesstimation about a guesstimated calculated calculation of a guesstimation, and that leaves you with what?
A sphere.
Oh, okay, yeah. Sphere time, boys. Go eat your pie.
Like, do you think the distances are wrong? When they say this is how far Sydney is from Melbourne,
I think
how much do you
everything
reckon
you
they might
say
be out by?
about your imaginary sphere is wrong. Everything you've ever said about anything that you said, pretty much 80% of it's wrong. If it has to do with the sphere.
I do believe, and it's only through anecdotal evidence, that the width of Australia is much wider than it is on the maps. Yes. So I personally have that opinion, but It's only anecdotal from people traveling across.
Okay. And what about the height?
The what? The height?
Like sort of north-south is the same, but east-west is longer?
No. As far as I know of, I haven't heard anything similar. North-south, and I have east-west, no, or west-east, you know. Yeah, like I've said the whole time, the longitudinal lines are accurate, but the latitudinal ones are the ones that aren't quite right, south of the equator. In my mind.
Interesting. What makes you think that? What makes you think it's wider?
Well, I mean, GPS, obviously, you know, Google Maps runs through GPS, and if you calculate your distance, it's not going as the crow flies. It takes you along the roads, and you can verify that. So the distance, even on the roads, shouldn't be that far out. But I've heard enough anecdotal evidence from family that do regular trips, not since COVID, of course, that it's always much further than it ever is. And they're always, you know, taking direct line. They're not going off the beaten path. So, and that's always just piqued my interest, because why would that be the case? So, anyway, I'm yet to do that drive myself. I would love to go to WA, though. It's bloody beautiful over there.
Yeah, I've been a few times, but I've only flown.
Especially the coast, fantastic. But yeah, so anyway, that's my little proposal. That it's the latitude south of the equator that's bigger than they say.
And so, what do you then think? Like, because I'm guessing if your family who've done it in road trips have noticed it, do you think like train companies like the Indian Pacific would have spotted that? They've just keep it to themselves or something, I guess.
Well, no, but see, that's there's a speed thing as well, you know, with regards to that. So I don't know what the average speed is of that thing, but I'm sure it can go up and down by a few kilometers, which per hour, which over the distance would change times. But yeah, I'm sure. I mean, just like other industries where people see anomalies, and this isn't even flat Earth related, but just any industry where you might see an anomaly or something, people talk amongst themselves. They might raise it with the boss. The boss might say something, and everyone just keeps quiet about it. You know, like things get spoken about and don't necessarily get put on forums for people to discover.
I guess I just would have thought it'd be like if it's so clear that somebody driving across Australia could notice that. I would have thought, yeah, for a train company, they'd be like, geez, it costs us a lot of fuel to get to Perth. Yet when we go to
or why
it's cheap.
Yep. Exactly. Not cheap, but you know what I mean. There's going to be a discrepancy. People get caught out. It's taken longer. And I suppose if you only do it once or maybe twice, you know, there and back, you may not notice it. But if you do several and it's consistent, that, you know, you try and plan for the next time to make sure that you're not caught out, and you're caught out again because you checked and it should only take this long and it should only be this far at this speed. And, you know, lo and behold, again, you're caught out. It's just interesting.
Yeah, and you don't reckon they'd notice, because like the Indian Pacific train's been running that route with passengers for like since God was born. I don't know, like.
It's possible they have noticed it
years.
and brought it up, and it's just never got anywhere. And they thought, well, at the end of the day, who cares? It's not like we run out of fuel. We've got enough. Just like an airplane, you know, they probably have to carry extra anyway in case they've got to stop somewhere for a while or whatever. Keep everything running. So it's, you know, not necessarily such an anomaly that it would be worldwide news.
Yeah. Yeah. Then I guess the spherical excess or whatever they call it measurements probably wouldn't be compelling to you.
They'd be extremely compelling if the distances could be definitively verified, without a doubt.
I think it'd be more compelling if
it's just that contention.
If you just put 4 dots on paper and then like made everybody draw a shape out of that, an imaginary shape or whatever they thought from 4 dots. I tried to give you 6, but you couldn't do that. So I mean, 4 is what you want, I guess.
You got it wrong.
I think it's the
Let's
lines.
not try and backfill now.
Well, no, you can't even do it with 6, idiot. So let's not backpedal into 4 that you can't use still. You haven't shown anything. I haven't seen you put 4 dots on paper and anybody able to be able to draw whatever shape you had hidden on another piece of paper.
Hey,
That you
Devo,
have hidden.
cool story,
So you draw your story of no, it's your story that you can take 4 points and make any shape out of it and tell what it is. That's your fucking story.
Mel, play us a song.
So can we get
Come on,
you
Mel.
writing a shape, like write a square, a triangle, a pyramid, a sphere, write that down on a piece of paper and turn it away, have it sitting there, and then put 4 dots. And then we should all be able to draw that, idiot.
Purple haze. Mel, purple haze. Go on.
Dem's on one. He's not going to let it go, Harry. You got to concede on the 4 dots, bro.
What do you mean? The
He's
4
just-
dots
I do blame myself.
absolutely makes sense. He doesn't even understand the thing. I don't know what you want me to concede.
When
Mel.
have you done it? Have you done it yet? Where have you put
He's
your
not
4
going to
dots
let
at?
it go.
Where
I
have you
know,
put
because
your
he
4
doesn't
dots?
get it, but he's
Where are your 4
angry
dots?
man because he doesn't
Show us what we don't get.
not getting
Please
things.
explain to us, oh great master dot man.
Working in class.
Master dot.
What about Interstate
master of
Love Song
dots.
by the STP, mate? Can you belt that one out?
His name is Dot Master from now on.
So, Jeremy, what do you think about the idea that we don't know the distances between places?
What do you think about the idea of proving it? Good old demonstration you can't produce. What do you think about that, thinker?
Yeah, come on, Denmark. Where's the helium?
NASA took it all. I can't give you any. I told you it's too hard to handle, too hot to
Like
too hot to
corner
handle,
the
too
market.
cold to hold.
Fucking bastards.
Helium's got all. NASA's got it all, man. They won't give us none.
Do you reckon you could fly to the moon with it?
Well, sure, you can grow stuff with it. You can fly to the moon. Your adrenaline can pump with all kinds of stuff with helium.
Yeah. It's an inert gas, but it doesn't react with anything. But you can grow stuff with it.
Fucking right.
And,
It's
I
inside
don't
the
think
stuff.
you'd be able to get
It's
through it.
reacting inside the weeds. It's making it grow. It is the stuff that's growing. It's the stuff forcing upward.
Bounce into it. You
Hydrogen,
can't get
helium,
through
and
it.
nitrogen. They
You
all
can't
do
get
it.
to the moon. Fucking hell.
Well, I
He
don't
would
know
be
about
that's,
the moon. I'm just
advertising
saying.
that's a
on the
Frank
moon
Sinatra.
if we could
I'm
get to
just
the
saying.
moon.
Well, I mean, I don't know if you can get to the moon. I shouldn't have said that part. I'm just saying helium could make you rise. I'll say that.
Until it stops, that's right, yeah.
Yeah.
Are you sure you're not talking about fizzy lithium drinks?
Equilibrium. Thin
What was
Lizzy.
that from? Willy Wonka?
Yeah, I think that's the stuff that made them go up to Willy Wonka. But
And had to fart to get back down.
that's one of the craziest things though about helium is it has a float point. It's got a point that it floats, and it's pretty consistent. So if you have a helium balloon or some helium, it'll go up to this point and it'll float there. A lot like a basketball at the bottom of a pool. Basketballs have a float point, and it's at the top of the water. Kind of tells you something about floating.
Good on you. Thanks for that.
Well, I mean, it just tells you because people, they sometimes say helium is like magical and everything is held down, but helium is able to withstand this downward force and it goes upward. But it really doesn't when you think about it. It has a flow point and it's being compelled downward. It's just resting on that flow point. Pretty interesting. What is the flow point of helium? Like 20 miles?
But is that the point you mean? So the float point, as I understand what you're saying, is like the point at which it won't keep going up.
Yeah, right. Yeah. Well, yeah. But so yeah, but it's exactly. Well, I used the analogy of the basketball, but it's exactly the same way as basketball. It's the point at which, buoyancy's bringing it up, but
What
it's going to float
analogy
on top of the rest of the air at that point.
for the basketball? You used water, so in this case, helium would be a source of liquid trapped inside, the material of a balloon or whatever, and then the air would be acting as another water, right? And then the helium would like go through the water, like the basketball, right?
In the case of the water, the basketball, we
Yeah,
had a
air
pool
also
of water. Yeah, we had a pool of water. And in the case of helium, we have an
got a pool of
ocean
air.
of air. We have an ocean of air.
Right.
This
So
fluid medium called
So
the air.
doesn't that show you that everything like stacks upon itself like mediums, and then above that medium was another medium just like that? You don't understand
Yeah.
that?
No, yeah, I do understand, but helium is one of the lightest.
But it's not nothing.
So
Hold on. I just want to
it
point out
doesn't
it's
get
not
lighter. It doesn't
nothing,
get much lighter
and
than that.
it's not a vacuum of nothing. It's not nothing. It is another medium stacked upon another medium. Go ahead.
Yeah, but helium's already you're already at the bottom. Helium, and then you got lots of hydrogen.
The idea of what we're calling space, quit stuttering, slow down a little bit. Air is on water, water is on dirt. And then helium resides to a float point where there's helium up there, and then above helium there's something else, right?
Yeah, hydrogen.
So there's layers and stacks of stuff. There's never nothing. There is never a vacuum of nothing. Okay, I'm done.
Well, what's above the hydrogen?
Another layer of something. You have to go there and figure it out, Kosho. You haven't been there yet. I don't think anybody has. Good question. A little bit of voltage, probably. Probably some electrical potential.
Yeah, there's probably a lot of potential up there. But it just seems like because already helium's so light, and the lightest one besides hydrogen, then hydrogen's so light, it seems like there's not really going to be anything floating on top of hydrogen.
Or you could say it's so heavy with potential that it goes up.
Oh, yeah, okay.
What about plasma?
Yeah. Plasma, you say?
Same shit. Another medium. Yes, sir.
I'm just saying, hot solid turns into the less dense water above the, move up a density, go to gases, move up a density, go to plasma.
How long have you guys been in
that's
here
why I
this
called it helium jelly.
You guys
Yeah,
always up
jelly, I like that.
up in here talking this early?
We're all around the world, mate. So define early.
I guess I am on the west coast here, so of California. So yeah, I don't know. It's 6:50 right now.
Yeah, all good. It's getting late where I am, mate.
9 sorry to interrupt for that. 9 p.m. Where the fuck are you?
Which one's PM? AM, PM?
Oh my god! Fucking, you're kidding me! Get out!
You just lost the Globers so many points with that question. Gosh,
You just lost any credibility at all.
That was rad.
Everyone's in the morning.
That's
You were
AM.
joking. I'll
It's
let you-
AM, buddy.
Yeah, you were
AM, AM.
At morning. Past morning.
Oh, that's what that stood for?
No, that's how I
No.
remember it.
I was going to say. Leave it to the Aussie.
Anti-meridian,
that.
post-meridian.
Yeah, I was going to say Meridian, but then I was like, no, I don't bank on it too much.
Okay.
That's funny.
Is
Now
this
I know.
Meridian pretty good looking?
Oh, fuck yeah.
It's a dude.
Hourglass.
Nice.
Not a dude.
Nice.
Coke bottle. All right, I just totally killed your conversation. But go back to your helium and.
No, I think we were at the Monk's in love with helium, and we could talk about it all day. So I mean, I think we were just about done.
What charge does helium have? Is it negative or positive? I can't fucking remember. I think it's positive.
Well, I mean, all elements, would be neutral if they were neutral. But there's something called an alpha particle. An alpha particle or alpha
No.
radiation is actually a helium
No, there'd be
nuclei,
an
which is negative
overall charge.
or
What's the
positive.
charge of helium?
It doesn't
Someone
have
I
tell
mean,
me.
it's
Did you
neutral.
just say radiation with helium?
Yeah, alpha radiation is a helium nuclei, which is positive.
So, like I just told you about everything that's exerted a radiant energy is helium. Thank you. Thank you for
Well, no,
verifying that.
only heavy elements like uranium, they decay, and a lot of times when they decay, they fall into smaller elements, and usually a byproduct is alpha
But listen,
radiation, which is
a byproduct of natural
helium nuclei.
gas is helium, supposedly, right? That's the story,
Well,
right?
that's how
Now
helium's
listen,
created on Earth.
now listen. When
That's
you
the reason why
exert
we have it.
energy, right? You sweat. The sweat that comes out of your body has a certain portion of helium. You are producing helium. Helium is a byproduct of all the plants, all the shit, everything. When you light something
I
up,
don't,
just like coal, it's basically a form of gas. It just
I
needs
don't
to
think
be
that's true,
added
man.
liquid. Right. So it
Wait,
could
what from
also
your
be one
body
of the
turns into
reasons
helium?
things grow. Like plants, you wonder why they grow up.
Yeah, I did always wonder that.
Hydrogen and helium is being produced
Makes sense.
in the chlorophyll, just at little amounts. And when your adrenaline goes, it's a little bit of helium or hydrogen.
I always thought that was radioactive stuff like uranium and radium and all those other things that were unstable and heavy. They break up and helium nuclei is created. And that's where we get all our helium from.
Yeah, but why make the word so complicated? Radioactive, doesn't it just means can absorb or do things with the potential it has? I mean, why put like
I think
crazy ass?
I think it means it emits radiation. Like
Well,
it's
everything
by
does.
just having some in your room. Like if you have uranium in your room, it's gonna emit radiation in your face.
You emit
And
radiation. So does your TV. Everything does.
some things don't.
Well, I mean, every living thing puts off a heat of some sort, some type of something, right? A
But
signature.
most elements beneath 26 iron, iron is the most stable element that there is, and everything above iron is too
Because
unstable, so it's too heavy, and it's got a likeliness of decaying. And the heavier it is, it's
that
got even
iron has
more
a lot of
likeliness of decaying.
potential. It has a potential to do work with the other shit, especially with magnetism.
Iron's supposed to be the most stable. Everything below iron, you get energy when you fuse it together,
You know,
but anything above iron, you do not get energy for fusing it.
the
You get
iron
energy
needle
when
can
you
offset the
decay it.
magnetism, depending on which way it's pointed. And that might have something to do with the pyramids too. Because if you take an object or a certain material and it has enough iron in it, and you put it by a magnet, it's going to shoot the direction of the magnet off. It's going to like offset it. I don't know if that makes
Oh.
sense.
No, yeah, that does, yeah. Okay. So I'm learning lots of stuff, man. PM, AM, magnets, helium. I'm writing this stuff down. Thank you, Demont.
You're teaching me too, Coach.
So that's what we call a symbiotic relationship.
Nathan Oakley's got his live show. Don't you guys want to go over there and join?
Almost never.
Shit,
I'm not
no.
allowed to either.
Let's go crash it. No, I'm just
I get in trouble. I get in trouble every time I go over there. And if I'm even in the audience listening, they will fucking scope me out. And then like Stacy will be in there. And she'll be like, she's like tempting me to talk and stuff. And then I get in trouble for doing that. So I get.
It's all right.
I can't go back to Jim's server for like 3 days because they'll read me out.
Sorry, I get the same shit over there, man. They see me in the room, all of a sudden it's dielectric, incoherent acceleration talk.
You know why that is? It's because Nathan Oakley's show sucks, and he can't get any people on his show, and so he's desperate to have people to argue against and berate.
Yep.
Otherwise, they can pretend to be Glovers. They'll have Arwen pretend to be a Glover, and then they'll just argue with each
Oh
other.
my god! Really? Yes, because I went on there one time because everybody had said it's a bit of an experience. You want to like it's pretty interesting. So I went on, and then somebody sent me a message being like, "We don't go on his show. We boycott it because he's so unpleasant to talk to." I want to teach him.
Yeah, but he's only got so unpleasant to talk to because the questions can never be answered. So that's the progression of where it's at. And then you boycott it because you still can't answer the questions. And that's just a fact. You know, there's no denying that. If you could answer the questions, there wouldn't even be a show. So that's what that is.
Yeah, I mean, sure. I mean, you would say the same thing, right? I asked the question, "Where's your model? Where's your map?" And I don't get an intelligible answer. Doesn't mean I have to be an absolute asshole to you, does it?
Whose model?
Exactly, that kind of thing. That's
Really?
what I'm talking
Okay.
about.
But no one's asking for you. But his show doesn't ask you to ask him a question. He's proposing questions and expecting answers, and they're not coming. So you can't answer the question by then asking your own question. You can start your own show, Harry, and ask those questions and demand those answers.
My point was you can have a question not be answered and not need to turn into an asshole.
Yeah, but that's a progression. So that's him in his personality, and I'm not saying I would do the same. And by all means, boycott it if he's an asshole. But hey, at least answer the question and then boycott it.
Well, I mean, I went on and he didn't even ask me a question. He said, "Why do I think it's a globe?" I said, "Oh, for a variety of reasons." One of the most compelling for me recently was when I asked my dad about it. He said, "Sexton," and then he like he sounded like a school kid. "Oh, Sexton, really?" He was doing, you know, that like voice kids used to do at school. I was like, okay, like we're gonna have a conversation, and then he just like shouted, got like he was legitimately angry, and I'd never spoken to him in my life before. At me for like
he's just
30
got no
minutes,
time.
and then muted me. So I don't. What you're saying doesn't resonate for me really. That he wants answers. I don't think he does.
Yeah, oh, fair enough. Yeah, I'm not sure you mentioned
it. He certainly wasn't asking me anything.
Yeah, fair enough. So that's interesting. So when helium is at a certain pressure of liquid, it actually has a +2 charge. Helium, very interesting.
We need to have helium in our electric cars. Well, hydrium. It's about 3 to 4 different things, which actually make up a whole nother thing. But that's something else entirely.
What up,
hydronium?
Hydrium.
Oh, hydrium.
Yeah.
You guys giving these guys technology? Don't be giving up our flatter technology.
All right.
Goes over their head. The main thing that frustrates me about Oakleys is all the everyone trying to point out all the different fallacies that they think people are bloody doing. That just does my fucking head in. And logic fucking shit. It's like, oh my god, yep. Fair enough, if that's what you want to talk about, but Jesus Christ.
What happened?
Just venting, mate.
Yeah, it's all good, man. I'm here for you.
I missed it. What were you venting about?
Just the fallacy, people going on and trying to point people out for the different fallacies that they're saying, and as well as logic arguments. It just does my head in. It's one of the reasons I don't really listen to anything over there at Nathan Akeley's anymore.
Yeah, it's funny because I do think it's useful, like to be able to spot fallacies is useful, but I think at the same time, fallacies are just a really good way of reasoning. That's why they're so common. Like 9 times out of 10, probably more than that, they'll serve you really well, lead you to the right conclusion. And they're useful because they're a shortcut. Like that's some of what's wrong with them. But like argument from popularity, argumentum ad populum. Like how often is that a really useful strategy for figuring out what's right? Sure, not
Well,
for
no,
all
I think
things, but
no, it's not required. There should be just evidence should speak for itself. Shouldn't need anything else.
right. But I mean, if you're trying to figure out what time it is because all your clocks have stopped or whatever, asking a bunch
Just
of people
choose
and
the
going,
time.
"What do you reckon the time is?" I think is just a useful way to figure out what it is. Sure, it's just flaws with it. You just end up stuck in groupthink, but.
I certainly do join in every now and then, in terms of listening in to, hope that there is something new, being discussed or being talked about, but that hasn't happened for a while now.
I think we should do a Halloween special where everyone assumes someone else's character, and we just kind of role play.
Roleplay. Isn't that something that you're already doing from time to time?
Yeah, I mean, I play the Ken Wheeler role 24/7. So
Yeah.
it's fun to switch it up though.
Apparently the sun fired off a big solar flare. Who's waiting for that to take out their sensitive
Yeah,
electrical devices?
they've been saying that shit. I don't know if you remember the about a week or so ago when they had about 1,800 flights get canceled. They were trying to blame it on some type of a solar activity, but it was actually the pilots. They were trying to pressure the pilots with getting the Miley Cyrus, and they were like, "Fuck this shit." I don't know, man.
Miley Cyrus.
Code word.
Wait, isn't
Code
it?
word.
Isn't that just two different things though? So I thought that I mean that happened too. Yeah, a lot of airlines were doing that for that. You know, what you said, like Hannah Montana thing, but I think also the solar flare, the solar storm, or whatever. I think it was serious business, wasn't it? Because then people see it like for like. Well, yeah, but then people saw like the aurora borealis like super far south, right? Like way further south than normal.
Cray.
Well, 1800s, there was such a huge solar storm that you could see aurora borealis all the way in Texas.
They said that you could see it all the way in New York or something, or you were supposed to be able to.
Wow.
I just played cricket in the backyard.
Just bloody swamp gas, people. Just swamp gas.
Nothing to see here.
Yeah.
It's polarized,
flares.
excited gas
It's serious business.
Yeah,
Man.
from the swamp.
from the polar swamp.
No, cricket.
Swamp thing. You make my heart
Cricket.
sing.
Mm.
Did you fucking get a 6 and out, Mel? 6 and out or what?
Well, what
I
else makes that green color in that aurora borealis?
actually got
color?
hit for 6.
Got hit.
It's argon and like what gases make that green and blue and purple?
Well, I just want to add to the
makes
cricket
you really
talk.
Noble gases.
I'm par none
Noble
on my
gases,
cricket
right?
game.
Isn't it noble? Gas?
Yeah, there's noble ones.
What do you call whore gas?
Hydrogen, helium, argon, radon. There's a couple nobles.
What's the opposite though?
I thought that was just because the it's going through more atmosphere and you got longer wavelengths that are able to. That's the only light that you're seeing. So you end up seeing red and just purple, or not purple, but it's actually it's really just a red and those colors at the end mixing together, pinkish.
So you
That's what I
think
thought the reason
colors?
was.
You think colors are a thing, or do you think colors are a perceived thing?
No, I think they're absolutely a real thing. People always
You
say,
think-
"What if my blue is your purple and my purple's your red?" They're like, well, that'd be interesting if they weren't, distinct things. But yeah, I think colors are very real and distinct, and
All
they
right,
have
fair enough.
individual properties.
Fair enough. What about
The
these?
frequency.
Yeah, exactly. Frequency. What about these gases? These are aurora borealis gases. Like, and do you think that there's a said color, or do you think it's more of an interaction between the light and said frequency within that gas?
Yeah. I think isn't that just because the radiation that's up there, like the type of plasma that's up there, it's having like that, like you're seeing like an electrical reaction with the. It's really just a solar. It's like an electrical storm, really. It's like the solar flares with the plasma that's in the atmosphere. Isn't that what? And then the electrical field or whatever. I didn't think it was light or specific light or something. I thought it was like electrical storm.
Tick, 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 boom.
You playing what's that game called? Dick Duck? The Duck Hunter? I'm not 100% sure though. When I was flying from Amsterdam to Washington, to Seattle though, it was crazy. I could, it was like I was flying through the Aurora Borealis. Like you looked outside, you could see it the entire time.
No
It was
way.
pretty cool. Yeah, it was
Whoa,
like,
dude.
it was pretty cool.
Did you film anything?
No. I mean, I was just there for the journey. I wasn't really. I mean, I guess I should have. It was definitely an experience.
Yeah, that's not a plane flight that happens every day.
I mean, I think they do. I mean, honestly, I think because that's why like I said, I flew from Amsterdam to Seattle, and I think that goes like pretty close to the North Pole. I think they do make flights like that fairly often. I don't know how common it is to see the Aurora Borealis constantly like that, but I kind of figured just because it was constant, I figured that that's just like what everybody experiences when they take that flight. But yeah, I guess I should have. When you see the ISS when it's flying in certain places, you basically see like a constant Aurora Borealis sometimes, depending on where.
That's a bunch of bullshit. That's a bunch of bullshit, mate, and you know that. Fuck. Try and fucking pinpoint that thing with the blue laser while it's going over and look at the live footage. You'll never see it.
I did that last week.
Oh, what? And you watched the live footage and you saw your laser beam. Did you flash around in front of the
No. I wasn't shooting it with a laser beam. I'm saying like I was viewing the ISS and it was like 74 degrees in the sky. It was brighter than Venus. And then I was showing my girlfriend because I had the live footage on my phone. I was showing her the live footage, showed where it was and what it was looking, and it was supposedly over Texas, and I could see it. So, it was pretty
cool. Get yourself a blue laser beam and really impress her and get her to watch the live feed of the footage as it's coming over, and then flash that fucking laser right in the cunt's eyes, and you'll get to see your missus will be like, "Oh wow, you're so good."
What kind of precision would you have to do that? That seems like some insane.
What do you mean?
A team of people did that back. I forget when, but there's still a website up where they reckon they all got out lasers and stuff and shone it as the ISS came over, and there's photos.
I'm sure everyone should be able to verify that themselves. Oh, before the live.
You could do it again now.
You could, but strangely it hasn't, and you can't.
I mean, you whites could now, if it's an important thing.
I don't have a blue laser, and you can't order them, so it's a bit of an issue. You can't get them in Australia.
That's
China. They got lots of them.
Oh shit!
Can you get blue lasers in the US? Is that something you can buy?
Yeah, you could get pretty powerful lasers. I mean, depends on what you say the purpose for. But yeah, I've seen people get some of those powerful lasers.
Hold on, you said you can't buy a blue laser for some reason. I don't understand why. What's the difference in the color of it?
Well, blue lasers.
I'm not sure, but they're just regulated. They're regulated here above a certain milliwatt, which above pointless. You know what I mean?
Yeah, they do that everywhere. You can't buy anything over like 0.05 nanowatts or something on Amazon or something rather.
Nanowatts? That's a fucking new one.
Yeah.
Nanowatts.
It seems like a really small.
That's a very small amount of power.
So yeah, you can't even have a nanowatt. Like what?
People were trying to make planes crash or something with them, weren't they? What was the reason they started?
That That was what they said. I remember watching the news when they talked about that. It was supposedly happened out in Pacoima, which is about an hour from me. And they said that they were shining these green laser pens in the pilot's eyes, and it blinded one of the pilots momentarily and almost caused a wreck. I honestly, guys, I think that was the biggest load of bullshit.
Yeah, sounds like it.
Yeah, laser pointers.
Almost
You
lost
can get
control of the plane.
You can get them on
Sure.
Amazon for really cheap, and they're really cool for like stargazing. If you want to like point stars out and objects out to your friends, comes in handy.
Like the ISS, for instance.
ISS, I don't know about that because that's a manned, supposedly a manned thing, and you might get some type of charge against you.
You'd have a viral video if you could get your blue laser to pop up on the live stream of the ISS. You would go viral. That would pay for all your court fees.
I'm sorry, just a quick question. If I'm pointing a laser at the ISS, how would they find me?
They can they'll triangulate you.
Well, I mean, if you post it online, they'll know who you are.
No,
they're going to be able to find you from pointing at you.
Yeah, they
They
can.
would get upset at you about the ISS. I mean, it's going to be pretty attenuated by then, right? It's not going to be
Yeah.
little laser
And it's not like they're driving it.
across a football stadium, blind you momentarily for across a football stadium. It's not going to do much at however many, hundreds and something kilometers that is.
I took my laser pointer camping one time up into the Sierra National Forest and was stargazing, and we seen some stuff acting abnormal, and I shined my laser on it, and this thing came fucking directly over top of us, flashed this big red flash, and took off.
Love it. I love stories.
I'll never forget that one. That's a true story right there.
I might get a little campfire going. These stories are good.
Check this out. Hold on. This crackhead online did this shit. Hold on. Read this microwave laser. Crazy shit.
I heard the Queen's dead. Is that true? Did the Queen die? The Queen. I heard the Queen was dead.
That would be big news, man. Come on.
Well, no, that's why I'm
Are you
asking.
talking about the UK or Beyonce?
I haven't heard that yet, but that'd be big. That'd be like you just Google anything and then that would just pop up.
Yeah.
Google anything. Flat Earth, the Queen's dead. I love it.
Well, I mean, the flat earthers would immediately have a conspiracy theory about how she'd been killed by Mossad or something. So I
an old lady.
Why?
Like 90-year-old lady.
Fucking ancient.
Because flat earthers have a conspiracy about everything. No news is real.
Shit, interesting.
Oh my.
I don't think it's that no
I'm
news
trying
is
to
real. I
trigger
think
people.
that it's that all news has a narrative,
It's
Harry.
true. So what's the last big event that you think is as the media portrayed it?
So define big
Well,
event, right?
Oh,
yeah,
no,
define big and
something of the order of the Queen of the UK dying.
That's the biggest thing in the world. Can't be that big.
Why would that be big? Do you know how many actual Brits I have talked to that couldn't answer me the simple question that what is the Queen's job in 2016, 17, 18 and so on?
Well, it's not really a job, but who she
People
is.
don't
She's a
know.
figurehead.
They don't even
She's
know why
95.
she's even there.
She's 95 years old.
She's on her way out.
You saying there aren't, Is your supposition that there aren't going to be a bunch of flat earthers who think that it was a conspiracy when she dies?
She's a lizard.
Do you think it'd just be? Do you
Yeah,
think it'd
that
just be
kind of
flat
stuff.
earthers,
She's a
or
lizard.
do you
No,
think
I
there'd
don't
be
think it would
lots
just be.
of different groups? Right, exactly.
No, I don't think it would just be flat earthers.
I think the media themselves will probably have a couple of little journos that are going to take a different type avenue just to get the clicks. You damn well know it. Just like
Sure,
Diana
no,
and everything. They run every aspect if they want to.
Yeah, it's sure.
She
Don't know how
knew
that-
she wrote down how she was going to go. Diana.
Of the conspiracy
course she
theories
did.
I've heard of, that one is absolutely the silliest, that they killed Diana.
She wrote it
Absolutely
down how she was
silliest.
going to go, and that's how she
Oh,
Are
they
you
went.
could have.
kidding me?
They could have been.
Yeah, but
they could have
Mel,
been about
Mel.
to kill her, but like,
According
Just-
to Harry, that would be a conspiracy.
but just chug through. No, they could have been about to kill her. She could have had thoughts that the royal family wanted her dead. But just like
But in
go
the
through
way,
it.
she
Like,
wrote down
put
the
on
way
your-
it would happen. The way
put
it
on
would
your
happen.
Men in
Harry.
Black suit. Sure. So put on your Men in Black suit and go. Let's plan this out. She goes to a nightclub with Dodi Al Fayed. Walk me
Right.
through it. Walk me through the prep.
She died in a
So
tunnel.
she goes to
How
a
do you know what
nightclub.
happened there? Could you tell
She
me?
goes to, okay, and we don't know who's in the car, do we? Or do we?
We do. Dodi Al
Okay.
Fayed, the slightly tipsy driver, and Diana.
And where we lose kind of the visual, isn't it, when they're in the tunnel?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, you walk me through the planning of it, because my understanding is that they were hemmed in on all sides by paparazzi on mopeds. So there is currently a bunch of disorganized, unaffiliated assholes, if you've ever seen paparazzi at work, right? They're not
Yeah.
working
Just
for
for a second,
Reuters
just
or
quickly.
anything like that. They're
Is
just
this
selling.
Is this the
whatever
story
photos
that the
they
media
get.
told you?
That's what I'm trying. I'm inviting you to tell your side of the story, but I don't seem to be getting anywhere. So I'll tell what I understand from my side, and you can tell me what you think happened.
But it's not your
a
side
bit-
though. It's just that's what the media told you.
Sure.
You're
Okay,
just
so tell me
repeating
your
what the
side.
media
You tell
told
me
you,
what
right?
you think. That's what I'm saying. You tell me
No,
what
no,
you
no,
think happened.
no. I've
No,
got no
okay.
idea.
No,
I never said it
no.
was a conspiracy. But you're not giving your side, Harry. You're giving
I
the
think-
side
I
that
think
the
that-
media gave everyone.
Yeah, I think the media got it
Right.
pretty much right. I would be surprised if it's any different.
How would you even know? How could you even verify that? Other than just pure,
Exactly.
I will just take it
Exactly.
from the media.
So
Well,
you're
on
sure
this
that
case-
it's wrong. There's one record.
No, I
and
never
I'm
said I
siding with
assume
that
it's
being
wrong.
right, and you're like,
I'm
how could
asking
you know
how
that?
would you verify it?
Isn't the
personally,
media in this case?
How would you verify
I
it?
didn't say I verified it. I said it's to
Okay,
me
right.
the
No record.
conspiracy case is the
That's the-
silliest.
So it's not your side.
That's
It's
the
the
main
media
thing.
How is
story.
it
There is
silly?
no record.
Isn't the media
There is no
claiming that
record.
the paparazzi killed her, basically, or
My
accidentally
understanding
killed
was
her?
she
She
goes out
wrote
to a
it
nightclub
down.
with the driver and Dodi Al Fayed. I heard you, Mel. I'm not ignoring you. I heard she wrote it
No,
down.
but it's the
Um,
crucial part of the puzzle. You know, how it all happened is
So it's a suggestion
it
that they
happened.
told, as well as all of the improbability that I'll get into in a moment with her crashing in a tunnel, are you suggesting they also somehow let slip that was going to happen and she still went speeding through a tunnel?
No, that it was just an orchestrated event, and she might not even be dead. There's lots of possibilities there.
Okay.
Oh my
Just-
I saw Britney Spears running from the paparazzi. It looked like there were situations where she could have. There's so many people like that who the paparazzis harass, and then they're
Yeah.
having like a kind of breakdown kind of thing that
Yeah.
they breed accidents like
Heath
that.
Ledger.
So I can see
Heath
it both
Ledger.
ways.
Papa,
Like, and-
paparazzi.
like
Lady Gaga.
unless you go, nothing ever happened in the tunnel, which is one of getting into that grand conspiracy stuff. That sure, I'll hear a case for that. It is just like, of the ways you would kill somebody and try to make it look like an accident, are you really going to do it in such a ridiculously chance-ridden way that you're
It's
going
not.
to chase her through a tunnel and hope that her slightly
perfect.
tipsy driver kills himself?
No, but that's all a front, Harry. Like the tunnel's like the bunker where you can do things in
tunnel doesn't
secret,
exist?
right?
No, because there's other motorists and a gang of paparazzi in the tunnel, right?
Yeah,
they're
but
taking
if
photos
they're
of
gonna
it.
say the
Photos of
real
a
story.
corpse.
Yeah, well, fucking hell.
Like
It could be anything.
Mate. Let
right,
me
but
Hey,
it
Harry,
also
illustrate
could
you
be.
with
where do you
this.
Of
think?
Very
the any,
easy.
Where
of
do you
the anything
think?
that could be,
This is very
Mel.
easy.
Don't you think one of the things could be somebody had an accident in a car because their
Princess
driver was
Diana had
slightly
it.
tipsy?
Yeah, well, it
Harry,
could all be real too.
What's the official story, Riding? Do you know
do
the
you?
So my
official
understanding
story
is the
regarding
official story goes
what
something
happened?
like Dodie and Diana go out to a nightclub somewhere, I think in
Mhm.
Kensington. No, sorry, they're in
Who
Paris.
gives a fuck
Somewhere,
what the initial
I don't.
fucking story is? Oh my god, who gives a shit what the story is? We all heard it years ago. Who
I was
cares?
just
There's no
asked
way
what
to
the story
verify
was,
it.
you cranky
Man.
gentleman.
No,
My understanding is the
rubbish.
story is they go out to a club somewhere. I think they're in Paris. Yeah, of course, it happens in a tunnel in Paris.
Here we
Mhm.
go.
Where they're
Fucking half an
drinking,
hour about Diana now. Great.
and they're drinking with their driver, right? Because the driver isn't just
Oh,
like a
were
sort of
they?
chauffeur.
Were you
He's-
there? Is the driver
Oh
your
my
brother,
God.
Harry? Did he
Fucking
tell
settle
you?
down, Lights. I was asked what the
Oh,
official
just
story
stop,
is.
mate. You got no
Can you not
idea
that in like every
what
5
the
seconds,
story
man?
is.
How old are you? Or are you
He's
drunk or
Fuck.
getting
something
a
like
bit
this?
triggered or something. You okay? You on the piss tonight or something, mate? What's up?
Not at all, mate. But really, if we're going to talk about
Maybe
Diana
you
and
should
leading up
have
to
a
her
drink,
death,
take a breath.
and you
I was
somehow
asked what
know
the official
all the
story was,
details.
and I'm giving it
Fucking
to the
hell.
best of my recollection. If it
What do you
bothers
think? What do
so
you
much,
think all the
maybe.
paparazzi do with all the other
Fucking
incriminating photos they get 24/7?
Sell
Where do you
them,
think
same
they
as
go?
always do.
They sell them
Um,
on. So if there were dodgy photos in that tunnel, they would have just sold them instead of releasing them to the public. So there
I
you go. You just
believe
answered
there
your own
was something
question.
about one of the paparazzi did take a photo of the corpse, and then there was a kind of
Oh,
media
you
blackout, and where they
believe?
went. Do you not want me
That
to speak? What is going on at the moment? Like I
you
keep getting
can
halfway
speak,
through a
mate.
sentence,
I've just
and
got
then you
no
like,
interest in hearing what you've got to say, to be honest, about this.
All right,
okay,
settle down. Let's let
but
everyone finish.
I
Hold
was
on a second.
asked to
Hold on a
answer, and
second,
now you're
please.
All
going.
right, all right.
Hey,
Can we
Oh,
quickly vote?
guys,
Can we quickly vote?
guys,
Who wants to hear about
guys.
Diana?
All right, I'm gonna. Can you guys hear me?
yeah, I can hear you.
All right, then shut the fuck up. Let's let everyone
Yeah,
finish their sentences,
Harry.
please. Come on, guys.
Thank you.
All right.
So
Can we make a
they
vote
were
then?
drinking and
So they were drinking in the club, and there was huge amount of media attention around it because it was I think relatively soon after she went public that she was seeing Dodie. Then the paparazzi start haranguing them from outside the club, and they jump in whatever car, I don't know, some fancy Beamer, I don't know, and start driving through the tunnel.
You fucking know.
And apparently, like some of the suggestion was that it was virtually like a bit of a sort of game, like they were sort of racing the paparazzi to get away from them, and that they lost control in the tunnel and plowed into one of the pillars and bounced off a wall or something like this, and died at the scene. Now, I could easily believe that somebody could be murdered, but I just don't. I just think all of the ways you do it, if I was trying to kill somebody, high on my list of what I would want to do is nail down all of the variables. And public road on a busy night with paparazzi everywhere is just so many, and drunk, like, is the driver in on it? He's committing suicide in a tunnel in a way that might not have killed her. Like, it's just not how I
let
go
me
about.
ask you then. Let me ask you then. The paparazzi were there for Diana and the prince, right? They weren't there for the
That's my
driver,
understanding.
right?
Yeah.
That's for sure. That's for sure that the driver wasn't under frustration regarding the paparazzi at all because he wasn't gonna be on the photos and he's not the fame that they were looking for, right? So why would
Yeah,
he
but I mean,
drive at 70
His
miles
boss
per hour
is
at a
saying drive
30?
faster.
Let me
yeah,
finish my sentence because
sure,
this is
go
the
for it.
very interesting part. That he
I
was
think I should
driving
become
at
a
70
moderator in this
miles per
server.
hour,
I think it's a bad idea.
70 miles per hour at a
Mhm.
30 mile per hour area. So more than double
Yeah, going crazy
the
fast. That was
speed
my
he was
understanding.
going.
Yeah.
Why would the driver do that in the first place?
Because he's the driver to one of the richest men on the planet, and is being told by that richest man on the planet and his girlfriend to drive faster and he's a little bit pissed. Have you never broken the speed limit?
So he was endangering his employer, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah, I was just doing that
My
just now to
understanding is
take
they
this
were
chick
doing
to.
it up to.
Go ahead,
Kosho,
Mr. Harry.
but you are doing it for yourself. You are
No, I
driving
wasn't.
your
I
own
had a
car.
passenger
That's what
in
I'm
my
telling
car.
you.
I had a passenger in the car. They were late for work, and I was rushing. And I was in front of a cop. Even I was going very
By how
fast
much?
in the school zone.
By how much did you step on the
I was
gas
going like
more?
50
By how
to
much?
20.
20%.
Is your,
That's what
is
I'm
your,
talking about. Exactly my point.
what's up? Is your incredulity that somebody would drive, like a chauffeur would break the speed limit with their passenger in the car?
No, sorry. It's not just the breaking of the speed limit. It's going more than double of the speed limit. That's way
Right.
out there. That's
Sure.
outrageous.
So,
Not
yeah,
for Harry.
that doesn't seem that strange to me. No, I mean, fuck.
See?
Particularly because I went through France and I bombed it. I got up to the first time ever I got up to 200 kilometers an hour because on my British license I worked out as soon as I got there that they don't have a reciprocal arrangement. So the rule is if you're on a British license and you get caught in France, the cops stop you and they march you to a ATM and you pay the fine there, but there's no loss of license, no points, nothing like that. So yeah, I was flogging it. I was on a road that would have been 100 kilometers an hour and I was doing double that.
Do you reckon the chauffeur was in the same position as you, Harry?
No, I think he was I was doing it for
No.
fun, but if my job depended on it, I would probably be more willing to do it. And if I was a little bit pissed, probably also more willing to do it.
So I was doing 50 and a 20
You are
in front of a cop.
Your own employer would be.
You're just fucking reckless, man.
Wow. Wow.
Okay, I'm glad to hear you guys don't speak, but is that the most incredible part of the story to you, that he was doing 70 in a 20 zone when from I believe it was the when they were interviewed later, the paparazzi.
Yeah, this is what we
were
call
saying
intention.
that he was
At that
cheating
point,
his driver
this
up
is
to.
what we call intention. I can have a knife in my hand, but it doesn't mean I'm gonna stab anybody just because I'm cutting up a tomato. But if I am moving towards you with that, then it becomes an intention, a clear intention towards something.
Excellent. Okay, so tell me a bit about the intention then. Was his intention to kill? I think he didn't end up killing himself, did he? I think he's still alive, but like in a wheelchair or something. I don't know. I don't know those details. But do you think it was his intention to crash and kill the passengers in the back seat and himself, or instead of himself?
No, I'm telling you that the story doesn't really make sense altogether.
Yeah, I'm trying to interrogate your side of the story, though, to make sense of that. When you're talking about intention, what do you propose his intention was? So he's doing 70 in a 20 zone. He intends on killing himself now?
That's what I'm
Is that
telling
the intent?
I just you are still stuck on the first part that I was talking about, and I just told you that in my opinion this is altogether a bogus story, because this kind of intention would interfere in a person who is working for the prince of I don't know what. He was a prince of what?
No, he's not. He wasn't a prince. That was some of the whole suggestion why they wanted to kill her. He was just a son of a Saudi, billionaire who had just bought
Egyptian billionaire. Yeah, Egyptian billionaire.
Yeah, Egyptian was it? Yeah, sure. So what are you claiming the intent was?
No intent.
What do you think
from
is
the
most
driver's part? There is no intent. The whole story is bogus as fuck. They did something in the tunnel and then made it look like if it was a car accident. That's it.
Okay. So the driver goes driving into the tunnel. Walk me through it. He goes driving into the tunnel. Then they stop the car safely and he gets out. Is that the suggestion?
Well, the crucial part would be, of course, because they do have photos, right? After the fact. So the crucial part would be, when did the driver enter the tunnel, and from that moment, how much time has been gone by up towards the first photo was taken.
Okay.
Because if it's 1 hour, then they could do anything in that 1 hour. They can kill everybody that they want and then crash the car and make it look like a car accident, for example.
Well, they can't do anything, right? I mean, if they're going to kill everybody at the scene, including any of the paparazzi or anybody in the opposite lane, because my understanding is it was divided. They hit one of the pillar dividers in the tunnel between the to opposing lanes of traffic. So that's a lot of people to kill. Did they bring vans? Where are these death squads? How do they get in the tunnel? Like it hasn't really solved any questions for me.
Come on, Harry, enough.
The question I've got is, like, I still don't have a reasonable story from your side as to what happened, aside from they could have done anything if they had an hour.
I just told you one.
On the other side, it's the possibility somebody had a car accident. Somebody drunk had a car accident. Like, that doesn't seem that strange to me. Whereas this story,
Of
you're
course
telling
it's a
seems
possibility.
really strange.
Sorry, only Diana died, right? In the supposed car accident.
Didn't Dodie die as well? I think Dodie died, but just nobody really cared. I don't know. I'm on my headset at the moment. Otherwise, I'd Google.
Yeah, Dodie died as well.
Yeah, right.
They died also.
And did the chauffeur die? Because I had a vague feeling he survived.
I don't think he did. I think he survived. Yeah.
That's awful.
You and your vague feelings. Pretty accurate.
Though I'm looking it up, everyone
At
died.
least my vague feelings.
3 persons died. 3 persons died. Dodie Fade, Diana, and Harry Paul. And there was another person.
We're talking about Diana?
Rhys Jones.
Yeah, for some fucking reason.
Yeah, well,
Okay,
I think it's a good topic. I think it didn't get enough. I don't think it got enough talking about. I don't think it was an accident. I think it was all intentional. I think she had pertinent information that she was going to expose, and this was a way to silence that exposure.
Ooh, burn, Harry, burn.
Is that a burn, is it?
Well, you're all for the mainstream narrative, and how could it be any
but
other
that was
way?
just somebody opining. I mean, I mean, cool, we can talk about theories, but it seemed you got upset that I was giving my best recollection, and that seemed to be just spitballing.
No,
and you got
I'm
upset
not
that I
upset,
gave my
but the
recollection, and then you
No,
called
no,
that a
no,
burn.
look.
Are you okay, mate?
Princess Di was an example of the conversation we were having prior, right? About mainstream media things. It was just an example. We weren't supposed to go off on a tangent and fucking talk about it in depth. It was one example of
That's a good
Yeah, Harry. You banged on about.
But anyway,
for about half an hour.
fuck, I reckon you can keep going though if you want, mate. You seem very
Wasn't it
interested.
true?
Oh, then I'm sorry.
Wasn't it true
I
that Michael
didn't know
Jackson?
that story.
Did Michael Jackson write a song about her, like about the conspiracy, the Dirty Diana?
No. Let's talk about the media lying.
Dice
That's a better topic.
came
Way
in
better
so
topic.
well then. That was
That's a way
awesome.
better topic. How media lies. That's a very good topic, by the way.
Yeah, his nose was modelled on hers.
So what you don't want to talk about it anymore? White Earth.
What, how media lies?
What's your name?
Sure, yeah, I'm somewhat acquainted with how the media lies. I've, in some ways, been in the media in a variety of different ways. Been on the news a couple of times, been in a bunch of reality shows, a couple of documentaries, actor in film and TV.
It's all make believe, Harry.
I don't have much, like, for the scale of make believe that I hear in here. No, I don't think there's very good evidence for that.
Were you on Big Brother, Harry?
Bullshit.
What season of Big Brother were you on?
Mate.
But there's a lot that's like constructed or tidied or sort of. There's certainly a lot of work done to make a sort of compelling, tellable story, but to sort of.
Harry
Where
was
on
in the
earth
Indian
were you,
version
Harry?
of Big Brother.
I grew up on Earth as well, mate.
Was your nickname
Harry,
the Has?
you know, Young Talent Time, Johnny Young.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I my mum knew him, like his kids and me. Like he had 2 daughters, and like he took me and her into Channel 10 one day, like Danny Minogue and Tina Arena and all the gang.
Awesome.
So I mean, I've seen it too, like behind the scenes of the TV set.
What would you say is the most egregious make-believe sort of false narrative that you saw?
Port Arthur.
Just that it's possible to when I was amazed. Like, say when you're on one side of the screen looking into the TV, the studio looks quite big. But when you're actually there, like the audience it's not big. It's actually quite small. And you can, and it is. That's when I started to realize, like, wow. And there were sets, and you could change the set, and there'd be a different camera angle, and I was like, oh wow, behind the scenes. And it just made me realize, like, you could construct whatever you want. Reality is manufactured. I mean, that's
Right.
what this
I mean,
sort of starts to teach you.
yeah, I think I'd agree with that. Like, I certainly think, but that's about the level that I think that most of it happens at. That this looks like a real person's house, but it's in fact a set, or it looks bigger or smaller than it really is, or it looks like these things happen 20 minutes apart when in fact it was 5 days apart, or something like that. Like, there's a lot of dishonesty you can do, but like, that kind of stuff, like editing, or one that they do quite often is like they'll cut away from somebody while they're talking so that they can hide an edit in their speech and make it look like it's all one thing. Or they did that to me when I was a wedding planner, and they go, oh, this guy, he reckons he does like, training on communication skills, but he's also a wedding planner. Let's see. And then the voiceover is like taking the piss out of me, and it goes like, let's see how Harry's skills are. Now I'm calming down this bride because I had this Indian bride who is neurotic. And in reality, I stood with her and I talked with her for a bit. And then once she was calm again and making sense, I started joking with her, and I was touching her bangles and being like, oh, these are heavy. And then 5-10 minutes later, we're the whole thing's done. She's off doing something else. And the guy who's the helper there, walks into the room and then walks out. I forget, he's just a little way away. And I shout out to him, and I'm like, Rakesh! And I'm shouting at the top of my lungs. And they cut it to make it look like she's stressing out. And they go, oh, let's see how good Harry is at calming her down. And I just go, bauble, bauble on her bangles, and then go, Rakesh! And I'm shouting at somebody right in front of her face. It's yeah. Though all of those things happen, just not in that sequence. Because it told a funny story. But
you shouted because you were instructed to, right?
No. I was shouting at the guy because I shouted at the guy.
Come on.
No. They will sometimes tell you to do stuff. There was one bit where they were like, what would you normally do now? And I was
I tell you what happens in reality, guys. Okay, because what Harry told you is somewhat true. It's 80% truthful, by the way. But what really happens is that the guys who are producing the show, they go out and they record whatever is what they wanted to record in the first place. And if it's not having enough drama, action, or something like that, they will tell the participants to do something. Can you shout? Can you slap him? Can you blah, blah, blah? And that's how it goes usually.
Sometimes, I mean, the thing I was doing was for the BBC, and the BBC have fairly strict standards against that stuff, which they most of it's done by second contracted production houses, but they are still kind of held to those standards. The most egregious thing they did on that was I was there's a big gap on Indian ceremonies between the wedding, which will happen at 6 o'clock in the morning, and then there's a lull for the rest of the morning before they all come back at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. And I was going and tidying tables and setting up napkins and checking my emails and stuff. And they're like, what would you normally be doing now? And I was like, I'd probably be lying down sleeping. I'm just not, because you guys are here and I don't want to look like I'm sleeping on the job. And they're like, oh, could you just do that then, please? And so I'm like, okay. And then I lie down, and then they come into the room like they've caught me sleeping. That's the most egregious thing for that stuff, for the documentary stuff that I've seen.
Yeah, sure, but you are not in the news department when you are doing the wedding planner show for a PT channel.
Yeah,
right?
yeah, I'm not.
For the news, they are doing way better stuff, right? Everybody heard about crisis actors, right?
So were you in the news department?
No, I have heard about it from quite a few people that are way within that in my
It
country.
just seemed like my credibility was doubted because I wasn't in the news department. But okay.
No credibility. No, I'm just telling you that you were doing an entertainment
No, he wasn't
show and
questioning your
we.
credibility, Harry, at all.
No,
At
not
all.
at all.
It
I'm
seemed
just
like it
telling
was
you that.
preceded by were you in the news
Fucking Neil, I
department?
was questioning it.
No,
No.
he was
If
he
it
was just
came
saying
off
there's
that
a
way,
much.
then no.
It didn't,
No.
bro. You were saying there's a much bigger budget, right, into the news. Like they put
For
way
example.
more effort in making it a drama, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right. How though? How do they do that?
Money.
You wouldn't know. You didn't work in the news department, Harry.
Say again.
Sorry, mate.
What?
You just didn't work there. You didn't work in the
How-
news department, did you?
No, I've been on the news, but I don't. I mean, the
As
news
a
isn't
crisis
a
actor?
department. I also had a client that was a major newspaper, so I don't know what working in the news department looks like. There's like, I work with the BBC, I work with Telegraph,
Awesome.
but there's not a news department. There's like lots of different parts to it. They typically call that stuff editorial anyway.
Oh, so
So how do they fictionalize it? Like, even if we go back to the Diana thing, how do they
Mr.
make something
BBC.
like that out of whole cloth?
has the Big
Come on,
Ben
man.
finished being renovated yet?
Oh, that was funny.
Does anybody know?
I didn't hear it. I don't know what you mean. Is the big what renovated?
Well,
You're
that's the Big
saying
Ben.
you're saying you're posh. Saying you're posh.
No. The Big Ben was getting renovated. It was going to take a few years. I'm just wondering if it's been finished yet.
I don't know. I haven't lived in London for like 2-3 years.
Did you live in London as well?
Yeah, 5 years India, 10-ish years London.
Where the fuck didn't you live?
Yeah.
For real.
Haven't lived in the States. Kind of wanted to live in the States.
Antarctica. How about Antarctica? Let's be
Yes,
honest.
I've
You
not
haven't
lived
lived
in
in Antarctica. Okay.
London's
Have you ever
pretty
met
cool.
a crisis sector, by the way?
correct.
That's a good question. If you work for the VBS, that's a good question, right? Have you ever met a crisis actor?
Yes.
I don't think so. No. Like,
Be honest.
I mean, I don't think I have. No. I mean, I don't think that. But I mean, I don't know
hearing
what I know.
stuttering. I'm hearing stuttering. That's what
I
I'm
just don't
hearing
know
right
because I don't think crisis actors are a real thing. So I don't know how to say whether I've met one or not. I don't believe that I have. No.
Sorry, your first answer right now was no, that I didn't meet with them, which means that you acknowledge that there are crisis actors in the first place. So.
Does it?
Yeah.
Of course.
Okay. Have you seen the curvature of the Earth?
No.
That's wow,
Okay, so
and
therefore
he
the
just
curvature of the
goes
Earth does
right,
exist?
running away.
I'm testing logic.
right at the
It's
moment.
saying I haven't met somebody asserting that they do exist. It's news to me. It's an interesting way to do your
Then
logic.
that would have been your first answer, right? That made.
That's why I was stuttering. I don't know how to answer a question. It's like, have you met a unicorn? I don't know whether to say unicorns don't exist or I haven't met one. Or I also wasn't sure if you were joking. I don't think crisis actors are a real thing. I don't think there are people who are paid. I mean, I think we would have caught them by now, right?
It's been proven.
Man, Harry, they're a thing, bro.
Okay.
They are a thing, yeah.
Okay. Who wants to go present like the best, clearest crisis actor example?
There's websites, dude. You can hire them yourself if you want.
Yeah.
There's literally
Cheers, God
websites where
scalpel.
you can hire them.
Cool.
God
All right.
scalpel.
So, where's the best example of a?
What? You haven't
crisis
seen any
actor?
videos on this, Harry? You're serious? You haven't seen this stuff?
No, I don't
like
think
staged
You work for
events,
BBS
staged
and
events
you
with people
haven't
with
even
like
heard about
fucking
this.
tomato sauce
Come on.
and shit.
Tomato sauce?
Food dye. Yeah,
What?
food dye. They've got food dye.
Tomato sauce and food dye. What is it? What is it? I'm so confused. As in they're pretending to be
simulating like events. They simulate events like in shopping malls and shit.
Dude, just look up.
So I do know some. Like I do know.
Dude,
I did
hey,
have
listen.
one friend who.
Just look up crisis actor for hire. There's like tons of companies and jobs available. It's not a conspiracy. It's
Right, but I'm
legitimate
just inviting
companies.
somebody
Let
to
me add that.
share.
Legitimate companies. They will give
Yeah.
you a certificate and everything. So
Yeah, there's legit companies that do it. I mean, they may not. They don't advertise that they're doing it for false flag events. I mean, they do it for different reasons. But don't kid yourself. There is crisis actor companies out there. It's not.
Sure,
That's
that's
not.
why I'm just asking for the best example of them being, because like I do
Well-
know of some people who've worked in acting with I had a friend because I did a course that had a lot of theatre. It was a theatre course, and I had some friends who went and did stuff for like the what do you call them, like the rescue teams. They have to like pick people up off when they bushwalkers get lost or people in car crashes and stuff, and they'll have actors for their simulations. So they'll do like, how do you get somebody out of the car who's been behind the wheel? But that's
simulation.
I wouldn't call that but I wouldn't call that a crisis act. They're not pretending that situation is real. Whereas what I tend to think you mean by crisis actor is there's somebody turning up on the news telling a story about a gunman or something, and it just was completely fake, and they're paid to spin a story.
Yeah, like there's a desert scene,
I don't think
and people run past with like bandages on, and then they cut.
Dude, look in the live stream there. For instance, there's a crisis actor company. It's called crisiscast.com. It's not
Right,
like they're real, dude. They don't. This isn't a conspiracy. There is companies legit that hire crisis actors.
But anybody can make a website. I'm asking for an example of them.
Oh my
like
fucking
an example
God.
we can look at.
You'll call them up then.
This is what you asked for.
Tell them you want to do a job.
Why would that? Why? So if I said I've got a website that shows you curvature, would you want to see that or the curvature?
I just said call them up, see if they're legit. Tell them you're looking to hire them, ask them how much they cost.
I'm just
is it by
asking
the
for an
hour, by the
example.
job?
If you don't have one, just say I don't have one. But
What do
this
you want me
weird.
to do? Call them up for you?
No,
Like,
give
what
me
do
an
you
example
want?
where they've been
I just
used.
did.
What
I just
am I
posted a
stuttering?
company, a legit company.
Okay. Cool,
What more do you want, dude?
Come
An
on.
example of them being used. I don't know how to make it any clearer for you,
This
bro.
is a moment where you just go, "You're right. You're
Yeah.
right, God Scalpel." I
What?
totally agree. Like
Yeah,
I
that's
see
just-
it. I
Somebody
see what
made a
you're
website.
saying.
Is that your standard of evidence, Mel? If I showed
It's a
you a website,
company,
for something,
dude.
Fucking oath, bro. I would accept that
website
from
would be
you.
enough. Okay, can
You-
somebody show him the website for
You know what?
NASA?
You're right. I bet you the company's a fake company.
It could be. I mean, that's
Yeah, you're
less
right.
absurd
Yeah.
than some of the stuff I've been hearing over the last little
Fake
while.
company
There's a
too.
death
They pay
squad
Google. They
getting
pay
bodies
Google
out of the
ads
tunnel
come
in
at the top.
Paris. That's a rational thing. But that
They
somebody
pay-
might make a
Yeah, they
fake
got
website. Oh,
CGI
that's
footage.
No, you're right.
Fake.
No, but you're right. They pay Google ads to come at the top of the list when someone searches them out, but they don't make any money. They just continue to pay Google ads to be the top on the search. They're probably
Weakest evidence
definitely
I've
not
ever heard.
legit.
Would you take? Like, be honest with me. Would you take this as evidence of anything? If we
Have
we
you ever
switch
used-
sides on that,
He's being
Have you ever-
skeptical.
Yeah,
it's shit evidence. Come on, it's
Well, dude,
obvious.
I'm
shit
telling you,
evidence.
call
Come
them
on.
up then and ask them.
Would
Talk
you
to
take
them.
this? Would you
Okay,
take
what do
this
you
as
want me to?
evidence?
What
Be
would you
honest
like
with
me
you.
to do for you? Would you like me to call them up, record the call, and have a conversation with them just for you?
No, I
Should I take 15 or 20 minutes out of my day, call them up, and talk to them about hiring them? You want me to do that? Would that make you feel better? Then would you
Well,
believe
if that's
it?
the way
Like,
you
what
want
would
to
it
answer the
take?
question, if that's the way you want to answer the question, but the question
No,
I
it's a
asked
question. I have
easy,
a question
easy.
for
Let me
you.
finish.
What would it
You
take?
asked me. Yes, I'm trying to answer that question, but then you
Okay.
interrupted me. Do you want me to
Okay,
answer
sorry.
it or
Go
not?
ahead.
Just
go ahead.
straight with me. Do you
Yeah,
want me
go
to
ahead.
answer?
Go on.
Okay, I'll
Go
try
on.
and answer now. I want an example of them being used. If you call up the company and they say, yes, on that last mass shooting in Dallas, we sent the crisis actors there and that was fake, that would solve it for me. But I'm not asking if there is a company that exists that claims to do this, because I'm not able to make much headway out of that.
No, you were
I'm sure
making
you
out.
heard of.
You
I'm
don't
sure
want
you
an
heard of.
example? You wouldn't want an example,
on, dude.
Mel? Does this seem
Hey,
like a really high burden
dude,
of evidence?
I
that
want to
you've
Dude,
pass
just
I'm
it back
sure.
to.
gone
I'm
for, I
sure
found
you
a
must have heard
website?
of client. Hold on, just slow down, dude. Just take a breath. I'm sure you must have heard of client privilege, client confidentiality and non-disclosure agreements. They're not going to tell me something ridiculous like you just said. What they would tell me though is, hey, you want crisis actors for a job? Sure, we can do that.
Okay, so you're not able to answer my question. Okay, fine. That's
I
fine.
just
I don't have,
did.
don't have evidence.
Harry,
You're giving me a reason why there is no evidence, right?
No,
Isn't this a reason
you
why there is
made
no
out
evidence?
you made out that crisis actors weren't a thing, and
That's
then
right.
in a matter of
believe that
like
after.
minutes, we turned the tables on you with style, and now all you have to do is just kick back, relax, and know that you just got owned.
Well,
well said, Merle. Well said.
I've been asking for like 5-10 minutes just for evidence of it, and you're saying I can see a website where they
We just
claim
gave you evidence of crisis actors, dude. Like I said,
No, you
what
didn't
more do
give
you want?
me
You want me to
evidence
call?
of the website of it. I wanted evidence.
It
I asked for
doesn't
one
fit
thing.
Harry's narrative.
No, it doesn't
Let
fit.
him
Just
go.
answer the question I
I
asked.
didn't say it had
Let
anything to
him
do with
go.
Harry.
Poor Harry.
I said they're real. That's all I said is that
Okay,
they're
so
real
let
and
me
you can
ask the
hire them.
question.
And he said, prove it. So I did. And now
Yes.
he's moving the goalposts and he wants me to call them up and get them to admit that they were used in last week's shooting. Like, this is
What
ridiculous.
goalpost did I move? What goalpost did I move? Tell me where the goalpost started off and where they are now.
Okay, just be quiet. Don't interrupt me for like literally 2 minutes, and I'll explain to you how you move the goalpost.
All right, let's both stick to
The
that.
conversation started by you saying crisis actors weren't real, they didn't exist, blah blah blah. So I went online. I started off by saying there's companies, legit companies out there that you can work for and hire crisis actors. You seem skeptical about that, so I went online. I picked a decent company and I showed you. Then you went off on a different tangent, and this is where I say you move the goalposts. You say that you want me to call them up and get them to say they used crisis actors in last week's shooting. I said they're never going to do that, whether they did or they didn't. They're never going to do that. I said there's client confidentiality plus do not disclose agreements. So you're asking something completely ridiculous and unreasonable.
So let me replay the conversation for you. I said I don't think they're real. Not that they don't. Yeah, you got it wrong though. Crucially, you got it wrong.
Okay,
which is why I'm correcting you.
Go ahead.
I said I don't think crisis actors are real. That's where we started when I was asked, "Have I ever?"
Yeah, and I proved that they were.
Easy. Didn't you have this whole thing about let me talk and don't interrupt?
Yeah, I know, but did you not agree? Let's just
take
start
a breath.
there.
Just sit down.
Dead, man.
Take a fucking breath.
Get over it.
Face it. She's dead. She's not coming back.
Well, let him talk a bit. After he has been demolished, let him talk a bit.
Okay.
Guys, let him finish. Come on.
I asked one thing right from the beginning. I said, I don't think they exist. We were having a discussion about whether they exist. And I said, could anybody present me a good example, the strongest example they think they have of crisis actors ever being used? Then the conversation went, well, there's a website where they can be hired from. I've got no doubt about that. I've got no doubt that somebody sets up a website like that. I think there could be multiple reasons for doing so. You think you might be able to get some business out of it. Maybe crisis actors are real. It's entirely possible. It could be entirely possible that somebody set up the website just so they can point people to the website and say, hey, look, this exists. You know, Alex Jones type who wants to get people believing his shit. There could be a million reasons why a website claiming to do stuff exists but doesn't actually sell that product. And if you want evidence of that, I can provide it. Not of this particular website that does exist, that doesn't provide the service it claims.
Ever said has come to fruition.
There's multiple websites, dude.
Easy.
That was the weakest argument.
Easy, guys.
I've
Let me
ever
finish.
heard you come out with.
Easy. Let me finish.
Okay, let him finish.
The case from the beginning was, could anybody show me an example of them being used that we could look at? Has anybody done that yet? Or have you presented a website?
Okay, well,
great.
yeah.
Show me the example of them being used. Not a website where they claim that can happen.
Okay,
An example of them being used.
Now but the problem is like I said, now
started, they've stayed
you're moving the goalpost. You admittedly started.
You big old leader.
Shut the fuck up. Now it's my turn. You admittedly started out by saying you don't believe crisis actors exist.
Yes.
I showed you that they do exist.
No, you didn't. You showed me a website.
Yes, he did.
Oh my God.
Yes,
There's multiple fucking companies, dude. Multiple. That's just one out of many.
Sure. Okay. So
how many? Okay. How many
That's not what I asked.
websites? How many
Oh my
how
God.
many
This
company
is a double
websites?
conversation.
Dude, how many company websites do I need to show you before you'll concede that crisis actors
That's
actually exist?
That's
But
it.
that's a
And
little
now
bit like
you
me
know,
saying, how many
Harry,
times do I need to show you the NASA website before you'll believe that rockets are real?
I know
Harry,
NASA exists.
Harry.
Right, but do you believe rockets can go real and go to
say
space?
thank you. Say thank you, because now you know crisis actors are a thing.
Do you use this same standard? Would you say you're consistent with this standard of evidence?
You're welcome. You're welcome.
Showing a website proves that what that website does is real.
I don't know what crisis actors have to do with rockets, dude. Plus, my opinion about rockets has nothing to do with crisis actors.
Right, but the principle we seem to be
definition of
suggesting
space
here.
that we'd argue over.
Right, but the principle we seem to be suggesting here is if there is a website that is set up to do this thing, to show that they do this thing,
It's
then
not a
they must
website,
do
it's a company,
Listen.
dude.
Sure,
Listen,
if there is a
multiple
company,
companies.
okay, fine. All right, let me change it.
we
If there is a
could all
company set up to do this thing, they definitely do that thing, right? Would you argue that
There's multiple companies?
Okay, if
Call
there
them
are
up,
multiple
ask them
companies,
to do a job.
if there are
Can I
multiple
just say one thing,
companies,
Harry, and then I'll be quiet? Just wait. We can all verify. We can all verify things. We can make that call.
Sure.
So when it comes to the Earth and finding out what's going on the Earth, we need more than a website for a start.
Why do you need more than a website? Let's expand on that. What's important about more than just a website?
Now you're completely changing the conversation. You won't concede that there's crisis actors. Now you want to change the burden of proof to someone else about websites and the Earth.
No, I'm happy to keep going with this because I think
Well, just
think you're
admit
right.
that there's crisis
It's easy. I was talking. I think you're right, Merle. We'd set the bar higher. Why would you set the bar higher? Is my question. Why would just showing you a website of something be bad evidence of a bad proof of something?
Well, it's just not good enough.
Yeah, it's just not good enough.
Oh shit! I can give you examples of crisis actors being used in real stuff.
Awesome.
Yes.
Now we can have some substance to the conversation.
Okay, so I forget what it is. It's Event 201. Look into Event 201.
Is this the global pandemic exercise that was right before the pandemic?
Actors were used to do that.
Cool. All right. So, what's the best example of somebody like a confirmed crisis actor from Event 201 or extremely probable, let's say?
Well, they made fake news. They make fake news fucking scenes and everything. For Event 201.
Okay. I'm so glad we're at this bit now because I agree with you, Merle. It's just not good enough. A website's just
so
not good
Event 201's not good enough now, or what?
No. I think it's great. I'm applauding you. Thank you for presenting just the simple thing.
So now, do you finally admit that crisis actors are real and they get used to do things?
Oh no, I thought this was the start of you presenting the crisis actors in Event 201. It's the start of us actually interrogating the evidence.
Oh my fucking god! You think I'm gonna go do everything for you? Go look into Event 201. Or now, do you think? I suppose you think that's not
evidence. Real. He wants evidence now from us because he thinks the burden of proof's now on us because websites aren't good enough. Okay, that's where we are.
Somebody says, "Can you show me evidence for that claim?"
Yeah, I just gave it to you. Event 201. Look into it.
Event 201 simulates an outbreak.
You've got to admit, Harry,
from bats to pigs. Yeah.
That God's scalpel has brought 2 sterling points to you, and all you have to do is be humble and concede. Can you do that for us?
Yeah, absolutely. Once I see some evidence of crisis actors, I will happily concede.
Okay.
Wow, bro.
So what would you guys accept what would you guys accept of so let's not say evidence.
Stop shifting the burden of proof, dude.
Okay.
Hold on.
But I'm just trying to balance it out for both sides so that you understand.
Just never mind balancing. I gave you 2. I like the way Merlin said it. 2 sterling points.
Hold on. Let's hear. Let's let's try not to clip everyone, and let's hear him try to rationalize this, because this is
Okay,
fucking
I'll go on
amazing.
mute. Yeah, I'll go on mute.
This is actually impressive. Let's hear it, Eggshells.
So what I've got here, I've got the website for Event 201 open, and it seems like what it is so players, videos. It's a website for where people are giving talks at an event about a pandemic exercise that predates the current thing that's happening, right? Is that the gist of it?
Yeah, for the exercise, they used crisis actors. They
Okay,
did
so
fake news.
can you-
They did
So-
fake news reels and whatnot.
Okay, so could you present something out of it? Because I've clicked onto something that
Oh my
says,
fucking god! Are you fucking kidding me, dude?
so this is where I wanted to get the balance so you could see what this sounds like from my side. Let's say I was saying astronauts are real, and you said, present me proof that astronauts are real, and I went, NASA, and I showed you a website and said NASA. Would you go, oh, therefore astronauts are real? And then if you said, hey, that's not enough, and I went, okay, Google moon landing, would you say that's enough? Or would you say that it seems that your burden or standard
Okay, what's your claim? Event 201 didn't happen? Is that your claim? Like, what are you saying?
I don't know
Like,
anything
why do you
about
keep shifting things? You want to talk about, we're talking about crisis actors, and you keep talking about rockets and the moon. It doesn't make sense. Keep it on track, dude.
Okay, so to make sense of it for you, I'm trying to establish a reasonable burden of proof rather than just saying Event 201. It seems to me, from what I see here from YouTube videos, like it was a large conference to talk about pandemics. Which is the best example? I'm seeing a guy here, Adrian Thomas.
But Harry, the premise
Please
is simple.
stop interrupting me.
No, Harry, the premise.
No, let him
is
finish,
simple.
Merle. Just hold on. Let him finish, please, guys.
I'm seeing a talk here from a guy called Adrian Thomas, who has a card in front of him that says Johnson & Johnson. Is the assertion that he is a crisis actor? Because that's all I've found. I've done the Googling. I've done your work to present your case for me, which is strange, but fine. Let's do it that way. Is Adrian Thomas a crisis actor? Is that your assertion?
This is where you are shifting. Because the premise is simple, right? The premise is crisis actors are real. That's the claim. That's the claim.
Event 201.
Right? And we've provided evidence and proof, and it's a fact. Yes.
What would you say is the best evidence of proof? Saying Event 201, was that the best
proof? You just
proof?
don't accept the evidence.
In the chat, boys. Watch that video in the chat. Harry, shut up. Watch the video.
Thank you. Thank you, White.
It's even in your language, mate.
Awesome. Okay. Crisis actor busted in Australia. This must stop.
This is just one example, mate. I can present plenty more. And this is just in COVID.
Yeah,
it's
it's
happening
clear.
for many years.
I know about this because one of my
welcome to Media Watch. And that was single mum Ramona, one of 700 COVID patients hospitalised in Australia at the end of last month, who, along with two others in Sydney's Concord Hospital, was keen to warn people of the dangers of COVID by sharing heartbreaking stories about their illness from their hospital beds. So please get vaccinated. We should get something that's happening there. The lungs, it was harsh. Footage of those patients identified only
so glad you presented this one.
By New South Wales Health and made it onto all the major networks, including ABC News, 10 News First, and 7 News. But soon, people on social media were wondering if the New South Wales Health video was actually fake. And among the skeptics was former One Nation Senator Rod Carlton, whose post received thousands of likes, and another former Senator, David Lyon-L. One intrepid TikToker who went digging was able to reveal.
Found all three actors. Now, how can this be coincidental?
Yeah, all three, including Ramona, were supposedly paid crisis actors who did not have COVID at all. Another internet sleuth then set out to prove it, ringing Concord Hospital to show that Ramona Corey was not a... Yeah. Is this Concord Hospital? Well,
Awesome. I do actually know some backstory on this because I know the people. I know somebody who works for the website where they found them.
Let me guess. They actually did have
So you
COVID and they were really sick.
And you
Is that
said you
your?
didn't know any crisis actors, Harry.
what? Yeah,
No, hang on a minute.
what I
But hang
wanted to
on.
say. Thank you. What the
His
fuck, Axel?
backstory.
Are you
His
that deceiving?
backstory
Are you
might be
that
that they're
deceiving?
actually sick. What's your backstory, Has?
Wow.
Come on.
No, don't walk away from this. Axel's
Mhm.
just admitted that he knows actually the original source for this kind of information, whilst for the past 30 minutes he's been telling us that he doesn't know anything regarding crisis sectors. Wow. That's bad.
Oh, hang on. I think
Did
he's
you just
fact checked
better
it.
yourself, Axel, into
What's that, Has?
pieces? Wow.
Talk. Oh, here we go. Right, yeah, that's right. Fact check. They're not crisis actors. They were actually really sick people. Should have thought. Should have known. No. Fact checkers are honest people. They're funded by legitimate people with no vested interests. Harry knows this. That's
They're
why he can
funded by the
rely on them.
BBC. Yeah.
Yeah. No conflict there. Just genuine concern that you receive only honest, true information.
Honest, hardworking intellectuals. Yeah.
That fits the narrative, of course.
What was the word like before fact checkers, by the way? Everything was a lie? Or what?
No,
Fake
people just
news.
said, "Oh, that's been
I've sold
debunked.
it for you,
That's been
boys.
debunked."
I've
Yep.
sold it for you. Hang on, I might
Fake.
have to turn it up. I might have to turn it up and put it on my full speaker. So the clip leaves off from about. Are you guys able to hear that? Hang on,
No,
I'll
I
share it
can't
this
hear
way.
anything.
I'll share it with you this way. So for anybody who hasn't watched it and wants to join in, we can start at the beginning if you want.
This is for Australia, the whole of Australia. And all I can think of are my children that I haven't seen. And this is for them. I've been working, like, I'm a single mom. It's not easy.
hello, Mary. Welcome to Media Watch. And that was single mum Ramona, one of 700 COVID hospitalised in Australia at the end of last month. Along with two others in Sydney's Concord Hospital, was keen to warn people of the dangers of COVID by sharing heartbreaking stories about their illness from their hospital. Please get vaccinated. Wish I did it before. Shortest and breath.
This is the funniest guy. This is the one I had heard of.
Of those patients, by their first names, recorded by Dr. Lucy Morgan, released by New South Wales Health. The New South Wales Health video was actually a fake. Among the skeptics was former One Nation Senator Rod Carlton, whose post received thousands of likes, and another former Senator, David Lionel. And one intrepid TikToker who went digging was able to reveal Found all 3 actors. Now, how can this be coincidental? Yes, all 3, including Ramona, were supposedly paid crisis actors who did not have COVID at all. And another internet sleuth then set out to prove it, bringing Concord Hospital to show that Ramona Corey was not a patient.
I'm actually on that website they talked about.
So who is it riding on eggshells? Is he the one that's saying that crisis actors don't exist and stuff? Is that who I was talking to?
I'm saying I don't think they
Yeah.
exist.
Yeah, okay. So
Yeah.
riding on eggshells, I'll
I'm
just
getting
read
the
you
good.
something.
I'm just about to get to the good bit. If you could just wait a second.
Oh,
I'll be back in just a
I
second.
didn't know you were doing something.
Outright deceptive is Channel 9. Phone. She's not a patient at all on TV. So, Ramona, a crisis actor, pretending to have COVID for New South Wales Health? No, of course she's not. As New South Wales Health made clear, the patient's name is not Ramona Corey, Ramona Al-Nasha, who is a pharmacy worker. As you can clearly see, they are 2 different people.
It's totally not the same person. It's just a different Ramona.
Not crisis either. Actor and comedian Mitch Garland, who was outed online as COVID patient Hassan Ahmed, then on Instagram, turns out people are using my photo and my now profile, saying that I am an actor sitting in hospital pretending to have COVID.
Does that look like the same guy?
We can't see anything.
Does that
mate.
look like the same guy?
Fun and games for the COVID conspiracists. It has been highly distressing for Dr. Morgan and the patients to see their powerful messages undermined by these baseless and dangerous accusations and to have their credibility questioned. Staff in Concord Hospital's intensive care unit have also received multiple intimidating phone calls from members of the public over this matter. It is last exhausted health workers need. Not much better for the rest of us, relying on people to take COVID seriously and get the...
So, what do you all think? That looked like the same guy?
Couldn't see anything, mate. I tried to tell you that. All I heard the audio. I couldn't see
We're
anything.
so clearly not the same guy. Come on, guys. They're totally different. They're just 2 big fat brown haired men. That's the only similarity. They're clearly 2 different human beings.
Well, the woman had hair.
And
Stop delaying the inevitable, Harry. You have to concede. You have to concede.
I can't tell if you're taking the piss, Merle, but this is weakest, silliest evidence.
I just don't
Anyway,
know why
sorry.
you won't
The
concede on
Canadian
this.
guy wanted to say something. Go for it, Scalpel. You were
Yeah, so
waiting
let
for
me
us,
read you
right?
something off the Event 201 webpage. It says this has to do with this is the official Event 201 webpage. It says the exercise consists of pre-recorded news broadcasts, live staff briefings, and moderated discussions. So the pre-recorded news broadcasts, those are the ones where they use they're not real news broadcasts. That's the whole point. They're what's it called?
So what is it? Is
they
it
are
is
fictitious.
I see.
Yeah, it was to generate the idea of a pandemic.
War games? Right. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense.
They use crisis actors for that shit.
So if you call, that's also some of why I was pausing when I was first asked, which is like it depends how you define. If you define that as crisis actor, yeah, sure. I probably know a few. I don't know any.
It doesn't matter. Well, it doesn't matter if you know them or
work
not.
in the past. That's not the kind of work I boast about. But yeah, if it's somebody like, I mean, that's actually quite similar, I think, is to the example I did use where I said, people who for a simulation,
listen,
pretend to be pinned in a car or something.
Yeah. The point is right now you're obfuscating and you've been moving the goalposts. It started out by proving to you that there's crisis actors. I did that. Then you're like, well, you need to prove that they're used. So now I've did that. So can you just please concede? Say, yeah, okay, God Scalpel, you're right. There is crisis actors and they do get used.
I will be
No.
happy to do that if we can just clarify. When you say crisis actors do get used, do you mean? Because I think what happened with Event 201 is they had a pandemic exercise, and I don't think anybody was presenting those news broadcasts as real then. If that's what you're talking about with crisis actor, I'll happily concede crisis actors do exist. I just obviously define them differently.
So then,
I don't
the
think there are
companies
people
that advertise crisis actors, do you still think they're fake, or do you think they're now legitimate companies that?
I've got no idea. What I still have doubt about is that there are actors who, like in that COVID clip, a great example, like in that COVID clip, where people go, "Oh, this is a crisis actor," and it just turns out to be somebody who looks slightly like somebody else.
Yeah, I don't know. I never gave you any COVID clips, so I don't know.
Can you say you guys are right and thanks?
You might be pushing your luck there, Merle.
I think the fundamental point was about whether actors are making, say, news clips, for example, about an event, whether they are knowingly lying about that. And the example that it sounds like you're talking about from Event 201 is people who are acting in news clips for an event that everybody knows is a simulation. Everybody there is aware that what they're doing is fictitious. And that, to me, it doesn't sound at all similar to somebody lying on a hospital bed pretending to die of. We're not meant to be talking about the thing anyway.
It's not that hard to say,
dude.
Don't say it. It is hard to say. Don't say it.
Yeah, listen, dude. My claim was never about what they're used for. My claim was that they exist and that there's companies out there where you can hire them. That's as far as I went. And you continue to obfuscate and move the goalposts about, well, you're not going to believe they exist until you find an example where you believe it's a reasonable example that they exist.
Yeah, I think that's where we all set up burden of proof, don't we?
I don't know.
To believe this extraordinary thing until you show me evidence that it's true. Is that an unreasonable way to be? Like some random guy on Discord tells me it's true, so I should believe God's scalpel.
Yeah, we've trained you well.
Anyhow, I'm done. I gave my evidence. I don't care if you like it or not. I'm done.
So was that the ABC broadcast? Was that the same broadcast where they also said that they weren't crisis actors? Like, was it?
Yes.
So they just took a cherry-picked section of it?
Yep, they took a cherry-picked section of it and deliberately cut it at the bit where they said that the video is being taken down off TikTok, where in the next breath, in the next second, it makes it clear that he's not talking about the video. It sounds like when it cuts, they're talking about the video of the person who's...
Harry.
That's very dishonest.
Yeah, on the bed, and then when you watch it in full, he's like, here's the actual person, they got the wrong surname, here's the other guy, and it's a comedian, he's laughing about it. That's the real thing that we're talking about with crisis actors, right? People who are pretending that something's real when they know it's not, and they're lying, and the best evidence for it was immediately debunked by just watching the second half of a clip.
That's very dishonest. I mean, why would you have to do that?
The whole clip was
to concede, I see.
For people like you, Harry. That whole clip was for people like you.
Yeah, you don't want to
hear it. In your narrative.
Don't watch the full
but that whole clip was for people like you.
Nonetheless, it was put forward as
all of the information before making a decision.
But you're still missing the point. You're still missing the point.
It was put forth as factual, so I mean, right there, the person who put that forth as factual was lying to you, and you're not upset.
The point was, crisis
they were crisis actors.
Are a thing. They're real. That was the point. That was the premise all along.
Right. So we've still not seen any evidence for that, because the one thing that God's scalpel presented was
crisis
people who
actors,
knew.
You conceded.
Crisis actors are real, dude.
Yes.
So the one example
that's my only
God's scalpel presented was where people knew that it wasn't true, and the other example, they found that the people were the wrong people. So just
but that's not the point. That's not the point.
And had the
you
same
can't.
first
You're
name.
shifting again.
Well, could you help me understand what they mean by shifting? Because I feel like I've tried to keep my goalposts in a fairly reasonable and static place. Does it sound to you like they've been shifting?
I don't see
Yes, because Moyoc Man's come in like new, okay, to bolster your argument, but he didn't because he's come in at a moment where it's not where it was, where it started. Where it started, as you well know, is that crisis actors are real. That was the claim.
Right. But
When
now
you say-
the fact that there's crisis actors are real, now you have to now show that they are not used for simulation and stuff like that, but they're used as put forth as real people in
They're
crisis.
a thing.
They're not.
They exist. They
Wait a
exist.
second. Wait. This whole so Moyak,
did you hear?
Hold on, Moyak. So you would agree that crisis actors do exist, like full stop there?
I don't have a problem with that concept.
Yeah, that's all I've been saying. But then, he wants to take it someplace else with me all the time, and then he keeps going back saying they don't exist after he said they do exist. Do you agree?
Well, you may not be putting it forth that way, but it does seem as if many people are putting it forth that way as a precursor to the fact that crisis actors are used to do these despicable acts.
Okay, here's what I would say. Crisis actors...
did you remember, Scalpel, did you remember me saying specifically about rescue personnel using actors for scenarios, for simulations? Do you remember using the word simulation?
Yeah, whatever. Who cares?
So why did you at that stage say that's what I'm talking about? I'm talking about people who know that it's fictitious but are helping in a simulation. If that's what you meant by crisis actors, because that's the evidence you presented of it being true, why didn't you just go, yeah, we're talking about the same thing? I do mean people who know that what they're doing is fictitious and everybody else knows that what they're doing is fictitious. That
so
is
why
what I'm
didn't you just
about.
agree that crisis actors are real and start arguing with me?
That's not what I call a crisis actor.
And when I present you a company where you can hire one, you say, well, I don't know that they're real and I don't know that company's legit. Why wouldn't you just say, yeah, that company, that's probably the company people call when they want to do scenarios.
That's not what I call crisis actor. That's not what I call a crisis actor.
You're just beating around the bush.
What do you actually call them?
Dishonest.
What do you actually call them, eggshells?
So for me, a crisis actor is specifically somebody who's faking, lying about a real event, pretending to be a victim or something like that.
My definition.
Whereas what I would call somebody who's doing a scenario, I just call that an actor. Right? We use them in training sometimes, although it's cringy as fuck. I use them in emergency services training. Evidently,
those are crisis actors.
Do you get upset when people interrupt you, but you just have no concept of when?
Well, I get upset when people are being dishonest with the conversation. Yeah. That's what makes me upset.
You're being a little bit evasive, Harry.
I'm trying to be fairly stock still in what I'm saying.
You know that industry. You know that industry. Sorry,
I do know. I know it quite well.
Well, his premise and my premise have been simple the whole time, and we've been reasonable.
Can I check yours then, Mel? Can I check yours then, Mel? When you say crisis actor, do you mean somebody who is knowingly lying and presenting something as if it is true that they expect their audience to believe is true, or somebody who is knowingly acting and knows that their audience expect to take it as acting? Which do you mean when you say crisis actor?
Okay, there's two things here.
Are they both the same thing?
There's two things here. Now, crisis actors being real or existing is one thing, and then what the crisis actor does while being a crisis actor is another thing, right?
Well, I would say they're entwined, right? We need to define them so that we can say whether they exist.
No,
so the first thing I'm inviting you to do. Shush, please, God, Scalpel, let people speak, dude.
Well, you're just being
how do you define them? Do you define them as somebody who is knowingly lying or somebody who is playing a role to people who know they are playing a role?
Well, before I proceed, I want to make that clear that they're two separate things. So now we're talking about something else again, but I'm happy to, if it will solidify it for you, because I think that the crisis actor, because it exists, it can be installed into reality without us knowing it. Now that's
it sounded like you were just saying I was being evasive. I feel like I've asked you a really clear question 3 times now. So let me make it super clear. When you say crisis actor, do you mean somebody who is knowingly lying to an audience who they are deceiving, who believes that they are telling the truth, or somebody who is playing a role for an audience that knows that they are playing a role? Please, if you could answer that and not be evasive. It seemed you were getting upset with me being evasive, so I'd encourage you to heed your own advice. Which
yes,
do you think
a
crisis actor is?
a crisis actor can play a role and be fully omniscient of everything that they're doing and involved in. Some of them would just be involved in simulations and whatever the script is, and probably, don't give it a second thought. Really, it's probably just to get by, like to pay the rent. They couldn't care less what they're doing. They're just got to eat.
Well,
but whatever.
Does that sound like an answer? I'm not able to pick which one you're going with.
He
said both. He answered both.
Can I add to that?
Okay.
So,
Sure.
in my mind, a crisis actor doesn't have to know or not know whether or not they're like. They could just be, okay, here, I got a job for you. Okay, what do you want me to do? Well, you need to go act for this thing, sign a non-disclosure, and go do your job. Okay, you go do the job. You think it could be for a training video for all you know. It could be for event 201 for all you know. Or maybe it could be for a false flag for all you know, but you don't know ahead of time. And I'm not suggesting it's a false flag. I'm not suggesting that they do false flags or they don't. I'm just saying the crisis actor, whether or not there is false flags that they're used for, they don't have to know that they're false flags or not ahead of time. They can just know, hey, I got a job to do.
So they are deceiving for an unwitting audience, but they are unaware that they are deceiving. Is that the
I'm saying it's a potential scenario, right? Like, you're a crisis actor, this is your job, right? People tell you, you got a job to do this weekend, you need to go show up at such and such place, and this is your role.
When you see it show up on the news and it's completely deceitful, why would you not come forth with it?
I just finished saying, because maybe they sign it. I would think that non-disclosures are probably a regular
not for illegal activities.
Non-disclosures are not. They are not. I can tell you, as somebody who has acted for quite some time in training videos and stuff, I've never been asked to sign a non-disclosure, except like non-disclosure of certain parts. So I talked to What's Up about it the other day. I was on a dating show that asked me to not disclose certain parts about how the show works. And I know some like Amazing Race and stuff, they are discouraged or sort of put to an NDA. But a crucial thing about an NDA is that it cannot ask you to do something illegal, and it's not really worth it if you would have to ever enforce it in court, because once you have to enforce it in court, you have to make it public knowledge. So if it's something like, how does a game show work? Fine, you can do that because you can go to court and nobody's going to read through court documents to find out how they travelled from leg A to leg B in the Amazing Race. Nobody really gives a shit. But if it's like you see yourself pop up on the news propagating a massive lie and you're like, I was doing that, I thought it was for a cough commercial, then you're not bound by an NDA. All you need to do is go and talk to a lawyer, and a lawyer would go, no, what they've done is illegal. You're not bound by the NDA. And in fact, if you don't disclose that, you could potentially be up for more trouble than you'd ever need to worry about from disclosing it. So the whole NDA thing, I think that's
fair enough.
Holds much water.
Sure.
Same as like not knowing what you're doing it for. Like, I just don't know what that looks like.
I don't see why you would have to know who the company. Like, that's not part of things that you would have to know.
Exactly. That's what I was saying about.
Stick some tubes up your nose, puts a phone in your face, and asks you to say something about it, and then you turn up on the news that night, or people are phoning your house saying, "What's this about?" You figure it out pretty quickly, right? How
you don't think they've ever made up the news?
Well, I mean, that's where this discussion started, and this was meant to be the good examples for it. And so far, it is a simulation where people were knowingly doing a simulation, which is already something I talked about and said I could see actors doing simulations, but I don't describe those as crisis actors. I don't think that's a word.
That's the way they're described, anyhow. That's like, even if you do a simple search, I know how you guys like Wikipedia. So if you look up crisis actor, Wikipedia will say a crisis actor is a trained actor, role player, volunteer, or other person engaged to portray a disaster victim during an emergency drill to train, blah blah blah.
Oh right, yeah. So that's not what that's news to me. So yes, I do think, I'm happy to concede, I do think they exist.
So
Do I think that exists? Yeah.
So when there's companies, so when I show you companies that hire crisis actors, you would finally agree that those companies very well could be legit and most likely are.
Could be, yeah. I haven't had a problem.
There we go. Thank the Lord.
Thank the Lord.
Do you feel
Thank
that this
the
is
Lord.
support of your case?
Good on you, Harry. Can we just have a moment there? Harry, can we, the three of us, just have a moment there?
Go for it, Mel. Have your moment.
No, just us. That was good. It was interesting.
Yeah, I think that whenever it's brought up, and in fact, when it was brought up this time around, wasn't it brought up in reference to some kind of conspiracy, or because I came in a little late?
No, it was exactly
usually
that.
is brought up.
I've been claiming Victor the whole way through, but yes, it was brought up when we were talking about people lying on the news, and I, same as I did with the crisis actors, said, what do you think is the best example of that? And then we started talking about crisis actors. So I don't think we've really gotten any closer by going, hey, sometimes people play roles in simulations. But they're calling it a victory, so I'll leave it with them.
Hold on.
Well done.
That was never, you'll never hear me claiming that, though.
That's not you, but there's a lot of people who do.
Right, but when I came into it, I said crisis actors do exist. There is companies out there that hire them. That's all I said. It was full stop. I wasn't saying that they're in Sandy Hook or 9/11 or anything like that.
It still begs the question that I asked you before. When I was talking about the simulations and I said I've got friends who've played roles in simulations for emergency personnel, why didn't you just pipe up at that point and go, oh, that's what I'm talking about?
Why didn't you?
Why did you then continue the conversation for another 2 hours?
Because he's alleged
2 hours.
Because that was at that point that I was saying, is that what you were talking about?
No, I never heard you say that. But what I would say is, I mean, I could easily reverse it on you and say, when I showed you websites and, Event 201 that they used them and stuff like that, why couldn't you just say, yeah, okay? Like, why would you argue?
Said, are you talking about people in simulations? And you seemingly hadn't accepted that.
If you know your friends,
like you're still not accepting the fundamental difference of being an open eye, cynical, deceptive crisis actor and somebody who just plays a role for a simulation, which is...
If you know your friends do it, why didn't you just say, oh yeah, my friends work for companies?
Because I did. I was talking about the simulation. That's what I'm talking about. I said it was a simulation. I've got friends that work in...
Now, but I'm talking an hour ago. When an hour ago when you were asking for proof and I sent you a company... When I sent you a company that hires crisis actors, why didn't you just say right then and there, yeah, my friend works for a company like that. They do blah blah blah. But instead, you argued and said, no, I don't even believe that company is in business.
Why would I say my friend works for a company? My friend doesn't work for a company like that. Why would I lie to you? I thought you.
Well, whatever then. Say your friend does that shit. Then whatever.
Yeah,
you're just being dishonest at this point, dude.
No, because I'd already covered the simulation thing, and you seemingly hadn't listened to it. So I established that we weren't talking about simulations.
Yes, but eggshells. Yes, as we were saying, but the Parkland shooting, right, wasn't a simulation, but yet we can show crisis actors.
Can you please show me them?
I did.
So just so you know, that's not my claim. I don't know anything about the.
I already did. Shooting. It's in chat. I already did.
Okay, let me open it up.
So just so you know, that's not my claim. My claim is simply that there's crisis actors and companies that hire them. I don't know anything about that shooting.
Mm-hmm.
To be clear, so I don't get.
Well, he wants to. Eggshells wants to make sure that he keeps adding the fact that simulations, but yet whenever anyone brings up the topic of crisis actors, we're not talking about some fake simulation. We're talking about an actual event. That's what people talk about when they bring up crisis actors. They're bringing up actual events and people showing up to be crisis actors. We're not talking about simulations.
Okay, that's where I would disagree a bit, because they do legitimately hire them to do simulations.
But no one talks about crisis actors as a legitimate hiring for simulation.
Well, I was. That's what I've been doing, is talking about them as legitimate jobs.
Right, well, you didn't make that clear. This whole conversation could have been a lot shorter if you'd have been on board with that from the beginning. Because I think I feel like the rest of the room knew what we were talking about.
The problem
Certainly, White
is,
did with the evidence you presented. Solaris got it.
Is I think you weren't listening to what I was saying. You were assuming I was saying something I wasn't. That's the problem. It's not me not listening to you. I was
don't know
very
what to do
clear in
more than
everything I
say,
said.
are you talking about people who play roles for simulations?
You never said
I
that
don't know
to
what
me.
more I can do.
You never said that.
Scalpel, yes, he did.
I don't know what you want me to do. Tap you on the shoulder.
When did he say that?
Scalpel, he has said. That's what I just got through saying.
Yeah, just
that
now
Scalpel,
you mean.
that Scalpel has said repeatedly the word simulation. He has said that repeatedly through the last 30 minutes now. He's said that repeatedly, Scalpel.
Well, then I don't know. I don't know what to tell you, because I've been saying the same thing, and he's been
No, you
denying
haven't.
that the
You
companies
clearly
exist
haven't.
and everything. Yeah,
Like we've been
I have.
sitting in this tortured conversation, and you feel like
Whatever. Fuck.
you're
Whatever.
not being
Then.
listened to.
Yeah, go on about the shootings then with these guys. Fuck's sakes.
Yeah, I'm frustrated too, man.
Where's the Portland shooting thing? What time was that posted approximately?
The one I'm seeing here is 23 minutes past 2, or 23 minutes past the hour. It's going to be different too for you. Count for it being a globe and all.
No, it's just interesting to see how much faith you have in that media reality. For me,
I used to question it a lot, but now I think I'm fairly confident they get it right. Particularly because I've seen behind, I've worked on lots of it, and it's exceedingly difficult. I think the world's interesting enough that you don't need to make stuff up. You know, people have car crashes. Kids steal their parents' guns.
yeah.
Just yeah.
What?
Yeah, I don't think there's my worldview now doesn't have much need for the sort of extraordinariness of such claims. It is a much more dull world. I will grant you that. It was much more exciting when I held a view that those kind of things happened and there was grand overarching conspiracies.
So you don't think there's any? Wow. I mean, don't you think?
I don't think people conspire.
Every
I just don't think there are global conspiracies with thousands of people coordinated. I think conspiracies only work when there are a couple of people.
But wouldn't you say every aspect of the media is like a constructed reality?
No.
Like, say if there was no TV, like just turn them all off.
Right.
See how much influence it has. What if it didn't exist?
Okay. Tell me about what it would be like.
Well, we wouldn't have that frequency being pumped into our brains for a start. And we could breathe, maybe. Maybe that'd be a good place to start. What?
I will watch TV shows, but I generally watch them on Netflix or something. Do you watch a lot of TV?
It's more a place I've arrived. Like I grew up with I was a kid and I grew up with a TV set in my room, just a little one. But I've seen my my dad and my grandma argue. She'd be listening to the radio. He'd be at work listening to the radio. Then they'd come home and the TV would be on and they'd argue about the fucking radio and the TV. And I just always thought that especially Australian culture, it's very conservative. There's a left, there's a right, there's working class, there's the unemployed. They're seen as dole bludgers. There's this whole constructed. It's this whole constructed reality made up by old men from World War II.
Yeah, I would agree with that. And I certainly think they and people like them use their influence to peddle certain agendas. But I think that the difference in our views would probably be, I think that they report the truth, but just focus on stories that promote their agenda, or tell stories in a way that promotes their agenda. I don't think it's very likely that they just sort of make stuff up out of whole cloth, invent.
They have to. They have to. They won the war in a dodgy way. Our like grandparents were involved in like dark shit, and that's all there is to it, Harry. And they fucking lied to. Maybe not all of them, but the small number that knew. Don't you think when they were at sea too, like bombing the fuck out of each other, they would have figured a few things out?
I don't think any more than any other. Like, what figured what out? I guess I should have asked.
Like the trajectory of a missile or a bullet, how far, the distances, speeds.
Oh yeah, definitely.
I think like potentially you underestimate the situation, because I know I did. Because at first I didn't take any of it really seriously. You know, there's a bunch of characters out there, Eric Dubay, and the whole, the story. But there's a real aspect to this.
Yeah, that's where we diverge.
Because can you at least see from my standpoint, not just as an Australian, to someone who grew up here like you, this question has come to me and me alone. And I asked the question, do I live on a globe? Yes or no? So if the answer's no, that doesn't just involve me, that involves everyone.
Involves everyone. Howdy, ma'am.
We all live here.
I see. So it affects us all in terms of whether that's true or not.
Yeah, we're the people of Earth, and there's the big potential that we've all been lied to.
Sure.
About where we are and what we're really part of.
Yeah.
And that's what's held me. That's what I think about privately, that all the goings on are to distract from people realizing that for a start, and then that takes time to sink in. There's a whole bunch of things that go with this. I've been through it. Eventually, not like chemo, but people will need time to assimilate this. It takes time, and it's traumatic in some ways as well. But hopefully we come out the dark, Harry. That's the point, to wake up. and to know not everyone in the world's evil. Not everyone. The last thing I'll say is not everyone in the world's evil, Harry. Even the people involved in this. Maybe there's good reason. That's what Dell's always sort of said to me, that there might be good reason we've been lied to. There might be scary shit out there. We don't know.
It's always a possibility, without a doubt. My fundamental truth is, in regards to just the US, for example, and their national security, and the technology that they potentially have that they can't ever allow necessarily to be made public, because that's the advantage that they may have, you know, in a war situation or whatever. So I think to myself, well, there's definitely things that we don't know about that they definitely have technology-wise, and that would not be the limit to what they would keep private. In all sectors of government, there would be things that they keep private, and they say it's for our own good, it's for national security, whatever the case may be. We don't know everything. Therefore, shit, who knows? That's my basic truth.
Sure.
Yeah.
I mean, and I like that position of who knows. I mean, I do think it presents the challenge that, because I like the position of who knows, but that tells me is my conclusion. Therefore, must be I don't know. Right, and try and couch things in terms of uncertainty. Like even this whole discussion we've been having about crisis actors. I've been telling you what I think. I don't think that's the case. To sort of to claim to know something like that, if we're going to be consistent with it, we're not really able to, and that to me is an important position to hold.
Well, it's all speculation.
Sure, yeah.
It's all speculation. It's all that's why proving it's so important, because it would give the people who've been ringing the bell peace. Because as far as we're concerned, I know the people involved on my side, if you want to put it like that, we're not lying.
No, I don't think you're lying. I don't think I certainly for you, I don't think you're lying though. But I mean, I think the two sides of the whole flat Earth, globe Earth debate see one another in the same way. Right? Mistaken. Somebody's gotten inside your head with a bad idea, and between a particular idea that you've been told, and biases and preconceived ideas and whatever else it might be, we've come to different conclusions, but we tend to agree with, like we tend to, I think, hold fairly similar opinions on that about one another's views. I don't think you hold it for bad reasons or are lying. I won't say I think that's true of all of the flat earthers. I think there are some who I have serious doubts whether they believe in it, and I think there's something else in it for them. But that's just again speculation, as you put it, Whites.
Who's faking the funk on his eggshells? What do you think?
Obviously, I don't know for sure, but I do get a strong impression of that from QE and to a lesser
QE?
extent. Yeah.
What?
Very much so.
Get the fuck out of here. No way, bro. They're going to say, like, fucking, I don't know, somebody else, not him.
Oh, like there's other people like Joby and stuff, but I mean Joby's just there for
Well,
the trolls.
Joby, yeah. Yeah, that's what I mean, like Joby or something.
Yeah. Globus,
QE's way too. There's no way it's QE's not. I don't know. I don't think so. I mean, I can't divine his thoughts or anything, but.
Divine the salts. Talk about that.
Thoughts.
What's that?
Divine his thoughts, I think he said.
Oh, divine his thoughts.
Yeah, it did sound to me like
salts.
Well, yeah, you divine someone's thoughts, like just to know what they're thinking. I don't know what you're thinking.
Right. Yeah. Try to see what I'm thinking.
I can't see it, Merle. Send the signal harder to me, to my mind.
Akashic thing, I was then started getting really interested in like James Randi and skepticism, and I've always been fascinated by that. Like, which of these people know that this is bullshit?
Did you get it?
I didn't get it, Merle.
Jeremy,
I didn't get it.
Just
I didn't get it.
say the first thing that comes into your head.
Titties.
Too
Is that it?
No, it was juice.
We're not on
Juice.
the same. We're not on the same wavelength. I would have thought
Well, I
of
was
titties,
saying
bro.
juice. I was saying juice too. So juice. It's kind of like titty juice. Anyway.
Juicy titties. Mm.
I mean, would you want to? Would you want to read other people's thoughts and know what other people are thinking?
God no.
Mm.
Fuck no. Body language is enough, man. Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
You have to. No, that'd be a curse, I reckon, if you could hear everyone's thoughts. I mean, you could have some fun with it, obviously. But yeah.
Oh shit! It's 3 a.m. I gotta go to bed.
So I hope no one listened to that advice from fucking vegan tweaker or whatever his name was the other day. It's very bad advice. Oh, no, Harry. Have a good sleep, mate.
Yeah, I'm pretty fucking toast today. Oh, fuck.
Yeah, Harry said something before which made me fucking bring one up backwards. Fucking hell. Halfway through it, and I just fucking cracked up. I couldn't help myself.
Mm.
He
Yeah,
said
he's
something
stubborn.
funny.
Yeah,
Tickled my funny bone.
he's stubborn, eh? He just won't back down. He just won't let it go.
Yeah, at some point in time, the brain might allow him to actually, think about something else. But
Yeah,
till then,
yeah. He might. I don't know. It's I forget sometimes. Like it's. I guess I put up resistance to certain things myself. Looking back.
oh, we all do, of course. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
Even
Yeah.
going back to Santa Claus, you don't want to fucking find out Santa's not real, man. You resist that at the start.
Yeah. Yeah. It's
I mean, if it's presented to you in such a way, it's different cultures here. Christmas isn't exactly fucking what it was when I was a kid, but
yeah.
you know what I mean.
I had a real combination of sort of like harsh reality and total innocence, in a way. Like both.
What with like one sibling
Just
sort of
growing.
telling you it's bullshit and one like telling you along with it.
Yeah, and
That's
just sort
what
of
I
like
had.
life just sort of smacking you sort of in the face kind of thing. But at the same time, heaps of good stuff happened growing up as a kid, like really good times as well. So, and mostly. So, I mean, that's the biggest thing for me, really. Like, because being a kid and then to teenager, it was really good for me. So I've always sort of thought, well, it was more like so I don't know, like I moved out of home at 18, and sort of just I was playing the bass and got in a band, and just sort of that all happened, and just sort of did that, and I wasn't thinking too much about where I was going or what I was doing it for. I was just doing it.
Just living life, mate. That's the way,
Yeah.
really.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I don't know, but
Some
I
people are
got
lucky, man.
really.
They get to do that their whole life. Just get to
Yeah.
live.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It
Some people
kind of
never
went well.
experience that freedom. They leave school, they go
No.
to uni, go to career for fucking, until they're done. They never actually
Yeah.
get to kick back and do that at all. So,
Mm-hmm.
yeah, lucky.
Yeah. I don't know. It was cool because it was Melbourne, like all those, like the Punters Club, the Esplanade,
Oh,
played the
good scene
Metro,
for it. Shit.
like all those good venues. Got to play them.
Yep.
Like got to play in the Forum with Tumbleweed and You Am I. That was like the biggest gig.
Nice.
That was the biggest show we had. But we were in the box. Yeah, got to play with them at the Forum. Like we were like the opening band. It was us, and I don't know, like it. We got signed. Like we had a deal sort of lined up with Mushroom, and the lead singer got like an advance, like $10,000 advance, and it was for us to record an EP and probably get new equipment, stuff like that. And he didn't
Oh,
tell us,
no.
and he just spent it like on drugs,
No.
clothes,
No.
and yeah.
Oh, that's too
That's
rock and
what I think.
roll. That's just too rock
I
and
know
roll.
he was a rock star before sort of it all. Yeah, and it just fucked the band up, eh? We broke up. Like everyone just went their own way, and the whole band got on drugs, and I was just like, oh no. And I
That.
I just couldn't sort of go that way. was too kind of cautious, I think. I've always been a bit seen mad shit going on around me, but not necessarily joined in. But to cut a long story short, like I ended up then getting a job like at the Herald Sun in publishing, like out in Port Melbourne. And that, I reckon, kind of saved my life in a lot of ways. Not like that a lot of people died around me, but people did. You know, like heroin and stuff. So
yeah, took the wrong path.
So, you know, like I'm still here, and yeah, that was sort of like that's what happened. And then I don't know, I went back to school after all that because I didn't want to miss out on computer. I didn't have a computer like all through all through that phase. It was just pen and paper.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
I'll just write on everything, anything I could find. I went through this big phase of just writing. Kept some of it, and yeah, then went back to school, and I went to all the universities in Queensland, like the best, what I thought were the best universities, but I just couldn't. I was sort of going down neuroscience, like the brain and the study of the brain, and then I was thinking about psychology as well. I was just interested in the mind, and then I went to this one last school, and they said, "Oh, what are you interested in?" I said, "Oh, you know, music and art and blah, blah, blah." And they went, "Oh, there's this international headquarters. It's like on the beach in Byron Bay. And it's like a music and audio school and animation and film and all that stuff." So I was like, "Oh, that sounds pretty good." And they were like, "Yeah." And so I ended up going in that direction. I went and lived in Byron Bay and went to this like audio. I went there to do audio engineering. And I don't know, I just ended up at this party and these guys came up to me. One dude I knew from high school, but I didn't really know him. And he was just there by just coincidence at the school. And he said, these three dudes said, "You're a filmmaker. You just don't know it yet. You've got to change your course." And I went home and I thought about it and blah, blah, blah. And yeah, I ended up changing the course, and then I just got right into film and filmmaking, and that I've sort of gone in that direction ever since. And
porn.
That's how it sort of unfolded. Yeah. And then I went to England.
Crazy how little moments can change things like that.
Yeah, I know. Like that was a weird thing to happen too. Like unexpected. No, but it's like they'd all talked about it as well. Like they just decided that I was to do this sort of thing. It was my destiny.
Let's all hope they weren't having beers beforehand going, let's see if we can filmmaker. I'll give you $20. And you change your whole career path.
I would like because like M. Scott Veach, like he makes like I don't know, he works for some Netflix or something, but I've always wanted to make like a big budget sort of film. Like if I had, you know, the money, like I don't know, I'd get involved. Let's put it that way.
Just do another
try and make
awesome
something epic.
Like Sharknado, like don't copy it, but you know, something basic like that. That didn't cost much. Like, and it was really, really B grade, but fuck, that was popular.
Yeah.
You know, heads gotta stop messaging me to unmute them and then not being in the room. Like that shit happens to me all the time.
Don't mute me.
And please unmute me. I go to the room, look for a name, I'm not in the room, then I got to message it back. You're not in the room. Fucking huge ordeal here with this modding thing.
It comes with the job, man. That's why if you don't see it right away, then don't worry about it, man. If you don't see it within 20 minutes, then somebody else either unmuted them or they're not going to be there anymore.
That's why everyone should just behave and not get muted.
I reckon.
Yeah. Yeah, Kosher.
Use your head.
I've never been muted in here.
I had to mute you in Gems the other day.
No, you muted me in Gems because you're a dick. I remember that.
No, because you deserved it.
No, yeah, exactly. I didn't do anything to you.
Yeah,
Are you a mod in Gems, Jeremy?
No, Chemo gave me like temporary mod or something.
Oh, I was gonna say that
Can't,
could be
you couldn't
so
mod those
useful.
people. You
That
can't
could
mod
be
those
so
people.
excellent.
No, it's not. You can't mod those people.
He should make all the flat earthers mods. That'd make it so interesting. In Panda's room.
I mean, I don't think
That's
it would
what we
even.
did.
Go.
No, that's what we did. Remember, we said they're still doing that. If there's an underdog or something like that, like same thing that happened with Jeremy, they just give them mods.
Well, tell Jem to let 10 of us in and make us all mods, and we'll see what we can do.
You ain't gonna get nothing. You can't get nothing done in there. So many people want to jump in the conversation. I used to tell them all the time, like, yo, you gotta pick over. Let just, the flat earther will hack away at him until he can't take it anymore, and then you pick another glober. But everyone wants to get their 2 cents in like right away, and it just turns into a shit show.
Yeah, it's so true.
Like, that's how we need to do it
so
here.
many times.
That's how we should be here. We shouldn't be all going at a glober when they come in. We need to just pick our best guy or whoever wants it. Everyone's got to get some practice. Pick whoever wants it and just let them go at it. And nobody butt in until they tap out, or
Yeah,
just until they
call
tap
for
out.
reinforcement. Yeah.
Yeah, be like, all right, I got to go, or I don't know, whatever.
No, because it'd just end up like Nathan's then, wouldn't it? It'd be like Oakley's. It'd be like, well, prove radius, and then they can't do it, and then that'd be the end of them. Next, prove radius, can't do it, end of them. Next. That's all it would be then, wouldn't it?
Yeah, but they try though. Coach, you could go win 3 Bitcoins right now, bro. That's fucking big bucks. That's over 100 G's. Oakley or Dave White, somebody's giving out Bitcoin. I'm gonna fucking try to prove the globe to him. For that.
Oh, see, that's the thing. It's unprovable.
I'm just saying, like, if you guys get this globe evidence, this might be a time to break out the heavy hitters right here. 3 Bitcoins on a line.
Well, what could you bring?
Oh, someone's.
Oh, I have no idea.
Not exactly. Yeah, what could the proof be? Yeah.
That'd be interesting. What is the globe proof? Oof.
Oh, what do you got, Kosho?
A globe?
Just take a picture of a globe.
Proof of curvature
Or like
and
give
proof
him
of relation.
give him an actual globe. I'd go to the trouble to like get water on it and have it spinning and a little light bulb going around, a few magnets. Could do a little LED light show.
Little sounds.
Little Stephen Hawking like model.
It's really good. Yeah.
Universe.
Poor bastard. Trundled around the country. I think someone's got $1 million up to present evidence of this Rona. That hasn't been claimed yet. So
No, stop.
there's that.
Stop. All right, but
Hey,
we're
I
not.
said
We're not
Rona,
gonna.
you know, Rona Harrington, the singer.
I know.
You know that chick?
I don't want it to go down this road.
She's a redhead. Fucking fiery fucking redhead. Anyway.
You know, it's not up to us, guys. If it was up to us, we'd open it up for anything. But
Yeah, well, shit. There's got to be somewhere. Got to get back onto Brando's. When's he coming back? Jeremy, what's his schedule?
I don't know. He's got some personal shit going on. He'll be back.
So he's not just holidaying. I thought he was just on a holiday somewhere.
I don't know what he's got going on. He just said he had some personal shit going on, and he'd be back
No
as soon as he
worries.
could.
You should fucking open up his room for the morning show. You can get in
I
there
can't
and
host the show.
fucking
I got no
Rona it
patience.
up.
I can't host the show, bro.
You can't.
I got too much shit going on, dude.
Everywhere.
I got
Yeah,
too
I know
much
you
shit
see.
going on. It's always fucking crazy
You
everywhere,
got
everything you
5
do all
kids,
day.
haven't you?
What's up?
You've only got 5 kids, don't you?
Yeah, that's all. Nothing big. I mean, it's not like fucking my whole day's packed full of shit. My wife's was sanding the stairs earlier. Now the whole house is in a thick layer of dust. There's that.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Is that you, Lemon?
Hey,
What up?
how are you?
Good.
What y'all talking about?
Yeah, just chilling.
Not the Rona. Sorry.
It's all right. You're fucking.
He's Australian.
Yeah.
We can't help it.
Merle, you got to be in the top 5 flat Earth Australians, ain't it?
I reckon there's not many of us who've really, taken it up to them. Really.
Where's Bandsaw?
Yeah.
Yeah, you guys got Sheppa.
Who?
Bandsaw.
No, I know Bandsaw. Who the fuck did Kocho say though?
Sheppa.
What is that? Is that a person?
Yeah, he showed us all his dick. He sent dick pics to me and Scott.
And then
he
you
sent
wanted
dick pics to me and Scott and some other people.
And then you wanted to suck it immediately after seeing it.
No, it was the ugliest dick I've ever seen in my life. And actually, Kaiser.
How many dicks
Kaiser
have
was
you
still in the
seen?
server. A few, man. Quite a few. But when Kaiser was in the server, yeah, well, I wouldn't say an expert, but when Kaiser was in the server, Cheppa sent me a picture after he'd sent me the dick pic. It was like way after that, and I was like worried about opening my text, my messages from him. So I told Kaiser, I was like, Kaiser, will you check my DMs from Cheppa? And he opened it, and it was another fucking dick pic. Oh my god!
Was it the same dick?
I don't know. I have no idea. It was a flaccid, ugly penis, man. I don't want to know what the second one looked like.
Who's taking dick pics when their dick's off? That don't even make sense.
Australians, man.
What the fuck is wrong with you guys?
Oh, shit.
That's awesome. Doesn't even care. He doesn't even care.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly right. Cheppa doesn't care at all, man.
But you don't just pull your pants down and take a dick pic. You gotta get aroused a little bit. get it from some good angles.
No, he didn't get
Yeah,
aroused.
yeah.
That's what I'm saying. He sent this flaccid penis.
Uh,
That's what he was doing, man.
It made you look at
He
it.
sent it. I saw it, man. And he sent it to me and Scott and quite a few. I think he sent it to Twitch.
Burned into, isn't it?
Oh wow! He sent it to Twit as well. What a
Yeah, pretty sure.
legend!
That's why he's permanently banned.
See, the other countries have like streakers. In Australia, when we have like sporting events, there's usually a streaker or 10 that'll run across the field at some point. Does that happen in other countries?
Yeah, here
A
in America,
streaker
yeah.
is someone that takes their clothes off. Okay, good, right. Good.
I used to do that. I used to be real dumb, and I just I used to do that a lot.
What do you mean
I
used
got
to
over
be?
that though.
What do you mean used to be?
Go fuck yourself, man. I'm saying I used to streak a lot. Now it's a different thing, so it's like I could get in a lot of trouble. You know what I mean? A lot of trouble if I did that now, but yeah, I would do that a lot when I was younger.
Can't tell if this is a pajama t-shirt or a regular t-shirt.
Yeah, my girlfriend, I was leaving the house, and she's like, "Hey, go check your phone charger." And there's like a little note on it. It was like a coupon. I was like, "What is this?" And it said, "You've been good. Here's a coupon for 1 free pajama day. Don't have to worry about getting dressed." I was like, "What
Pajama
the fuck?"
day? It should have been. I
like,
thought it was going to be blowjob or something. I got happy for you.
Yeah, I
For a
wish.
second. What the fuck is a pajama day? You can play duck hunt in your
I don't know. I
pajamas?
was like, "What the fuck is this?" Just put it back.
We're not 8 years old anymore. We're not going to sit around and play duck hunt in our pajamas all day. That was going to say blowjob. Like, I was getting happy for you. I'm like, oh, Coach doesn't get his dick wet for once. Congratulations, but no.
She pissed me off because she leaned over and she sucked on my toe one day. I was like, "What the fuck are you doing? Like, you
Suck
put my
on your
fucking
toe?
toe in your mouth, but you won't put my fucking dick in your mouth."
You don't give blowjobs?
She's never given one in her life.
We can talk about this.
Never given a
Fucking talk
blowjob?
about
It's
Brian.
time to learn. She needs to learn.
She's never given one in her entire life.
Well, you better dude. Do you fucking go down on her?
Yeah. I mean, I've done it plenty of times. I ask her all the time, but she says no. You know, so I was like, okay, whatever. And then, yeah, because she doesn't like it. She doesn't. She's very conservative. Usually, but anyway, I had to be on time.
Like it. Dude,
Oh, this chick
Well,
better be fucking loaded,
you
dude.
don't ask. Oh,
I have to be on time. I have to be on time.
Apparently, it's a
for
globe
20
and
days.
you've got this going on.
I already
You
know
must
she's
be-
loaded because Kosho is not fucking around.
Say what?
She's loaded, isn't she?
Yeah. She's a real estate. She buys and flips houses and shit. Flipping a house right now.
Oh.
But yeah, she got a lot
Sugar
more.
mama.
She showed me her bank account. I was like, what the hell? But she showed me if I'm on time for 20 days in a row, then she'll give me a blowjob. And she said she's been watching YouTube videos and stuff about how to do it. I was like, all right, good. It's like, watch some more fucking videos.
What you need to do is get a blue lollipop, right? And
Really?
have her eat the blue lollipop for a little while, and then it's like you're getting
So-
smart head.
So she's watching the videos and she's preparing, and you're like anticipating like her.
Bro, I'm gonna send you
not
2
really.
videos.
I've never been in a blowjob.
I'm gonna
Not
send you
with
2
her,
porn
though.
clips right now. You tell her to suck it like this, and you'll be
You
good.
want to see her skills?
Yeah, I'll send her whatever video you send me. It's a good idea.
I mean, this is straight out of Pornhub, so she like. She said she's watching
We watch
YouTube
porn.
videos.
We watch porn together.
Yeah.
But YouTube is not the place to learn how to suck a dick. First of all,
Yeah, it is.
how old is she?
Dude, on YouTube, that's where they're teaching you that shit, dude. They're not going to
How
teach you
old
that on
is your
Pornhub.
How old is your girl?
37.
37 never sucked a dick. You sucked more dick than her.
Probably, yeah. It's a good
And
point,
you're
man.
going to be first at 37 as well.
Crazy.
No, but no, really, she never done coke before. She smoked weed one time. She
Wow.
I'll tell you which is.
Yeah.
Was that the time that she sucked the dick when she smoked the
Gotta be
weed?
careful what I say, man. This shit's
She's
got on
never-
YouTube.
She's never sucked a dick before.
Not even when she smoked weed that one time.
Yep. Even that one
Oh
time.
man, what?
Lying to you. I took her up to a polygraph.
Yeah, like what? What's going on with you, man?
You know what's crazy? You know when we met?
Hang on,
When we met-
mate. Are you the one that can't smell?
Say what?
Are
Yeah,
you
I
the
can't
guy
smell.
that
That's
can't
right.
smell
Yeah.
properly?
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
right.
see, you're the pheromones. You're not giving out the right signals because you're not receiving them. You poor bastard. You don't know what's
I'm
going
giving
on.
out,
But you
giving out
know
pheromones. No,
Oh,
see, before she'd even met me, she'd never given a blowjob before, so it's certainly not a me thing. But
Oh,
You're not.
definitely,
Let's face it. You're not. Let's face it, though. You're not helping the situation at all.
well, I mean, I am because she's and she's kissed it before, but I think she's just a little, she's timid. You know, she's
Kissed it before?
very reserved. So
What are you, fucking 10?
no, Kosho, seriously. The one
I'm
thing
not
he's
really
going
into
to do
blowjobs, dude.
is ask
Dude, what? What?
to go down on a girl.
That's
Yeah, I've
weird.
never been into blowjobs.
Do
I
it,
got a
mate.
friend who she was begging me not that long
How
ago to give
funny
me a
is
blowjob.
bullshit?
Yeah, I'm not really into blowjobs, dude. Because I think
Bullshit.
blowjobs are like a gateway. It's like a gateway drug.
How can you
It's like
not
girls
like?
use it. For you
Gateway
bang.
to what? Fucking?
Yeah, girls just use it like, hey, I'll give you a blowjob, but they just giving you a blowjob for like 2 minutes, and then they want you to fuck them. I'm like, what the fuck?
Bro.
No, see, that's where you've gone wrong. You should be in control, mate, and be dictating everything. You don't
Well,
let them
that's
give
what I'm
up
saying.
after 2 minutes.
That's why I'm not into blowjobs, because you're not really in control. You're just like sitting there.
No, you are in control. Oh my, alright. No worries. I feel frustrated for you.
I'm
Poor
that's
fucker.
perfectly fine.
You do know that you can just.
We're
grab
having sex like 2-3 times a day. Unless she's mad at me.
Come on, that was a good one, guys. Come on, that was good, right?
Yeah,
she home?
it was unexpected. I was like, "What?"
I know, right? Yeah, it just came out of nowhere. Just go to the full extreme. Did you hear me, Kosho?
Oh, what did you say?
I said you do know that you can just grab the back of her head, right?
Yeah, but I'm really into it, though. Is what I'm saying. It's not my
Whatever,
thing.
dude.
Some people are into it. Some people are into other stuff. I've never been into blowjobs.
Well, how old were you when you gave
Started
it?
off.
How
Started off
old?
with you being pretty disappointed that she doesn't do it, and now all of a sudden it's
How old was I when I gave my first one, Jeremy? Is that what you're asking me?
It's gonna be funny. It's not that funny anymore.
Yeah, I know it's not that funny, you fucking asshole.
Sad.
But anyways, yeah, I've never been into it. They're great and all, but
they hurt your jaw too much.
I can't drink soy milk.
There you go, Jeremy. You redeemed yourself, man. You fucking idiot.
Yeah.
Maybe back off the soy just a little bit.
Anyway, no, I mean, because I'm not into blowjobs. What does that have to do with soy sauce?
Not soy sauce. Soy milk, soy protein.
I mean, some dudes, their thing is just not my thing. I like to be
Fair
in the
enough.
captain's seat.
Next topic.
Well, Merle was talking about making porn earlier.
Yeah, nobody cares about how many blowjobs you don't get, Coach.
Well, except for you guys. You guys were the ones talking about it.
It's
Oh,
depressing.
we
I
just did
feel
disbelief,
bad.
mate.
I feel
Yeah,
embarrassed
just
for you now.
We were talking about Chepa's dick, and then you guys start talking about my blowjobs.
We got to get some new conversation in here. Seriously, you got a point on that. We went right from
Yeah, man.
Chepa's dick to your fucking non-existent blowjobs.
Yeah, I'm not worried about it. That's right, because we were talking about my pajamas, the pajama coupon I got. That's right. You're the one who brought it up, you fucking fuckface.
Because if a girl leaves you a coupon, that shit better say like yo, free blowjob or something. It's not pajama. What the fuck is a pajama day?
Yeah, the fact that there's even pajamas in this conversation.
Tell him, Jeremy.
You got your Spider-Man jammies?
I got Batman. I got Batman ones.
You gonna put on your pajama jammy jams?
There's the problem.
You got the ones with the feet.
Where's your girlfriend right now, Coach?
She's at home. Oh,
I got her tied up in the basement right now, giving me blowjobs.
Whoa.
That's where she.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, he's just trying to get me back. All the times well, we're not gonna say it. He's just mad because his wife still says my name during sex with him.
That's fucked up.
And he knows it's true. Tell me that's not true. Tell me it's not true, man.
Up. I don't know.
Yeah. Yeah, we got the same name, that's why. So, anyway, let's bring back to the flat Earth, man. So let me ask you, Jeremy. Somebody brought this up earlier. The thing, and I hate to put you on the spot.
Oh yeah, I'm sure you hate to put me on the spot. I know.
I do, man. I don't want to put you on the spot. That's the last thing I want to do. But honestly, yeah, it's just about the thing with the lines and the distances and all that. You said you're gonna bring it by your people or something like that. And have you had a chance to do that yet?
No, not yet. I mean, we should be talking about it right now.
Are your people in here now?
You should bring that shit right to Oakley, bro. You bring it right to the top.
No.
Why? Why wouldn't you bring that to Oakley?
He's not because I don't want to say what I think about Oakley or Bev or Quantum Eraser.
Just say,
but
look,
these are not the kind of people that you bring information to.
Just say, look, guys, we got distances, known distances, right? When you try to put them on a flat surface, it doesn't work. When you put them on a curved surface, the distances work. I'm sure that'll go over nice and smooth with Oakley.
These are the people that are not interested in any kind of information. They're interested in the audience's reaction to the things they do. Wishy-washy. This episode's right. Jeremy himself said that this would be damning for the flat Earth. 5 minutes before.
Yeah, so prove the distances.
Yeah, this is some pretty good.
Prove the distance. Go.
I mean, you think the distance between Seattle and New York could be off by how much?
I've got no idea, but they need to be proving it. We can speculate all we fucking like.
I mean, no offense though, but I mean, if you're not even that far in the conversation that you're not even sure how far two cities are from one another, then how are you going to discern anything about the Earth? Like, if you could just say any cities,
but it's not about being sure. It's just about verifying it. If you just verify it, then you're certain. It's not about being sure, unsure, or guessing. Just verifying it. Boom, done. Next. You verify all the distances, and it's a sphere or it's not. But you can't just say, we've got some computer program that tells us far apart. Can't do that.
They've been verified about 1,500,000 times a million. So, I mean, the fact that people take these routes daily, and there's, millions of people taking it daily, and there's truckers, and there's pilots, and they all trust the same maps that we all use.
None of that's direct. None of that's like literally, a wheel on a stick measuring the distance in a straight line. None of that's that, is it? It's all calculated.
Yeah, but the have-seen function is a function where you can take any two coordinates on Earth, and you put in this function in there, and it tells you the exact shortest distance between those two places, and that number corresponds with the maps and everything. So that's why everything's checking out. It's good. It's
Of course,
corroborating.
everything we check out based on a globe. Everything that's based on a globe, we check out a globe. Of course it will.
No, I didn't say anything about a globe. I was talking about reality. I was saying in reality, we use these functions to tell us the shortest distance between these two places in reality, and they travel these two places in reality, and there's no disagreement with, their actual travels. So that's what I'm saying. Like, I don't think that.
But how is
I
it?
mean,
How is it verified though?
it's verified through the use of it. It's used, and nobody complains about it being incorrect.
Are you talking about what, aeroplanes? What are you talking about? How is the?
I'm talking about the whole everything: trucks, buses, airplanes, pigeons, scooters.
Yeah, but what
I mean,
sort of points are you talking about that are a straight line for buses and all of that? What is there a straight road somewhere between these points?
the thing is, the distance. The distance tells the distance. The shortest distance is going to be shorter than the bus distance or whatever distance. But
Right.
what's
So chuck them out.
yeah. So the shortest distance is going to be shorter than the bus or the plane and all that other kind of stuff. That's what I'm saying. Even when you take the
I'm
bus
asking
or you
how it was
take
verified.
like I said,
Definitively
through its
verified
use.
distances. And all I'm hearing is calculations based on not buses and not cars.
No, well then you're not listening. I said through its use. It's used in all these. So it's like, at this point, to have to claim there's a flaw in any of those maps, there would have to be some evidence put forth on your part, possibly. Otherwise, it'd be a ridiculous claim to make, right? Because it's being used successfully. So
is it not possible to definitively measure these distances for the sake of argument? Is that not possible? Do you have to rely on calculations and use of other things?
no, it's absolutely possible. So, for instance, you could use if you were like wearing a loincloth, and all you had was a watch and I don't know, some kind of protractor, you could simply look at the sun and, on any given latitude, witness the speed that the subsolar point or the local solar noon is traveling from point to point, and you would confirm the exact positions of those longitude and latitudes. So by confirming those positions and then using those positions with something like the Haversine function or something like just noting the speed that the sun's traveling in a given day and the amount of land it's crossing in that day. I mean, you can confirm all these coordinates, all these distances, everything.
Definitively measure the land that it's crossing first. How are we doing that? Seriously, come on. We should be able to measure a straight line much easier than a protractor and a fucking a sun. Can't we just get a fucking wheel and roll it?
Sure, you can do that too. There's a million things that you can do.
Let's do that.
But like I said,
because that way we can definitively verify this, can't we?
Like I said, there's already been 1,500 ways in which it was definitively verified, and so I think the burden would be on the person claiming that it's not correct, since every single type of measurement or travel corroborates with one another, and nobody disagrees on the distances. So
it must be a globe.
I think somebody.
Well done,
Well, no, nobody's saying it's a globe. Nobody's saying it's a globe, but I think what I'm saying is that the distances that are stated on Google Maps, for instance, are not really argued. Nobody has an argument against them other than where's the proof that this is the actual distance? Well, the proof is the fact that it's being used and it works.
Well, I like to see proof of it. I don't like to just be told or shown something. I like to see proof of it. Personally.
I mean, have you ever used Google Maps?
Yeah, I've used Google Maps, man. Yeah, of course.
Yeah, well, I mean, has it ever told you some distance and it was ended up being wrong?
Distance-wise, personally, no, I've never noticed any large discrepancies, but it certainly fucking led me astray. So it's not the be-all and end-all. That's for sure.
Yeah, but I don't think anyone's experienced like it being 50 miles off. Like it's like, oh, what? This is told me it was going to be here, but it's 50 miles away from here. Like that's never happened. If it
No,
did, there'd be.
I was saying earlier that I've got just with my own personal family travelling from where I am across the country to Western Australia. I've got some anecdotal evidence of that trip being further than Google says it is. So that's just one thing, and that's across a latitude line. You know, not longitudinally, but latitudinally.
Fair enough. I'm gonna
I
pull
like
up
to
this
verify
proof.
that myself, but COVID, you can't travel. But one day COVID will be with, and we'll be able to travel around again.
Bro, stop, please, Jesus.
Oh, what? I'm not even allowed to talk one little thing about it.
Don't even look at it.
Are you sending him dick pics, Jeremy?
No, remember from The Hangover, he was like, "Hey, you got a sweet ride there." The guy's like, "Don't touch it." He's like, "Don't even look at it."
Fiery fucking redhead, though, I tell you.
Can't find these fucking pictures. Hold on.
So what we need, Jeremy, is like one of those giant fucking measuring wheels, like with fucking like 50 meters on it, and like roll it between two points. Have like a team of people that can each take over and just roll it in a straight line. We need to measure all these fucking distances definitively. Actually, it's up to the Globus to do this shit anyway. I've got to back their own claims.
I concur. You know, when I did that test, I had 23 other people, and we were just looking at the sun and blah blah blah. And I had to note when all their local solar noons were directly south of them, and this and that and blah blah blah. Really, those types of observations are at least confirming different longitudes through the sun. Really is a powerful tool to. It really kind of takes away any questions that would ever have about coordinates on the Earth, and that because people say, "Oh, those are just arbitrary coordinates," but they really are definite positions based on very practical measuring techniques. Using the sun or the sky really, but they don't fail. I mean, people use it to travel, so. Okay, I found one of the pictures. Oh, fucking hell. God damn it. I can't find the one that I fucking made.
Right.
Oh, there it is.
Coffee table. Damn, this would be good woodwork. Where is it? Bullshit. Whole bunch of bullshit. You gonna claim that's a photo of Earth with those lines on it? Yeah, we know all this shit. You gotta definitively measure the distances. Crap. I'm all bullshit with you guys. Here's the thing. Go, believe us.
What's up? Were you talking to me the whole time?
Just verbalizing words.
Trying to reinvest some of my profits here. I got enough bill money to the end of the year. I'm gonna just keep reinvesting my shit, trying to make a few extra bucks a day.
Oh, look, that's where it goes bad, Jeremy. You got your bill money. Put it all out.
I have my bill money in the bank. Like, it's fine. I don't need to cash any crypto out for now. So I'm just gonna build it up to try to get more passive income. I'm at $1,600 a month. That's with one of my main things crashing this morning, the day before I go to cash out. So it's pretty good. $1,600 a month. I probably need
Not complaining about
12.
that.
Even if everything went to hell, I would just have to make $300 a week doing Uber and Lyft, which is fucking nothing. You could do that in 2 days. So.
Yeah, I think you probably should factor in that if all the Bitcoin thing went to hell and you lost out on that, you probably wouldn't have as many people using Uber. Because a lot of people would be down on their fucking luck.
Probably
There's
just
a lot
gonna
of people
keep.
riding the wave.
I mean, I'm probably just gonna keep doing Uber anyways. Honestly, I can go make $300 a month. It's an easy $10 a day. It would take me 2 or 3 days to get that if I'm lazy.
Yep.
I'm about to get hired as a mod for this one room. I don't know. I don't even know what to do in there. I don't know.
Paid?
Yeah, the guy said to give me $100 a week. He wants me to do it for a week for a trial run to see how it goes. So I was like, all right, I'll hang out in there a bunch.
For 1 hour a week?
No, I don't know, a few hours a day or something. I don't know what he wants from me.
Okay.
I mean, it's $400. It's $100 a week, but I just don't know what to do.
Well, it would obviously take your attention, so you wouldn't really be able to do much else, I'd imagine, during that time.
Yeah.
Especially if you get paid for it, you'd have to actually focus on it, wouldn't you?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
A couple hours a day, though, nothing crazy.
No, that's not too bad.
It's only
And not
$400.
during the bloody... Yeah, but it wouldn't want to be through Brandon's showtime, though.
No, it's only $400 a month, though. I wish it was double or triple that or something. Then I'd be more into it. But it's I don't know. It's pretty good for being able to stay home on a computer and shit. But I was making gifts. That fucking dried up. The guy was like, "Yo, we're gonna chill for now." I think he realized how much he was paying me every day, and was like, "Oh shit, this is starting to add up." Yeah, I'll probably just stay with the Uber and Lyft for now until one of my things bubble. I need something to bubble. Like I need one of my investments to go to do like a 10x real quick.
I think we all could do with that, Jeremy. A quick 10x. Never heard anyone on that, mate.
Quick 10, 5, 10x.
Yeah, just
At least 5x to be good. If it's one of my bigger investments, if it's one of my little teeny guys, there's some shit I got like $10 in. So I mean that does a 10x. That does nothing for me.
just send a fucking private message to fucking Elon, mate. Mention
Oh, we sent him an NFT the other day.
What was it?
Bro, dudes like that, a Dogepunk NFT. Yo, dudes like that, like Elon, the guy that owns the Ethereum chain, they get sent shit all day long. Like they have constant crypto. The guy that owns the Ethereum network coin, the Shiba Inu coin, they sent him like fucking billions or millions of dollars worth or something for nothing.
Crazy.
They thought he wasn't going to spend it, and he ended up giving it to the Indian government or some weird shit.
Yeah, we could have proven flat Earth with that coin, but no.
Yo, Veach, I talked to Veach last night. Back in August, somebody bought like $8,000 worth of Shiba Inu. It's worth like $5 billion now. He's like, that's been the biggest.
Shit.
Yeah, that was the biggest accidental like bubble ever. Like no one's ever turned $8,000 into billions of dollars. Like that's just never happened.
Yeah, who was it though?
Nobody knows. It's just a wallet. Some wallet bought $8,000 worth of SHIB. These wallets got no names. You can see everything the wallet does. You just don't know who it is unless you sent me your wallet address and then I sent you some B&B or something. Like I would be like, oh, okay, I would know. Else would know, but I would know that was your wallet.
Yeah, but if it was just your average Joe or whatever, like it would have leaked out by now who's fucking all of a sudden got $5 billion fucking dollars. So
I mean, bro, you can only sell that much. You can only sell so much at once. Like if you try to go sell $5 billion worth of Shiba Inu, it would fucking. I don't even think you could do it. You'd have to sell like
no,
I don't know, 10
no,
million.
You'd have a smile on your face that people would be questioning.
I'd be selling 100 grand every hour, at least. If not, like I'd be doing like I don't know, $1 million a day at least, dude. Until I had like fucking $500 million or something.
Yeah. Classic. I love how it's just got no intrinsic value whatsoever. And it's just speculated the shit out of, and it just goes up and down. It's just crazy.
Yeah.
Zeros and ones. People are fighting over it. It's just wild. I see people are quietly accumulating pirate chain, down at its lows. Not sure if that's just your average Joe buying in
You
low
say
and hope, or whether it's actually being accumulated by
I got Pirate Coin on the BNB chain on the smart chain. I don't think it's the same
Okay.
thing though.
No.
It's doing really good. I get passive income off it. That shit makes me like
Yeah,
$40 a month. My Pirate Coin makes me like $40 a month. Or something. I don't
Do you
know
have
what
to
the
lock it
exact
away?
number is. What's up?
Do you have to lock it away for a period of time?
I can pull it out whenever. I mean, it is in a thing, but I could pull it out whenever I want.
Yeah, okay, cool.
No, it's not locked. Yeah, it's not locked. No. Yeah, I get like 30, 40, 50 bucks a month, something off of that. What I do is I combine it. I combine my Pirate Coin with BNB, and then you form an LP token. Now you're farming the LP token. So you put the LP token on the site, they give you a percentage, and that shit fucking adds up.
Yeah, lots of little bits add up, mate. That's definitely the case.
Yeah. All the drops fill the bucket. You know, I lost my phone. Oh no, I didn't. I got it.
My shoulder.
What I'm really trying to get into is these play to earn games. I got this one game I make $9 a day off of. It takes me like, I don't know, a half hour or something. Maybe less, maybe a little more or whatever. It's not important. I'm trying to get like 10 of them shits where I make like $5 a day, $10 a day. You just see my list. I got a list of all my passive income shit that I got going on. Some of the list has like a penny a day on it from certain things. Some of it's like $10. My list is fucking dope. Bro, if I had known about passive income, what I know now, I would already have, like, yo, you got to start on this shit early. I tried to tell my kids, I'm like, yo, you guys got to get into crypto. I can get you money. You know, they don't even have to do anything. It's passive. Like, they don't even have to put money up. All they got to do is just they got nice gaming computers. I could get them $1 a day. Easy off the
Just do
computers.
it. Set it up for them.
I can't. They're mining like Roblox or some shit right now. They're like, I have it auto clicking. They're auto clicking Roblox to get fucking goofy ass cash in some game. They could be getting a real $1 a day off of them computers. Then you take that $30 at the end of the month. You invest that shit into a different coin that has passive income ticking in. So you take that $30. Now you might get $1 a month off of that $30 extra. You know what I'm saying? And that coin might bubble, and that coin might go up to $300. That's that 10x I was talking about. Then you're making $10 a month off it or something. I don't know. No, $300 will get you $1 a day easy. That's about the average. Like $300 was $1 a day. Usually less. It depends on where it is. I like to diversify. I got my shit all spread out. Anyways, I want to take over the whole chat with this. What do you guys got?
It's good to be diversified, mate.
Yeah, I'd rather make $1 a day from 100 places than $100 a day from one place.
Yeah, my passive income is from livestock. Just got beef, pork, lambs, goats. So once a month.
What are you, a farmer?
Yeah, it was sort of hobby farm.
Like a home? You got a homesteading thing going on?
Pretty much, yeah.
Oh, that's awesome. How much you get off of that?
It depends on the season, but I mean, it's we're usually getting rid of 10 head of cattle like every couple of months, plus other animals. So it's fairly lucrative for us, especially with the beef prices at the moment.
Oh yeah, you gotta keep that meat coming, bro. Hell yeah. Would you
Yeah.
say you sell a herd of cattle every couple of months?
No, 10 head every couple of months. Yeah.
10 cattle, 10 cows.
Yeah, 10 steers. Yeah, so we get them in, young.
For the meat, how much it cost? All right, how much you get for the 10, and then how much does it cost to grow them, to raise them? You gotta have vet bills and all kinds of food and shit, right?
Oh yeah, look, we net about 7.5 out of it.
7.5 grand.
Yeah, off the 10 head. Yeah.
And you do that every few months, so you do that. Oh, that's fucking lovely, bro.
Every couple
Hell
of months,
yeah. Let's fucking
you
go.
got to remember though, like anything though, like with your crypto, you've got to go with the good and bad times. Like the beef prices right now are pretty good. So, we're doing better than we would otherwise and have done in other years when the beef prices
And
were so good.
I can't imagine the amount of money you're saving on food. You probably keep one for yourself, or no? You just take the 7.5 G's and go buy.
Yeah, no, it was one for myself and my family, and yeah, there's plenty of people that get meat off us as well.
That's what I mean. You're better off just chopping that shit up yourself, and instead of like going to the store and buying meat. It's probably
shit. Yeah, we don't buy.
Yeah,
meat.
man. You got to save thousands a year on food. You got eggs and chickens and shit.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah.
How many chickens you get?
How
many eggs a day? How many eggs you get? How many?
Between 20 and 30, somewhere there.
Chickens?
Yeah, chickens, yeah.
What are you getting, like 20? How many eggs you get a day?
Oh, at least 20. That's why I don't know how many chickens, but I know we get at least 20 eggs, so there's been 20 and 30 chickens. They don't always lay the same. Some go off the lay.
20 eggs a day is banging. You sell them shits, or you just keep them?
No, we use them, mate. I eat 6 by myself, yeah.
That's what I'm saying. I could eat 5 eggs right now, and I just ate.
Yeah. Smash them.
I put a little cheese in them. I do them scrambled. I put a bunch of butter in the pan, get some cheese slices, sprinkle it in there with the scrambled eggs. It's fucking delicious. I make them nice and fluffy.
Awesome.
What else you got going on, bro? You're fucking killing it off the cows. You don't even need to do anything else.
No, I do, but yeah. But it's sort of homeschool as well at the moment with the kids, so that's a bit of a priority as well. So it's good that we do have the passive income off the land.
Hell yeah, bro. I would double up on them cows. What do you need, like infrastructure and shit?
No, it's down to land. I'm at the max that I can do land wise. I like to just grass feed them, so there's no,
What do you got, like 5 acres or something?
No, I got 25 all up.
25 acres? You can only have 10 fucking, oh, you got a whole bunch though, because you got.
Yeah, I got a whole bunch so that I can stagger them out. Yeah.
All right. You gotta get your chickens up or something, bro. What else you got going on? I like this. What else you got?
No, I can't get the chickens up. We're sort of maxed out with the land and everything. Keep it, so
no, chickens take no land, bro. Chickens take no land.
Yes, they do. You have to have them out, man.
You know what you do?
We free range everything, so they're out all the time. Only go into their coop at night. They're out all day.
Listen, you know what you do? Get one of those bug zappers. You know them big blue joints that the bug flies in it. You hang it outside near your porch or something.
Oh yeah, they've got one of them in the coop. Definitely, yeah.
Yeah, what you do is you just put one in there, but you don't put the tray underneath. Just have the bottom open, and the chickens will always go there and eat all the bugs. Good for them.
Yeah, no, that definitely works, mate. I can vouch for that. And if you have a radio, playing in there. It's on just an AM station where they just talk news bullshit all the time. And that keeps all the foxes in that away. So before we had the
Oh, that's
radio,
good thinking,
fox
bro.
problem. Yeah, it just
That's
have a
good
radio,
thinking.
solar powered radio in there, plays all the time, and the foxes don't even fucking go near it. So there you go. There's a
Smart.
trick for all you listeners out there.
That's fucking smart. You guys better be writing this shit down. No, I never heard that before. That's smart, bro. Yeah.
It works.
So what you got? You got the chickens. You got the cows. What else you got?
Dorper lambs. They're the lambs that you don't get the wool off them. The hair sort of falls off little bits at a
And you get
time
the
throughout
meat. And you get the meat from them, right? I love lamb chops. Hell yeah. How many
it's
lambs you
pretty
got?
good too, man. It's pretty marbled. Right now we've got four
White
ready to
girl
go.
had a little lamb, little lamb.
It's like lamb season here too, so
For how
there's
much you
plenty
get
of
off the wool?
nothing off the wall because the wool just falls off them. So like particular breed is not bred for the wool; it's bred for the meat.
Oh, you got the meat ones? Oh, okay.
Yeah, you don't have to shear them. It's pretty interesting. The wool just sort of falls off them throughout the season.
Do you sell the lambs too, or do you just eat all them?
No, we sell them and eat them. Yeah.
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 That's awesome.
Yeah, they're pretty lucrative now as well. Just again because of meat prices, but they can go up and down more than the beef prices, really.
You got a nice little business
We're
going on
always
there.
saving money. At the end of the day, we're always saving money.
What else you got? You got like ducks or something?
Nothing, man. Okay, a couple of goats. Did have some pigs, but the pigs are too fucking noisy. Got rid of pigs.
You get the pigs,
I
all
love
right,
my
nice.
pigs, but there's other people around with pigs, so we can get that way. Yeah, it's pretty
yeah,
good,
nice.
but
You must have a nice
fucks a
little
lot of
income
shit up.
coming in there.
Oh shit, Rona fucks a lot of shit up.
You're probably growing crops too, right? What you got? What do you grow?
No, fucking nah.
You don't grow none?
No, I don't consume any of that stuff.
You don't consume vegetables or
No.
fruit or nothing?
No.
straight carnivore.
I have the odd bit of fruit. I will admit that I have the odd bit of fruit, but not too
Straight
much.
meat. I love it. You fucking eggs and bacon in the morning. Steak and eggs.
Yeah,
Let's go. Lamb chops for dinner.
It's the way we're meant to do it.
Hell yeah, bro. Let's go. Fucking lamb. Now I want some lamb chops, bro. These Greek people. I used to work at this pizza shop. The Greek guys on it. Christmas they do a whole lamb. They had a whole lamb back there on the table.
Awesome.
Yeah, man.
Anything done whole and done properly is fantastic. Traditional
What I want to do is
styles.
I want to get a cow. No. Here's what you do. You get a chicken, right? You put it inside a duck. You put that inside the turkey. Then you put that inside a lamb, and you put all that inside the cow, and then you just deep fry that whole shit.
That's sick.
You get like a swimming pool deep fryer, the size of a swimming pool, and just dunk the whole thing in there.
No, God, no, don't deep.
Hell yeah, bro. Oh, I forgot the pig. You could put a pig inside something there somewhere. You got to get the pig meat.
No, I do very much like meat, mate, but what you've just presented there does not appeal to me.
No, I'm just fucking around. I did have deep fried turkey.
I love myself a piece of steak and a piece of butter. Slab of butter with a piece of steak, fucking salt and pepper, nothing better.
Oh yeah, I use at least half a stick of butter every time I make a steak. I overcooked them last time. I like mine just a little bloody, not crazy, a little bit. Nice amount of pink in the middle, but I overcooked them last time.
Yeah, for the last 6 months, I've been getting into the whole sous vide thing, where you put it in the cryovac plastic and you bloody cook it in the water at a certain temperature. It's fucking
You cut out. Would you say you got a cryo vat?
Yeah, you shrink, like you vacuum pack the meat into like a bag, and then you put that into like a water bath at a certain temperature, and you cook it sous vide. And it like depending on the temperature you put it at, you can like just really break apart all the proteins beautifully, without overcooking the meat. It's fucking fantastic. You can tenderize anything.
Oh, it's
You should Google it.
it's to just before you fry, put on a pan or whatever, right?
Yeah, like fancy restaurants will do this with their meat, so it's cooked perfectly to how the
That
customer
gets the
wants it. And they just lightly sear it before they serve it.
that gets the juices in it. Like if you marinate it in something, and then you put the marinade and the meat in a bag, and then you vacuum seal it. That gets the marinade right inside the meat.
I've got one out in the back. That's what I've been doing for the last 6 months. It's just killer. you can take like a chuck steak or even a shitty piece of rump steak, even rump steak. But some of the shitty stuff you can put in there and just do 45 minutes to an hour, and it's just fucking so tender.
Or you got a nice little income. The food you get alone off it is huge. Some people probably do it just for the food, but I mean, if you can make a living off of that, that's fucking awesome, dude.
Well, originally it was just for the food, just to know, so we knew where it comes from. Because even though, I mean, I don't know what you hear over there, but Australia does have a fairly clean reputation for their agriculture, but it's fucking getting worse and worse to actually verify where stuff actually comes from. So there is a demand more and more for people to get stuff, even just around us, to know where it comes from. It's good. I think that trend's only going to continue as well, personally. Especially while people keep making fortunes on Bitcoin. Oh shit!
Yeah,
How
right.
expensive. You know. Worst part about having animals on a property, Jeremy, is every now and then you got to fucking kill one, which sucks. Because you do get to
Yeah,
know
that's
them,
tough.
interact with them a bit, even though you don't treat them as pets. They are part of your family in
Yeah.
essence. And the next thing you know, you're knocking one off for a bit of a feed or sending a couple off in a truck, which is always hard to do.
You know,
Must
that
admit.
reminds me. That reminds me. You know what I think would be a big hit? Listen to this. You open up a restaurant like New York City or LA or somewhere with all the crazy rich people, and then you have the restaurant, but it's like you'd have a little kid playing with a rabbit, like in an area, and then you could order like that rabbit, have that one cooked. You know what I mean?
That's crazy. That would already be happening somewhere, right? Except it's probably little children. Oh shit! Sorry, shit. Fuck, that's worse than Rona, probably. Well, for a second there, I thought you might be entertaining the idea of opening up a restaurant there that just serves beautiful meat from South Australia.
Yeah,
So you'd be able to
right.
charge a fortune for that, I'm sure. Oh, someone's probably already doing it, mate, yes. Is there an Australian butcher or something like that? You know, in New York anywhere, or in the supermarkets, an Australian bloody wine aisle or anything like that?
Bro, we can get anything we want in here. There's a burger place next to me that has like giraffe burgers and shit. Alligator burgers.
Oh, fuck
I
me.
get any meat you want.
That's not
Fucking
right.
elephant meat. I'll get you elephant meat from the Serengeti right
You
now.
get a koala burger?
Oh, I don't know. They have a bunch of exotic burgers. I don't know exactly which the meats were, but they were crazy meats. Like it was ostrich and just crazy off the wall meats.
Yeah, crazy. That's unbelievable. I would be keen to know if you can get a koala burger.
Probably in New York City. You get anything.
Yeah, we're not
Like
allowed to live
seriously,
inside
anything
right
you
here.
want. If that shit is legal or not, you get anything you want in New York City.
Yeah, don't eat vegetables, man. But, oh, fuck yeah. If you feel pretty good in general and you don't have too many of them and, you know, you don't really have any health issues, and
I
it might
mean,
be
I'm
that
not crazy. I'm not
habit
big
of
on
a good one.
vegetables either. I do like a little shredded lettuce on my burger, or something
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
like some nice shredded lettuce, the crispy stuff. So good.
Yeah, that's
If you're having tacos, you sprinkle a little lettuce on them or something. Like you make pizza, you have some tomatoes with it. You know what I'm saying? You should be get a little garden going there.
no, well, I have in the past, but it's only been for other people. So, not for myself and not for my direct family, but other people certainly have benefited from things I've grown before.
It's
But that
easy.
takes you from work. It's
Grow
more
like a
work than the
pumpkin
fucking
fruit.
animals to build a vegetable garden.
That's what I mean. The animals got to eat vegetables though. So why don't you? You must. Wouldn't it save you a ton of money if you grew it for the animals
No,
instead of buying it?
the animals just wander around and eat grass.
Oh, it's just all grass, so you ain't gotta. So what do you do in the summertime? The grass they don't eat. You mow it and stock it up for the winter.
Well, we have like hay for that, but generally we don't need to do that because we've got irrigation. So it's only if we don't have enough rainfall to give us the irrigation to last through the summer where we would have an issue with feed, but that hasn't really happened yet. So we're pretty lucky there.
How do you know what you need in your life is black balls, right? Well, hold on, let me explain. Your water where you store the water, is that just wide open like in a lake or a pond or something?
No, in tanks.
Oh, all right. Because there's these black balls they put over like reservoirs and shit and dams or something that it stops the evaporation of the water. Like, because they're losing a lot. Like in places like California and shit, they'll lose a lot to evaporation. So they just put like 1 million black balls in a fucking pond or some shit, and that will stop the evaporation. process. Not stop it, but it'll slow it down.
Makes sense.
Yeah.
Then again, fucking blacks that absorb a lot of heat, wouldn't it? I think that would raise the temperature of the water a bit.
Yeah, I don't know, bro. They're putting these millions of these shits in places. They're saying it saves millions of gallons of water or some shit. I don't know.
I wonder if they end up with algae problems because of change of pH and temperature.
Yeah,
What
I
do
don't
people even
know.
think about this shit?
I'm sure they thought of that before they dumped the balls in. I mean,
Oh, you'd hope so.
yeah.
But what a way to redo the whole contract, hey? Oh, shit, we fucked up. Oh, well, another $4 million grant for building.
Like, why didn't they make them white? That way they wouldn't get hot.
Yeah. Probably not.
Wouldn't you want the light reflecting off it? I don't know. And global
Probably not
warming. You should want the light. They should have made them white. Yeah. Bro, they're dumb having water problems in Cali. Listen, we ship oil, bro. We don't really need oil as much as we need water. You know what I'm saying? Like, water is way more important than oil is. The water grows the food. Like, they've had to cut a lot of crops down in Cali because they just can't. They don't have the water for it. It's like, yo, make a fucking pipeline, dude. You got Alaska, Canada. There's tons of. It never stops raining in Seattle. Do a fucking pipeline from Seattle to fucking down the coast there, bro. It's our world's so fucked up, dude.
Yeah, it's fucking upside down pretty much, mate, yeah. All the money's getting spent on the wrong shit. Everyone's thinking the wrong shit.
Yeah, man. Like, give the farmers food. The more fucking water they have, the more food they can grow, the more tax money you're gonna make. Build a fucking water pipeline. That shit's nothing. Your country's only as good as the infrastructure. That's why those countries in Africa, they don't do good, because they'll have a king or a ruler or something, and that guy will just take all the money and pocket it. Whereas, our guys do that too, but they more put it towards infrastructure. You know what I mean? You got to have good infrastructure. You're only as good as your infrastructure is.
I think everywhere's sold out to the Chinese now, mate. I think the whole African continent.
Oh, China's had great infrastructure, like phenomenal infrastructure. You know why? They did it on boats with canals. They did as much. China dug as many canals as Rome built roads, right? And they did it on water. Like, you don't need to repair. If you do it with stone or blacktop or concrete, you got to be constantly repairing that shit nonstop. You do it on water, there ain't no maintenance you need for that. It's fucking water.
It's fucking water.
Like, we're bugging. I've been telling people for years, they need to put the stuff. You ever seen the thing that heats up concrete? It's like piping they lay underneath the concrete.
Oh, like in a bathroom or your concrete floor or something.
Yeah, you could do it inside. You could do it outside too. You can get your driveway done with it. It's so when it snows.
Oh, whatever. Yep.
It's so when it snows, you just flick a switch inside, and it fucking melts the snow. I've been telling them for years. I've been telling people for years now, at least 10 years, that we should be doing that in the roads, right? I mean, that would cost a ton to heat up and shit, but the amount of money we got to be spending on the plow trucks and salt and fucking all kinds of shit. And sometimes the roads don't get plowed right away because they're trying to save money. So they won't plow them. Like, oh, we'll wait till the snow stops or something crazy. And it'll be like a foot of snow on the road. It's nuts. But, what's that?
There's a reason why they don't do that, though.
Why?
Whenever you melt like ice with heat, and the temperature is low, that water turns into ice right away. So you will be creating black ice all the time. That's why it cannot be done that way.
Yeah, but then you could just salt it. Just salting is way fucking easier than the plowing and because they already salt anyways. So they're already salting. Plow trucks is what's killing it. Because the plow trucks scrape a giant piece of metal along the road. That's how the road gets fucked up, right? It can't help. Then you got to send the blacktop guys out in their fucking trucks and their pensions and shit. One of my friends plows for the county or some shit. He makes fucking fantastic money.
Oh yeah.
Those guys get OT out the ass when it snows. They fucking kill it. Yeah. Gotta be working like 20 hours straight. Don't matter. You gotta get the snow out of there. That's why if you had some little old lady just flick a switch at City Hall or something like, oh, it's snowing, and then some 80-year-old lady walks over and melts all the snow in the whole city or something. I don't know.
Thought of that when they won't do it.
I did think the ice would be a problem though, but I mean you could salt for it because they're already salting anyways. So
I don't think you can melt it with salt, the ice.
It would be a lot of water too. Because think about it, if it snows like if it snows like a foot.
The snow, right, Jeremy?
No, the salt melts ice. You never sprinkled ice on. You get some ice outside your house. You sprinkle some salt and it melts it right up.
How do you think they make ice creams? They put salt into the ice to make it colder.
Dippin' Dots, bro. I don't know about how they make ice cream, bro. I know that. Did you ever have some ice on your sidewalk outside in the front of the house?
I had, but I never put salt. To be honest, Jeremy, I don't know what reaction does it have.
It melts it, bro. It melts it.
Okay.
It must be different salt or something. Probably they're using for the ice cream. This is definitely not salt you eat. The one you sprinkle, the one you sprinkle on the ground is not. I would not eat that salt. I don't know if you can or not. I wouldn't. It would cost like trillions of dollars to do the north half of America in that though.
It probably is just evaporated sea salt then. That'd be the only bloody readily available commodity that you'd want to just all over the city like that, surely.
Oh, we got unlimited salt. It's all about getting it though. You gotta get it. Getting it takes fucking and all kinds of machines and dudes and shit.
They should just be using these directed energy weapons to fucking just blast the fucking roads clear.
Well, they should make the street
lasers.
lights. They should make the street lights directed energy weapons, and they just focus them down at the road and the sidewalk. And
yeah, but then you still got the water problem though.
What water?
If you're gonna melt the ice and the snow with the heat lamps, you gotta just salt it.
Don't you have drainage for when the snow clears up anyway?
Yeah, we got sewers and shit.
Yeah, but that would leave a lot of water. There'd be water on it. Like, I know the roads are slanted, so water goes off of them. But if it's freezing cold out, I don't know. Plus, that would take a ton of electricity to use. Think about it, heating every road to the point where snow could melt. I mean, that'd be a lot of electricity.
Oh, wouldn't it? No. A lot of people have had that idea. You just take it's all in how you do it. If you take everybody wastes ground. Use ground. It's a lot of heat wasted. There's
geothermal, yeah.
Yeah,
I don't know if that's good enough to melt ice though. I think you need to get it hotter.
Both grounds, Jeremy. Like you're saying, and the ground, like you have ground in your car, ground in your house. That ground energy goes somewhere. It's all wasted. It's all just thrown back in. Throw it into the fucking sidewalks in the street.
Is there a lot of we don't waste a lot of energy? That's when if your house gets hit by like a lightning bolt or something. I don't think that happens a lot.
Yeah, that's what they tell you. But so if you hook that
What does
ground,
it do?
don't do shit. So if you hook the ground to your fucking sidewalk, the electricity will go to that, and then you have a different ground. Then that wouldn't be a ground; it would just be another portion in the loop. So it would get electricity too. He's putting certain material into the street, not just cement. I'm just saying, like, if you touch a thing and you become ground, you're going to get that shock. You're going to get all that energy. That's something. That's a lot there.
Static charge can influence weight, right?
Well, yeah, of course.
You know that? They were trying to say it didn't the other day in Gems. I don't know. It was weird. They're weirdos.
They can't.
Like I kept saying it doesn't.
Electromagnetic, I think, not static. They keep wanting to not talk about static for some reason.
Yeah, they can only talk about gravity.
I had a citation saying even a small static charge can affect weight. And he was saying, well, a large static charge won't affect weight. I'm like, well, I'm at this lab place, so I have a citation. Do you have anything? And he just kept mumbling. I'm like, bro, I don't want to hear your stories. Just show me where you're reading this from. I don't care about your story. Who told you this? Like, who told you this? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah, and like
I don't want to hear your I don't want to hear your fucking story. Like Travis does that a lot, but I mean, he's right. Like, yo, I don't want to hear your story. Where'd you hear it from? You know what I mean? If it's something that I'm not agreeing with, like, well, who told you? Because I'm not gonna just believe you. Dude just wanted to keep babbling on.
Right.
Yeah, that Cavendish experiment that one of the ballers did recently, and proved blah blah blah. And they're going to do it again or something like that. Apparently, they grounded whatever it was that they had and assumed that removed any static from the equation.
So ground in the ground, like what you said, get electrical shock. The ground takes it out. That takes all that energy and focuses somewhere else. So if you use ground with the sidewalks and shit, it's gonna focus at it. If your house gets shocked with electricity, it'll heat up the sidewalk.
Just use the directed energy weapons made up there. Just direct them, just hack them, guide them over your road.
That's what I'm trying to tell you. That's what we're doing right now. That's what ground is. Directing the energy to ground. Is it not? If a lightning bolt hits your house and you have it grounded out, it directs it to ground. That is a directed energy weapon.
Yeah, but how can you direct the lightning to your house where the snow is out?
I'm not.
I say just call up the satellite guy and in the airplane with the balloon. Say, hey, just
you can't be relying on satellites. I'm sorry, you can't be relying on lightning strikes though to melt the snow. We need like a consistent source of energy.
Yeah, just have the eye in the sky. He can just buzz it for you.
The wind and electricity. If electricity happens to strike, so be it. Good deal. If not, you got wind and other things. The higher you put your antenna, the more of a charge you're going to get anyway to direct that energy.
Wind would be good, especially for the snow, because the wind's probably going to be blowing if it's snowing and shit. If it's that season, you normally get a lot of wind in the winter, so that's a good. I'm for the. We could power all the houses in the world if you just covered the roofs and solar panels and a couple tiny little windmills. You don't even need anything huge. You don't need one of those 400-foot fucking tall wind turbines and shit on the top of a mountain. Like if you just put this little 2-foot thing on the top of your house, a couple of those, I can make one out of a 55-gallon plastic drum. You cut it vertically, mount it together when it's when it's off. It's what's up?
Put a static ball on the top of it.
A static ball.
Yep, fucking right.
What's that do?
It's gonna pull the static from every direction and bring it down to you.
Yeah.
Static ball up top, and you have the pole down to the ground. The pole goes to your house, not actually ground. You use the energy, and then it goes to ground. The pole, you put a pole up. You don't need a big blade for fan. The higher you put your pole up, Jeremy, the more voltage there is. And you put a ball on it, a static ball. It's like certain types of metal. You can probably put some gas in between it, and it'll pull a charge. It'll be excited, and you take the charge down to you. Your house is ground. Wherever you want the energy, you just make it be the idea of ground, but it's not really. It's just like an offset. It's like putting the iron needle on the magnet. You divert. So you divert all the energy to you, and your ground is wherever you have it. And then after you use it, it goes to your ground. It's all in how you set up the
thing that powered Tesla's car that's in a museum apparently worked on atmospheric charge. So I'm not sure what the patent says, but I'm sure it drew it in and amplified it somehow and put it to work. I'm not sure.
When you go forward and backwards, then you have liquid in something. How much excitement and energy are you creating when you that liquid? You know what I mean, like centrifugal or just a backlash of liquid, like when you take a 2 liter and shake it and then stop. The umph you feel afterwards, the jolt. You know what I mean? How it keeps the liquid.
Yeah, it maintains its inertia briefly, yeah.
Why are they not using that for energy?
Well, isn't that supposed bloody UFO tech?
Well, our body pumps liquid, and that's our energy source through electricity and static. So why in the hell can't our cars do it? There's iron in our blood.
Mate. One day.
Blood, and it offsets the electrical field, and that way we use it, the energy, like it's all focused into the blood a certain way. Everything else we don't needs offset, and everything else is focused the way we need it because of the iron in our blood. The iron can regulate the magnetism. If you got two magnets and you put like a needle in between, it'll push it off the other way. So it has to do with certain liquid, plasma, what material you have in it, which would be amounts of iron. What all else is in the blood? It's not just iron, you know what I mean? There's more stuff.
God, no. No electrolytes. You got sodium, magnesium, calcium. Yeah, you got chloride, potassium.
And our
lots
blood.
of things in there working to create the electric charge along with the iron.
Yeah, we have a clear liquid like a plasma, and then we have a blood which is colored, right?
Well, we got erythrocytes, red ones, white ones.
What's the
clear plasma? But it's not really clear. It's proteins and
yellowish. Yeah. Clear to the natural eye, as you like. If you stab somebody, that will.
Yeah, if you separate it out, you get that yellow layer out of it. Yeah.
So what's the point of the two liquids?
Well, it's not that there's two liquids. It's just they're mixed together, and you can separate them out. But once you're separating all the proteins and stuff out.
The way they separate them is centrifugal with that little thing that they put your and spin it.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, layers.
That's what separates it.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Think about that. That machine separates your blood, the different liquids in your blood, but gravity.
Well, it creates artificial gravity to get the density layer going.
Yeah, but it's not doing anything such. It's just it's creating a force that's opposite of gravity. Totally 100%.
Well, yeah, it's not creating the same gravity. They were poor words.
I mean, how can that little machine undo what gravity's done? Isn't that weird? Nothing else can undo what gravity done, or redo gravity, or repeat gravity to make a little globe or anything. But yet, just weird.
Jeremy, you might want to have a word with people in chat because it's getting way fucking out of order there. Even mods are throwing insults around and it's not on.
Come on, Jesus, you guys. All right, thanks, Stress.
Sorry, I'm not doing it. I'm actually trying to stop.
No.
What's going on, Jeremy? You're losing control. You're not paid for this one. Jesus.
That's all right. It just needs sorting. I think a few people came in a bit hot. We all do it sometimes. I'll try and be generous.
You're talking in the voice or the text?
In the text.
Oh, good. I was going to say I couldn't hear anybody else other than Jamal.
No, it's been pleasant in chat. I mean, the weird thing is the voice is getting more and more. Sorry, the text is getting more and more toxic. That's going to bleed over into the chat, and then we're just going to have a shout fest again, like every other server. And one of the things I find quite pleasant here is we don't have people screaming at each other like 5-year-old children.
Yeah, fair enough.
What's the problem? Rocky is simple-minded, indoctrinated mind thing. Was that the insult?
No. It's DP. I didn't want to name names, but there are a number of people in there that are throwing out insults, idiots, fool, all that kind of shit, and it's just unnecessary, and it's against the rules.
Yeah, come on, guys. You guys are making me fucking read shit.
Yeah, don't do that.
I gave up reading a long time ago. All right.
Oh, I could tell you a false truth if you like.
Please do.
So, do you know on a ship, you often hear people go, "Aye, aye, Captain." Well, actually, you never say "Aye, aye, Captain." You only ever say "Aye, Captain," because "Aye, aye" means something different. And the reason you do that is because Nelson lost one of his eyes.
Sorry, I couldn't hold the silence any longer. Oh, shit.
It was a bad joke, I admit it.
Yeah, no. It's late here, so I was going to let it slide, but I thought the awkward silence was pretty amusing.
Well, at least we've got some progress. People now starting to accept the fact that the line is one-dimensional because it has no breadth and only has length. And you need a surface to enclose a volume. So I think we're making progress.
You agree you need a surface to enclose a volume?
Yeah, of course we do.
Oh, Drust ain't gonna like that.
I am
ain't gonna like that.
With a solid shape, Jeremy.
Stuff. What'd you say?
With a solid shape, Jeremy.
With a solid, yeah, you need a solid to have a volume.
Yeah. Well, no, you don't. You can say there's a volume of air 1 meter cubed, and it on average contains this.
So you don't need a surface to have a volume. I thought you just said you did.
That's not a shape, though, is it?
I thought you said you need a surface to have a volume.
You need a surface. Let me redefine that. You need a surface if you want to enclose a volume.
Oh yeah.
I think we can
I
all
would
agree.
have. Yeah, well, I agree with the other thing you said, but
And there's an implication of that, because if we draw a line on a surface and then we use that surface to enclose a volume, the shortest distance on that surface is still the shortest distance on that surface.
that's right.
So now you understand. Now you understand great circle routes.
If it's I already did. If it's a diamond shape, you'd have the same thing going on. You don't want to be a straight line. You'd have to go up around any surface.
No, it's still the shortest
Anything.
distance between 2 points on that surface, wouldn't it?
Yeah. I'm saying if it was a sphere, a diamond, a pyramid, whatever.
And the weird thing is, when we project a large area of our planet, especially if it's towards the north or the south end of it, it distorts because it's not a developable shape.
Yeah, maybe. Definitely not a developable surface.
Yeah.
But
Do you know what do you know what that actually means? Not a developable surface.
yeah, it means you can't put it on a 2D plane without
Distortion.
distorting. Yeah, it has to do with Gaussian curvature or some shit.
Yeah. So isn't it interesting that all the maps we have, when we project it onto a flat surface, we always have distortion? If it's a significant area of the planet, because if it's a small area, you can't really tell.
If everything's legit, yeah. If you're getting the distances right and everything, yeah.
Now all you need to do is find distances that are wrong.
Yeah, I got to go over the distances with these guys. I should host that at some point. Like I don't know who disagrees with the number. How far would like if say you had 5 points on all the corners of America, let's say. How far off would those distances need to be for it to be able to work on a flat or a curved surface?
Well, again, when you say America, are you talking just about North America?
No, United States of America. There ain't no other Americas. They're faking the funk. Fucking U.S., baby.
South America? Isn't there South America?
Fuck that.
Let's just take the whole continent of North America.
No,
Yeah,
I got
so
five. I got four. No. I got 5 points inside the U.S., the continental U.S. No Alaska, no Hawaii.
Yeah, continental North America is what I'm talking about. Yeah.
No, just the U.S.
out,
Seattle, New York, Miami, and somewhere down south in Cali, something.
San Diego.
There you go.
It's about as close as you can get to
Those
Mexico
4
without.
points. Those 4 points, and then throw another point in somewhere on the East Coast or something. So we got 5 points. How much would those distances need to be off from like the largest one or the small? I don't know. Whatever ones. Like, what percentage would they need to be off for it to work on both flat and the globe?
That's a good question. I don't know the answer to it.
Yeah, me either.
Well, in the diagram that they show in the picture in the chat, doesn't it show the length that one line has to be out by?
No, not that
Yeah.
Canadian one. That one's debunked. You can't do it with 4 points.
Okay,
You
right.
need 5. RC Meisty gave me one with 5 points on it.
Right.
So the 5th point adds this new thing where you can't, it depends on how much the distances are off. If they're to the meter, like these guys claim they're to the meter or to the, 10th of a mile or some very minuscule amount of distance. They claim they're going from city to city on. It's like they got New York to LA. They're not off. They don't think they're off by more than, 100 meters or something.
They don't think. I like that. So definitive.
Some of them will say it's closer than that. Like I heard somebody, I think it was yesterday, claim, I don't know, fucking 5 millimeters or something. Could be. It could be that close. I don't know. I mean, these are distances in America, so like.
Well, it's like,
I don't
did
know.
you see Bev's objection to that diagram? He says none of these curves have the same radius. Well, one, that's totally fallacious because we were talking about the arc of the curve, not the radius of the curve. And if you look at the distances are all different, so we'd expect each of those curves to have a different arc.
Yeah, that one Bev posted, that's the one that's bullshit. That doesn't work because it's only got 4 points on it. You can do that. You can do that in
It's
anything.
not that. It's the fact that his objection is incorrect.
Because why? It doesn't have a radius value?
No, well, one, it's the arc of the curve we're talking about, not the, he's trying to sort of stay the radius value. And all of those lines are different lengths.
I sort of put.
Yeah, but they're all great
out there
circles.
that-
They'd all have this. Hold on, they're all great circles. They'd all be the same.
They're not all. Again, it's about the length of the line and the latitude you're at. Because if you're up, let's just make the assumption that it's a sphere for the moment. And if you go up to, the 55th parallel, which is about where that top line is, there's going to be less curve there than there is going from the northeast to the southwest and from the southwest to the yeah.
Hold on, Josh. Let me just stop you. The lines from these cities to cities, those are supposed to be the flight paths. We only travel in great circles.
We don't.
That's the shortest distance.
Yeah, we don't always take the shortest distance.
Yeah, which are great circles.
We try. Yeah, the great circle routes. You're right. That's what we try and do. But this isn't a flight route. This is just a diagram based on a planet.
Yes, but if that's the shortest distance to from city to city, it has to be a great circle.
Yeah, no, I agree with that. But it's the flight paths don't always follow great circle routes because there are other factors involved.
Okay, maybe.
If I fly from, say, New York to Jamaica, which is a flight I've done a few times, if I'm on Air Canada, I go pretty much straight there. If I'm taking an American airline, they go around Cuba. They take quite a circuitous route to get there. It takes about 45 minutes longer.
Yeah, but this is besides the point. Those circles are all great circle routes from city to city. They have to be.
Yeah.
So, they'd all have the same radius.
So is the radius of, if we take a slice, let's cut the top of the Earth off, is the radius at the top of the ball the same as at the equator?
I mean, it's close enough, right? Like you guys always say.
No, it's nowhere near.
If you're doing great circle routes, well, when you do what you said, no, but they're not doing that though.
But no, I'm just take a sphere and cut it in the middle. Is it bigger than if you cut it at the top?
No. If you're saying if you cut it vertically or horizontally in the middle, either way?
No. I'm saying let's say we got it. We're going to slice it into 5 even pieces going from north to south. So we're going to cut 1 at the equator, 2 at the Tropic of Capricorn and Cancer, and 1 somewhere fucking else because I didn't really think this through too well. And 1 at the 60th parallel and 1 at the 60th parallel south. Yeah. So we've got those 5 segments now. Is the circumference of those circles the same that we've now created, or are they all different?
Yeah, they're different, but they're not. Those aren't the ones that are on the map that he's saying.
Yeah, they are, mate. Trust me, because look, you got 1 going east to west, you got 1 going northeast to southwest, 1 going from northwest to southeast.
So, Druss, you're telling me those aren't the shortest distance?
They are the shortest distance.
That's a great circle route, bro.
Yeah, but the radius of those curves are going to be different because of the latitudes you're going across. This is why Bev's response to this is really bad.
I don't think so. Those should all have about the same radius. They're all great circle routes, bro.
What's the radius of a circle? It's half the diameter, yeah?
Circle on your globe's 39. Yeah.
No, but that's at the equator. So if we've got that,
Well, how much
that
different
segment,
is it at?
so
How
we
much
got that
different is
segment.
what's
We got that
Okay.
segment down at the bottom, which is going to be significantly less than at the equator. And we've got the segment at the top, which is going to be significantly less than at the equator. And then we've got one doing, almost a quarter of the way around the globe, which is going to be significantly more than the ones at the top and the bottom. So the circumferences of those are going to be different. And if you look, the two at the bottom are pretty much the same. The two in the middle are pretty much the same. And then the two at the top are slightly different because of the length of the route. It's not rocket science, bro. It really isn't.
So
bad,
how much
gear.
different? How much different is the radius from the North Pole to the center, and then the equator to the center?
Well, that's not what we're doing,
Not
are we?
much.
We're doing. Let's go New York to London, which I think is one of those routes. Just looking at it roughly.
I mean, so what's Bev's point is where's the radius is at? If they're the same or not, okay, so what? Where's the radius is at?
There
Is
we
that
go.
what his objection is?
Yeah, he's basically saying that the radius should all be the same. And that is a stupid point to make.
They should be all the same. They're great
Why?
circle
Because
routes.
they're at different latitudes.
Dude, barely by much though. They would be off. Not
What do you mean
hardly
barely
any.
by much? You've got one that's right up in the north, one that's right down at the south, and one that goes pretty much a quarter of the way, probably about a third of the way around the Earth.
All right, what's the difference between the
There's a huge difference.
at the rate from the North Pole to the equator, from the North Pole to the center, then the equator to the center?
We can go and look that up quickly. It's not a problem.
Hey, Jeremy,
I'm trying to clean my.
I'd estimate the difference in those radii would be about 70,000 feet.
What? 70,000 feet of a different radius?
Yeah, 70,000 feet.
That's fucking. How many miles is that?
Divided by 5,000, divided by about 5,400.
A lot of toes.
13 miles.
Oh, so it's going to be relatively the same radius. Not much farther off.
So let's have a look. So we've got one route that is 12,800, one route that's 11,000, one route that's 8,000, another route that's 8,000, and then the two shorter routes, 6,000 and 5,000. So one of those is 1/3 almost of the shortest route is about 1/3 of the longest. Look at the distances. That's why Bev's GIF is a really bad GIF.
Well, we know that spherical measurements aren't going to match flat measurements, but it's not like we have a flat board and measurements like to California from somewhere else on a flat plane to compare that to the rounded California to somewhere else to compare the distance on that. All we have is the distance we have. So say we have 70 feet and somebody's going to say it's a globe 70 feet and somebody's going to say it's a flat earth 70 feet. We're really not getting anywhere.
Just traveling over the surface, Demo. That's all we're doing.
Right. So the numbers aren't ever going to change.
Yeah, 12,000 miles on the surface of a flat plane is the same as 12,000 miles on the surface of a sphere. But what happens is when you start taking multiple points into account, it'll fit on a sphere and it won't fit on a flat plane. That's the problem.
You're crazy. You're crazier than a pet coon. Flat planes have elevation too, and so do the globes. And your globe, your elevation is the same thing as going forward in distance, longitude, latitude. It's the same thing. Because if you're on top of the globe at all times, you have to go down to go forward. It's the same thing.
Yeah, but if all the cities and shit are on the ocean, on the same body of water, the elevation shouldn't. Because I was just thinking, you're right. If you're negative 200 feet in like New Orleans or whatever it is, there's some city that's negative feet, and then you go to somewhere that's, plus 2,000 feet or something. That would make a difference a little bit, not even that much, but
Yeah.
that's what I'm saying.
Well,
How accurate is the distance from New York to
Cape Town,
Seattle?
say.
What's that?
Cape Town, for instance, that's one of the ones done. So that's pretty much purely over water. So we've got no elevation difference. I'd say that plus or minus less than a kilometer.
Less than a kilometer, yeah.
The fact that we can do GPS to within sort of, commercial GPS to within 10 meters gives you an idea of how accurate we can measure shit.
That's what I mean. It'd be safe to say you guys think that we're within, 100 meters of everywhere.
Well, that's why I
Any
said
points on Earth.
Plus or minus a kilometer, I'm happy with. I don't think we need to go
A kilometer, yeah, that's a pretty big buffer.
What, over 12,000 kilometers? Nearly 12, well, over 12,500 kilometers.
Yeah, that's a bit.
Pretty
That's
accurate.
a nice size.
Pretty accurate, in my view. So yeah, so that's why I object to Besmeme. It's kind of like obfuscation. It's not really. I don't think he's thought it through. He said, remembering.
Well, you know what you could do is you could make a little meme up showing how they'd all be different diameters or radiuses or whatever radii.
I made that one already, dude. Where I remember we did Seattle and San Diego and Albany and Miami, and it was 50 kilometers off. Remember
Is
that?
anybody able to unmute Don?
Yeah.
Tom?
Yep.
Do you remember that shit, Jeremy? That was a big deal, man.
Hold on a second. Don's a habitual person who gets muted. Oh, you got it?
Yeah.
Pure racism.
What y'all on about?
Just proving the Earth one way or the other. Might be flat, might be a globe. We don't know.
Can someone ask Bev to stop posting derogatory comments in the chat, please?
Yeah, I told them guys to behave in there.
Kosha, what is your viewpoint of this server being Earth Awakenings? I mean, since if you Earth is a globe or whatever, is it just, are you reawakening to the globe, or do you just not see it that way in terms of that idea, or do you just see it as like there's other Earth Awakenings or something happening like outside? Like what? How do you view that?
Sometimes I feel like it's getting flatter and flatter. Sometimes it depends on who's talking. When I hear people like Shines or Stacy, sounds like it's getting flatter and flatter. But then when I hear Bev talk, I kind of want to punch all flat earthers in the face. But it just depends on what's going on. Depends on what's going on, man. You guys are cool, man. I don't want to punch any flat earthers in the face, but
Be fair,
I do get
Bev's
a little
not a flat
irritated
earther.
sometimes.
Bro, I will fuck you up, Kosho. I'll put the gloves on with you, right? Let's go. I'll put the gloves on with you and we'll get in a ring.
Yeah. I'll put cement in my gloves, man.
I will pepper you up, bro.
So what do you weigh? Like 190?
I mean, that's when I was on my good day, probably 180.
Jeremy, what do you weigh?
190 is about my top.
About 160. I'm chiseled rock like a gargoyle though.
Yeah, but that's a lot of mass difference, bro.
Don't matter, bro. And I'm nice in the street, bro. Listen, I don't know where the fuck Kosho
I'm
came
160.
from.
I'm 160.
He's 160.
Yeah. See, that's what's funny, dude. We're both from New York. I'm from the city. He's from upstate New York.
Bro, you never left the house.
I will take both Jeremy and Kosho on, and I'm merely I'm about 5'10" and about 210 pounds.
Destroy you. That's not even fair.
I wouldn't even joke about that, man.
I would do you like a cassowary.
I wouldn't hit Jeremy. I wouldn't hit any of you guys because you guys are my friends. To be honest with you, but And Jeremy, he does seem like he's got fire in his where a brain should be. So I figure he probably he could probably he probably would see, because I have a thing where when I fight, I can't just I don't have the fire in me unless it's like a legit fight. Like if I'm trying to stop somebody from fucking around, you know what I mean? Like, I don't just spar with people for fun.
Oh hell yeah, we used to slap box on the block. That's what I'm talking about, bro. You're in New York City. You never left the house. I'm from the mean streets of Albany.
No, we do that shit, dude. But it just ended up turning kind of homosexual, dude, because like everyone wants to wrestle and
It's because you're gay.
hate each other. No, I'm like, dude, like, why don't we just go find some chicks? Like, why do you guys want to slap each other and wrestle? Like, it's just fucking.
Jeremy, I'd be careful, mate. Remember, this guy hasn't had a blowjob for fucking a long time, if not ever. So he'd be great.
Yeah, I'm not going boxing nowhere's near you because you're gonna try to kidnap me and suck my dick, Kosho.
Yeah, okay, man. I got blown like 4 months ago, so I'm not into blowjobs. I told you I'm not really into blowjobs. So
that's a lie.
Get away from that. I'm really not.
It's a bold face lie. Every dude likes. I don't know. I met one or two guys. That's just weirdo shit, though. Now you're just a huge weirdo. It's more weird than flat Earth.
That's not really what I'm into.
Jeremy,
I'm a giver.
He may like dating girls with really big teeth.
Kosho, do you like Jay-Z?
Jay-Z's cool, yeah.
Oh shit.
Yep. It's not bad.
Jay-Z's pretty cool. What's up with Jay-Z?
I don't know. I just ask people random questions. If they answer them, I just say, "Oh no, oh my god." No matter what the answer is, you just be funny.
That's fair enough, man.
You make them wonder.
Fair enough, dude. That's fair enough, man.
That is the definition of a troll move, though.
You need help, Demok.
That's a joke. It's a funny joke. Yes.
So it is funny, but it's like it's like you're trying to get a reaction, and then you're reacting to their reaction as if it matters, but the whole thing is just a troll.
I have to say, my respect for Demok has just gone through the roof.
It's actually pretty funny. That's some next level shit.
Don't get
One of the
Demok.
things I like about this place. You want to tell me why I like this place? I never got to know Demok because we just used to shout at each other. And we actually talk to each other here, and it's really, really nice. And it's why I'm sometimes a little bit defensive of this place.
I mean, yeah, we try to keep it nice.
I'm about to tear up.
Shit got crazy at Gems, bro. I don't know what happened over the time, but shit got crazy, and I don't know. Too much. Too much, man. Those
are the streets, man. Those are the streets.
Yeah, now I live in a fucking nice suburb.
You can't fucking handle it, man.
The birds are chirping and shit. I don't need to deal with that bullshit no more. I put my time in. I paid my dues, told them to keep the change.
Good. When I was in 24/7, I was on the fence, P-Link, and I think I'm gonna say Citizen Z, but it could be some other person. They were telling me about Jim's server, and they were like, yeah, it's like they were making it seem like it was like the most dangerous place on Earth, and they tell me all the rules and stuff. Like, you got to be careful because they will eat you up. I was like, okay, like they were like really, 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 really scared about it. But there was different rules back then. I thought you had to have like special permission to speak, but I think that's just because they give you the role, to use your mic. It's not really a special rule.
Coach,
but yeah, it was always a hard place.
There's so many agents in there, Kosho.
Did you say agents or Asians?
Agents.
Okay, that's fine.
I'm gonna tell you, I don't funny shit, dude. Like real quick. You got rocket scientists up in there who just fucking on the finger on his tongue gets to act like evidence is getting presented. You know what I'm saying? Like, he ain't never fucking dropped shit from the work that he does, dude. Nothing. Like a random picture or some shit. Look at this picture of the ground. Like, you know what I mean? Like, dude, the level of agentry cockiness, man, be getting to me sometimes, dude. With some
the last time they brought something to us was that picture Professor Phil or whoever took with he works for a satellite company, and he gave us the most damning evidence of space fakery I've seen in a long time. Don, look, I don't know if you saw it. Did you see that on Brandon's?
Recent?
No, it was a while. Here, I'll post it in the live stream one. All right. Tell me what you think. Which one you think is farther and by how much?
Okay. Well, so obviously the one, I hope we could say the one on the left looks farther. If I'm coming through.
By how
clear.
much you think? Yeah, by how much you think?
Let me zoom. Let me click on it and see a little closer.
All right. Like how much closer or farther away, or how many times farther away, or whatever. How would you phrase it on how far or close? Are we way farther in the left, or a little bit farther? Like,
right, that's what I mean.
arbitrary.
The one on the right looks way closer, but they could be like farther away, zoomed in. But it's also blurry.
Exactly.
Right.
I would say
it's not
Don's
zoomed
about
in
to
though, because
ask
there's a
you
little.
the important question.
The important question. It's not zoomed in because see the piece of the spacecraft on the right hand side. That's how you know it's not zoomed in.
Okay. Go ahead, Coach. I hear you, Jim.
It's not zoomed in, dude. The spacecraft on the right. See it?
What part of space? What part of spacecraft? What part of
Those are the
spacecraft
bay
is it?
doors. Bay doors that ejected that where the satellite. So that wasn't no little teeny tiny thing. If that was zoomed in, you wouldn't be able to see not nowhere near as much of that shit.
Oh man, looks kind of like it's not the bay doors.
It's the bay doors right there. Yep, that the satellites.
Looks like a domino to me. I know it's not just a domino.
It's not. They didn't bring a big domino up there. That was probably the connectors for the satellites on when it was on the inside or something. Dude, I don't fucking know. The point. Look at that's not zoomed in, bro.
That's why I think it's a little domino. I think it's a little domino that's zoomed in.
I don't know enough about zoom. It can't be fucking zoom past. It can't be zoomed and still be back there. You know what I mean? It doesn't do that. I guess it's stupid. But anyway,
Jeremy's
what
argument is that if that's the bay door, then you got to use the size of the bay door, whatever it is. He assumes it's a bay door. It looks like a domino to me, but is whatever size that thing is, you can assume that's the zoom.
How about this? Let me ask you this, Coach. Let's move past this. This will never come to an end. Let's ask you this.
Yeah, this was a throwaway.
Yeah, it's not. That was just to get you warmed up. You ready? This is where I bring the heat. The heaters come out. We're moving with the burner out shit. Ready?
Look at that hammer.
So if something's in space,
what?
And something's in space, right? It's vector. It has a vector, right? It's moving. If its vector is the ground, and it has no propulsion system, is it going to hit the ground?
You're talking about a straight up release from up high, basically.
Oh, you're talking about if something. Okay, first of all, you're talking in the reference frame of the Earth. If something's vector is straight down, and actually is the Earth pointed at the Earth.
If you drop something, if I'm on the ISS and I throw a golf ball off the ISS, right, and its vector is Earth.
But
that's where it's
Earth right there.
That's where its vector is Earth, the middle of the sphere I'm looking at. That's its vector.
But it's not true.
Say it's even the edge. Say
Not
it's even
true.
the edge of the sphere. It doesn't matter. What's up?
It's not true.
What's not true?
Take it away, Don.
You can't put. You have to do like a backwards throw to perfectly match your forward. You have a forward energy, so you can't just have a down vector. You're gonna have a sideways.
How fast would you need to throw it backwards, Don?
I mean, at some counter angle, not the whole way, probably the whole exact energy to match.
Yeah, probably the whole way. Exactly, yeah. 17,000 miles per. You'd have to throw a baseball 17,000 miles per hour in order for the vector to be pointed towards the Earth.
Okay, so say I drop something from the ISS and it's now heading towards the ground. That's its vector, is the ground.
You'd have to be in a balloon.
What?
Yeah, just use Newton's first law and then rethink this, man. Because if you're on the ISS moving with, it's like imagine you're on a speeding train, a train going 17,000 miles per hour, and you drop a ball. Dropping a ball is the same thing as letting a ball go. That's also going 17,000 miles per hour. So.
Okay,
let's
say I drop I throw something out of the ISS and it's going down fast, like at an alarming rate, down. Okay, towards Earth. And you didn't have a propulsion system. How long before it crashes to Earth?
Sometime, but Coach, I think he's right. I mean, it is gonna eventually.
Probably won't.
You're gonna go straight down, but like
probably won't.
Yeah, probably won't. No, Don. The thing is, it won't.
Will.
Come on.
No, it will not.
Drag will get imposed.
In physics, yeah, in drag, but let's forget about drag, Don, because that's not what Jeremy's talking about.
Okay, never mind.
Jeremy's talking about using drag. Yeah, he's talking about throwing the ball in some direction, and imagining it's going to do anything different than it's already doing. If it's going 17,000 miles per hour, and you throw it downwards, it's still going 17,000 miles per hour, and it's still being accelerated towards the Earth.
I know what would happen. What would happen?
A little bit extra.
Elongate the orbit. It would just perturb your orbit, or not whatever. It would fuck your orbit up basically, because it's not gonna like reorbit at that exact new circumference because it still has that extra energy from up top, right? So it's just if you had like took it from a circular orbit, I think, and then you tried to throw it down, I think you're gonna make more of an egg. You know what I mean? Ain't that right, Kosho?
I mean, you might fuck with the orbit a little bit, but think about it. If it's going 17,000 miles per hour in one direction, it doesn't matter which direction you throw it. You're not gonna be.
It doesn't matter how fast it's going down. It doesn't matter how fast it's going down.
Yeah, it definitely matters.
Of course, yeah.
Okay,
of course it matters.
Imagine you're on a building, right? And you drop an egg. And imagine that you're on a building and you throw an egg downwards. Okay, is the egg that you throw downwards going to be going much faster than the other egg? Or are they going to go basically the same speed? They're going to both reach a terminal velocity at some point, and the egg that you threw will be going slightly. We'll get there slightly before the other one, but it's not ultimately going to undo the acceleration that's constantly acting on it, which is going to be, it's going to swamp, whatever you're doing, whatever you're throwing.
It's going to do what I told you.
50,000 miles per hour.
Yeah, it's going to do what I told you with it. But Kosho, look at that picture that SC Montreal posted just a few minutes back with the hammer and the playing card in the ISS. Like, look at how he releases this hammer and then just look at it just like float off to the side for some reason. Like, what the fuck is that? What is that? That's some bullshit, bro.
Oh, you know what he says? He actually says something there. He says that we hit a gravity pocket.
Are you serious? He says that's gravity.
Yeah, I actually sent that to Brandon about a week ago. He's like, "Well, we sometimes you have gravity pockets or something."
I can't see the picture, but is it a guy with a goatee?
Yes.
Yeah, that's Garriott. He's a video game maker. He's not an astronaut. His dad was an astronaut. He was doing a magic trick. It's a
that's the magic trick.
It's not gravity.
He's not on ISS.
I remember.
He is on the ISS, but he had shit attached to like a what do you call that? Like those, what do you call that?
Magic
like
wire,
a spring,
invisible wire. And shit.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. The wire, like we have like your name tag on it, and
so they're using So they're using wires on ISS.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly right. No, this guy's not an astronaut, man. He's doing a magic trick. He's making videos and a bunch of weird shit.
Why you keep saying he's not an astronaut? He's on the ISS.
Yeah, I know, but he didn't go up there with NASA. He went up there with that tourist group.
Oh my! This can't be real. This isn't. He's not on the ISS, bro. There's no fucking way.
100%. Yeah, that's him. I see the picture now. Yeah, it's definitely him. He's a video game maker, dude. Richard Garriott. There you go. He lives here in Austin. His dad was an astronaut, but he paid $1 million and he went up with what's it called? I forget what the name of that tourist group is, but
Kosho, have you
shit.
have you accepted the likelihood that you're defending liars on a day in and day out basis, like severely? Have you thought about like that or what that could mean karmically and whatnot? Like you defend these guys,
defending liars, or I'm informing people on something that, I mean, I already know what he's doing because I've seen the full video of all this. He's doing a magic trick where he's open about it.
Right. So
pointed out.
Okay, so you would view it that you're either defending liars or you are being a champion for humanity and helping those of us who falsely think these guys are liars to somehow reconvince us that they're not.
And I'll say it once more, because neither of those things are what I said.
I hear you trying to be
indifferent. I'm informing people on something that they think is happening, but actually what's happening is this guy's not an astronaut and he's openly doing a magic trick.
Why would
so it's not like I'm championing for them. I'm just informing this is what he openly is doing in his video.
Coach, so why would you have to pay $1 million to go anywhere in space? Why would you have to pay $1 million when it's supposed to be like more available? They're supposed to make it cheaper. And like back in the day, like in the 60s, the rocket ship probably didn't even cost $1 million to make. It probably cost $500. Aluminum was pretty cheap.
$5 billion to send them to the moon, but yeah, it costs a lot of money to send people to space.
My mind, yeah, right. Listen, in reality, you get your scrap fucking aluminum Pepsi cans, you put them together, you make your rocket. Doesn't cost that much. Why would today in 2021 you need to pay $1 million? I mean,
it's actually a lot harder than you think, man. I don't think you can use aluminum cans.
You in the bottom, real hard.
Yeah.
A big ass helium balloon, like a Hindenburg, right? You set the temperature to rise when you want, and you in there, real hard.
Yeah, but helium only goes so high. That's the problem.
It's your story.
Helium only goes so high. Planes only go so high. You need some other mechanism.
Helium
you
goes
brute force.
Helium goes just as high as your planes.
And I think helium goes a little bit higher.
So why would you?
Depends on what kind of plane.
So why would they go on an
rockets?
airplane?
Rockets go much
higher, and all you need is a trapped amount of it and a controlled temperature.
Helium goes to about 120 something feet, and planes, only planes with rockets can go higher than that. Because there's not really that much air up there. But rockets can go much higher. So it's just brute force. Brute forcing your way up.
That means they're being projected at a higher rate, so they're going to get a greater distance. It doesn't mean they're going to go anywhere else more. They're going to go until their fucking burners are done, and that's it.
Yeah, exactly. You're exactly right, which is pretty difficult because if you want your burners to go a long time, you got to bring a lot of fuel, and to bring a lot of fuel, you're going to need even more burners because you're taking all that fuel up.
That's what I'm saying. Why would you pay all that money and do all that dumb shit when you could just get on a fucking hot air helium balloon?
Well, helium balloons don't go high enough to do any of that kind of shit.
They go great. They go high enough that I think they go high enough. Listen, if it cost me 50 cents to get on the helium balloon, or $5, $500 just to get in the basket or get in the underneath carriage, and I'm going up to space, I'd rather pay $500 than $1 million and you could stay up there longer.
I heard that something happened on the SpaceX thing with the civilians and the bathroom. The pisser was leaking all over the fucking cabin. They never fucking published that, but I just saw it this morning. That there's some article that says that there was piss all over the cabin because the fucking thing broke.
So you have the vacuum of space, which everything but the piss is coming inward, not outward.
You know, it's funny on the Mercury missions back in the day. That's all they used to do. They used to have a hole that was going outside of the fucking
why wouldn't they have a hole
capsule, and they would just piss outside the capsule.
They should have a protective button or something, like if something happens, like it gets seals its front off, and then the back part the hole opens and the vacuum sucks all the nasty shit out so it don't leak in. Who designed that fucking thing?
That's a genius idea.
Who designed that piece of shit? Give me some.
Elon Musk dragon.
Well, he's slow. Let me design one. That's funny. He designed it so it pisses on everybody.
That's funny you said that because back in the day, on the Mercury or the Gemini capsules, they used to stick their dicks out the hole and it would just suck out their piss, basically. Like they would piss into a valve that
Well, you would think that would be
suck it out to space.
the mechanism, the fucking fail-safe mechanism, like this part seals if a leak or something crazy happens, and then just whatever's there, just a little spot. The seal goes. When the seal goes, the other thing opens. And it just empties. The seal lid is controlled connected to the back lid valve that's like a cover to space. So when it closes, as soon as it closes, 1 second, like zoop, then the other thing zoop. Yeah, that's my design for them. They need to pay me
Scott was telling us the other day that when his dad got back, him and the other astronauts, he said that it was the worst smell he's ever smelled anybody in his life. He's never smelled anybody that smelled that bad in his life, he said. Like the worst BO, worst smell on a human he's ever smelled.
Well, they said space smells like burnt hair or burnt steak, didn't they?
Yeah, but I think that's probably just like on the ISS or something. But I'm saying like them being in their capsule because they were in the space shuttle,
Do you
fucking
think it
cramped
was
up in there.
residual? Or because they got a locker room, right? Like he probably washed at least once before he saw little Scotty. You know what I'm saying?
No.
You don't think
No, they
so?
got off. He's saying right when they got off.
Right when they got off. Okay.
Well, they have, NASA has that. They've developed fart sprays and BO sprays, so when the astronauts get out, they just spray them down. All right.
Yeah,
no
we
one,
have
no,
stink
no
bombs.
one got the joke. I'm just saying they're just
No,
faking
it's cool.
smells.
Oh, you used to be able to get those little stink
Well,
bombs and break them open at school, and they'd run.
There's a NASA certified sniffer. Have you ever seen this guy? He's actually a certified sniffer, and that's what he does. He just sniffs all the shit that they take up there. That's his fucking only job. He's just a fucking
Bro,
sniffer.
what's the longest somebody stays underwater in a submarine? Right.
I mean, the U.S. Navy, they can be down there for months at a time. They might surface briefly, but
Can you
they can be like a month between ports.
Can you imagine these people locked away in the ISS? Like, can you imagine this, dude?
Well, there's showers on submarines, so.
Bro, you really think there's people flying around orbit? You really think that, bro? For real? It's just so extraordinary of a claim to just believe without extra. I mean, this evidence.
No.
It's a pretty big deal.
Yeah, you have to just blindly believe that there's a vacuum that surrounds a globe Earth that when you go up high enough altitude, you just pop out and start floating around.
Yeah, everything just stops working, and then you're just floaty, and then
all of a sudden there's a completely different physics that.
I don't think that's true at all.
Guided by the imagination of globes.
People use that term floating in space, but I don't think there's any floating that's going on. I think it's just like a perpetual vomit comet, where you're in free fall, and so there's a thing where it seems like there's 0G, but you still have 90% of Earth's gravity. If you were, instead of going that fast, if you weren't orbiting and you were just on a tower as high as the ISS, it would just be 90% of Earth's gravity up there. Even though you're in the vacuum of space. So I think it feels like you're free fall. It feels like you're weightless because you're free falling, but
told you that.
Yeah. I mean, that's what free falling is.
Yeah, but
you can throw a bottle of water. You can throw a bottle of water in the air and test it yourself.
Who told you that?
I mean, I've done it. You can poke holes in a bottle of water and drop it from a 2-story building and see none of the water come out of there.
We're talking about guys free falling in a capsule above the Earth. Who told you all about that 90% gravity and free fall and floating and all that? Who taught you that?
I mean, you can just do the universal law of gravitation. Just plug in the altitude.
Who told you that?
It's not.
Well, I mean, it's in the textbooks.
Well, if there's an imaginary line,
universal law.
It's in that book written by that man, right, Kosho? And
it's a universal law of gravitation.
You're just repeating it over and over again here to us. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Sure, it's just a pretty good law, yeah.
Universal
Yeah,
law.
yeah.
Law's the law.
Yeah,
No,
yeah.
it's not a universal law,
Now,
Kosher.
you said it was written down in a book by a man. Does that make it law?
Well, you asked me where I read it. That's where I
Yeah,
saw it.
you wasn't talking about a law. You were talking
No,
about
it's a law
9%
because it's been tried and tested.
Oh yeah?
I'm on stable ground right now,
Yeah.
and if I go out into space, you're saying I'm going to be falling, and everything's floating but falling, and everything's at like its rate, right? Parabolic flight. But when I'm on the ground, I'm walking around. Like, how are these physics divided, but they're the same physics for the universal constant?
Yeah, well said, Kosh, especially about the gravity. Everyone kind of thinks when you go up into space, suddenly you're floating. And that's not the way it is at all. That's why there's such a different deal with the SpaceX or the Bezos rocket that went up, right? He just went up and came back down. That's why it didn't need any kind of escape velocity, any kind of massive, crazy speeds, right? Just went up, got to 350,000 feet, cut the engines. Oh no, they cut it way before that. They were just, their momentum carried them up even higher from maybe 150,000 to 300,000. And then they just started falling back down. Weightless the entire time. Once those engines cut, they're weightless.
So free fall, right? Not floating in space, right?
What's
Not
the difference between floating and free
anti-gravity.
fall?
You tell me.
There is no difference.
Okay, so floating and free fall, we can use the same word.
Well, floating,
Well,
I
I
would
wouldn't
think
call
like a balloon floats. So that's different. Then you got
Exactly.
you have two opposing forces, and you're floating, but
Yeah.
you still have a force on you. You still have weight in that situation.
Yeah, you still have up and down. Up and down are still a thing. Even when you're underwater, you have up and down. You can tell because there's pressure at different levels of water. Obviously, there's buoyant forces. So you still know what's up and down. But this claim of the outer space, what's up and down? There is no up and down. So if you were to fly from the Earth to the moon on this globe heliocentric idea, you would be on the Earth, down would be down, up would be up. You apparently would go into space. There would be no up or down. So that's been completely scrambled. And then once you get to the moon, there's a down again.
Yeah, whenever there's there's no down, there's not anywhere. If you're in free fall, which you are the entire time you're in those spacecrafts, you're in free fall. You're free falling around the Earth and you're free falling around the moon, but you're free falling around both.
But you're not falling.
You have no forces acting, so by definition, you're falling.
I'm just so bored of this model. It's just not reality. It's
But it is reality.
uninteresting. I know you want to keep pushing the cartoons. I guess keep doing it. But it's
you can prove it yourself. You can do it yourself. You can if I put you in a box and I dropped you, you would be weightless. You wouldn't know whether you're in orbit or falling off of a bridge or anything.
Are you kidding me? If you put me in a box and you threw me out of an airplane, you don't think I'd know what down is?
No, of course not.
Oh,
no, this is a fact, Joe. This is well established fact.
So you're telling me that skydivers don't know what down? So skydivers don't know what down is, even though they're falling down at extremely high rates.
Now, you've heard me talk about this before. When you hit terminal velocity, once you hit terminal velocity, or even as you approach it, you start knowing what down is because you're slowing down as a force acting against you. If you're not getting that force, then you will not have the bearings of up or down. So free falling has to be constantly accelerating. So if we did a free fall in a box, we'd have to make sure that you're accelerating at 9.8 meters per second squared the entire time.
Yeah. I mean, the people pushing this model, and then no offense, but you guys who are defending it for them for some reason, you're like, it's a foundational demonic energy to try to confuse people of their senses on so many levels. Literally like those statements, like, knowing what's up, coming down to earth, like those statements, meaning people that are like grounded and that have their sanity, as it were. Yeah. Like this whole model is designed to confuse and contort to where people literally don't know what up and down is anymore.
Okay, so if you're in a vomit comet, do you think you could figure out which way's up and down if there's no windows? Of course not. You can't. Gio, this is the main point of what we're talking about here. If you're in the vomit comet and I do a perfect arc where I'm making sure I'm giving you an acceleration that's 9.8 per second squared on the way down of this arc, which is how you do the vomit comet flight direction, you will not know whether it's up or down. There's no way.
Yeah,
you will be floating. You have no bearings whatsoever. You can't.
You'll know because you can see
the skydiving or jumping off of a diving board or a
Because you can
building
see the
because
roof of the
you
plane you're
instantly
in and
have
the
wind
bottom.
resistance, which slows you down. And that
So you
slowing
look
down
up
is a
at
force.
the
Remember,
roof
change
of
of
the
momentum.
plane.
Change of momentum is a force. If that force is acting on you, then you will not have your bearing. You will know which way is down because you can tell where that
Okay.
force is coming from.
I'm too bored. I'm just far too bored with this.
But you
can look up at
seem
the
like you're
roof,
interested in it,
Danny.
but you're saying
I'm not interested at all. I'm not interested at all. I'm interested in what, I mean, I'm interested in what truth is, not false
That
models
is true.
that are already not true.
That is truth. If
So
you,
the truth is-
I've flown a plane with a hood, and I've been completely. I didn't know if I was upside down or anything, because that's what happens when you are in free fall. You have no idea which way up or down it, and that was your statement. So you made a statement. Here we're here to discuss things. You made an
Yes, you do,
assertion. You
because
can't
you're
back it up.
inside
And
something.
I'm showing you the reasons why you do have
Inside
the
something that
situation.
has a top and a bottom, Zanny. How goofy could you be to not look and say, "Oh,
Free
there's
fall is
the
completely disoriented,
floor."
and your senses are no good for you.
If I'm in a
You're not
minivan
getting the
driving
input.
around and the minivan goes in
Someone
free
talking?
fall,
That's
I
Dino.
can see the ceiling of the minivan and the ground of the minivan and the front of the minivan I'm in. I can see these things. I can tell which way I am.
But if the minivan's upside down, how are you gonna know?
Oh, now the plane's upside down? No one said the plane was upside down. You said it was just falling forward.
Well, here.
You
Well, no,
can
you're
still-
saying that you don't know which way is up or down.
Yeah, you
So
would.
the plane can be doing the numbers
Yes,
thing.
you would.
The thing a lot of people don't realize is that you don't even really feel what you feel right now when you're sitting in your chair or laying down. You're not really feeling the force of gravity. You're feeling the normal force.
You're feeling the
acting,
resistance of your chair.
in the opposite direction of gravity.
Yeah, the
Like if you
resistance
notice,
of your chair
you're
or
sitting
your
down or
bed.
you're just laying down, you feel something up. You feel a force acting upward on your ass.
Yeah,
You don't
that's
feel a
how
downward
everything is
force
held
acting
from the
downward
bottom up.
on the
Everything's
chair.
held from the bottom up, Kosho, not from gravity down, not from the outside
That's the
down.
point.
So gravity would hold you from the other side. You would feel it on your face or your head, not your ass.
All right. The
The
point is
ass
though that
resistance would be
without that
relieved,
normal
and you
force
would
or
feel
without
the
the
pressure
opposing
on your
force,
head, Kosho. If gravity was holding you, gravity would hold you by the top of your head down and be holding you down, like a guy holding you on the top of your head, like you can't go nowhere. Not on your ass. Gravity wouldn't be holding you by your butt to lift you up. See, if something pats you on your butt, it can lift you off the ground. It's not going to bring you to the ground, to the center of gravity. What you just said is just crazy. I mean, if you really think gravity is holding you from underneath, right, from a chair holding your butt, and that's what the resistance holding you, and gravity is supposed to be from another vector outward, pulling inward to the center of the thing you're on. No, that's the total Democ's ass. That's the
you
opposite.
didn't hear what you didn't hear what I said at all. I said you don't feel gravity. That's not what you're feeling. Because you're not feeling a downward force. You're feeling an upward force
My butt gets
acting
sore
on
from
your
the chair.
ass. I
So
know
right,
exactly.
don't
That's
feel
not gravity.
gravity.
That's the normal
Therefore,
force.
welcome to
Opposing
flat
gravity.
Earth. Gravity doesn't exist. My seat does. Thank you. My seat makes my ass sore, not gravity, buddy. Stop talking like a car salesman and going so fast that you're talking over yourself. Just slow down. If there is a force on my ass coming from down to up to my butt, that's not gravity. From outward to downward, that's the opposite direction and the whole opposite effect. You stop conflating opposites.
That's my point,
with something no, it's not your point. Your point is gravity outward in.
No, I say it again.
So
That's
tell us
not
about gravity pushing on your ass. So gravity pushes on my butt.
I'm telling you plainly. I'm saying that is not gravity.
So
that's
what
a
is?
force opposing
So
gravity
when can
called the
we
normal
feel gravity and not the seat and not anything but? That's my question. How can we have opposing everything but gravity and it's not gravity? It's never gravity. Everything I've ever asked you about or we've discussed or conflated to has never been gravity. But then at the end of the day, you guys keep saying, but that's gravity. How does that work?
You're not letting a point be made, man. You're just talking over everything I say. What I'm saying to you is that gravity is acting downwards. Same way when you're floating. That's why what I was saying about floating. That's why free fall in space is not floating, because floating implies there's a downward force and there's also an upward buoyancy. So like you're floating on top of something. You're floating on some medium. So for that reason, you're gonna feel the upward force because there's a downward force opposing it. Same thing with you sitting down in a chair. You feel the upward force because there's your weight being pulled down, and so you have the opposing force acting upward on your feet or your ass or your back or whatever you're laying down or sitting down.
At what point in time do we feel gravity from the other side? There has to be that one point.
I mean, it accelerates you, but
So
when
you're
you
telling
if
me
you're falling to the
gravity.
ground,
So the opposite of gravity affects you and hurts your butt from the opposite of gravity pulling you down. It's a buoyant effect pushing upward. It's the reaction of gravity trying to pull you down, but you don't feel the thing pushing you down from the top.
well, think about it, if you fell off a building, you're not really gonna feel. You're not gonna feel yourself being pulled down. You're gonna feel
But hold on a
weightless
second.
until you hit the
Hold on.
ground.
Exactly. Hold on a second. Parabolic flight and jumping off a building is not gravity. Gravity, as soon as I jump off that building, my butt would go towards the center of the building, towards the center of the globe. As soon as I hit off the edge. We don't see that. It's not gravity. There's no center of a sphere. What are you talking about?
But you accelerate downward, yeah.
No.
It's not instant.
Gravity is towards the center of the thing, not acceleration downward. You're wrong, buddy. You're totally wrong.
Well, in our model, downward is towards the center of the earth.
Listen, if I got like if I'm on a rounded object, right? And the rounded object has like a springboard off of it, and I springboard off the rounded object into water, how come I can land into the water? When I jump off this rounded big object, I should just be pulled to the center of it and not be able to hit the water. Do you understand?
Yeah, but that's on the way to the center of the earth is the water. The water's on the path to the center of the earth.
No, I don't think so.
The problem is.
I don't think so. No, it's not. I have a springboard from your sphere, right? And I'm jumping on the springboard, and I jump over to the water. But the globe I'm on should keep me to it, and I should never be able to get to that water because of gravity.
The water is on Earth too, right?
No, it's right next to it.
Oh, well then, if the water's not on the Earth, then yeah, you're right. That should not happen.
But in reality, you would jump off right into the water. That's what does happen in real physics. You jump off the object, over across the street, into the water. You know, parkour from building to building, stuff like that. No, I'm serious. We do this. This is on a platform, physical real. These are physics of reality. It has nothing to do with gravity, ever.
Hey, maybe you're right, man.
I mean, when you do parkour, does the guy's head just bust against back of the building that he jumped off of because it's bigger than the little ledge he's standing on, the pole he's jumping to? No, you don't ever see this, ever. If you could ever see gravity pull something backwards, I'd love to do that. I'd love to see that.
That'd be insane, yeah.
Insane? That's what it's supposed to be doing. What do you think orbit is?
Oh, well, orbit is... Well, no, it's the thing falling towards the Earth.
Back towards the center of gravity. Supposedly, all this shit. Supposedly, yeah. Let's see it in reality. You got a big brain to imagine all this cartoon shit, but can we see a human do it and it happen? You know, because we're on Earth. These physics are supposed to be happening right now, Coach Show. So you should be able to jump off a building to a little pinpoint, and when you jump off the building, it should pull you back to it because the pinpoint thing has nothing. And you're on we could set it up to where you're on like a dense pile of iron, molten magma, just the most densest thing in the fucking planet. You're standing on a big pile of it, and it doesn't do a shit to you. It doesn't pull you anywhere.
Well, I think the Earth has like, I think it's something like
stuff
6.
is on the Earth. It's supposed to help the Earth pull you that direction, yes, but it's not. So you keep saying all this 6 and all these Earth things that the Earth has.
Well,
but
I haven't said it yet, man. I was gonna say it has like 6 and then 24 zeros.
Yeah.
6 and then 24 zeros pounds of, you know.
Yep. Now I just added some lead to it. Now I just added a mountain of lead, all kinds of shit. You on the very tip of it, jump into a fucking needle. That mountain of lead.
Yeah, well, the Earth is still gonna beat out whatever mountain or building you're talking about. It's got a lot more mass than anything else on this planet.
You're gonna weed it out. When have you shown that anywhere in reality? When have you had a sphere show that? When have you had a sphere with a dense core weed out a less dense sphere next to it and everything go to that denser one? When have you done this in reality in a vacuum?
When things
When have you ever seen this happen other
the
than
Earth
your
times,
imagination?
like I just said, when things fall to the Earth, when you're in space and you
That's your
open the
imagination,
Earth,
no.
flying towards the
We have a
moon.
flat plane. Things go up, things come down. Cool story about you. What you got? You got a crazy ass story.
Hey man, you're probably right, man. I never thought about it.
Well, I mean,
I can
the up
see.
and down physics of Earth, where they happen, the way they happen, and if they happen everywhere, and it's all exact that way, then that we never did need any gravity, and there never was none, and there's no, it never did make any sense, really.
Yeah, I think Aristotle had that idea. Either him or somebody else, yeah, that said that things go up and things go down. It's just the way it is. It's a natural resting place.
Right, and helium's resting place would be where it's up. Yeah, so yeah, exactly.
That's what he
They
says.
find their home.
Yeah. Hey, maybe he's right. Who knows? So much damn traffic.
I think the Great Rift looks crazy as hell. I just don't see how the Earth always negates everything, but then you break orbit, but then you can go into space. So Earth's always like, fuck everything. Earth is always the main base, but then fuck Earth, this stuff can break orbit when it needs to. It's just weird how it always works both ways.
Well, you got to reach escape velocity.
How come the
If
moon
you can reach
can't reach?
escape velocity, then
How come the moon hasn't reached escape velocity yet?
it's not going fast enough.
Why not? Things that go around in a circle usually tend to go faster and faster and faster until they escape. They go out farther and further and further.
You'd think so, but no, not really. It just kind of stays the same speed.
Well, how could it stay the same speed but not go faster? Like what how can it stay the same speed, not go slower or faster? Like how could that even be possible?
The power of love,
Oh, well, perpetual. It's like if you're going like the ISS, for example.
Perpetual.
If you're going fast enough. Yeah, it's perpetually falling.
I don't think there's anything in the world that's perpetual. Is there?
Well, it's not going to last forever.
Well, I mean, that's what you say. That's what we need to find out. Like, what else in the world is perpetual that we've seen that's been perpetual on the planet? Right here.
The moon?
Tides. No. The moon's not perpetual on the dirt. I mean, on the planet somewhere. If we go look in the jungle, if we go look somewhere, what's perpetual?
Well, actually, orbits is one of the only. It's the closest thing to perpetual motion you'll probably find.
Have you produced an
You're not
orbit?
really going to find perpetual motions on Earth.
Have you produced an orbit somewhere?
I haven't, but I've seen the ones that other people have produced.
They produced orbits that never stop.
Well, they go a long time.
Where at? Where do they produce them at?
The ISS is a good example.
No, on the ground, Kosho. God damn it. Feet on the
Not really
glue your feet to the ground for me for like an hour just in your conversation. Just glue your
talking
fucking
about
feet.
orbits.
I know. I want to see where you can have something orbit perpetually on the fucking ground with the physics you're talking about
Damn it, hold
of
on.
Earth.
I got a phone call.
Fuck.
Hello?
Well,
Kosho.
he'll be right back. Yeah, I don't see how anything's orbiting anything when you can't see it on Earth. You can't make it happen in the with physics we have. How the fuck are you saying it's happening?
Power of Love. I knew that song was about something.
What?
Power of Love.
Oh. That's the power of love.
That's it. Power of Faith.
There's a lot of songs, got a lot of lyrics. Stepped on high, walked to the edge, to see my world below. What's the world I have felt? What's the world I have known? And I stepped to the edge, see the world below. That's a cool song. Just don't understand why they hold on to gravity.
That's the power of love, though, isn't it?
Yeah, they love gravity, you're right. It's like they're the ones that figured some shit out. They're like, oh, we figured it all out, but you can't produce it. We can't show you it. We can tell you about it. We can explain you a cool story and give us the money. Gravity can't not be real because we thought of some stuff that's not presentable for gravity. We thought of some non-real stuff for you to like be not real. We got to get our acknowledgement.
They're high-fiving each other over the story. They've got the story pretty good. I think they got stuck slapping each other's asses in the story, though. I forgot about the actual substance.
That's what got them there in the first place. Trying to pat each other on the back when none of them have any substance.
Yeah, they're stuck in the showers.
And how could the first one that supposedly said it was a fucking globe say gravity ain't shit? And then the other one say he doesn't prescribe to it. And then everyone say it's real. I'm the fuck. And why would one guy be the procurer of what's real for fucking reality or physics? Like no one who went next to him, like what crowd of people was like, all right, Einstein, let's stand next to you, or Newton, and do some other shit. Who said prove this shit? Who said where's your orbit? What are you talking about? Demonstration, please, before you carry on with this nonsense.
People always mock what they don't understand.
Well, people always can't demonstrate what they don't understand.
People can't demonstrate what they don't understand.
Right. You can't demonstrate globes. You can't demonstrate orbit. You can't demonstrate a sun, a moon here on Earth, nothing on Earth in a physical class, vacuums, anything. You can't demonstrate it.
Yeah,
So
they
you
wouldn't,
don't
if someone didn't
understand
understand
it.
something,
You
they
don't
wouldn't be able to
understand
demonstrate it. You're right.
it. You're the one that doesn't understand it. You're the
Well, I
one that made it.
understand it. I can demonstrate it and I can understand it.
You can demonstrate a little Earth and a little moon right
little?
now.
How little?
Vacuum.
How little?
Little as you want them.
Little is relative. So what are you talking about? Size? Give me sizes.
Well, I don't know. You're the one that's. If it's relative, shut
you
up and
gave the
make them.
criteria. You give it to me.
If
What
it's
are you
relative,
talking
shut
about?
up and make them then, little guy. If it's
Little
relative,
guy?
pick your
Who
little
you calling
size.
little guy?
If it's relative, little
Who you
guy,
calling little guy?
you 3.0.
I'm a little guy. Okay.
I guess you could be a little lady if you want.
I could be a little lady if I want.
Yes, whatever you want.
Listen,
then.
do you ever, if someone wrote down the things you say, it would actually be pretty funny. It'd be a comic book.
Well,
little guy, what do you mean? Oh, I mean, you could be a little woman if you want.
Make some money off of it. I don't know what to tell you.
Who is this person that's procurer of the laws? Like procurement means.
Well, I don't know. You're the one with the physics that has
use words you don't understand. You
You're
just
the one
talk
that has to
gibberish.
have certain
You
size.
incessantly just babble.
That's you with gravity. That's your gravity babble that you can't produce. I asked you, can you produce it? You keep talking shit like you can, but you can't. You have no production of anything. You're the one talking shit babble. We're talking about your shit you can't produce. I'm not the one talking babble.
I can produce everything you ask of me.
Your production of gravity and globes on the fucking Earth in a little vacuum.
You said give me a little Earth and a little moon. How little?
As little as you want. Remember, you said it's
I asked you.
It doesn't matter.
You're the one
about
asking the question. How little do you want of an Earth?
You call little. Use your little.
Okay, then I'll use the size of the Earth. The Earth is fairly little compared to other celestial bodies, so I'll use the real Earth. How about that?
So
and I'll use the real size of the moon.
lab. If you can fit the real Earth in a lab,
this is the lab. The lab is what you see around you.
No, the lab is
lab.
a classroom setting. We both have to go inside a building. We have to go in the door, or we have to look at two objects that are standing in front of us, or sitting in front of us, or floating in front of us.
Floating?
We can touch the objects. We have to be able to touch both of them.
Okay, and what do you want me to do with those two objects that we can touch?
They have to orbit.
Why do they have to orbit?
Because you say shit orbits. You say globes.
I didn't say they're in orbit. I said other things
gravity.
Are in orbit. You're telling me because I know about things that are in orbit that I should be able to replicate that in a room.
You should be able to replicate.
And I understand why you can't. You're the one that doesn't understand why you
can't. If you want
to
teach it to people and act like you know about it, you should replicate it first. Demonstrate.
Who says that? Why are you the arbiter? Why are you the arbiter?
Because you're not the arbiter.
No, you are the arbiter.
No, you are not.
Procurer, as you mentioned earlier.
You and Einstein
are people that purchase things.
I'm saying you don't get to arbitrate what I think or feel without demonstration. Arbitrator.
Okay, I can demonstrate it, but you're telling me that I have to be in a room and have two bodies float. Why are you the one that
you don't have two bodies floating anywhere?
Okay.
Where's that at?
This is the conversation with you that's been going on.
Well,
for
where's
many
the two
years
bodies
now.
floating?
You know what you're good at? Wolfman Jack
seeing
imitations.
A fucking globe and not seeing.
Why don't you sing a Wolfman Jack song?
Never seen anything physical happen in reality like you explain it for your gravity physics. That's
but on the contrary, we do. We see exactly what I'm talking about in reality.
Show us how waterfalls work on a globe.
Show you how waterfalls work on a globe?
Yep. Show us water. Live water.
Has weight. And when it's
Waterfall.
above, has a certain potential,
Globe
is released, it will have a change of momentum, and it
Listen,
will fall
I
to the
said show
ground.
us.
And that's how
Talking,
waterfalls work. They fall
don't
to
you
the
get
ground.
tired of talking about
You ask me a
cartoons?
question, I'm answering, and then you're talking over me. So that doesn't work too
No,
well,
I
does it?
said show us. Your lips aren't showing anything.
Go look at a waterfall and see if you can find any waterfall that
I
doesn't
want
fall
to see a
down.
waterfall in a sphere, not a waterfall in your imagination.
Yeah, go to waterfalls
Yeah, I
all over
want
the
to see
earth,
a
and they are
waterfall in
on
a
the
sphere,
sphere, and you
and
can see
can
them
you
fall
produce
down.
one? You can't even produce a waterfall.
You can't even produce the question you want
You
to
can't
ask.
even produce a waterfall on a fucking little ball working.
No, you didn't say that. You said show me how waterfalls work on the earth.
You have a map of the globe. You have Google everything, but you can't Google a fucking waterfall working on a little ball. Kind of odd.
Why would you Google a waterfall working on a little ball?
Well, I don't know. It's your Google Globe. Seems like that's the only way you could do it, right?
I got to give you credit, Dimok. You come up with more nonsense than I think I've ever
can't do
heard
it in
out of
fucking
anyone's mouth in my
reality.
entire life.
You cannot produce a fucking thing on a sphere in reality. You run from it. Google.
Why do you keep on mentioning Google? It's just a search engine.
Because it's funny that all you have is a computer screen for your dog shit reality. Can we see
No,
it?
I have the waterfall outside my door that I can look at.
Is it on
water
a ball?
falling.
Can you put that on a ball? Transfer
Yes,
it
I
to
put
a
it on a
little
ball.
ball.
Because
Okay,
we
now
know
let's
that
turn
lines
your
of
camera on and show me.
ecopotential.
Turn your camera on and show me.
Okay,
Turn-
have fun.
Have fun with your camera on. You're no waterfall in a sphere. That waterfall's on a flat plane, son. Unless you could show me one working on a sphere. I've never seen it. I've only seen water find its level on a flat plane. And you
need to get out more.
Well, when you get into the school, right, and you open your book, it shows you a waterfall as a flat earth. So if you have a waterfall, you must be on a flat earth, right?
Why don't you show me this waterfall on the flat earth? Show me a flat surface with a waterfall on it.
That's easy. Look out your window. Go in a sandbox and pour water over the top portion.
No. You have to do it. You got to show me. You asked me. Now I'm asking you.
Show you a waterfall on flat surfaces?
Go show me a waterfall on a flat earth.
Well, flat earth has topography. It has mountains, hills, and valleys and stuff.
So it's not flat.
And it's flat for the most part. Yeah,
It's not
a round ball. You idiot.
It's mostly flat, not flat everywhere.
Listen, just repeat. It's no ball. The
It's a
no
snowball.
ball earth. The no ball earth. Can you say that?
Ball.
No ball.
A no ball.
The no
you see
sphere.
What I'm doing here? I'm giving you what you give me. Nonsense.
Yeah, it's good. Just repeat this. The no sphere flat plane.
Show me a flat plane with a waterfall on it.
Non-spherical plane that we live on, where waterfalls work on the non-spherical plane, because you can't show me a spherical waterfall. I can show you water find its level on flat surfaces that have topography every day, all day.
Okay, show me.
I can't show you a waterfall on a sphere.
Show it to me.
That's all you have. When you guys make models of cities, that's all you have.
No. You said you could show me water that's on a flat plane.
I've never seen a round model of Earth. I've never seen a round model.
You said you
for
could
a
show me
movie.
water.
Listen,
that is flat. Show me a flat water.
Use spherical models for movies.
So you can't show me it. You made a statement, but you can't fulfill it. Okay, I got you.
That's all we can show you, dipshit. That's how it works. Water flows from above, right?
Show
Flows
me.
From the top portion of
Show
land,
me an
right?
example. Put it in the chat. Show me a citation. Give me anything.
And we put a dam in front of the water to
you're
stop
making
it
things up. You're just like a cartoonist.
No, we put a dam.
Like writing child
we put
cartoons,
a dam
just
on
making
flat
things up as you
planes
go. It's
to stop
Dimok's
water from
fantasy
getting
world.
outside.
Stick with what you know.
Listen,
You're good at Wolfman Jack imitations. Stick with that.
You don't need a dam on a ball with gravity. You never need a dam on a ball. You only need a dam on a flat plane. Stick to what you know. Why would we have dams? You don't need a dam on a ball.
Don't use my terms. I said stick with what you know. You can't use that on me.
Ball, right?
Be more creative, Dimok. Stay with what you know. Be Wolfman Jack. That's what you're good at.
Gravity controls it, Zanuck. Hello, check 1, check 2, check sphere. Check spherical water covered globe. Testing 1, 2 for the dam that shouldn't exist. You don't need a dam on a globe. You only need dams on flat earths when water tries to find its level. The water can't get any higher on a globe because of gravity. It has to stay at a certain level. It can't get any bigger. Gravity can't allow. Gravity has to keep making water shrink. It has to condense everything towards the center. Does that see happen in physical reality? Do we see gravity hold everything and stop everything from growing? The water should never be able to be a tsunami or anything because the water should never be able to surpass gravity's level of where it holds it, right? Like the moon should orbitally locked, so the water should be orbitally locked or tidally locked as it's on a certain height. The ocean should never be able to get above like 5 foot above the sand, ever. Gravity should hold all the water perfectly. No towers, no tsunamis, no any of that shit with gravity, Zanny.
Gravity or not, it's just a downward acceleration of almost 10 meters per second squared. So gravity or not, it's just an acceleration. And yes, it does allow to do it because it does.
Well, why,
And gravity or not, I don't care if you call it gravity or something else. It's
why
still
would you? Can you
a
show me?
downward. It
Can
is
you
still
show?
a downward acceleration. It's
No.
basically the same thing. Gravity or
Listen,
buoyancy, I don't care. It's the same thing.
well, show
Just a
it.
downward acceleration.
Show us a
So it doesn't
waterfall
change
on a
anything.
sphere. This is what we need: a little sphere with waterfalls. Can you show that?
Waterfalls? Why?
Yeah.
I mean,
Stop
well,
saying why.
I mean,
Can you show your globe with the little waterfalls that it has? Can you work that
well,
in the classroom?
if you prove it's a globe, well, any waterfalls is what you're asking for, actually. So I don't
In a
even
classroom setting
see
on a
interest
ball,
with
can you
that
pour
question.
water on it and show us a waterfall?
Why do you want that? Just
Because
asking.
if this globe has waterfalls, right? I want to see them working. Why would you not? Why would you not want reality to mimic reality? That's why.
Waterfalls
I
just
love
falls.
reality.
Global flight doesn't change anything about waterfalls, actually.
Listen,
Doesn't
if
change
you
anything.
are on a fucking globe, if you're standing on a sphere right now, if you think you are, and you go see waterfalls here and there, Niagara, everything else, right? Produce that on a sphere. Show me how that would work on a little sphere.
It's
The only way a waterfall can work is on a flat plane. The only way waterfalls work are on flat planes. Can you hear me? The only way you can produce a waterfall is on a flat plane. My challenge to any glober is to produce
Now
a waterfall on a
what
fucking
you
globe.
need for a waterfall to form is
Listen,
water
show us.
and a downward acceleration force. That's it.
Yeah, cool story.
The shape
Show
of
us.
the Earth doesn't really matter.
Yeah, cool story.
I don't understand what you're
Then
talking
show
about,
us the
actually.
fucking waterfall on a globe. If the shape doesn't matter, show us some spherical waterfalls on a globe.
Falling.
Listen, you got a lot of excuses without presentation. Show us how a waterfall works on a globe. That's all we need to see. Can you hear me?
Just water falling.
Hurry up. Waterfall on a globe live. On a little ball.
I can send you any pictures of
Water
waterfalls.
on a little sphere. Get a little sphere, put it on a drill tip, spin it, pour some water on it in a little vacuum chamber, and show us the waterfall.
I'm just to produce the same effects as on Earth. We need to do what you said, but with a rock the size of the Earth, and I don't think we really can do that.
Put water on it. Yeah,
You
hard
cannot create
real hard to
something
spin
the
a ball.
size of the Earth. We cannot do that.
Real hard to spin a ball and put water on it. Yeah, we know.
No, we can do such a sphere. We can do a sphere that large.
Yeah, your physics are just lost now. Now they're just lost. Now you can't do nothing.
Listen. You don't understand what you're
You know
doing.
what's funny about this? What's funny about this, D-Mock, is that you're fighting with a 15-year-old boy.
It doesn't end. What does that change? If I'm right and you're wrong, it doesn't change about my age. If you're wrong and I'm right, or the opposite, my age doesn't care.
Yeah. No, you're wrong. You're wrong. That's what's so funny.
That's what you think. Okay, let's have a debate. But the problem is that Democ, I don't know how to pronounce that. Sorry.
I just want him or Xander or any globe.
That we cannot do the experiment because we cannot create a ball the size of the Earth.
Yeah, that's called the great. Yeah, that's called the great scale negator.
Yeah, only thing you
can do on such scale. We can't do that.
Laser.
How convenient.
Cayenne laser. Listen, the only thing you can produce is flat planes, flat surfaces in physical reality on the planet you live on right now. You can't produce anything on a round thing. So why in
What
your
do you mean that you can't produce anything? What do you mean by that?
I asked you to produce a small globe with waterfalls on it, and you can't. You can only
Yes, I
produce
can. It's just
flat
water
planes.
falling. I mean, you create by just chance. No, it's not a good example. But if you get a sphere the size of the Earth formating and water is on it,
We don't want
it will
ifs.
form waterfalls because
Ifs
it's
aren't
just
helping
water
us.
falling. I don't even
No, we
understand
don't.
why you don't understand how it works because
You
it's
understand?
water
You just
falling.
said the word
Take
if.
something.
We don't need
You can
ifs. We need water in a sphere. Pour it on there, spin it the rate you say the Earth's spinning, and show us how waterfalls are working. It should be simple, man.
I'm just explaining it, but you don't understand. The problem is,
Hold
for
on,
example,
hold on, laser, hold on. Listen, again, don't confuse. Right?
I don't try to confuse anything.
Listen. Don't confuse disagreeing with your model as not understanding it. We understand your model, right? So we're describing things that we can produce on the Earth. Like Democ, if we have certain claims, we can show you those claims in real time and in actual size. Everything that you believe, you cannot reproduce. It's got nothing to do with our not understanding your model. We're trying to tell you your model can't exist.
I didn't say that he didn't understand our model, even is that true. I haven't said that. I said that he didn't understand my explanation.
Your explanation of what?
Of how waterfalls can occur on the sphere. It's just water.
That's a model. That's a model. Thank you.
Yeah, but I mean, I just said that it's just water falling. Even if Earth were a triangle and that gravity or the direction of gravity were in the right place, waterfalls could still exist on such a world. You need a downward acceleration, gravity, buoyancy, call it whatever you want, and water, and that's it. Water falling. It's just that. It's just that simple, actually.
Go ahead and show us. Make a model. Show us. Show us how it works.
I just explained it. So if you want me to show
No.
term, I need to do a visual.
Yeah, just to be clear, we don't ever want you to explain anything. We want you to show and demonstrate the physics of your worldview.
Well, if you want me to actually demonstrate all the physics about the round Earth model, it's going to be pretty complicated because there is general relativity and other things.
We have no complications with anything. Democ, me, anybody else, we have anything that we want to claim.
I have a question.
Hold on.
I have a question.
Okay, that's fine. Okay. Yeah. My point is that any other aspect of physics that we claim, we can make and show in demonstrations. It's not complicated.
Can you predict Mercury's path in the sky using your flat Earth equations or like that? Can you do it?
Okay, great. Let me ask you a question to answer your question. How long and who studied Mercury long enough to figure that out in the past? Who was it, and how long did it take that person to figure that out? Do you know?
Well, it wasn't really. So the person who figured that out, the formula to predict that, it was Einstein because his theory was more precise than Newton's one.
Great. So I have a question. Did he work a full-time job and also study the transit of Mercury, or was he funded or commissioned or whatever you want to say? Was he paid to research? Right?
He wasn't paid to research. Actually, he didn't did that to
what was he
for
doing?
Mercury.
What was
he? Listen to me. I'm answering you. So Einstein loved science. That's something, and he saw that there were a contradiction between two theories. So he wanted to unite those two to eliminate this contradiction, and he did it by himself. Also with a mathematician friend, he worked everything on himself.
Let me
He
bring it
wasn't
back.
paid.
Okay, he wasn't paid. So how did he make a living while he was doing this research?
At first, he was working in another job. His job wasn't to do physics. Actually, his job was to do something. I don't remember. I don't really remember. At first, in the beginning, I need to do the research again because I know I've searched on Einstein not so long ago, but still a long time ago. So I need to do it again.
That's really interesting. So you actually have documentation of what Einstein was doing to provide a living for himself at the same time he was researching and studying the transit of Mercury. You have this documentation? You know the story? That's
hey,
pretty
I need
amazing.
to find it again because I mean I've done this a while ago, so I can do the research if you want. But just even if he were paid, the equations don't lie about the observations we do. The equations perfectly predicts the path of Mercury in the sky if you do the right calculus.
Great.
No,
Okay, great. So let me ask you a question. Since I'm a truck driver, right? If I'm going to start to study the transit of Mercury to answer your question, do you think I could do that while I'm driving a truck, or would I have to maybe find some other way of living, eating, and sleeping while I'm doing a full-time research into this field?
You can't do it for every hour, for every second, of course, but it doesn't change anything. I mean, for example, just before that conversation, not even 10 minutes ago, I was with my telescope to observe Saturn's rings, as I've done before. I cannot do it every second, but I've still observed it. So, I mean...
Yeah.
And by the way, Saturn does have rings.
Sure. Yeah, I don't miss the point, and that is that most of these scientists were paid to do this research.
He wasn't paid, and two, even if he were paid, the equations don't lie about what we observe. They predict
that's beside the point.
what we observe.
That's beside the point.
Yeah, but yes, it does answer the point because one, he wasn't paid, and two, even if he were paid, that doesn't change anything.
Oh, okay.
So
listen, no, it does.
He was paid, but it's irrelevant.
No. If he were paid, that is the point. He was able to do the research because he didn't do anything else. He didn't go to another job or whatever. But anyway, if you think that you have evidence that Einstein was working another job or two or three jobs at the same time he was crunching the numbers for the transit of Mercury, by all means, produce that. I'd love to see.
Yeah, but I need to do the research again. I'm doing it right now. Wait. But it still doesn't change the fact that the equations work. It still doesn't change that fact.
Sure, you do know that the equations are just a language, right?
Yeah, it's a language. It's mathematics.
Yep.
It's a language that can translate reality to something that we can manipulate in a certain way. It's the language of the universe in a certain way, actually.
Sure. Yeah.
It's a language, but it does work very well. So.
Sorry, D-Mock, I hijacked it.
Oh no, that's good. I just think it's weird how they tell us about all their physics and stuff, and certain people with certain accents, I can't, you can't. I mean, sometimes it can be a lady that's 25 or a boy that's young or old. Sometimes you can't tell.
By the way, if ever you have a doubt about something in the rounder model, like an incoherence, a impossibility, or anything like this, I'm here.
Oh yeah, we got our people.
Not just you don't have any evidences. No, I'm not talking about this. I'm just talking about if you find incoherence, impossibilities, if you don't understand something about the Earth, the globe Earth. If you get what I meant.
Yeah, I have a problem with how waterfalls work on a globe physically.
I already told you how.
Well, I know, but remember how, Dr. Seuss likes to tell us stuff, but he can't, show us?
And what do you mean by show exactly? What do you mean by show
I mean,
something
like,
exactly?
if you turn your camera on and said, look, I have 5 fingers on my hand. And I said, I don't believe you have 5 fingers on your hand. Turn your camera on and show me physically. And you're like, yes, I have all 5 fingers on my hand. And you turn your camera on.
Yeah, but I mean, I don't really see how I can show you how we can work on a globe Earth, except like a view of a satellite showing its route and a waterfall on it. I just don't see.
Video these days is how you can show things. I mean,
yeah, but I mean, it's kind of obvious when you have a downward acceleration, you get water.
You know that all 4-year-olds have like a camera phone these days on their phone, like it's cameras and like everybody.
Yeah, I know.
So when you ask me, how do I want you to show me something? That's like that to me. That sounds ridiculous. That you're asking me that question. Like
if I show you water falling, is that all you want?
On
I don't think so.
sphere. I want no. That's not what I want.
On a sphere. How can I show you like this?
Because
that
you
we
live
are
on
a sphere,
in
except
your
that
mind.
going 30 kilometers in the
mind.
sky or something.
Hold on. Stop asking how. Just understand in your mind it's happening right now. On a ball, you got waterfalls everywhere going different directions live right now on a ball. So in
directions, but pointing the same point.
Hold on. In reality, that's what you think is happening right now. You think that you're standing on a ball with waterfalls working live, going different directions, up, down, north, east, south, west, whichever way they happen to be, and they're flowing.
There's no up, down, or there's none of these.
There's none of that on a sphere?
No. That's a misconception about the globe. When you say up, down, left, right, now it's just pointing the center of mass.
So
there's no up actually.
Show us that. I'm waiting for you to get the ball, put the waters on there, show us 5 different directions of fucking waterfalls going against themselves with the center of mass, and we're great.
You don't understand. The problem is, if you want a ball, listen when I answer. Listen when I answer. Listen when I answer.
Listen, I can only understand what you demonstrate. Do you understand that? If you demonstrate,
is that you're asking me
hold on,
ball and put one water on it to show that there is some kind of gravity in all directions.
If you tell me you made a motor, right?
A ball to have
and you make the motor, you want the motor to work, and you say
not powerful enough to do that. You need a very massive ball and very big ball.
DMOC and Laser, we can't hear you when you both talk over each other. So
sorry.
Just give each other the space to respond. I know it's difficult.
Because he's asking me something, but he doesn't let me respond.
So if you said I have a spherical motor, and the spherical motor works, you wouldn't be able to show me that?
So first of all, there is 2 points that needs to be addressed when you ask me that. First of all, for the sphere to create a gravity powerful enough to do what you're saying,
that is your
we need a very, very big sphere and a very, very, very massive sphere.
That's the story you have to present.
If you want to reproduce the same effects as on Earth, you need a ball the size of the Earth. So that's problematic. And second of all, when you taking a small sphere and you put water on it, first of all, there is not enough gravity from it. And second of all, there is the gravity or buoyancy, I don't care what you call it, but there is the downward force on Earth kind of interfering with that. So you need to, 1, take a very massive ball, a very large ball, and 2, do it in a place where there is no gravity or no interferences, if you get what I meant.
Yeah.
Go on.
You understand that when you say we cannot do it, you are creating or you have an unfalsifiable model, right?
Right.
What do you mean by that?
What do you mean? What do I mean? You don't know what an unfalsifiable model is?
Unprovable and unprovable.
It's something that you cannot like test or
Oh yes, you can
quantify.
test it, but not in that context. You can test it in
How
many
did you
ways.
ever get to your format of calculated area of physics for a sphere if you can't produce it? Basically, what Silent is saying, you can't
But what
produce
do you
it.
mean by
How did you ever get the information
physics
that?
for a sphere?
Hold
What do you
on.
mean?
Why you keep talking over me? I wasn't done.
How you gonna make that claim if you cannot produce it though? You shouldn't be making claims that you're not able to produce.
There is
Like, yeah,
equations that
I
can
understand.
predict
Hold
all
on,
of trade.
hold on. I understand that in a book you can actually write down the numbers, right, and think that that means anything in reality, but it doesn't, right? Since you cannot produce the model that is in your book or the numbers that are in your book, I mean, it's unfalsifiable. You can actually write any amount of numbers, quantities, calculations, or anything. And since you cannot, nobody can disprove it or show it to be true or not true, it's unfalsifiable. Therefore, it's invalid.
We can prove a
How you
globe
gonna?
actually.
All right, whatever.
But not in that context. In that context, we cannot do the experiment because it's unfeasible.
Yeah, it's unfeasible,
That's
unfalsifiable.
but see, that's
There
what
you
we're
go.
talking about, right? That's what we're
Yeah, but
talking.
there is other things that can be feasible and prove that it's a globe.
No.
See?
Talk to you
How
guys
did
later.
I'm going to take an analogy, for example. If you take a simple equation and you want to find the answer 7x plus 2 equals 0, you can do a formula for this. But when you use another kind of equation with a cubic inside and you use the quadratic equation, it works. So those two works. But if you use the quadratic equation for the 7x plus 2, the formula breaks.
That's a formula of mathematics on paper.
Yeah, but it's an analogy. It's not a
Hold on a
proof.
minute.
It's an
Hold on a
analogy.
minute. I know.
If a
I
method
know.
doesn't work,
Laser. Let him respond to you. Let him respond.
That's a formula and a calculation on paper with numbers. Dr. Seuss can write big stories with his fake calculated numbers too. What we're asking for is physical dirt, water, and reality. For you to have those equations, for you to have anything that you think you have for physical reality and an answer for your gravity and your mathematics and your constant, you have to have the model that works that way. And if you can't produce, or you haven't ever produced, or you haven't demonstrated a model, or you haven't produced anything to work this way, where did you get your calculations from other than your imagination?
I haven't finished my answer for before.
No. Answer
as
my
I said,
question. Answer my question.
I'm finishing first. So as I said, the quadratic equations really works. It doesn't work on a specific case. And that specific case when it doesn't work is the thing that you said, the unfeasible thing. There is other ways, but that way doesn't work because it has limits. Technically, it's possible to do it, but I mean, can you really build a sphere the size of the Earth in space?
You do
Or in
know that
space?
math isn't reality, right?
Yeah, but I mean, not even considering that. Not even considering that.
Hold on.
Imagine.
Hold on, Laser. Hold on, please. Please go back and answer Democ's question.
Can you repeat your question, please?
If you said it's impossible to produce an Earth in it, if you said it's impossible to produce an Earth and you can't present anything and you can't produce a sphere for us working in any way, shape, or form, where did you get your spherical calculations that you think match anything that you're talking about? Like, where's
So
this?
you're asking where those formulas that I use, for example, the general relativity,
Where do they
does
work in reality?
where do they work in reality? So you were asking for observations of those equations?
No, I'm saying where is your globe that's working and that you got all your information from? Where's the little ball in the knob?
Proof of the globe, technically.
Yeah, where's the little sphere in orbit in a lab that you got all your information from?
Okay, hold on, just real quick. He's asking, like, choose the very first variable that you get to begin your equation. Where did you get that value from?
So, for example, where do we get, for example, the R value for the globe Earth, for example?
Okay, great. Great.
Sure.
Yes. Very good.
Right?
Yes. Please prove R. Go.
So no, listen. If you want to prove R, I need to prove Earth is a sphere. I'm going to do it after if you want, but I'm going to explain how did we get R. If you want to prove R, we need to prove it's a sphere.
Yep.
We agree on that,
Yep.
I think. So
Yep.
I'm going to show how R were measured. So you cannot directly measure it. I mean, you can't, and you definitely understand why you can't measure it directly. But there is indirect methods that definitely work. So I'm not going to do the Eratosthenes one because it's not a proof that Earth is a globe. It's not a proof at all. It's just an indirect measurement of R, because if you get the circumference, you get R. But I know there is another guy, no, two other guys, who did another method and had a very precise result about the circumference of the Earth. So basically, R, because if you divide it by two, if you divide it by the right thing, you got R. So wait, I know I written that somewhere. Just let me find it. No, it's not this.
Yeah. Take your time and get all of the data that you need. We will be
Because they used the triangulation method between Dunkerque and Barcelona. Two cities, one in France and one in Spain. Ah, yes, attends. Wait. Denombre et Méchant. Denombre and Méchant. Two guys who use the triangulation method to measure the distance between Dunkerque and Barcelona. And they also use the star to calculate the latitude of those two cities if we are on a globe. And thanks to that, and some trigonometry, they calculated the circumference of the Earth to be exactly 40,000 kilometers.
Okay,
And 40,000 divided by 2 pi.
Okay, so far all you're doing right now is kind of giving us a little bit of a story. Can you actually get into the very specifics, right? So what was the first thing they did? What was the second thing they did? You mentioned triangulation, so just kind of unpack all of the details.
Yeah, I know there is a video who got all the results. I'm going to give it. Wait. And also, alors, Google de l'envoi de synchronisation. But just if we are indeed on a sphere, the R value we get from previous experiments are correct. Mathematically correct, and were done pretty precisely. So it's pretty relevant to use them if we prove it's a sphere, which we have done it, but.
Yeah, that's all well and good. Just again, we're looking
So
for.
wait, I'm going to leave for 5 minutes, and I'm coming back when I have the results.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Yeah, they have to produce a globe to see anything on a globe, but they don't have to produce a globe to have the calculations or mathematics for it. That's weird.
Is it just me, or has this place gone quiet?
Oh, hello, Rumpus.
Hello, Travis.
We're just waiting for the laser Cyan to come back with his data. So, but there wasn't much going on before then.
He's got data, has he? All right.
I got the results. So they use a bit like the same method as Eratosthenes, so an angle and distance, but they get those angle and distance differently. So first of all, instead of using shadows and the sun for the angle, they used the stars. So they compared the apparent height of a certain star in the two locations, and they get a difference of about 9.655 degrees. So the distance of latitude between those two cities is about the same as 10 degrees approximately. And thanks to the triangulation method that you can search on Google if you want, they got the distance between Dunkerque and Barcelona, which they calculated to be around 1,073 kilometers. So the last step to do is 360 divided by that angle, and that result multiplied by the 1,073 kilometers, and that is the circumference of the Earth, which is 40,007 kilometers. That's the result they got. So you can divide it by 2 pi, and you got the radius around 6,367 kilometers. That's it.
Were these two places north of one another, and they were looking at Polaris, or what?
I don't know what stuff they were looking. I can search if you want, but in fact they just measure the apparent height of a certain star at the same time in those two cities, and after they subtracted their result to get the difference of angle, and that difference of angle is the same as the difference of latitude of those two cities.
They did it at the same
If they are
time, but they have to make sure they're in a straight line with the star. You have to make sure that the line joining the two places.
I think they used Polaris, so Polaris is actually a pretty good choice. I'm not sure that I think they used Polaris. I'm going to search if you want, but Polaris is actually a star which is, if we are on a sphere, is almost perfectly in the axis of rotation, which is basically aligned with all cities, technically, if you think about that. So, but anyway, they calculated the angle, they calculated the distance, and you get the result, which is approximately 40,000 kilometers of circumference. And if you divide that result by 2 pi, you get.
When did this happen?
This was made by Méchain et wait, I forgot the name. By Méchain et Delambre.
Not who, when?
During French Revolution, not during the French Revolution. But the French Revolution occurred when they were making the measurements, especially with the distance between Barcelona and Dunkerque.
Okay.
Barcelona is
Is there any particular reason why you're citing an ancient observation?
Well, it's a good example because if I use a recent observation with satellites, you're going to be like, no. And that ancient observation.
I'm not a flatty. I'm a glober.
But I'm just using that observation for them, and it's a pretty easy method to understand, easy method to reproduce nowadays. I can even do that with a bit of luck in certain way. But I mean, it's a good example. I cannot do a measurement at 2 points very far from
Yeah, you need
at
two
2
people.
points.
Yeah, you need two
Yeah,
people.
I need two. I need another person to
Or
do
what-
the measurements at the
well,
same
actually,
time.
you don't. If you go along a meridian, then you can just. You don't need to worry about the time, providing you can see Polaris. You just can need to.
Yes,
just
but
change
I
the
mean,
latitude.
for to avoid any errors of precision, I prefer to do it at the same time. Maybe I'll do it when I'll be
Well, that's the whole
older
point.
and
You avoid errors of precision if you, because you've got to make sure at the same time, which I suppose you can do reasonably precisely. But providing you go
Yeah, but
north
I still
south,
prefer to do that.
you
I
still
just
have to
want
make
to.
sure you're north and south of one another. So the precision issue doesn't change by you deciding to do it. You know, if on one day you made an observation and then a week
On
later.
the same longitude, but not same latitude.
Correct. That's what I said. That's why I said you go on
Yeah,
the same meridian.
exactly.
Yeah,
That
so you're just repeating what I
Dunkerque
said.
and Barcelona are pretty aligned together.
Right,
Yeah.
that's what I asked originally. Right, that's what I asked.
Coordonnées,
My
Dunkerque.
first question was that, and you said you didn't know. Okay, so then you know.
Sorry, I'm going to search out les coordonnées. Alors.
Okay, yes. I mean, the sensible thing to do would
Coordonnées
be
Barcelone.
to put them on the meridian. That's why I asked that question, because that's the obvious thing to do. But okay, now saying that's what they were doing. Okay, that seems sensible.
So.
DMOC, do you want to follow up at all? DMOC?
So the two cities were aligned in terms of longitude with a difference of 0.18 degrees. So it's not 100% precise. That's one reason why their measurements weren't 100% precise. But it's still pretty precise, actually. So we can do better. But it was really good at this time. It was really good at this time. And they got a very close result to the modern calculations.
I thought you were showing us the how you got to the radius.
Yeah, the radius. If you have the circumference, you have the radius just divided by 2 pi.
No. If you have, we want to know the first base. Where did you get the radius from?
I just explained it right now.
I just told you. If you
I
know
just
you're
said
going
it.
on circumference, but you
So,
know the distance,
hold on a minute.
you know the change
Hold
in
on a minute.
angle, then you
Hold on a
do a
minute. No,
simple
you don't know
mathematical calculation,
anything.
and then you end
No,
up
you
with a
don't.
radius.
No, you don't. Why don't you shut up for a second?
Okay.
Oh my God.
Hold on, Rumpus. Hold on.
Listen.
Let this be between DMOC and Laser, please.
If you measure 2 points on a spot, that tells you what?
Oh, Jesus.
What do you mean by that? I mean,
I'm measuring my house. I'll go down the road or a couple miles away and measure that spot. That tells me what now?
He went
depends
through
on the
this
context of why you're
several
doing that.
times with
I'm
you over the
asking you
last
how
10
you
minutes.
got the radius or the
Listen,
circumference of
I'm
this
going to
planet.
handle this. Don't worry.
Oh my.
So, what you're saying is nonsense because you're saying I'm going to measure that, but why? I mean,
No,
in that context,
I didn't measure anything.
Listen to me. I'm answering you, and listen to me when I answer you. In that context, those measurements were designed to observe a certain thing if we are on a globe. But what you said, I'm going to measure my ass. What are you going to measure? Why are we going to measure that? What's going to correspond? We don't know. But in that case, measuring the star, maybe I think it's Polaris, at the same time in those two cities, and making the difference between those two angles is going to give us the difference of angle between the latitude of those two towns, and we need that difference for our calculations because we need an angle and a distance. So we got the angle, we got it. Thanks to the triangulation method, we got the distance. You do the calculus, and you got the circumference. You divide it by 2 pi, you got the radius. You multiply by 2, you got the diameter. When you get 1, you get everything.
So you made a triangle and then you did what now?
No, the triangulation method is a bit more complicated than that. You can search on Google if you want.
So you looked at the air and you said Polaris angle. We're on a globe.
No, I didn't said that it was a proof that we are on a sphere. It doesn't prove at all
Well,
that
I
we
was
are on a
asking
sphere.
this.
Listen to me. I even said it earlier that it wasn't proof that we are on a sphere.
No,
I
I
said
don't
that
care. I
if
don't
we
care.
prove that we are on a sphere,
I
that
heard you
method
say
is
that.
100% correct, and
Okay,
it
I
does
heard
show
you.
us the R radius. That means that if Earth is a sphere, it's as
I
the
heard you. Your proof for a
radius we
sphere is not
calculated.
proof of a
It's not
sphere.
a proof. You don't understand. It's not a
Right.
proof that we are on a sphere.
We asked
It's
you
a
for the
proof that
proof.
if we are on a sphere, that sphere has this size and
How
not
could there be
anything
an
else.
if? How could there be an if you in science have already it's already figured out? There is no
You
if
have
in
understood.
that.
You just don't understand. I never said that we are going to present proof right now that we are on a sphere. You asked me
You asked
where
about
Okay,
do we
hold on.
get
Let me jump in real quick,
You haven't
please.
stopped talking,
Let
young
me
man.
let me just jump in real quick to back up DMOC. Okay, so Laser again. we try not to say you don't understand. Okay, so I think DMOC understands, and I think you understand. What I think is happening is that we're having a miscommunication along the way. So what this is, DMOC's question to you is the same as mine. You have two people on the Earth lined up at different distances from Polaris, or a star in the sky. You have taken an angle in the sky, and you have the distance between the observers.
No, we don't have the distance between the observers. The
You have
distance is
Barcelona and Dunkirk, right?
yeah, but it's not the distance between those two. It's the angle of difference between the latitude of those two. If we are on a sphere, you ask me where do we get the R results? We don't get it from nowhere, actually.
Okay, hold on, just real quick. Okay, so again, I was just simply pointing out the fact that we had two geographical locations on the Earth, Barcelona and Dunkirk. Okay, so we have these two positions. So your concern is the angle of observation of Polaris from Barcelona, or let's say between Barcelona and Dunkirk, right? So your angle is what? What did you say? 9 point what?
I'm going to give you the exact results. 9.655277778. That's
Okay.
what they got.
Great, great. Okay, hold on. And,
Yeah.
Right, and so that angle exists in the air, right? Because you're measuring the difference between the observation of the same star, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, great. So why would you need to bring in any discussion of the shape of the Earth? You have an angle in the sky.
Because you asked me where do we get the R value. I'm answering you.
Yeah, I'm telling
That's
you,
what I've
right.
done.
And so our response to you is, you are bringing in a model for which you have no proof, right? So
I answered your question. You haven't asked me proof of the globe yet. You have asked me where do we get the R value. I'm just listen. When I'm giving you the method for the R value, it's assuming that Earth is a sphere. I can prove it's a sphere. That's not what I'm discussing. I'm discussing that if Earth is indeed a sphere, that method is 100% correct, and it does prove that if Earth is a sphere,
Hold on,
only
Laser.
have this.
Laser. We don't want to know about ifs and buts and candies and nuts. We want to know about how you figured, like the factual information from the ground that you know you're on a sphere. That's what we want.
That's not a question. I can answer it, but that's not the question.
Huh?
That's not the
okay, hold
question.
on. Okay, listen. Let me ask my question now to follow up T-Mock's question. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Why are you assuming the Earth is a sphere?
Because you asked me where do we get the R value. If you want to R, you need a sphere.
Okay, listen. Okay. Why is anyone assuming the Earth is a sphere? So these two guys that you're talking about.
Oh, they knew Earth was a sphere.
Oh, they knew. Okay, so let's forget about this radius thing. Okay, we don't even want to know about we don't even want to know about this anymore. How did these two guys already know the Earth was a sphere?
Oh, there is many explanations. Observations, sorry.
Okay, great. Give us one.
Okay, I'm just going to give you one an observation that is 100% relevant to the sphere, but actually impossible on the plane.
No, don't poison the well. Don't poison the well. Just answer the question. How did these two guys, and, right, if you're going to claim that these two guys already knew that the Earth was a sphere,
I was answering you and you interrupted me.
I know, I want to be specific. I know. I want to be specific. If you're, I don't know what these two gentlemen's names are, but let's say they are Jean
Richard
and
de
Paul.
Londres.
Okay, I'm not going to remember. Jean and Paul. Okay, Jean and Paul. You're telling me that Jean and Paul already knew the Earth was a sphere. So you obviously then have a reference or have a citation where they said, we already knew the Earth was a sphere because, and then what's that proof? Go ahead.
Well, we have several proofs that Earth is a sphere, you know. I'm going to give you one example as you asked, because you asked me one. Don't interrupt me, please. So an example that is completely possible on a sphere, but impossible on a plane. So I'm going to use stars again. So we know that there is two celestial poles of the stars. In the northern hemispheres, we can see some constellations, and they are all rotating around a point which is almost Polaris. It's not exactly Polaris, but almost. But in that rotation is counterclockwise. But in the southern hemisphere, we are observing completely different constellations. Sorry.
I disagree.
And they are rotating around another point, which is not Polaris, and clockwise. So this is completely explainable on the sphere because it's the way it works. But how can you get such an observation on a plane?
That's not explainable anywhere, because if you're standing in one spot on this globe, supposed globe, or this flat Earth, if you're standing there on the ground, right, you only see what's above you where you're at. You don't see the other side. So
yes, but I mean on the plane, even assuming that you can't see all the stars because of the distance, even if you assume that,
all
there is still only one celestial pole. There is only one celestial pole.
Laser. DMOC wasn't finished with his comments.
Sorry.
So DMOC,
go on.
Yeah, DMOC, try to be succinct with it and let's go.
You're telling us about dudes. You're supposed to tell us the two dudes and the method they used.
Yeah, he did do that. He told us about their method, but then he said they already knew the Earth was a sphere. So then I asked him.
That's what I'm asking. How did they know? What was their method that they knew about?
He's telling us I should go for 5 minutes, sorry, or maybe more, because there is something and I need to do it now. I cannot do it before after.
No, he was explaining us what anyone could do.
Yeah,
you know,
I know.
Yeah. He wasn't telling us what Paul and Pete did, how they know it's a globe.
I know. That's the sword they fall on. They make all these claims. Oh, they knew, and then whenever we ask for this documentation, they just throw up any old other proof that they can refer to. Yeah,
right. They're like, well, if you walk around on a ball, you know you're walking on a ball. Like, what the fuck? No.
Yeah.
We want to know what Paulus Tosthenes knew. We want to know when he woke up that day and said, man, I know it's a globe on Thursday. How did he know that? From what? And of course, I mean, I know he's gone, but I'm just saying, like, they went from we know to we have to assume to if it's a globe. None of that makes any sense. If they know, then it is. That's how it would be. And where'd they get all this physics if they can't even demonstrate anything to themselves for a ball because they have to have a Earth-sized ball for anything of the physics to work? How did they ever get that information? I mean, what? Huh?
It all ultimately goes back to a primary variable. Something they have to start somewhere with something that either can be based in physical reality or has to be completely contrived. Which is what I think happens with Newton. Take the equation for force. We can understand that reality on Earth, how much force it's going to take to move this rock. We can understand that, but then they take that equation and say that's how much force it's going to take to move the moon, and the moon is this much mass. They have to then have the mass. Where'd you get that number? Right? Acceleration, force, mass, all that stuff.
Right.
Mercury, Saturn, whatever.
Guesstimation. I don't see how they're so comfortable with spheres when they can't produce anything physically that works on a sphere. Like, I mean, how do we ever get to the conundrum of they don't understand flat when every procedure, everything's done on flat. Everything's done from a level base, making carpets, glass, just everything, just walking around on our floors at our house to like the buildings we go into, everything, nothing's sphered out. Like, well, the only way this can work in the physics with this pump is if we put the spherical arc here. Then gravitation has to pull it towards its. Imagine that in engineering. If you had to have an arc and everything inside the motor anywhere, inside the pump, inside this, like you had to have an arc to it because it wouldn't work without that arc of the planet. That backyard pool's all wrong. You got to add an arc. Yeah, I'm gonna need that middle of that pool to come up about 3 foot over the outside edge. No flat anything anymore. No flat decks, no flat train tracks, no nothing. Just put the arc in them bitches. We should have race cars racing around the outside of a ball, like a racetrack on a sphere. That'd be good for NASCAR, wouldn't it? Call it the Globe 5000. Yeah, they wouldn't want to go to the moon because then we'd have races around it. We'd put racetracks on it and shit. Have horses racing around the moon, race cars. Football, you're half of the moon, my half of the moon. You cross the line, you score. Definitely, there would be moon races. Coming to you live, NASCAR on the moon. That's right, 2022.
Are you still there?
Yeah, we're here.
We're still here.
I did fail. Yes. Well, it doesn't really surprise me because the moon is very, 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 very tiny compared to Jupiter. So seeing the shadow of the transits are going to be complicated.
Well, let's keep the discussion back where we were before.
Sorry, because I put a timer on because there were a Jupiter transit, but I can't really see it because it's too much tiny and my telescope isn't really powerful enough. You can barely see the rings of Saturn, even if I saw them, but that's another thing. So yeah.
Okay, so let's say for instance that we only live in one location.
Okay.
So we only ever see the stars where we are.
Mm-hmm.
How would we know? How would we know the Earth was a sphere if we never went below the equator?
Good question. I'm currently doing that because most of the proof is that you can observe different things depending on your position. But I can try to find one. Attends, laisse-moi réfléchir. Ça veut dire.
See the thing. Okay, so just real quick.
There is one, but you're going to say no, so I'm going to search.
No, don't tell me what I'm going to say. Don't tell me what I'm going to say. So the issue that I have right now is that I asked you what the other two people you referred to, how they knew the Earth was a sphere, and you talked about.
One.
Hold on.
I have one.
Okay.
Okay, so if we do the experiment today, I'm going to ask you a question. If the ISS does exist, does it prove for you that we are in a sphere? It does, but I'm asking for you. I am asking that to you. Do you consider the ISS to be existing as a proof that Earth is actually a sphere? Yes or no? Because you can't really orbit the Earth if it's not a sphere, but I mean.
Yeah, I've never seen the ISS myself, and no, I don't think that it would prove the Earth was a sphere.
Dommage, parce que if you look at ISS lunar transits, you can see it, and there is even one guy that did a measurement in one location.
Okay, hold on.
Listen,
hold on. Okay, listen. Let's not get into the 20th century. Okay, let's stay back in your French Revolution. Your two astronomers in that I don't know what the 1700s, 1600s, whatever. Okay. Again, the question is, how did they know? So you're telling us earlier that they knew the Earth was a sphere, because of 2 celestial rotations. Right?
Yeah, and that's a very good proof, by the way.
Okay, hold on. Now,
I'm
are you okay? Hold on. Do you know that's how they knew? Is there documentation that these?
There is a lot of evidences actually. I just presented one.
Right. But again, I asked you for evidence that how they knew. So if you're going to tell me they knew because of this, I'm going to ask you for the citation that demonstrates that. If you're going to have a claim,
I don't really know that, you know. I can tell you evidences that we have found in the past, but I cannot tell you the thing because I don't think they even wrote that.
Okay, great.
When you think about that.
Okay, so let's forget about that. Now we are simply back to an angle in the sky.
And
that's all we have. Yep, that's all we've got, bro. We just have an angle in the sky. See how that works?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but I mean, what do you mean by an angle in the sky? Where do you want? I don't know how to say it in English. Sorry.
It's okay.
I'm still learning. Sorry.
We are not going to take an angle in the sky and make a conclusion about the earth beneath our feet.
And just an angle, it's no. Just an angle, no. But let me think. 2 minutes, please. I have one, but it's just not going to convince you. So I'm just going to search for another one with your conditions.
No, you
hold on.
They knew.
Yeah.
You told us they knew it was a globe. We want to know how.
I already told a proof, but he asked me for a proof in a specific condition, in a specific thing. So I'm searching right now.
Yeah, DMOC, he doesn't have an answer for that. He doesn't know how they knew.
Oh, okay.
How they knew specifically, but how we know it, I can.
Yeah, we already know those answers. But again, I don't want you to go off onto a different example. We need to stay here because this is your answer. We have a degree in the sky. Now, DMOC and I are going to say, that's awesome. You have a degree in the sky. So what?
You point up. Right. You point up, you pick a star. Okay, we agree that it's a dot in the sky. Now what? Laser?
Yeah? Sorry, I'm doing the research.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry.
No, don't worry.
And I was just going to ask, while you're doing that research, how would you measure like your backyard or your land or your property? Would you look up at stars?
Measure what about my backyard? The length, for example?
Your property. Like if your dad bought some property, would he want to make sure that it's 100 acres by 100 acres if that's what he was paying for?
Acres?
Would he listen? Oh my God. Plots of sources of dirt, man. Amounts of land. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Like area in a certain way.
The area of your house where you live, your land. Okay? Your father goes to buy a certain amount. The guy says, I've got this much land. You and your dad don't believe him, so you're going to look up at the stars?
No, I'm just measuring it directly, but in that context, it doesn't work. Listen.
Hold on.
Hold on. I haven't finished.
Hold on. You answered. You measure it directly. That was my answer. That was good.
I can't measure directly a curve, and you know we can't.
You wouldn't look.
The stars can lead us.
Hold on a minute.
To the shape of the earth.
Calm down a little bit, buddy. Calm down.
Yeah, I'm just saying that you're using the argument you could not choose the sky to the shape of the earth.
I'm asking you in reality. Hold on a minute. I'm going to tell you what I'm saying. Don't speak for me. I'm asking you in reality, if someone sold you a plot of land and they told you it's 1,000 acres, do you just go by what they say and pay them out, or do you prove it? Now, you said that you look and you measure the globe or the earth under your feet by looking at stars.
It does work. The problem is that you don't
I'm not done.
want to admit that it does work.
So you said looking at the stars is how you measure the globe and stuff under your feet.
No,
So I
not
said,
measure, prove it's a globe. Different. And you can also use the salt to measure the angle, as I said, but you also need the distance.
if you don't use that method to measure your backyard or your dad's land, why the hell would we use it?
Because we are using that method to calculate
No,
the
you used
whole
the
Earth.
for your dad's land. You directly measured it. You didn't touch it. No, you direct because it comes with money. So now your dad would have to pay for 1,000 acres. Now, does he just take the guy's word because he's really only selling him 100 acres? See, now you have to go measure it, and if you don't, you're going to get ripped off, and you have to measure it directly. You answered
Can we
it.
measure all Earth at once? If it's a sphere, can we measure it all at once? Answer my question.
So yeah,
Can we?
Where's the Earth been measured as a globe?
Listen to me and answer my question specifically. Can we measure directly all Earth? I mean, creating a giant ruler, going all around Earth, extending it until we reach the start of our ruler and measuring it. Can we do that? Yes or no?
100,000 times over, yes.
Can we do it? Yes or no?
Yes, we can cement the whole planet. Yes, we can.
No, actually we cannot. But I mean, in that context, we cannot measure it all directly. So we're using other methods that does work mathematically. But in our context, we definitely can.
We've got
measure
underwater
yard.
cables that go around the
Using
planet.
the stars, we don't need to use the stars to measure our yard, but we do need it.
Hold on, man.
Sorry, to measure.
We have cables that go around the planet.
Size in that context.
We have cables that go around the planet.
Mm-hmm.
Or that go across the flat plane, whichever it is, right?
Yeah, but making it
So now
perfectly
you're telling me we
straight,
don't have enough
ocean or land, making it at the same height.
How do you
We
keep talking
cannot do
about
that.
You have to measure the ground directly. We do have enough cable. We do have enough rope. We do
Yeah,
have
but making it perfectly flat at the same, perfect flat in terms of
Have you ever
distance
watched
to
Ripley's
the
Believe It
ground.
or Not?
Making it straight, making it the same height to the
you ever watched Ripley's Believe It or
stars.
Not?
It's impossible.
No,
And
it's
you know
not.
it.
No, it's not. Google.
Yes,
Google
it is.
how many times your phone cord could wrap around the earth. Google how many times our internet
Those
cord can
cables
wrap
are
around the
not
earth.
perfectly straight
Hold on,
and they
stop.
are not
Stop
at the
talking.
same height everywhere.
Google how many different things can wrap around the planet, dude. You just said we
I
can.
know that. I understand what you're trying to say, but you don't understand that what you're trying to say is wrong. That's
Are
the
you
problem.
speed? Are you
And I
on?
told you the problem is flat earthers doing that even when I try to make them understand why they are saying this irrelevant, they don't understand it.
Let me jump in real quick again. Okay, so Laser, were you looking something up right now to give us an answer from a previous discussion?
Yeah.
Okay,
So
did you find it?
Bring me back. Can you bring back the proof that we are on a sphere by the only observation in one spot? That one?
Yeah, my question to you.
I was doing that, but after Democ bring me into his conversation, so I stopped searching for 5 minutes.
Do you need me to remind you what we were talking about?
No, I know what we were talking about, and I know what you're searching.
Okay.
But I'm searching. There is evidence that Earth is a sphere, but evidence that we can do with as you said. I have one, but it's not going to convince you.
Hold on.
So
Wait.
I'm searching for another one.
Okay. Because my question was, all you have is an angle in the sky, so that doesn't prove that the Earth is a globe.
No, in that context, with only one place, that angle, I don't even think that the stars would help us in that context. It can help us, but with
But you brought it up, right? But that was
with different locations. You're asking me a proof with one location. That's the thing.
No.
You're asking me one location, and
No.
I gave you to before.
No, I wasn't asking for one location. You were the one who brought up the measurement of the Earth's radius based on
Yeah,
this.
because you asked me.
I know. So now you have simply given us an angle in the sky. That does
And
not
they
prove
measured.
circumference.
No, I mean, it doesn't prove circumference. I never said that. Listen when I talk. I said that
listen.
the measurement of no, you listen because I'm answering a question. I said that measurement, that method they used, and the result they got of the circumference of, or you can manipulate it. You can manipulate the numbers. That's another thing. So I just said that if we are indeed on a globe, it must
What
have
are you
the size we
talking?
calculated.
Listen, that's the point. Why are you talking about a globe? Why?
Because you asked me for radius, and there is no radius with a globe. I already said that once before. You asked me where do I get the R results. I gave you after you said, "Whoa, but why you are assuming a sphere?" Because I need to. And before I can prove that it's a sphere, but it doesn't really depend the order you're doing that. We can even measure flat Earth, even if the Earth is indeed a sphere. We can measure flat Earth with some observations, and there might be even incoherences or contradictions between the measurements, which can lead us to the conclusion that it's impossible for it to be a plane. Maybe.
Listen. There's no
Well said.
contradiction. There's no contradiction in measuring.
I did say that where. I said that it's possible that we're where using the method that I said.
Oh my God. Okay, again, if you have a measurement of a degree in the sky, there's no reason to talk about a globe. Why are you even talking about a globe? All you have is an angle in the sky.
Because you asked me the R value. So I'm
okay.
A globe. R was globe.
You have to assume that you're on a globe.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean that I don't have proof that Earth is a globe.
Yes,
Again, that's something that flat earthers don't seem to understand when I explain what I told you.
Okay, listen. You just said that doesn't
If I'm holding a basketball and I assume it's a sphere and then I measure the sphere, am I wrong because I assumed it was a sphere? Or am I falsifying by measuring?
Grim, please hold on. Grim, please hold on. Okay, again, Laser. You just said, do you have proof the Earth is a globe?
Yes, I already gave one.
What was it?
You are asking me for a specific proof in a specific condition, in specific. You get what I meant. And I'm still searching for it. But a proof in anything, just a proof. I have one. I have many, and I already told you one.
Is it the celestial rotation?
Yes, that is impossible on a plane.
Okay, hold on.
You can explain it. If you gave me an explanation that does work on the plane, okay, it's not a proof anymore. But I haven't seen any explanations that actually work.
Okay.
So his point is it's not proof of a sphere. It's only evidence of two sides of an object, a shape.
No, it's just something that does work on a sphere, but doesn't work on anything else.
Well, I mean, it would work on a triangle. It would work on a. You could if you're spinning it at one axis.
Explain how it will work on a triangle. A triangle,
Well,
a
from the
pyramid,
north-
or a 2D triangle.
A pyramid triangle.
It would work on any 3D object that's rotating.
No, it wouldn't work on on any 3D objects. Well, I don't think so.
Listen, hold on, check this out. If you were standing on the top of a 3D triangle on the top, and then someone standing on the bottom of a 3D triangle, you would see the rotation looking out from both sides.
Yeah, or a cylinder.
So it would have to be a 3D object. Or a cylinder, yeah.
It wouldn't work on any 3D object because the change.
You're right. It wouldn't work.
Between the latitudes, the change of angles of the
stars. It wouldn't work on a
is
diamond, let's
constant.
say.
It's always changing by that amount every kilometers. I'm saying, but if we were on a cube, for example, it wouldn't change for a long time, but suddenly change a lot. Suddenly change a lot, 4 times. On a triangle, it will be a long time with nothing, change a lot, 3 times. But on a sphere, it's constantly changing a little bit depending on the distance.
You also then have to
No, on a
work with
cube,
people
if you
like
spin the
Charles
cube
So
on
you
Marie
its
to.
won't
corner.
be able to
Hold on a
see the
second.
difference
Freddie,
between
one
any
sec.
kind of 3D
One second.
objects.
We're not against you. I'm not against you. I'm just trying to show
You're not
you.
against me.
Anyone can
I'm
hear me?
against my
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
ideas in a way.
No. It's not just your idea. It's the fact you're making a mistake. You're saying that it can't be any 3D object. It can be almost any 3D object. Can do
Yeah,
this.
but flat Earth isn't a 3D object. Technically, the
Right.
land
No.
is
Exactly.
We
So
3D.
understand that it won't work.
we understand
We
that. That's
know
the
it
point.
won't
That's
work
why I
for
said it
plane.
would have to have two sides of the flat Earth if it was going to be a flat Earth observation, and even then,
Yeah.
it's
Yeah.
I just
Would
wanted
have
to
to be
put
underneath
in
the
if you
flat Earth.
actually take the.
That's
Hold on one
the side of the
second.
flat Earth. I
Can
don't
anyone
think so.
can anyone actually hear me? Oh, cool.
I can hear you now.
Yeah,
I can hear you for
Yeah, I mean,
these decisions.
all I was going to say is, I mean, the work of Charles Marie de la Condamine is a good example of that. That was the French expedition from 1735 to 1752.
Oh, I remember that.
So that's something else that kind of supports that connotation. We can then look at all the other factors that all seem to point in the same direction, and that's really why I think you have a very strong argument for a globe,
Merde.
even before you go to space.
Listen. I'm sorry, but I really need to go. Oh putain. Oh merde. Sorry.
Cinnamon?
À la prochaine.
A great kid.
Annoyingly good English for a French person.
So, Travis, any thoughts?
How old is he?
What's that?
Any thoughts?
Yeah, I'm in a spot where I break up a lot right now, so I haven't heard much in the past couple minutes.
No, he sounded like he was probably, 13, 14? I don't know.
I think it's a she, not a he, but I could be wrong.
Oh, she? Oh.
Yeah, I was gonna say that seems like a 22-year-old female.
He's a 15-year-old boy.
Oh,
really?
French. He's French.
Yep, French
Wow.
15-year-old boy.
very
Pretty
smart.
impressive.
I think
Yeah.
most of the people from Europe realise that.
Yeah, out here in the U.S., we got a lot of manly women. And a lot of womanly men.
I just think it's interesting no matter who they are. If I ask them about measuring like properties and like if somebody says, hey, I'm going to sell you this much and you have to pay this much and it's this much land, but you don't know, how would you get the answer? And they always say direct measurement. But then for the globe, it's always indirect. just want to see some waterfalls arcing around the globe. Why would buildings and structures and material have to follow the curve of the planet, but water doesn't? Falling off a waterfall, it goes over the edge and straight down. Now, every once in a while, if it's got enough oomph, it'll have a little arc to it. What is that arc? The Earth's arc? Like when you pour water out of a pitcher, is that the arc of the Earth? Shouldn't it be? Why can water pour straight down and not arc out to a location where gravity would be pulling it for the Earth and the Earth's moving and has there ever been a kite big enough or cool enough or like up in a certain area where it goes around the planet because it gets caught? Atmosphere is in lockstep and you throw a kite up in the atmosphere and the atmosphere is in lock. Why doesn't
Yeah, catch a little jet stream and watch it come back around.
yeah. Little ISS kite.
Hey, Geo, I checked out that stream that you had on Livestream 3. That was pretty hilarious, that narrative that was going on.
Yeah, Bendy. Yeah, I think he's going to do a weekly show. So,
I thought it was so funny.
yeah, it was cool. I think, yeah, it technically should have been called Livestream 1, but I should have really moved people out of this room into Livestream 2, and then because yeah, technically he did it in the Livestream 1 stage, but yeah, I think he's going to do the show every week, and yeah, it was cool. I enjoyed it.
How long was it?
I think it's about an hour, but he's also going to have like open mic, like he's like inviting others, to share
Okay.
poems or music or.
Okay, so he was hosting. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, basically he wants to do like a weekly show. So yeah,
was he reading that live, or was that a recorded or he was doing that live?
Yeah, it was all live.
Oh, okay.
SimLab. That'd be a good game. Or a good name for the Damn.
Just because I don't know, does this show go on forever?
Oh, it's over, man.
It's over, right?
Well, I don't know. I guess the live stream is back in the audience. I think it disappeared for some reason. It's back. Maybe we are recording the after show right now. Still,
It's like going to the Tonight Show and then staying until the set is cleaned up and the cans are picked up in the audience.
you're just like watching at a movie theater, and you just like watch the credits while the janitors come sweep up the popcorn off the floor.
Exactly right. And the people's cars are parked out in the parking lot. I was referencing your story.
Yeah, that's the sign. Yeah, that's the signal. It means you want to have it up the poop chute. Have it up the poop chute.
The flashing headlights. You look at the flashing headlights, make the you know how like headlights make like a huge like shadow at night along the ground.
Oh yeah.
And you see like a giant like mushroom tip shaped looking shadow. The time has come.
Sorry guys, I've never done this before.
Fundy.
Oh, it's all good. You know, it's just like the same as any other voice channel. You just need permission. You can listen, but you need permission to talk. But you're good now.
I'm gonna tell the other guys, hey Matrix, you might have been given permission, but you have to hit the down arrow and accept it.
Right.
Got to be down.
Dice,
you have to
Dicela, do you have a funny story?
If you want to join the door.
Oh, ball. Uh-oh.
Today's Halloween, right?
No, dude.
Tomorrow?
Well, technically, depending on where you're at in the world, it could be Halloween.
People are
All's Hallow. What is it called? All Hallows Eve.
I'll just tell him when he looks in the mirror it's Halloween.
Today's the workplace Halloween. So there should be some scary stories.
How come Copernicus and Geo aren't in here?
I threw an invited Travis, but he's got to accept on his end. Maybe he doesn't want to come up here.
Okay, he does, but he just put up his hand. It looked like okay.
All right, guys.
Matrix.
I'm gonna take off. I'm thinking of starting a game and relaxing. Well, see you later, and good luck on your show, Bendy.
All right, Righteous. Peace out, man.
Laters. Oh wait, how do we get out of here?
There's a little thing on the bottom there that says exit quietly.
Right.
Oh, okay. I was looking for the hang up button. Gotcha. All right, later, guys.
See ya.
Discord is like a sneaky, sophisticated application. It's got all kinds of buttons, menus you can click on.
Buttons of steel.
So, did the show already happen, or what's the plan here?
Yeah.
Well, he wants to hear like Halloween stories that are like funny or scary or something.
Yeah, you got one.
Friday night fright night. It's like evening where I'm at.
No.
I'll actually might, if you guys will sit here, my two stories are, I think, just about a couple of minutes. Like each one's about a minute. Let me just pull it back up here. My Halloween stories.
What did you do the show about? I apologize, I missed it. I didn't know it was happening right now. I know you sent the early invitation to it, but I'm pretty bad at that stuff.
Yeah, it's just an open mic, so you can do spoken word.
Oh, that's right.
or what do you call it? Stand up poems. Yeah.
Stand up. So can I view the show on YouTube somewhere? Is there somewhere I can go to watch?
Yeah, I was just trying to track it down.
I mean, it's on the Earth Awakenings channel.
Yeah, because what was it? I think it was in Geo. Was it in the Livestream 3?
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, it was Livestream 3.
Did you
I just sent
title
it to
or
you, Benny.
segment the clip at all? That way, like we could kind of highlight it.
Yeah, yeah. Basically, it's its own YouTube video. The whole show. It's just labeled Livestream 3. In the future, it won't be. I'll have it be called Livestream 1. But there were already people in Livestream 1, so I just sort of took the Livestream 3 and just ran it that way. But
okay, so
it's
there's
just
no,
it's just that the
there's no
YouTube
segmented
videos.
titled clips. It's just a continuous run feed.
No, it's a. Let's see if it's. I'll see if it's posted yet. Yeah, maybe it hasn't gone up yet. Sometimes it takes YouTube a little bit of time. No, but it'll be its own video. It's like an hour, and it's titled, Benny Space Time's Open Mic Hour. It's just that the YouTube video has Livestream 3 as its label, even though it was held in Livestream 1 stage. But yeah, I don't think it's quite posted yet. But yeah, whenever YouTube gets it up, it'll be posted on the channel.
New guy here, Conrad. Looks like he has like a Topo Gigio looking profile picture. How was the catering today, Fundy? Catering to the masses.
Well, he had a story about that earlier.
Oh, he peaced out. Oh, he's coming back.
Potatoes that didn't agree with him. Were you here when he told that story?
Are they rotten potatoes?
Hey guys, the same thing happened earlier. I can't imagine why, but my mic just stops accepting input every once in a while in these hangout rooms, I guess. But
Are you on a computer?
No, I'm on a phone and with a solid connection. I don't know what causes it.
That happened to me earlier too.
Yeah, it's weird. It seems like these stage shows are a bit more finicky and unpredictable than regular chat rooms.
Seems legit.
Bendy got roboted at the most unfortunate time. Is like the first time he was presenting like a story today, and it just totally fucking just roboted out. So uncool.
So they fed you rotten potatoes?
No, I fed myself. You said I could hear you, just my mic wouldn't take input from me speaking.
Like the potato gods.
Sure. Yeah, the potato gods wanted to punish me today. But I serve beef stew with like big ol' or not big ol', $50 size little cute potatoes and a beef stew, beef obviously, and carrots, celery, all that jazz. Nice sauce that they're all soaking in. But
soul food.
But after I catered to them and they ate everything that they could possibly eat, they left just the perfect amount of leftovers for a snack for myself. Like they were done eating, they wanted no more of it. They'd had enough time to eat, and there's like 5 or 8 potatoes left in the dish. And I was like, oh well, if no one's gonna eat these, I might as well pack them up for myself, you know. And so ate them on the drive back to the kitchen, and then that was 3 hours before my routine on here, my little poem that I recited. And the most unfortunate timing happened to me and Bendy in this episode, episode 1. He got roboted at the most unfortunate timing. But as soon as Bendy was like, hey, let's, Bendy did like a stand-up routine, introduced the show. And it was like, but for our first guest, Fundy, take it away. You ready, man? And I was like, give me 20 seconds. I need 20 seconds, please. And all of a sudden, as soon as he called on me, those potatoes just came flying out of my throat. And I was vomiting for so long, and then I like ran inside my house, like swished my mouth out with water, tried to like cough up all the phlegm out of my throat. It was horrible. And then because I wanted to keep the show going smoothly, because the show must go on, I like had this like vomit-filled throat, all agitated and stuff. But I still like tried to like deliver my poem because I just wanted things to go well. And there were about 2 times, if you listen back to it, where you might hear me like my voice is very strained, where I'm like conglomerate, and it's a little embarrassing, but I think I held it back well enough that maybe some people won't notice that my throat was fucked, like puke.
So you do like banquet catering style stuff?
Yeah, it's just me, my boss, and my other coworker. We're like the 3 main cooks and chefs and like caterers. We have a few people that are new. They kind of help us, make some stuff in the morning, but they don't really do as much as the rest of us. But just the 5 of us, really the 3 of us though. The other 2 barely do anything, and we'll feed maybe 50 to 100 people every day. Well, not actually every day. We'll feed.
Holy fuck.
No. Well, that's just one meal. We'll take on like 5 orders to 8 orders usually, and so like each of those 8 orders has 50 people. So we'll feed whatever 8 times 50 is 400 people a day, and
shit.
Yeah, and so
No, I was thinking, like
Huh?
that banquet style eating. It's like one of the most underrated kinds of eating, right? There's more like camaraderie when everyone's eating like the same thing, Everyone's going up there, they walk up to the table with their plate, and they all pick through the thing, and they...
Right. The important thing is that you provide enough options to please the entire office or crowd or whatever the people are, right? Like you want to have some beef stew, you want to have some like 2 different kinds of salads, we make our own sweet potato chips that we take with every order. We add a little bit of dessert in there, maybe some bread rolls or croissants with butter and knives or jelly or whatever, right? Try to please the crowd. Give at least everyone something that they would probably enjoy, with all around serving like a well balanced sort of meal with your carbs and your proteins and your fruit and your veggies or whatever. I think we're rated like number 7 in the state I live. I don't know what website actually keeps track of that. My boss tells me that we're moving up in ranks, guys. We went from 8th place to 7th place on the catering scoreboard. So that's pretty cool.
Internet connection.
What's that?
Oh, I got my internet connection. Not doing well. I'm struggling right now.
Oh, you're coming through clean.
Yeah, I dropped out for like 40 seconds there.
Oh damn. Well, I'm not repeating myself. No one wants to hear that story again.
Oh, I'm sure it was the King's speech. I'm sure it was. Demog! Loud silence right now. He's got the pulsating. His penny is pulsating. D-Mock, you alright? You screaming into the pillow again?
Matrix Media J, I'd bring you up into the stage if I could, but I can't.
What's the deal with D-Mock today?
He had some bad potatoes.
He's making a potato cannon.
My throat was a potato cannon today. I did not enjoy it. Honestly, didn't taste that bad though. Coming up the other way, some things are just disgusting retasting like that. But potatoes,
I think
pretty
everything
peaceful.
is disgusting. Retasted.
I don't know. Would you believe me if I told you it actually tasted okay with those potatoes coming up the other way?
Well, if you were a bird, you'd be a great mama bird.
Yeah, I'm not one to puke. I have a very strong stomach for eating all sorts of crap. You know, I'm never really that bothered. But those potatoes must have been like really rancid or something. I'm actually really concerned about the audience that we serve today. You know, I feel like we might get some complaints sent in to us tomorrow about what we serve them. Because it couldn't just be me, right? It couldn't just be me.
Yeah. What did you eat? I mean, maybe something before the potatoes? I don't know. No, you could tell
No.
the potatoes were
Yeah,
tainted, right?
I only had one meal before that, and it
Check.
In an unintuitive way.
Tell us all about it, man. That sounds fascinating.
Yeah, it's not the actual botulism that gets you sick. It's the toxic that's emitted from the breakdown of botulism. There's like I don't know exactly what it is, but there's a toxin that when it breaks down, it's toxic, and yeah, that's what actually makes you sick. So when you put something in the microwave that's bad, it's like if you were to eat it as is, you probably wouldn't get sick. It's when you cook it that you get.
It comes from this huge long word. Looking it up.
Anyone got a little stand-up routine they want to try out on this crowd?
I thought D-Mock had it.
Take it away, D-Mock. Floor is yours.
No, he's... I don't know what's up with his microphone. How is that possible? How could your microphone pick up noise but not transmit noise?
Right?
What is that? Is there like a spider doing push-ups on your microphone? How is that possible?
Slow. I know you got a little stand-up routine for us, Ty Slow. Tell us a joke.
Oh, me? Oh, joke?
Yeah, man. Tells a funny story.
Shit. I don't know. My kids always ask Matt when I'm putting them to bed. I basically just say, well, once upon a time, there was these two kids and they went to bed. End of story. Now shut up and go to sleep.
That's like that go the fuck to sleep thing.
Yeah, by like Samuel L. Jackson, I think. I think he wrote that bedtime story.
He either wrote the story or read the story. I don't know.
Right.
Samuel Jackson, he's one of the all-time great actors.
Yeah, Pulp Fiction is awesome.
Actually, I never saw Pulp Fiction, but I've seen some other stuff.
Dude, that's like my favorite movie of all time. You gotta watch it for me
Yeah, I know, right?
and for yourself.
Is that Quentin Tarantino, right?
Yeah.
It's like
Big
a
Kahuna
comedy
Burger.
kind of thing.
Ain't that Hawaiian burger joint down the road? You know, I've always wanted to try a Big Kahuna Burger. My girlfriend's a vegetarian, which practically makes me a vegetarian. You mind if I take a bite of your Big Kahuna Burger?
Big Kahuna Burger?
Uh-huh. That's a Hawaiian joint down the street, ain't it?
Yeah, Hawaiian cuisine. What is that like? Spam and fucking noodles and fucking.
Oh shit! Shots fired. Oh, you're picking your battles right now.
Pineapples on everything.
Wouldn't it be funny if pineapples didn't even fucking grow in Hawaii? We call it Hawaiian pizza. It's just like a big joke. Nah, I'm sure they got pineapples in Hawaii. They gotta.
I couldn't imagine pineapples being anywhere else. Pineapples. You probably know how to peel a pineapple. I don't know how to.
Yeah, so any sort of breakfast that we serve with the catering would be like, bacon, sausage, cheesy scrambled eggs, like red bell peppers sliced up into it and all that jazz. But as a side to, the main entree, we'll provide like a big giant bowl of fruit. And it's always really fresh, but yeah, so I've had to learn how to like cut like cantaloupe and honeydew and pineapple, and we don't cut the grapes, we just kind of throw the grapes in there. But a big old fruit bowl with a bunch of things. Pineapple's one of them. Pineapple's confusing, like it's unintuitive. Like, how do I approach this? You know what I mean?
Right.
But it's really the secret to pineapple is that you want to get rid of the outer shell, like you want to peel the apple in a sense, and you also want to cut out the inner core. It's really similar to an apple. You want to, but it's like it's exactly the same thing as an apple. All you want to avoid is the skin and the core. Everything between the skin and the core is perfect.
Good stuff. Pineapple's one of those things.
If you can
taste good, but
can
then
you guys hear?
half the time my mouth is like in pain. It's got some sort of acid in it.
Yeah, you got some sort of allergy or hypersensitivity to that, I guess.
Yeah, it makes your like tongue like clamp up. Muscle cramp.
Just you, bro. Just.
It's a very I don't know what you call it. Is it acidic, citric, hypercitric?
Yeah, right on. Totally. It's powerful stuff. You're a little muffled, kineticism.
Sorry about that. How about now?
I can understand you.
Oh, that's fucked up. All right. Well, I just wanted to say something about the pineapples real quick. There's a really fucking badass way to cut pineapples, and you're able to actually pick them out piece by piece. It does it all by itself. Each one of those spikes that come out of the outside of the pineapple indicates a portion that can actually be taken out just by your fingers once you cut the top off. Have you guys ever seen that before?
No, so you're saying kind of like plucking the spurs off of a pine cone? How you can kind of like pick off a pine cone?
It's really fucking badass. I used to cut them just like you're talking about, but then I saw this person on YouTube do it with one time. They cut the top out, kind of in make a four-sided pyramid to cut the top out, and then from there you're able to literally pluck each piece. And each one of those spikes on the outside is like one little fucking piece that's perfect to take a bite of. It's absolutely fucking fascinating. You have to check it out.
Wow, I gotta learn about this shit because I'm cutting pineapple like every morning for catering breakfast orders, and it would be so badass if I could like reinvent the way that we like deliver the pineapple. I could if they really did come out in these nice little sections, I could like do a lot of artistic delivery with them, like put them in like a spiral pattern with all these even sections and stuff. I like that.
Yeah, I'm sure you could find it on YouTube. Just kind of look up, like, you know, the right way to fucking eat a pineapple or something. And I'm sure that there, you know, I can't be the only person that's seen that video. It's really cool. When I saw it, I felt like such a dumbass how much pineapple I've wasted by cutting it up, you know.
Right. It's sort of like a little popsicle almost, the way I'm imagining it, you telling us about it.
Did
I'll
you
look
hear
into it for sure, man.
you hear about this guy Salt Bay? What happened?
What happened to Salt Bay? He's my favorite chef.
Well, these diners went to his place and they got hit with a 37,000-pound bill.
Okay. But
yeah.
I mean, he's all about overcharging for his food. So what's so special about 37,000?
Well, this made the news. It was like a Reddit post. The bill amounted to a shocking 37,000 pounds.
Didn't they know what they were ordering? Are the prices not like listed on the menu as you order? Feels like it's on them.
Oh yeah, they ordered, I guess, some Chardonnay and some Perignon, Dom Perignon.
They should check your credit before you even go into that fucking restaurant.
2 bottles of Dom Perignon for 1,600 pounds apiece.
I've seen him do that sort of like gold sheet covered steak, you know, like a really thin film of gold that he layers over the top of the steak. So they probably ordered something like that.
It looked like it was the wine they were ordering. But yeah, you are right. They call it a tomahawk steak. That's what it is. 24 karat gold tomahawk steak. 850 pounds, I guess, a piece for that. I don't know.
Yeah, a bunch of rich bastards ordering overpriced food. Completely bullshit.
So you eat the gold?
Yeah, man, gold's good for you.
Okay. You eat the gold. And
yeah,
then
it's good for you.
And then, okay. Do you eat the silverware as well?
Well, if it's made out of silver, then you're going to absorb part of it. Yeah, I mean, that's good for you too.
That'd be something like George of the Jungle would do, right? George of the Jungle goes in there and he's like, oh, I don't know what's going on here. I eat the gold and then I eat the fork.
As a general rule, you should not eat the silverware.
Right.
Not the silverware, but
you can eat the paper straws, though, in California.
Nah, you're supposed to ingest silver and gold, but you're supposed to eat it in the right form of delivery. You don't just like bite an ingot of gold or silver. You know, you gotta powderize it. If that's a real word.
I don't see what possible use there could be for that. Humans can't digest metals.
You gotta be kidding me, dude. You know,
humans can't digest metal. It passes through you.
You're a funny guy that I haven't really had the pleasure of talking to too directly, but you know, I've listened to long conversations back and forth with you and other people, and there were definitely horrible conversations that I've been exposed to you participating in, but I think it was with Bev, so I can't blame you for having a horrible conversation with him. But maybe I can put all that behind me, and maybe we can be friends, you know? Maybe you and I can have a nice conversation.
I'm just saying that people can't digest metals like silver and gold.
Okay, you know how worthless that sounds, though, right? Like, as far as information goes?
No, I don't know how worthless that sounds. People you can absorb it, possibly, but you're not gonna get any nutrition out of silver or gold.
All right, right off the bat, I want to tell you that I have my volume on full, and everyone else seems like a very decent, audio level when I have my headphones on full, but you hurt my ears. That's not your fault. I don't expect anyone could predict how it comes off of my headphones.
Okay. Is this better?
No, you go ahead and talk like you normally will. I'm just going to turn my volume down. But
Well, I moved my microphone. I moved my microphone away from me.
okay, yeah, that's much better.
Okay.
So, yeah. So let's continue. I have something to say. So you say, you said it several times. Humans can't digest metals, right? Simple as that.
Yes.
Okay. Now, what do you mean by digest? Do you mean that like the human body needs to break something down into its more fundamental components, or what does digest mean to you, rather than breaking down, or is that what you mean? Because you can't break down gold into anything other than just smaller pieces of gold. So obviously you can't digest a base element.
That's what I mean.
Right. So, but digesting, as far as breaking things down within your body with your stomach acids and whatnot, has nothing to do with the benefits of ingesting it, because ingesting and digesting are two different things. And I didn't say there's benefits to digesting gold. I said there's benefits to ingesting gold. I don't care if you can digest it or not. It's still good for you to intake it.
You could absorb metals. They would be absorbed either through your skin or, I guess, through your stomach acids, but you're not going to get any kind of value from them.
Well, that's where you and I disagree. I think there's plenty of value in sending a very small and dispersed amount of silver and gold through your body. They help regulate a few different performances, if I can put it that way, of your bodily functions.
Yeah, I simply don't believe you. Gold
That's
is
okay.
generally gold is inert, right? It doesn't react with things, and silver, depending on what kind of silver it is, it can be toxic.
Okay. That's fine. See, the thing is, though, is that gold can do more than what you're claiming it can't do. Like, it can't do this, but it can do that. And what gold can do, like you said, it can be dispersed throughout your body, but it won't be digested. It won't be, maybe some other words you could throw out. But what it can do is be there and be dispersed. And from what I've heard, gold just being in particular areas of your body helps regulate your body heat, your thermal energy in your body in a much more regular way, because even though it can't be digested, it is one of the most powerful thermal conductors. And your body knows how to regulate its dispersal of gold, as long as an appropriate amount, to assist in your thermal conductiveness throughout your body. Because sometimes, girls have really cold feet or cold fingers and whatnot. Their circulation's poor, and gold might be able to help out in situations like that, just by being there.
Right. So generally, if you consume gold, like they put in really fancy, high-priced restaurants, they might put some gold foil on a dessert or something. That stuff you just have expensive poop. That's all. You have expensive poop.
That's part of it. I believe that there's medical benefits as well.
Well,
because food,
you can believe that, but it's just not factually correct. I mean, you're just getting it from the internet or from gossip, and that's just not a reliable guide to truth.
You can say that, and I can say the opposite. And where does it go from there? I say it does. You say it doesn't.
From there, the way we go from there is if we check out the science and what science would actually say. What would the nutritionist say? What would any chemist say?
So what's the position on monatomic and colloidal?
Monatomic and colloidal, yeah. those different forms. Those are the forms I'm talking about, especially when it comes to silver. But gold, as far as even just like the wines you'll see or the vodkas you'll see with gold flakes, I do believe that as harmful as the vodka is, the gold is not detrimental at all. In fact, it actually makes it a healthier drink, even though in a net sense it's even still detrimental overall.
I'm sorry, but gold does not help you to regulate your body temperature. It simply doesn't.
Well, I'm not going to just believe you, you know?
Get out of the opinion stuff, and what about the monatomic absorption of gold? Does that not exist?
I suspect that most of the gold is it's going to be expensive poop. So maybe you can absorb some gold, but I don't know of any health benefits to consuming gold, and I just don't think there is any.
Well, maybe I'll do some research and get back to you later if you really want to continue this conversation. I'm not prepared at the moment. You got me red-handed. I can't back it up with citations right now. It's just what I've come to hear in my experience, you know, in my lifetime.
Source, trust me, bro. Sometimes,
of course, Zechariah Sitchin translated the Sumerian tablets, and of course, he'll tell you that they were mining monatomic gold for those who came from the Nibiru.
See, the thing is that just because there's a YouTube channel or a web page that says eating your own poop is good for you, doesn't mean that eating your poop is good for you.
Holy cow, man! Just hold on for 1 second there.
Wow, Brenda, that's profound.
Hold on for 1 second.
It's the same thing with gold. It's just to illustrate the point. Just because somebody says eating gold is good for you doesn't mean that eating gold is good for you.
Now, Brenda, there's obviously more details in whatever delivery I got the information from, that gold can be ingested for medical benefits. There's obviously more details than just saying, eat gold, it's good. They obviously don't encourage you to try to bite an ingot, right? That's going to break all your teeth out, of course. So
I'm not saying that.
Right. So what someone else brought up that you never addressed, and let's be friends, man. Let's be friends, right? Like, I wanna get a fair assessment of, you know, how well we can get along and learn from each other. So I'm getting passionate. You're getting passionate. Let's calm down. There was someone who said just a second ago about monoatomic and colloidal versions of these substances, and I mean, is there something you know about these that's like, I hear this all the time, that these sorts of versions are beneficial. Is there some sort of video or information or something you could tell us that like sort of just immediately debunks all of these different people talking about monoatomic gold and colloidal silver and stuff like that? Is that one big hoax in your opinion?
Yes. The big refutation, at least for gold, is that gold is a noble metal. So that just tells you right there, it's not going to have any effect on your body.
You know, the word noble is just a human convention, right? Like, it refers to something more literal. Noble is a very, like, undirect way of naming something that it actually is. You know what I mean? Like
No,
you
in
can call something water.
in chemistry, it means that it doesn't react with other substances. So if you discover a piece of gold, right, in a stream, you're panning for gold. You're a prospector panning for gold. You pick up some gold flakes. Those flakes have been in the mountain and then down the stream millions of years ago. Millions of years ago. And they're untarnished. They're untarnished because it doesn't react with anything.
Right. Yeah. Okay. So, sorry I interrupted a few times there, but I do think I can debunk you, because if you put gold flakes, especially, what will happen will be the fastest rate But even if you put like an ingot of gold into a puddle or a bucket of mercury, the mercury will amalgamize the gold and literally disperse it and dissolve it into its body of mercury liquid. Mercury eats gold, and if anyone wants to tell me what's happening isn't a chemical reaction of mercury dissolving gold, then I don't know how to understand what they're saying about gold never chemically reacting with any other substance, because there you go, mercury, it dissolves the gold into the mercury and amalgamates it, and that's a chemistry term. So how can something be a chemistry term for a happening of chemical substances interacting without being a chemical interaction?
Yeah, so yes, I understand, but it just, there isn't there. So the fact that you're right that mercury will dissolve gold, but if you have that much mercury in your system, you're already dead, right? So
that's
there
not
aren't.
the point. That's not the point I was making.
But that's the
I'm not
point
talking about
I'm making.
your bodily levels of mercury. No,
But
I wasn't making that point.
But that's the point I'm making.
Okay.
There are very
Okay,
few.
carry on.
There are very few things that interact with gold. It can sit in a riverbed for 1,000,000 years, and it will be untarnished. It'll be the same as it was the day it was in that riverbed.
Pretty much close. You're pretty close. Nothing is ever paused in reality. Everything is always in a constant state of change. It's eroding to some degree. Always. It's just the nature of existence here with matter. So it's not exactly the same as it was 10,000 years ago.
No, it would be.
changed.
It would be pretty much. It would be the same. It would be the same. It would be identical. It is extremely durable and non-reactive.
Well, rust, that's for sure. And it doesn't tarnish.
Well,
Is
how
that
could
the
it?
case
It's
too?
not iron. So the point is
Other
that
things rust, like copper. I mean, there's a specific word for
copper
copper,
doesn't.
but it literally
Copper
just
doesn't rust. Only iron rusts.
no. But copper oxidizes, which is the exact same thing. It rusts into a blue color, like a light you always see on the top of churches that
Yeah,
have
it gets a
copper.
verdigris. It gets verdigris. It gets a verdigris. It's a tarnish. Yeah.
Verdigris? Well, you can call it tarnish, but I don't see a real big difference between saying that's rusted copper.
Because it's not rust.
I can accept maybe even a technical level of that, but is it not just copper doing the same thing iron's doing, oxidizing?
It's reacting with the air, so I suppose.
Yeah, so it's just oxidizing. We call the oxidizing of copper tarnishing or blue becoming or whatever. There might be some other word. We call the oxidation of iron rusting, but to me it's just the same thing in a sense. Yo. Hey, neighbor. That's over. Sorry about that.
I love how DMOC is still. DMOC. Just can't get
So
Unmuted.
there's no health benefits. Yeah, there's no health benefits to eating gold, and silver, consumed too much of, can be toxic.
Too much of, but is there not too much of? That's actually great, and a proper amount for you. I don't know. I feel like I guess there's nothing really based this on, but I feel like the human body can have some degree of like, oh, I got this element. I mean, I don't see any element really that a human couldn't be safely at some point in time. Just always to a balance. You know, don't eat too much cake, but have plenty of vegetables and fruit. Drink your what?
Ovaltine.
What's that?
Drink your Ovaltine. What's
gonna
Ovaltine?
have-
Isn't that like, I don't know. Do they still make Ovaltine?
So Fundy, that's from A Christmas Story.
What? You post something?
Milk flavor. It's a milk. It's like a cocoa milk flavoring. It's still around.
Oh, okay. Interesting. Strange name.
Yeah, it's like powdered milk almost. I don't know. You ever have powdered milk?
No, I've never had powdered milk.
You're not missing out. That's exactly what it sounds like. It's powdered milk. Ovaltine, yeah. Have you ever gotten into those like protein shakes? Those things you shake up in a bottle.
It's like chocolate flavor, vanilla. No, I never.
No.
I never.
Unless you're into like lifting.
Drink
or
that stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
suppose that is my
Unless you're
first association.
Yeah, bodybuilding, stuff like that.
No, I never been any. I've never been obsessed with bodybuilding or taking like protein supplement powders into my water or milk or something like that. I think I've drank it before though because I've had just guys around me offering me some. My family, the men in my family,
Right, because you're like a big.
they've been into it.
You're like tall, right?
No, I'm a little person.
Oh, okay. You're a little person. Okay.
I'm a midget. You know, like.
Oh,
I
okay.
get
Because
called
you once said you
a
look
garden
like
gnome
Jason.
a lot.
You once compared yourself to Jason Momoa, who's like.
Yeah, but like a
biggest
gnome-sized
man
one.
in
You ever
entire
seen the
world.
Smurfs? Or like,
What?
you ever seen the Smurfs or like
Right.
the Santa gnomes or elf
Yep.
assistants? You know,
Sure.
I'm just like that size version of Jason. Well, like a Smurf. I just look exactly like him. It's just I'm just like a shrunken size.
Oh, okay. My condolences.
What's that
So I
supposed
just
to
had,
mean?
I don't know why I was muted or whatever, but I was trying to jump in when you guys were talking about the mercury dissolving the gold. Now, this is the direct situation why monatomic gold is so beneficial in the process of the body replicating the cell, in particularly the nuclei, because the DNA of the cell of all eukaryotic beings is actually held together by monatomic mercury. So this is I just had to throw that in there.
That sounds awesome. Could you say that one more time about the monoatomic mercury is making something? It's like an ingredient of DNA.
No, it's the dipole that holds together the helix of DNA itself. It's legitimately the metal that is malleable enough to necessitate all the rest of the ionic functions of all other ionic minerals. So this is what actually is the building block of DNA, at least in its ability to separate. So this is why monatomic gold is such an aid, rather, you know.
You're telling me monatomic gold is DNA glue?
That's just wrong. That's just, you couldn't be more wrong.
Okay, so I guess
What is
that there's
the DNA glue?
There's no such thing as mercury then holding together the processes of DNA. That's entirely.
That's correct. That's correct. That's correct. There's no such thing.
Tell me how. Tell me why.
Yeah, what's the DNA glue then? He's got DNA glue. What do you got, Brenda?
Hydrogen bonds between the bases. It's the hydrogen bonds between the base pairs.
Hydrogen, the gas?
I wish I knew what that meant. I don't know.
Hydrogen, the gas.
I don't know enough about DNA.
Yeah, hold on. Hydrogen, the gas?
No.
So a different hydrogen.
Holy shit.
Which kind of hydrogen?
The kind that's in the base pair.
I thought hydrogen was a gas. Is this a solid hydrogen?
I don't even know what to say anymore.
I don't know. Is hydrogen a gas? Am I bugging?
It's part of the molecule.
Is it
the molecule is composed of nitrogen, hydrogen, and oxygen, right? And
so
it's
not a gas.
Right, it's part of the molecule. of the base pairs, the several base pairs, AgTC, right? Though they're composed of nitrogen, hydrogen, and oxygen, and it's the bonds between the hydrogen that is the glue for almost a lot of organic chemistry.
All right. What do you got to say to that? Brenda's saying the DNA glue is these hydrogen bonds, and not this monatomic gold mercury thing. Who's got some evidence? I want to see pictures.
What would you say DNA is made out of overall? I got the first
Said it.
AGT and C. AGT. Yeah, AGT. Right.
And what are those again? Nitrogen, hydrogen, what else? What's it made of?
I don't think that's what
oxygen,
those letters refer
nitrogen,
to.
and oxygen, nitrogen, and hydrogen.
That's it?
Yeah, you're made out of gas and water.
Is that it? Brenda, is it just
possibly, as far as I know.
I don't know, man. I heard you talk about this DNA thing before, and it looked like you sound like you know what you're talking about now,
Well,
but I don't know.
Carbon. Yeah, there'd be carbon. There'd be carbon. This is just organic stuff. It's carbon and other elements, right? Compose the basic organic molecules. But the base pairs of which DNA is made out of are A, G, T, and C. And I can't pronounce, what is it? Cytosine, guanine, adenine, thymine, something like that.
For whatever reason, I keep getting muted and I can't come back into the room, so I'm having to leave the room and then come back. I don't know what the fuck is going on. But yeah, those are all amino acids.
Yeah, you don't have a voice verified role, so I think somebody's just manually unmuting you, but you'd have to have voice verified to not be automatically muted.
It's like every time I get done talking and I mute myself, I just get stuck in that position, so I'm not quite sure what's going on.
Yeah, and they are not amino acids. They are nucleic acids.
I'm pulling up the paper I was referencing to, so that is there somewhere I can post it so that everybody can see what it was that I was talking about in scientific form?
Yeah, live stream 1.
Copy that. I'm going to pull this paper up that is a definitive proof that mercury is an extremely important function within the separation of the nucleic particles.
Your audio is really bad.
We can talk about DNA, just not mRNA, of course.
Messenger RNA?
Yeah. The banned subject. Fuck. Oh shit, this is the only show in town. The only motherfucking show in town.
So we've got a citation saying gold, monochromatic gold or whatever the fuck. What is it called?
Monoatomic gold and colloidal silver.
Monoatomic gold is DNA glue. You got the citation. Like you said, it was very important, but is it the DNA glue though?
I'm sorry. Are you talking to me?
I don't see anything.
Monatomic gold is like snake oil.
Oh, you're saying that shit monatomic gold's not even real?
It's like a snake oil, yeah.
Yeah, tell that to the billions and billions of pounds of monatomic gold that's in seawater all over the planet.
We got billions of pounds of it, bro. How you
That
saying
doesn't
it's
mean
not real?
that doesn't mean it's good for you just because there's a lot of it in the ocean.
Is it the DNA glue though, Brenda? Listen, I'm interested in what's keeping DNA sticking together now. So which one is it? This monochromatic gold? I know I'm not saying that right, or the oxygen or hydrogen bonds. How do you know it's the hydrogen bonds? Like, did you see it? Do you have a picture of it? I would pose that same thing with the monatomic gold too. Like, how do you know that that's what it is? How do you know?
Oh, if you're talking to me, I'm not claiming that is the only thing that it is. The hydrogen bond is absolutely what it is. What I'm claiming is that this monatomic gold aids in the process of the multiplication of the DNA in the cell. There are many studies done where monatomic gold aids in all the processes due to its conductivity and the transfer of ions.
Would that be how the DNA communicates through electrical impulse or something, or no? Is that way off? I'm not a big guy.
Strand is ultimately the most efficient antenna that can be made in the physical reality. I would have to assume so.
Why would you need to help DNA? Isn't that already covered?
Yeah, you don't. And this is
Brenda,
just
what's the
pseudoscience.
monatomic gold do? What's the monatomic gold do in DNA, Brenda?
Nothing.
It does nothing. It's there for no reason whatsoever.
It's
just
inert.
There.
It's inert. Gold is
it's just
inert.
There. It's like, hey, what's up? I'm chilling. I'm here for no reason. The shit is on you now, Brenda. You better figure it out.
What are you talking about?
What does the monatomic gold do in the DNA? It's not there for no reason. Vestigial. Yeah.
Gold has no effect on your body.
Yeah, I'm downloading
You think silver?
PDF, and as soon as I get to the specific study,
I can barely understand. It's kind of hard to understand you.
You're a little muffled, bro. Try again in a minute, maybe.
It might only be helpful if you were like sawed in half, dying, and something like that.
It's just snake oil. It's just people lying to you, trying to sell you shit.
I don't understand why it does nothing. So it's in the DNA. You admit it's in the DNA. right?
Gold is not in your DNA.
Monatomic gold. What do you mean? That's what we've been talking about just all this whole time.
Gold is not in your DNA.
Monatomic gold, not just regular gold.
It's not in your gold is not in your DNA. Yeah, that's not a. There's no such thing as monotonic gold. That's bullshit that somebody
so
made.
You're denying its existence too. All right, so
yeah.
Well, did we do a Google? I didn't do a Google search, but did you?
Yep.
How do you spell it? monotonic? Monotonic or atomic?
Monoatomic.
Monoatomic. Okay.
And that just means a single atom.
Okay. So, but you're saying there's no gold in our DNA.
There's no gold in your body ever, unless you absorb it from the environment.
Okay, so monoatomic gold is a real thing. It's not snake oil, right?
You could maybe make gold into a gas, but otherwise, gold as a solid isn't going to be monotonic.
Everything has a vapor point.
Yeah, you could probably make it into a gas. I mean, I don't know. Maybe not.
Everything has a vapor point.
The point is, it's not in your body. It has no function in your body. And it doesn't interact with anything.
So you're saying now it's not in the DNA. Okay, I thought before you were agreeing that it was a real thing and it wasn't a DNA. And now you're saying it's not in the DNA. But before you were saying it wasn't a real thing. And now we know it is a real thing. You're all over the place.
No, you're just not. You got to pull the wax out of your ears.
It's fine. No, I think we got it now. So you're saying it is a real thing, but it's not in the DNA.
It's not in your body.
At all?
You could get it. You might absorb it from your environment. I mean, but it has no. You could go your entire life and never be exposed to gold, and you'll be just fine. It has no effect on you because it doesn't react with anything.
So, when you come out the birth canal, you have no monoatomic gold in you at all. Like
Unless mom had some.
According to this, alfalfa has naturally occurring gold.
Yeah, so if you eat it, but if you eat it, you're gonna poop it out. It's not gonna be absorbed. You're gonna poop it.
Sprouts.
Wow, people are ingesting this stuff.
People are dumb. Some people even believe the Earth is flat. Can you believe that?
Blue Emerald Alchemy is a legit site?
No, if it says alchemy, it's not legit.
Alchemy is a real thing. What are you talking about?
No, it's not. It's pseudoscience.
So what's alchemy? When you can take one metal and turn it into another metal, right?
No, that's called chemistry, and alchemy doesn't exist. It's just people who believe.
Wasn't the main thing of alchemy people trying to turn like mercury into gold or something?
Yeah, and they failed.
Yeah, so alchemy is trying to turn one substance into another substance.
And they failed.
But we can turn mercury into gold right now.
No, you can't.
Yes, we can. They did it in labs in colleges.
No, you can't. You can't.
Oh boy, you're about to get debunked. You're about to get debunked, Brenda.
Debunked.
Let me see what college did it. I think it was a college. Took a massive amount of electricity, like a ridiculous amount, way more than the.
Yeah, in a particle, accelerator.
Yeah, it's fine. So now you admit we can do alchemy.
No, that's not alchemy.
Why not?
It's particle
physics. One metal
physics.
into another metal.
It's particle physics. It's not chemistry.
So before, when they were trying to turn mercury into gold, it was alchemy. But now that we can do it, it's not alchemy.
Right, because you need a nuclear reactor.
So what? Who cares how we did it? We did it. Alchemy
because
does.
it's not because Jesus Christ.
Jeremy, you're defining alchemy as turning elements into other elements. That's your definition of alchemy.
Well, I don't know. The main point of alchemy was to try to turn mercury into gold, and now we can do that.
Alchemy,
I feel like we achieved their main goal.
No, you need a nuclear reactor.
I don't care what you need. We achieved like the main goal of alchemy was to turn like some bullshit substance like lead or mercury into gold, and we did it.
Well, that's a strange definition of alchemy, because in the entirety of the knowledge used to do that is within the modern knowledge of chemistry and physics.
Beakers and Bunsen burners and pot.
Yeah, I don't. It doesn't matter.
Chemistry. There's no chemistry or process in a laboratory that will let you turn, lead into gold. That's just what you do need is a particle accelerator, and you needed a lot of power, which is why you need the nuclear reactor.
Fine. That's fine. Yeah, we did alchemy. We turned mercury into gold.
But that wasn't through. That wasn't through. But that wasn't through alchemist methods, right? It was through physical methods that don't come from alchemy.
Alchemy wasn't doing physical methods. Were they doing supernatural?
They were doing chemistry.
No, that wasn't
chemistry.
What I'm saying is the knowledge that they used to do that didn't come from alchemy.
Okay, but we achieved alchemy's
transmutation.
Would be the study, not the action itself.
Right.
So saying we achieved alchemy doesn't make a lot of sense to me.
So if we say, we have this idea of flying through the sky, and then we say, okay, that word's going to be called flight. As soon as we can do it, we'll be flying. So some guy tries it one way for a long time, and then we don't do it, but then another guy tries a different way, and we say, well, no, that's not flight because he did it a different way.
Well, but I think that's not very analogous because you're defining alchemy as,
pretty good to me.
No. You're defining alchemy as something we wanted to achieve, and I don't think that's the meaning of it. I think that was a body of knowledge, right? It's not what you're trying to achieve. It was a body of knowledge. As far as I understand, I might get a definition of it.
All right. Speculative philosophy aiming to achieve the transmutation of base metal. Okay. A medieval chemical science. So it was a chemical thing. Okay.
Yeah, it says
how did we
it's
do
a
it?
science, which means that it's a way of achieving knowledge. And the knowledge that we used to convert mercury into gold wasn't from that body of knowledge. It was from physics.
Hold on. An alchemy definition, a medieval chemical science. Okay, so when they do it now, they're not using chemicals. They're using what? Energy, electricity, or something?
Physics.
What kind of physics? It must be something physical. What is it?
Yes. Well, the physics that studied the subatomic particles.
What are they doing? They're not hitting it with no chemicals? They're doing electricity,
No,
waves?
there is no chemical reaction there, just physical reaction.
Via what? What's the mechanism?
Oh, I am not sure, but as Pi said, I think they used a nuclear reactor.
All right, we're going to move past it. It's fine. We'll move past this. Let me finish reading the sentence, though. Alchemy definition is a medieval chemical science and speculative philosophy aiming to achieve the transmutation of the base metals into gold. Boom. That's like
that doesn't back up
Merriam-Webster.
Well, that doesn't back up what you said. All of what you said, all of the words you used are there, but I don't think they're backing up what you said just because the same words are there. Because
the goal of alchemy was to turn base metals into gold. That's what I've been saying. That's what this is saying.
Sure, but alchemy itself wasn't the action of doing that. It was a science, as it says there.
Well, they were trying to do it, and we scientifically did it. If you want to use this, throw the science word around all willy nilly, but
yeah, if people were using the body of knowledge to try to convert a metal into another, that doesn't make the name given to that body of knowledge the definition of that action itself. The action is different from the body of knowledge, and alchemy is specifically referring to the body of knowledge.
Their goal was to turn
Sure.
the base metals into gold. That
Yeah,
was
exactly.
their goal.
And turning the
And now we
base,
can do it.
that was their goal. That was not what alchemy is. It was the goal that they wanted to achieve using the knowledge of alchemy.
Which is what we can do now. Is
No,
achieve the
because
goal.
they
We can turn
didn't
the base.
use the knowledge of alchemy to do that. They used a different knowledge. Didn't come from alchemy. They used
Yeah,
the
we
understanding
achieved
of how
Yeah,
what
we
atoms
achieved
are.
the same goal. Yeah, we achieved the same goal.
Sure,
Yeah.
I can agree that you
Like
achieved
I
the same
said,
goal. Yeah.
my flight analogy was perfect. I know you didn't like it because it ruined your whole thing, but
No, it's not that it ruined my thing. It's that doesn't back your initial claim
what was my claim?
about
'Cause I don't
alchemy.
even
That
remember.
they were achieving alchemy or something like that.
Yeah,
They're not. They just achieved the same goal as alchemy, which doesn't validate alchemy.
Like I
Okay,
said,
so
if we're trying to go ahead.
all right. So would you agree that that doesn't validate alchemy?
What invalidates alchemy?
No, I'm saying that that doesn't validate alchemy. The fact that we turned mercury into gold doesn't validate alchemy, right?
It validates that we can achieve the same goals that alchemy had,
Which wasn't the question. The question is
which was
whether
to
or not
turn
that
metals into gold.
Yeah, but the question was if that validates alchemy, not the goal of alchemy.
It validates that alchemy is possible.
No, because alchemy isn't the goal.
Not
That's the
chemically,
problem.
but not chemically, but it does validate that turning the goal of alchemy is possible.
Sure, which is different from validating alchemy.
Well, like I said, potato, potato. If you're going to try to fly through the air, and we say as soon as we get this, it's going to be called flight, and then you're trying to shoot up with a rocket the whole time, and then I come through with some wings and a rotor and shit, and now you've been trying for 50 years, couldn't do it, and I come along and I do it. You say that's not flight because you did it different.
No, because the flight was from the
that's what this
beginning.
is.
No. Fly was the action from the beginning of your analogy. Converting a metal to each other wasn't the alchemy wasn't that action from the beginning. Alchemy was the body of knowledge that they were using with that goal, which is different from the action itself.
We're in a loop. We're not getting anywhere.
Well, but that's not on me. I'm open to try to clarify why I don't think it backs you up.
You have nothing more to add, neither do I. I've already given you my analogy, a perfect analogy.
And I explain why that fails. It's not a perfect analogy.
Absolutely.
Oh, you're giving flight which is an action. And you're saying that, another person's claim that's not flight. But flying was a very it was defined as an action from the beginning. That's not analogous to the alchemy. That's exactly where
all right.
Where my
I got
point
another
is.
analogy. We're trying to invent the wheel. So here, it's not going to be an action. It's going to be a thing this time. Will that make it better? If it's a thing?
I'm not sure.
Oh, you're not. I know you're not sure until you hear it, and then you.
Yeah, I didn't hear the analogy yet. So.
All right. So what if it's a thing and not an action? Does that make it all better?
I don't know, because alchemy is a body of knowledge. If that thing isn't a body of knowledge, it's like an object, then I don't think that's very analogous.
No, not an object or an action. What's it need to be?
A body of knowledge.
On how to turn base metals into gold? A body of knowledge about that?
A body of knowledge can have that as goal, yeah?
Yeah,
and
a body of knowledge. So, okay, I have a body of knowledge on how to turn base metals into gold.
Sure, if your body of knowledge doesn't
we
work,
achieved it. And we achieved it.
Yeah, but not through that body of knowledge, right?
I have a body of knowledge about turning base metals into gold. We achieved it, and we can now turn base metals into gold.
Sure, with a different body of knowledge, right?
You're telling me there was nothing in alchemy that helped this transmutation of mercury into gold?
I don't see any relation, but there could be. I'm not an alchemist, but
this was chemical science back then. Some of that must have helped us along the way. No,
maybe, but that wasn't verified. Yeah, but that was only verified when we tested in our way, not in how people got convinced about alchemist claims.
All right, I got stuff to do.
Oh, anyone wants to jump in?
Like if we're trying to invent a wheel, and I have a body of knowledge about trying to invent a wheel, and then you come through and add to that body of knowledge about trying to create a wheel, except you were trying to make it out of stone, and now I make it out of wood. We've combined our bodies of knowledge to make this thing happen. Same thing with flight.
How exactly was physics and alchemy's body of knowledge combined to create a nuclear reactor that can fuse mercury into gold?
I don't. Can you repeat that?
Yeah. How is the body of alchemy combined with the body of knowledge of physics used when creating a nuclear reactor that can turn mercury into gold?
Well, physics is a natural science that studies matter. So chemicals falls under that category. I mean, it's all related.
Well, actually not, because chemistry has its own level of abstraction of reality, and it only goes down when the atoms are the same.
So you're telling me chemistry doesn't fall under the category of the natural science that studies matter?
That's not what I'm saying.
No,
that's not what I'm saying. I say no. That I disagree with that claim. That's what I'm saying. That's not what I'm saying.
It does fall. So you would agree that it does fall under the. If we made a category that was labeled, I don't know, natural science that studies matter, chemistry would be under that category.
Sure. Yeah.
Yeah. Of course.
Yeah, but my claim is chemistry. When we're talking about atoms becoming other atoms, that's no longer
chemistry part of
chemistry.
Physics. Chemistry part of physics, right? The natural science that studies matter.
Well, they overlap. Yes, they overlap.
Yeah.
For example,
the same body of knowledge.
No, it's not the same body of knowledge. Although they overlap.
It's not the same body. It doesn't fall under physics.
Well, the fact that they overlap doesn't mean they're the same.
Does chemistry fall under? Would all of chemistry fall under physics? The natural science that studies matter is physics.
Well, in some sense, everything is physics, but no. For example, I mean, we are all made of matter, but sociology, even though it studies physical things, doesn't. It's not considered physics, right?
All right. Now you're bugging. When you won't agree to that a chemistry falls under a natural science that studies matter, you're just. I
didn't disagree with that. I agreed with that. I agreed with that. Which I didn't agree with is that the whole chemistry is within physics.
So it falls under that category. One big body, labeled under physics. One big body of knowledge. I mean, I was ready to give this up, but you gave me a second wind.
I'm trying to understand.
I've never even looked into alchemy before.
The concept that you have.
Alchemy.
Sorry?
I've never even looked into alchemy. Like, I could give a fuck about alchemy. I never.
Sure, yeah.
I didn't even look for the definition until like 10 minutes ago.
Yeah, I never researched any deeper than that.
If you want to say it's not the same thing on a technicality of this chemistry and physics thing, I mean, whatever, dude. They got the same. They accomplished the goal. Like, mission accomplished.
Actually, it wasn't that's my point. You seem to be crediting them for
the humans, them.
Oh,
them,
right.
Humans.
Yeah, but not the alchemists, right? Because the ones who did it aren't alchemists. They were physicists.
And the chemist is. It's all in the same body, though. Same body of knowledge. Chemist, physics, same body of knowledge.
I don't think so.
Chemistry is just a smaller subcategory of physics, dude.
No, it's a subcategory of the laws of nature.
Of physics, which are physics.
Yeah, fundamentally yes, but we don't study them in physics because physics is more specific than them. I mean, there's no problem in grouping things like that, right?
Yeah.
So, for example, if you want to use physical formulas to describe how molecules react to each other, that's a way bigger of an effort. We can use simpler formulas that are in the scope of chemistry. That
Can I give you an example?
Of what?
Jeremy?
What's up?
Can I give an example?
Of what? Go ahead. I can't do this anymore. Okay.
Let's say pretty much what you guys are saying is the same like bakery, right? Back in the day We didn't have the machines to do some like some cakes and stuff that we can actually do today, right? Just because we use like modern technology doesn't mean that it stops being bakery. It's still the same principle, which it was on alchemy was to change gold metals into gold, right? So it's pretty much the same thing. It's just the process is different. Just because you name it different thing, it doesn't mean that it's not the same principle that they were trying to do.
But it was. But I'm not claiming.
Oh no, it wasn't.
No, what I'm saying that that's not the basis in which I'm claiming they're not the same principle. I am claiming they're not the same principle.
The principle is to turn the principle.
No, that's the goal.
Is to turn it into gold, right?
Yeah, that's the goal, not the principle.
Huh?
That's the goal. That's not a principle. When we're talking about the principle, yeah, when you're talking about the principle of a body.
What is the principle of turning metal into gold? I mean, of alchemy.
The principles of alchemy, I'm not sure.
Then why are you arguing about it?
Because you're using the word principle to describe its
goal. How do
you
know that? Well, okay, that's a great question. How do you know that Jeremy or alchemy is not the same as the other thing that you are saying? As the other thing, if you don't even know what alchemy, the principles of alchemy.
Oh, I don't know the exact principles of alchemy, but they would attribute the explanations on the reaction of different materials to mystical sources, right?
I don't know that.
It wouldn't describe, it wouldn't describe elements as atoms, and it wouldn't have like testable hypothesis. So it differs from modern chemistry in that sense. Of course, actually there were things from alchemy that are still considered true, but they're no longer considered alchemy. They're considered.
Do you think if back in the day they use this machinery, they would call it what is called today? I don't think they will call it. They will say it was a wizardry, right? Again, just because they changed the name or we modified the language doesn't mean that the things were not what they are.
Well, that's not my argument. My argument is that they would give different explanations, and they weren't the same body of knowledge of chemistry. There were overlaps, of course. There are things discovered in alchemy that would fit inside the body of knowledge of chemistry. So we would just call that chemistry now in modern days. But many of what came from alchemy didn't turn out to be true. It was some mystical understandings of reality that didn't pass tests, right? So it didn't got into chemistry.
So why are we in this room right here? Why are we in this room? Let's go to the live stream. Everyone go to the live stream.
All right.
Stage. For what? We can do anything in here you could do in there, no?
So let me that's a great point. If today let's say I read about alchemy and then by any means I'm able to turn mercury into gold, then I call it what they used to call it, right?
Sure.
Why it will not be true?
Because alchemy isn't giving you that. If that was the case, then yeah, I agree with you.
Whoa, Bacon. Who are you to say that alchemy is not the one giving? We have the same results. You have a different ideology or methods than me, but we come to the same results. Who are you to say that what you are doing is the correct way, or what you are saying?
No, I'm not saying that it's the correct way. What I'm saying is the instance that we know we converted mercury into gold wasn't done by alchemists and wasn't using the knowledge of alchemy. It was using physics.
What is the knowledge of alchemy, Bacon?
Sorry?
What is the knowledge of alchemy?
I don't know exactly.
Then how do you... Then why are you saying that it wasn't with the principles of alchemy?
Because if it is the same principles of alchemy, then
But
that
if you don't even know them to be arguing about it.
Let me argue. Let me explain why. If those principles that were used when fusing mercury into gold, whatever principles were used, like the principles of how atoms, what atoms are, like.
All right. And how do you know that they didn't use them if you don't know even the principles of it?
Let me. Oh yeah, I'm getting there. If those principles were the same, were straight from alchemy, then that will also be considered physics. I will grant you that that's alchemy, but that would still be physics. But I don't think within the body of knowledge of alchemy that they would describe atoms as having a nuclei of protons and neutrons.
How will you know if you don't know what alchemy is? I don't know either.
Because alchemy.
You arguing like if you know these things.
Sure. I mean, I have a picture of alchemy. It might be a bit off the real alchemy, but I'm pretty sure the knowledge of alchemy predates the discovery of the protons, for example, and the neutrons, which were no longer categorized as alchemy.
There you go. See, that's where the deviation is for me. I don't think it matters when John called it atoms or whatever, bro. Right? That doesn't matter. If what they were trying to do is in alchemy is turn metals into gold by any means, and now we have, that's pretty much, you can call it alchemy.
No, because alchemy isn't the goal of alchemy. Alchemy is alchemy. Whatever the goal
What
is.
is alchemy? Okay, hold on. This is where I get a little bit triggered. What is alchemy then?
It was a science, an old science, a body of knowledge from ancient times or medieval times, as if it's often defined. That would be related to they would study like how materials react and things like that, but many of their principles were mystical principles, so they would attribute mystical sources for many of their findings, which is different from modern chemistry. So it's a different body of knowledge because it has different sources attributed. So depending on whether you're using their body of knowledge or modern chemistry body of knowledge, you can credit alchemy just because it achieved the goal of alchemy. That's my whole point. Are you still here?
So if we said the goal is to achieve flight by the means of I don't know, the helium with the gas, right? The hydrogen or helium or whatever they were using before. If at first we were like, listen, this is the goal, we're trying to fly using gas, and then we end up flying not using gas, we still achieve flight. It's the same thing.
But I don't think that's not the same thing, because
yes, it is.
No. Let me explain why it's not the same thing. You're saying that you wanted to use gas as a mean to achieve flight, right?
Yeah.
So you're giving me a way to achieve it. That's not analogous to a body of knowledge, right? Because the body of knowledge
chemicals. They wanted to use chemicals
the
to
body
achieve
of
turning metals into gold. Listen, they wanted to use chemicals to achieve turning metals into gold. We want to use gas to achieve flight. We didn't use gas. We ended up using metal or wood or something. We still achieved the goal. It's still called flight.
Yeah, but what I'm saying that differs from them isn't their means of achieving that. It's the claims that are behind what we needed to do. So if you would ask an alchemist, how can you fuse mercury into gold? None of the methods that they would give you, or none of the explanations that they would give for the methods, would overlap with the body of knowledge used in those nuclear reactors. So it doesn't matter, for example, if a kid describes reality as magical unicorns controlling everything, and they use you give that body of knowledge a name, right? And that kid wants to fly, right? And then you fly an airplane, when you're flying an airplane, nothing on what the kid thinks is true is being used for that airplane to fly. So you can't credit that kid's knowledge because it's not being used, even though that's the same goal that the kid has. So it's not about the mean, it's about the knowledge being used. And we didn't use knowledge of alchemy. And if the knowledge of protons and neutrons were inside the alchemy, then you actually could credit alchemy and physics at the same time, because that would be an overlapping from both bodies of knowledge, which is not the case, because well, at least I don't think so. I don't think alchemy used to describe elements as having like particles with different charges, which is of course needed when building a nuclear reactor. That's the goal of it.
We're just going to have to disagree, because no matter what you use to achieve flight, be it gas, wood, metal, spinning blades, air going through it, look at all the ways we do flight. So many different ways. Some of them made up all on their own, not using the same body of knowledge.
I don't think you're listening to me then, because I already addressed why that's not the case. And I was hoping you would point a flaw in my response. But if you're just restating what you said, I think you're just letting me finish speaking then to claim that again.
Yes, I'm trying not to cut you off.
Well, I invite you to do so. Sometimes it's useful.
It is very useful. Sometimes. I mean, some people get pissed off. That shit's annoying as fuck when you're trying to get something out and people keep cutting you off.
Yeah, well, I get pissed off when they cut off and they go on and bring different points. That's very annoying. But if they cut off just to address the exact part in which they cut off, I think that's very productive. It's best not to go on with premises that you disagree.
Yeah, I mean, we ain't gonna get nowhere with this, because I don't know. I feel like if the same goals are achieved, like if we're trying to, I don't know, pick something, man, and we don't do it the way we first thought we could, and we used to go a whole different way, it's still considered the same thing after. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I understand that point, but I don't think that fits, because it's not about the mean. It's about how we believe things work and how we are using that to achieve it. So
yeah, they thought they could do it. They thought they could do alchemy one way. We couldn't do it that way, so we had to do it a different. You know what I mean? We just achieved the same goal, just with a different way. That's all.
Well, if you label the goal, then I would agree with you. But I don't think alchemy is a labeling of that goal. I think it's the labeling of the knowledge that they had at the time, which wasn't used when they achieved the goal this time. So that's why it sounds to me like you're crediting them for something they shouldn't be credited of. Because
no, I mean, I know they didn't do it. I'm saying they. When I say they, I mean they, as in like the other people. No, just anyone. They, the other people. The people that were trying to turn mercury into gold. They did it. It's not useful in any way. I mean, I understand that they were trying to do it to be profitable, and we do it, and if we do it, we lose like $1 million a nanogram or some shit. But that's not the point.
Oh, it reminds me a little bit of like producing diamonds. You know, synthetic diamonds are even more pure than natural diamonds, and because they aren't natural, then they are not that expensive. Because I mean, the value of the diamonds don't come from its usefulness or anything like that. It's just because, well, jewelry companies funded movies and shit like that to make people want diamonds.
They get those diamonds for nothing.
Well, like literally, they mine it.
There's a slave in a mine right now mining out diamonds.
Yeah.
They're going to get it for pennies on a dollar. I mean, even by the time it gets to the jewelry store you buy it from, there's still the markup's crazy. It's like hundreds of %, if not more.
You mean like food?
Yeah. Yeah. Like
And at the same
well, there's a
time,
lot that goes into food, though. You gotta have trucks and trucks, shipment, and all kinds of shit. Like, you know, how many diamonds you could fit.
The average at a fast food is over 700%.
Oh, fast food you're talking about. Okay, I thought you were
The
just talking about like groceries.
markup on food is over 700% at restaurants and fast food.
Yeah, I thought you were just talking about like food you buy at Walmart or something. Yeah, and that's probably still got a nice markup too on it, but
well, the whole thing is like with synthetic diamonds.
What's up,
they're more pure than natural ones. They're more perfect structurally. I would rather pay more for those than for the jewelry ones, and yet they're cheaper because they're easier to get, and they aren't. They're because they're man-made. Somehow people don't want to put a high value on them, even though they're better in every sense. Riggs, are you here?
What's up, man?
Yeah, I think the subject that we were discussing yesterday, I think there's still room for discussion there, if you would like to.
Which one? About sunsets?
Well, the light bouncing off the bottom of the atmosphere, because
all right.
Yeah, the examples in which light bounces off, it's when it's going through a medium that has a larger, bigger index of refraction to one that has a smaller one. For example, you don't have that if you're trying to use, for example, a laser from air to water. But if you're trying to go from water to air, then you can do that. So that wouldn't happen in the atmosphere, because as you go closer to the ground, the index of refraction just gets bigger. So you need the opposite for the light to bounce off the ground or close to the ground.
Well, to be honest with you, I mean, I usually end up seeing it on days that are really dry. I don't really see it on days that are very humid. So the driest days are the days that I see the clouds lit up from underneath. I wonder if that has something to do with it. But also, like I said, I think it's very possible also that light is scattering and reflecting off of the ground and allowing it to illuminate underneath the clouds. I don't think that's too much of a request. I think that's common sense and very possible without any magical refraction either.
Well, problem is when you have the scattering of light, it's not like a bending. It's just like the light just gets spread out randomly more and more.
Yeah.
So it would be hard to get that the very clear separation between what's getting.
Well, maybe. I mean, what's the portion of lit area compared to the portion of underneath the clouds? I would say that the amount of area that the sun lights is massive, and there's plenty of light to be shown underneath the cloud. Depends on your light source, right?
I think I'm not following.
You don't think you follow?
No, I think.
Well, what I'm saying is that the likelihood that the clouds will be lit up from underneath mostly depends on the size and strength of your light source.
Well, it's still, I still think you would expect for the upper part of the clouds to be more bright than the lower one. I mean, if you have a scattering light coming from below, that light has to be less bright than the one coming from above.
It depends on the distance. And you know, if you were above the clouds, you might notice that the clouds are lit from above as well. But because we're below them, we don't see that. But,
if you were above the clouds,
yeah,
then what?
If you were above the clouds, you might notice that the top of the clouds were also lit. But because we're below them, we can't verify that. I think it's an interesting discussion. I haven't really had a moment to look into it any further. But I'd say that I'd say it's a better argument on the flat Earth side, just because of a few things. But until I look further, I mean, I can't really put a good argument on it.
Well, I think at best you would get an equivalent, not better, because there's not a lot that is required for that in the globe model. I mean, the clouds would be being illuminated from below because the path of light of the sun is actually coming from below. So if you were above the clouds, you would see the sun setting behind it. So the light would be coming from below.
Well, I mean, you have, like I said before, man, like my biggest argument against that is the angle is so sharp for the sun to be able to illuminate underneath the cloud that, I mean, it would be a very rare, short effect. It would not be a lasting effect if it happened.
Well, you can sort of calculate how long that should take.
Yeah, I know. We did it yesterday. It was about 2 minutes.
2 minutes? Oh, who did it?
Fundy. I think, was it Fundamental or who was it? It was Arma. Arma did it.
Well, that doesn't sound like a straightforward calculation. Because
yeah, if you want to do it yourself, figure it out. But you have to imagine that, okay, for the sun to illuminate underneath the clouds, it would have to be right, like very close to the horizon, because that's the physical location, right? So it would have to be around the horizon and then anywhere between that position and when it sets, because then you have visible obstruction, correct?
Yeah, but I mean, actually, the sunset.
That position, though, it's about 2 minutes, 2 to 5 minutes, depending on, I guess, conditions. I'm giving leeway. I'll say 5 minutes, but the effect that we see when the sky's lit up like that, especially in my area, it's about an hour. I mean, the whole sky is glowing.
So light is coming from below the clouds, and that's lasting for an hour.
Well, I'm just what I'm trying to say is that it's not like a very quick effect. It's a lasting effect. It's one of the longest effects, and it's like it's not something that's short the way it should be geometrically. It's something that lingers, and we experience and enjoy as part of a sunset. Like you can have a dinner, and it's still a sunset at the end of it. I mean, it lasts a while, you know.
Yeah, but the thing is, the speed in which the sun travels in the sky from our point of view slows down when it approaches the horizon, and that gives you more time. Actually, I'm not sure if Armo was taking that into account.
Wait, the speed gives you more time?
No, what I'm saying is,
What do you mean
if
by
you
that?
track the sun moving through the sky, it moves about some degrees an hour, right? Some degrees per time.
15 degrees per hour, but that's not what we're looking at.
Wait.
Okay, you have to imagine that you're at the clouds.
Let me just. I
If you
think
were
it's
underneath the
worth it to
clouds,
conclude
you
that.
could look forward and see the sun underneath the clouds in the distance.
I think what I was getting to is still relevant. So those degrees an hour slows down when it gets closer and closer to the horizon. So when the sun is a very low angle, when it would be below the clouds, it's not as quick as you would expect from the speed the sun is usually moving through the sky, because it's slowing down.
Yeah, because you're changing the angle, but you have to imagine though, the Earth's position relative to the sun. It doesn't really matter where you are on Earth. The angle, the size of the Earth, the angle wouldn't change enough. So it's still pretty consistent. If it
I don't
slows
think
down,
that's what I'm saying.
well, how much is it slowing down? Like 1%? Or if it's slowing down, why is it slowing down? And then tell me that answer.
Oh, the reason why it slows down is well known. It's because of the way the density of the atmosphere changes.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I agree
Similar
with you.
to that sugar. Sugar water.
I agree with you. Except yesterday, I had trouble getting anyone to admit that the Earth was also a lens.
Yeah, I was in that conversation because lenses can do multiple different things. There are multiple different setups of lens. So you can replace a divergent lens to a convergent lens, and everything is going to change. So trying to equate the atmosphere to a lens is not very useful, because it doesn't give you good information to try to predict how that look like, because different lenses do different stuff.
It's not very useful, you said. So can you predict sundogs?
Sundogs? Well, what are those?
You don't know what a sundog is?
No.
Look it up real quick. I'm
Right.
sorry. I'm
no problem.
cleaning my kitchen and cooking at the same time, so I can't do everything. But
Oh, the halos, right?
yeah, the halos and the refractive effects in the sky. Now, you cannot predict those. It's not very useful, but they still happen. And they demonstrate that the medium can refract light and create certain
actually, we know. I think the conditions in which that can happen is well known.
Yeah, that's understood. Yeah, I agree. But you have to understand that just because we can't use it to make predictions doesn't mean we can't infer what we're observing. Like we can still replicate an effect to try to understand what's happening. It's not something we can predict. I can't predict a beautiful sunset. I can't predict that the sun's going to be underneath the clouds. But what I can do is maybe show you a demonstration of how it might be possible to light up underneath the clouds with a very similar observation that we see in real life, using an LED light, a magnifying glass, and just a board, you know?
Well, when I said it's not useful, what I mean is it's not useful to equate the atmosphere to a lens. Because, I mean, although
maybe
both
under
are
certain
subject,
conditions.
even under certain conditions, it would be.
So
I
anyone that
can't.
was so anyone that was trying to use a lens to replicate some kind of atmospheric effect, that'd just be silly, right?
Yeah, it's not useful.
Would that be silly?
Yeah, I think in most cases,
Be
yes.
careful.
I can't
most
see.
cases. Most cases.
Yeah,
Yeah, I know.
be
Yeah, I
careful.
mean, I'm not sure if you can. I can't picture at least a way you could replicate how the atmosphere works using lenses. It doesn't mean it can't be done, but it wasn't done with the examples I saw, because those examples, of course, all the difference of index of refraction is contained within the lens, and that's going to affect the bending of light from that particular direction, which is completely different from how the index of refraction of the atmosphere changes. First of all, because in the atmosphere you have a gradient, in the lens we have not. Second of all, we have before and after the lens the same index of refraction and a separate one for the lens itself. And the angle of the lens also changes how that path is going to bend. So all of that is quite different from what's going on with the atmosphere. So if you just put a lens on there and say, well, the atmosphere is a lens, this is a lens, they should be the same. No, they shouldn't, because they are
No,
very
I didn't
different.
say they're the same. I said it's similar, and it's possible.
It's only similar in
And-
the sense that both of them you have refraction, but it's not similar in the sense that both of them you have the same light bendings, but they're violently different.
The same light bendings. I'm sorry, I having trouble understanding exactly.
All right, let me give you an example.
What you mean?
Yeah, if you look, for example, if you're using a magnifying glass and you're reading a text, the thing that is right in the middle that you're looking through, right in the middle of the magnifying glass, isn't changing position. That's exactly where the thing is. But things that are to the right are going to be more to the right than they actually are. And so to
Depends on the lens. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Because the angles of the lens are symmetrical around that center point. So changes, things that aren't at the center point are going to be affected away from that point. In the atmosphere, you don't have that. You don't have a particular direction in which things go away from or get close to. Instead, you have the density changing bottom up. So as you look to the sides, you're not getting any bending horizontally.
Do you think it's possible to have denser air above a less dense column of air?
Yeah, it's quite often. I mean, every time you have a sunny day, that happens close to the ground. That's how mirages occur. That's well understood. But that's still very. That's not. That's still different from the lens. It's still not.
So
giving
let me ask you this: Do you think that? Let's say I live in a desert. Okay, there's a lot of sand. Okay, it's brown and white sand. Okay, and we get a lot of these sunsets where the clouds are lit from underneath. You think it's possible that the sun is just lighting up the sand, and that sand is reflecting underneath the clouds?
Well, wouldn't that make it a stronger effect when the sun was higher in the sky, because it will make a angle of incidence that reflects more light into the clouds?
What was the first part of your question? Would it make more sense if? Is that what you said?
Oh, I mean, wouldn't it make a stronger effect when, for example, the sun is higher in the sky, because the angle of incidence is closer to vertical? That gives you that will give a direct reflection of the sun. I think that would make the illumination from below the cloud stronger, not weaker. But we see only close to sunsets.
We see only what to sunsets?
When the sun is close to setting, that's when we see effects like those. We don't see when the sun is high up in the sky. We see when it's close to setting.
Yeah, but you said that when the sun is setting, it slows down. So what we're doing is we're looking at a very apparent position, not an actual position.
Yeah, but it's only even downward than it looks.
You said it's even further down than it looks. That's what you said?
Sure, because it's apparently slowing down, which means it's not actually slowing down. So it actually went further than it is, which explains why it shrinks vertically.
You have no idea of the actual position. All you know is the apparent position of the sun. Let's not kid ourselves here.
Well, of course I'm talking. I was explaining how that works on the model in which we know the actual position of the sun. But
yeah, in the model you think you know it, sure, but in reality you don't. You can't prove it. You don't know it. You can't verify it.
Oh yeah, I
no
can't prove anything in reality, right?
Could you prove water existed to me?
No.
If we were face to face, and
No.
you had a bucket of water.
No, I don't think that would prove
Yeah, I'm
in
gonna
the sense of 100% certainty. Yeah, no.
I'm going to ask a question, and I apologize if it gets off topic a little bit too much, but
No problem.
do you believe in I guess I'm trying to understand your worldview. I mean, do you believe in a simulation, or do you believe that
I'm
we
not a
live
solipsist.
in? Do we believe? Okay, do we live in an objective reality? Like, do you and I share the same reality? Is that what you think?
I believe so. Yeah.
You think so? So you think that we're all in the same sandbox?
Definitely, we're definitely all in the same sandbox, bro.
Okay.
No question.
There's a lot of discussions I have with people, and some of these people, they believe in simulation, and they think that everything is like where reality exists around them, and these other people don't exist.
Yeah.
So it's really hard to have conversations with people who just make shit up and they gaslight you, and they have a different worldview, so you don't know.
That's actually a consistent worldview.
Even if it's a simulation and we're all brains in a jar or whatever it is, we're all sharing the same objective reality. I mean,
well, if you're a brain in a jar, you can't know that.
Well, no, because I know we're all sharing the same objective reality. Because when I have a bucket of water and I go to you and we both know what water is, and I show you the water, we know that water exists in this reality.
Sure, but you can't know if I'm experiencing that because you don't know what I'm experiencing.
Yes, I can, because I can ask you. I can say, "Are you experiencing this water? Does it feel nice and smooth and wet and whatever?"
Yeah, but you can't verify that my answer comes from a thinking agent. You can only know what you saw and heard. You don't know where that is coming from. You can't.
It's coming from you. From you.
Yeah, but your concept of me might not be real, right?
Concept. See, this is why I'm asking, man. You just you keep.
What do you went
I
off
don't know.
the rails? I thought we were on the same page, but you flew off the rails just now.
Yeah, I'm not defending that. I'm not defending that. That's what I believe. I'm not a solipsist. I don't think we're in a simulation. I actually think people actually exist and they share the same reality. Yeah, I'm with you on that.
Okay.
But I don't
if
think
if I have a dollar in my hand, we can all agree that I have a dollar in my hand, and that it's a dollar that's good for me or for you. It's the same dollar, and we both share that existence, and it's the same.
Actually, for me, it's $5, but yeah. I agree.
Well, yeah. Okay. Okay, just checking, man, because
sure,
like I said, some people they just go off the rails, and they just say, "Oh, well, anything's possible because we live in a simulation, and it could be flat for you and globe for me." And I'm just like, bro, okay. I like to talk to people who think that things actually can be understood, and can be shown to be true, like
Briggs,
that we
you just
all
told me
share
it-
the
but-
same truth. You know,
But I
Briggs,
don't
you
think
just
they
told
can
me we
be.
couldn't. Go ahead.
Sorry, I don't think they can be shown as absolute truths.
well, see, that's the problem.
crazy.
I agree
Yeah, yeah.
that we can. I think that we
Like
can
I
find
said,
out the truth for sure, and that everyone can share the same truth, and we can celebrate it and find it out and figure it out. I believe in that.
That may be sure enough for you, but that doesn't make it absolute.
So if I had $1 in my hand,
go ahead, Rick.
you know, if I had $1 in my hand, it would be the same dollar to you and me, and we could guarantee, prove it that that's $1 that we could both have the same dollar. I mean, that's what I'm talking about. We can just agree on the same thing, and then it's real in both of our realities under the same conditions.
Well, I would be sure of that, just not absolutely. Like, I don't think we can get absolutely sure about anything.
Man, see, I disagree with that.
Yeah, I don't think that's a useful thought. Of course, I wouldn't consider the possibility
Well,
of we being in the matrix all the
don't
time.
be
of
too
course.
hard on yourself.
Sure, but the thing is, the fact that the hypothesis of a matrix is unfalsifiable it's just factual. If you think showing $1 to me is falsifying a matrix, well, it isn't. I would rather it was, but it isn't. I'm not going to deny that. But I'm also not going to believe we are in a simulation just because I can't falsify
That's the
it.
thing, man. Like, it's a choice. That's why I need to ask you, because it's a choice. You decide what position you take, and you can't have some things be real and agreeable for everybody, and then other things, well, I'm not too sure. You know, like, it needs to be, you either can figure things out for sure that affects everybody or not. Because if you leave that door open, it leaves the door open for a lot of nonsense, and it actually just obstructs your progress.
Well, you might be right, but I don't think that that invalidates the point. Sure, it's worthless debating this.
Well, okay, so I guess there is a reality where pink unicorns create gravity, and it's actually a globe, and it's all run by pink unicorns inside a nucleus of these spherical bodies.
Oh,
You see how, like, it's 1% possible, but you don't think. Like, this is a silly sentiment. Like, you need to be more firm with yourself, that you need to be confident that you can understand things, and that you can agree to certain facts, and that you can figure things out. Like you need to be confident that the actual term truth exists.
I'm not going to disagree with that. I'm just not granting absolute truth, which I'm fine. I'm fine with.
Okay,
I'm
what's
fine
the
with being
difference
sure.
between truth? Please tell me, what's the difference between truth and absolute truth?
Oh, the absolute truth would be like 100% certainty. It's something that.
Wait, so truth is not 100% certainty?
No.
I disagree wholeheartedly.
Well, if you define truth as 100% certainty, I could
You're
use
out
the
of control,
definition.
Bacon.
But then
Bacon,
I
you're
would
out of
disagree
control.
that true about reality actually exists. I'm not out of control.
This is insane.
You know, I'm
gonna the problem of hard solipsism is not solved. I'm not out of control. Actually, most people would agree with me that hard solipsism is unsolvable.
That's the problem, is that people have been gaslit and confused and spun around to the point where they think that anything's possible. So then they just start believing all these headlines about gravity and mainstream science.
They don't believe
when even
gravity.
people in the highest elements of these think tanks don't agree.
I don't think that's what's going on. I don't think that's what's going on. People aren't believing in gravity because solipsism it wasn't solved. I don't think that's a fair connection you're doing there.
Who disagrees about gravity to begin with?
What do you mean by solipsism, Bacon? What do you think that
Solipsism is this? Yeah, solipsism is this belief that only you exist. Everything around you is created by your own experience.
Is it true to a certain extent?
Yeah. Well, I don't think that's true. of course, I wouldn't assume that to be true. That will make no sense to live believing that. But that's a non-falsifiable hypothesis, and acknowledging that it's unfalsifiable prevent you from saying anything is absolute certain.
So how do we seek the truth out then?
Yeah, you don't need to seek absolute certainty. You can seek the best as you can, and that's often good enough.
I think that absolute certainty and truth are synonymous.
I could use that
I think
definition.
you're injecting, you're taking the liberty to inject doubt, and this is your own belief, not mine.
Oh, but nothing about that subject is related to any of the other beliefs we were discussing here. They were all unrelated.
I know, but I think it's important to understand where someone's coming from and how they make logical deductions, and they just kind of understand their philosophical backing, because otherwise we're going to end up talking in circles, because here I am talking in sometimes with certainty, and other times you're talking with doubt under the same term.
Maybe when Bacon spoke, it was a slip of the tongue.
No, he defended it eloquently.
Well, I didn't say slip. I said salip, as in yeah. Okay.
Oh. Keep it in your pants, Dodo.
I did think that one.
It's a big tough ask.
He was thinking about you. Just kidding.
Solipsism.
Well,
yeah,
I believe, for example, purely logical claims are absolutely true. I mean, we have logic is absolutely true by definition. I would at least agree with that. The only problem is when you make claims about reality. Then I don't think you can reach absolute certainty. But I'm fine with good a high confidence level.
Logical conclusion follows if you accept the basic premise, but if you do not accept the basic premise, well, then...
Yeah, but I could use some axioms. Like I could use numbers to make... if I say 1 + 1 = 2, that's true by definition.
No, but then you have to... No, it's not. It's not, because someone who doesn't use those numbers wouldn't recognize that equation to be true, but
that's just a matter of language.
Yeah, but or that language even, you know?
Let me ask a question. It may sound rude, but it's not that's not the intent. If I would slap you in the face, right? Would that be true? Only because you felt it?
That you slapped him in the face, yeah. It would be true, yeah.
So only when you feel something or when it's relative to you, it becomes true?
No. It's not absolutely true, but it is true. That happened, yeah.
It is not absolutely true?
No,
so
I can't verify that.
Feeling the pain, even when you're feeling the pain, you may say that is not absolutely true.
Again,
I called it. This is why I started asking these questions, because this is a fundamental disagreement. It doesn't even matter what we're talking about. This is going to be an issue going forward with any topic.
But the thing is,
you're right.
So the hypothesis that this never happened is unfalsifiable. As clear, yeah, as clear as it is.
What do you mean it's unfalsifiable?
It means you can't prove it wrong.
Well, I can't prove it wrong.
How?
Well, I'm gonna show your face all fucked up.
You're gonna be the first. Yeah,
I'm gonna show your face all messed up. There you go.
Oh, but that's not defying solipsism, is it? It's not showing that I'm the only thing.
I'm showing what you ask.
No, you're showing what I think.
How can you know absolutely for sure? Like the absolute truth, if that you got smacked in the face, if you felt it and you fell over and you got a big whelp on your face, and how would you know absolutely true?
Yeah, and the example he's giving is not achieving that, because the level that I'm requiring here.
Yeah. Oh man.
Silent. You know the context
you
of.
gotta be careful
Silent.
what you're thinking, bro.
Silent.
Honestly.
Silent. You should know that in the context of this conversation,
I swear sometimes
what
this
I'm
guy's an AI
requesting
bot.
you as
Swear.
absolute certainty would be proving that that didn't happen in the simulation, for example, right? You know that the hypothesis that the universe was created like 1 second ago, with all your memories and the current state. That's an unfalsifiable hypothesis. And if you
Well, yeah,
slap me in the
because it's
face,
stupid, right? Why would you think that?
it is stupid. It's still unfalsifiable. No one would think that, but it's still unfalsifiable.
Then why you're bringing it up?
Because the point is that it's unfalsifiable. You can't prove it wrong.
Well, it's not a
Just because
not
it's
a,
stupid and no one here believes it doesn't
it's
mean
not a viable hypothesis.
Of course,
I
it is.
mean,
Well,
you have
if
to
you can
use your
prove it's
critical
wrong,
thinking.
well, your critical thinking can't refute that. You can disbelieve that with good reason, but it doesn't give you the state of this being absolutely false.
God could be making
it's
it so,
unreachable.
of course. Yeah, God could be
That's the
making it
context
so,
of this
right?
conversation. I'm not.
I mean,
If someone slaps me in the face, of course, I'm going to be doubting. Oh, is this universe real? Was the universe created a second ago after the slapping? Of course not.
You haven't been slapped by
My whole
Silent
point is
Zero
that
yet.
those hypotheses, as stupid as they are unfalsifiable, which prevent you from reaching absolute certainty.
No, you're okay. You're wrong, Arma. When you make a declaration, it's not
Arma isn't here.
on you to disprove it, right? Because then I can say, well, the world is made of unicorn shit. And now you have to disprove that. Otherwise, is true.
No,
that's
not my
retarded.
point.
That
No.
I'm sorry. That's I don't know how to say it. It doesn't make sense to think like
I
that,
agree.
bro.
I agree, and that's not my point. My point isn't unless you refute it. It's true. My point is
No. You're wrong. You prove things. If you make positive claims, you have to prove them to be true.
I'm agreeing with that.
Otherwise, it's just. I mean,
silence. I'm agreeing with that. I'm agreeing with that. Listen.
This is just a very dangerous line of thinking, my dude.
No,
I just can't. I can't get
there's no
behind it.
problem with it. Acknowledging that it is an absolute doesn't
Bro,
change
you
anything.
got slapped in the face, and then you said, "Well, I'm not sure."
No, only in the context of this conversation, which is very different from I'm not sure of daily life, right? So silent. My point is not that unless you refute, it is true. That's not my point. My point is unless you refute it, it hasn't been falsified, which doesn't mean it's true. It just means it wasn't falsified. That's what falsified means. It means someone refuted that. So if you don't refute it, it wasn't falsified yet. And if you can't refute it, it's unfalsifiable. That's the meaning of it. It's not. I'm not describing what I believe.
That's a dangerous way to thinking, my friend.
You
That's how you end
might
up
think
believing
so.
that you live in a globe.
No, that's actually completely unrelated to whether or not I'm living in a globe or on a flat Earth. None of that is related to any of the justifications of me believing I live in a globe. That's a completely separate topic.
Well, how did I get to this topic if it's unrelated to the globe?
That's a good question. How we got to this topic? I will have to go to the stream and check.
Because I could tell that your line of reasoning was dismissive, unsure. You showed doubt. You know, for some things that like should be for sure.
I was only objecting to what you mean when you say sure. Of course, we can be sure of things, but there's a level of confidence that we use when we claim we are sure about it. And depending on what's your level of confidence to say you're sure about something, that might become unachievable. So if your level of confidence is 100%, that becomes unachievable. But if it's just high enough, then yeah, we can get close enough to know things. And close enough that we don't even care if we're a simulation or not. Because we know that so well, the knowledge works so well that it doesn't even matter.
Do me a favor. Tell me that saying that being slapped in the face, you can't be 100% sure, is stupid.
It would be stupid to think it didn't happen. It's not stupid to acknowledge that you can't be 100% certainty of anything. which of course includes the slap in the face. Because, for example, a universe that was created a second before that, after the slapping, it's an unfalsifiable
that's good
hypothesis.
enough. I'm not gonna. I think I'm done with this one.
So Bacon, it sounds like you kind of want to hang in a realm of like unsurety, because I mean, what is knowledge to you? Meaning, if something is true or real or whatever it may be, is that not something to you? Is that not something that's significant? Because in terms of like not being sure, it sounds like you're kind of creating an epistemology in which you can always write things off and kind of skate around and sort of play this deniability thing, which is fine. I mean, I'm not saying you have to be right or wrong compared to anyone else, but don't you want to have information or knowledge or truth? And if so, is that not absolute? I mean, is that not what knowledge is when you actually have acquired whatever that is or whatever truth that is?
Yeah, of course I would want that. I just don't grant that that's absolute. And I don't think that's a problem. It's just being intellectually honest. If something is unfalsifiable,
well, then
it's
why
not honest to say it's false?
Well, then why quest for something if you can't even ever accomplish it? If you can't
I
acquire,
wasn't questing for it. That's the thing. I'm never questing for it. I just made that distinction because I think that's relevant.
So you're not trying to acquire knowledge or truth or information about.
Yeah, I am. I just don't. I'm just not trying to get at the point of absolute certainty because I know that's unachievable. But it doesn't have to be absolute certainty to be useful.
How certain are you of the spinning ball Earth?
A very high confidence. I'm not sure how could I put a number on that.
No, okay. Then why you are arguing here about it being true? Why you so join this conversation so often?
Well, because
the bottom line is like you will never know. So
well, actually, you can know. For example, hypotheses can be falsified. Yeah, knowing and knowing with absolute certainty aren't synonymous. That's what I'm saying when I'm saying you can know. Of course, not to absolute certainty. But yeah, if there's something about the globe that is been falsified, then I would abandon that hypothesis.
Did you know
where do you get this, Bacon?
Get what?
This line of thought. How do you end up believing this stuff?
Well, I think that came from
where you get it.
Yeah, first time I contemplated the idea of solipsism was, I think, in high school in philosophy classes.
Let me ask you, don't you know that every single aspect of spinning ball Earth inquiry is problematic? When you say you have a proof to present, there is always an issue in every aspect. Now, if you go by mathematics where probabilities mount, it becomes impossible that the spinning ball Earth is true based on mathematical probabilities alone, because, as I said, every single argument, every single aspect is loaded with, doubt. So, what do you have to say about that?
Well, I would ask you to demonstrate that first.
Name an argument that proves. Give me any argument that you have that indicates we live.
Well, you made the claim that everything about it is mathematically problematic, right? So, what exactly about it is mathematically problematic?
It's not mathematically problematic. It's how you. It's when you relate it to reality and say that this is reality, and you maneuver the math in order to create that reality. What I'm saying to you, if something don't maneuver the math. If it was real, it would be self-evident. But no argument you can present.
No, nothing.
No mathematics you can present will persuade. Right?
Things don't have to be self-evident. That's not a fundamental rule about the universe. That's just what you're claiming. That's just your claim. I don't see any justification for that claim. That things have to be self-evident to be true.
What's the opposite of self-evident, I wonder?
The opposite? I don't know.
So whatever the opposite is, that's what the spinning ball Earth is. There's no evidence whatsoever that we live on a spinning ball.
Every piece of evidence points to a spinning spherical Earth. There is no evidence that points to any other situation for the Earth.
You cannot be sure of it, right, Trumpus?
Well, we can't be sure we're not in a simulation or in a brain.
Then who cares about that?
But if you ignore that, if we're prepared to say, well, let's accept what it appears to be. Let's suppose we take reality as we find it with our senses. And let's just work.
Well,
with
who
that.
cares at the end of the line,
Okay,
right?
Hold on. Let's go with that because that's what's practical. But we can't prove that's the case. But nonetheless, in every practical sense, let's just get on with what we seem to be experiencing, even if we are just a program or something being run by a PhD student in another universe. Well, we'll just go with it because that's what's we might as well get on with what we can't change anything. So
Well,
we'll
if
just
you
have
don't
to
want-
go with how everything appears and just go with that.
Okay, well, just 1 second, please, Silent Zero. So, Rumpus and Bacon, will you admit at least that every man, every woman, every child who has lived on Earth has only ever experienced a flat and a stationary Earth surface?
No.
No. Can you name someone who hasn't then, please? I
Who
have
hasn't?
myself. I have myself.
Well, you might
Everyone
claim
I
you're
know
experiencing
has-
a. I mean, you might claim that the experience that how you interpret your experience that's different from what you're experiencing.
But my words were clear, weren't they?
Oh, you said yeah, exactly. That's the problem. You said the people always experience a flat Earth. Well, they would have to be on a flat Earth to experience flat Earth.
To go by our
If they're on a globe, they're experiencing a globe. Whether or
If you
not they
were to-
interpret their experience as a
Yeah,
globe
I'm with
is a
you.
separate question, right?
If you were to present the evidences for both in terms of flat and stationary Earth surface, right, basic level, and then you're telling the spinning ball Earth and its movements, which would people believe? Which would people be able to relate to more? Is all I'm asking.
You experience a spherical Earth. Everything you experience at the moment is entirely compatible with a spinning, rotating globe. All
It's
your
just
forces
their
on
own
you
logic, though.
are exactly what you would expect on a rotating Earth of the size, the radius that it is. It
Fair enough,
appears
but
to be flat to your
Just use their own
view.
logic, though.
But
Who
we can
cares?
see ships disappearing over the horizon. We can see the Polaris changes the angle, everything about it, and we can see that things change weight when you go from the equator to the North Pole. All of those things are necessary consequences of being on a sphere, and we see those things.
Very good, Rumpus.
Well, I hear you, Rumpus, that those could be those things could be. I understand. I hear you that those things could be described in certain ways or explained through certain components. But in what ways have you ruled out that could happen on a stationary plane?
We can't. We can't get the effect of things changing weight from the equator to the pole.
Why not?
On a flat, because there's no physics. No one has presented any physics way of explaining that, whereas we have a way that explains it on the Earth, and it agrees exactly with how we would expect that force to appear. So
I think a fair answer would be if you assume
no piece of science that would explain what we experience in terms of weight, what we see in terms of the way Polaris change with angle, that the geometry only works with a spherical body. It does not work with a flat one.
Actually, on that topic, just very briefly, can I ask you a question? You might know the answer to, Rumpus, because I really.
Well, I was just gonna say real quick, there may be mechanisms you're not aware of. That's what I was gonna say. You're in a particular framework, and I understand that, but I'm just saying there may be mechanisms that either are not fully understood by you or others as to why certain things are occurring. So it doesn't necessarily just conclude the Earth is a globe just because those things might match one explanation that you might think could be happening.
Okay, you could be right. There could be invisible green fairies doing
Hang on,
things.
Rumpus, take it easy.
Hold on, let me just answer the point. I'll get back to you.
No, we've heard that.
I want to quickly answer Gio's point. There could be invisible green fairies raising things up slightly higher at the equator that we can't see that are doing. Indeed, you're correct. But so far, there is no evidence for those things. There's nothing in science that would suggest you're correct. But yes, there could be invisible green fairies or something else going on that we haven't detected anywhere in science whatsoever, anywhere, anytime, that's doing it all. Yeah,
okay, now here's what my point. We were actually talking about this the other evening, and ether and what its relation to the barrier above, whatever contour that might be, is a question. But the question I was going to ask you is, and everyone else as well, because I'd like to know actually, because it might be pertinent. Is something like isn't it the Dead Sea? Isn't it sort of the lowest point on Earth, or is that the sea in the Salt Sea in Israel? Maybe it's the Salt Sea in Israel. It's the lowest point on Earth.
Well, where do you want to pick? If you want to go to the Marianas Trench, is the bottom?
No, on land. So I think it's
it's not on. Okay, so you don't something like the Mediterranean. So you don't count oceans then.
No. What's the name of
it's got to be a lake, has it, you're talking about?
What's the name of the place in Israel where you can float on the lake? It's
Dead Sea. It's the Dead Sea. So in other words, what you're saying is
the
lowest point of water.
One of the lowest points on Earth, right?
So let's suppose we dug a shaft or something. Let's suppose we dug a very deep shaft in a coal mine and there was some water in there. That doesn't count then.
No, just you're just at the shores of the Dead Sea, right? So you're a certain level below sea level. Now, I'm wondering if you took a kilogram of gold, right, like you're taking it from the equator to both extremities, North and South Pole, and actually I was surprised that it weighs less at the equator, but then I wasn't. But anyway, do you think that kilogram of gold would weigh less or more on the shores of the Dead Sea, which is X number of feet below sea level? Maybe it's 500
Yes,
feet.
it would be height dependent. So it's if you were to go down, it'd be very, very small. It would not be probably. I doubt it would be detectable by something. But yes, the theory says that if you go slightly, the more you go down, the effect of gravity is less. So things will weigh less, and ultimately, if you get to the center of the Earth, you will be weightless. And also, if you go higher up, things will weigh slightly less as well. So if you were to measure, so in the ice, so for instance, if you had the same height as the ISS, but obviously they are weightless because they're going up. But if you manage to hover for a moment where the ISS and you got out your weighing scales, it would also weigh less because the maximum weight you have is actually on the surface of the Earth. If you go down or you go up, it gets slightly less, but the effect is so small that I suspect the due to the equator and the pole won't change.
I don't think that it's that insignificant.
Nearly there. The equator and the pole change by 0.3%. I'd have to go and work out the maths for how much it would change being at the top of Everest or at sea level.
I don't think it's that tiny. I think it's actually measurable with a precise enough scale.
That's even better. Let me comment briefly on that then. So I mentioned the other evening about the ether being a pressing force from above associated with the reactionary force that's holding